The Celestial Emperor's Book. At Tianyuan sect, atop the main peak. Hasn't he been missing for quite some time? Let's go and see what's happening. Let's go. Within a cave dwelling on Qinyun Peak, a pallid youth spat a mouthful of blood onto the ground while lying on the bed. Brother Chu, you have finally awakened. A girl in simple clothing, no more than a dozen years old, expressed her concern. It's you, Xiaofan. How long have I been unconscious? The youth supported his chest, weakly moving his lips. Almost a month. Su Xiaofan lowered her head in shame, thinking that if not for everyone's limited strength, it would not have come to this. With a choked voice, Su Xiaofan implored, Brother, do you not remember what you went through before? No, I would rather be incapacitated than have her come to rescue me. Tell her to leave at once. Upon mentioning the woman he once yearned to protect, the youth's face was etched with deep resistance. Chu Chen, please awaken. Su Xiaofan exclaimed softly, her heart aching as she held his shoulders. Brother, I know you harbor resentment towards Sister Tang Weiner, but she is the only one in the outer sect capable of saving you now, that if you cling to that foolish pride, you will truly be condemned to lie in bed for the rest of your days. Didn't you promise to lead us, the outer disciples, into the inner sect? Have you forgotten our dreams? At her words, Chu Chen touched his abdomen and gave a bitter smile. Brother, please don't sulk. Sister Tang Weiner is right outside the room. I shall fetch her for you, just lie still. After saying this, Su Xiaofan hurriedly exited the room. Creak before long, the door to the room swung open, allowing the sunlight from outside to cascade into the interior. Chu Chen squinted, his gaze falling upon a graceful young woman who, bathed in the glow of the setting sun, approached with elegance. Tang Weiner, he rasped, his voice strained and barely escaping his throat. He did not raise his head beneath his long hair. His eyes were filled with a myriad of complex emotions. It was only when the silence became palpable that Chu Chen, driven by curiosity, lifted his gaze. As their eyes met, an enveloping stillness enveloped the room. For a considerable time, neither spoke. With a sigh, Tang Weiner retrieved several silver needles from the medicine chest, skillfully stimulating Chu Chen's vital points. When beads of sweat began to form on her brow, she paused her actions, withdrawing the needles and placing them back into the chest. Her voice, as melodious as a celestial song, resonated softly. I have utilized my profound energy to mend your damaged meridians. Your physical injuries are no longer severe. With some rest, you shall recover. Chu Chen parted his lips, feeling a dryness and tightness in his throat, struggling to articulate. What of my dantian? Your dantian has sustained damage, and I am powerless to assist, Tang Weiner replied gently, shaking her head slightly. A chill ran through Chu Chen's heart. Are you implying that I can no longer cultivate? Indeed, Tang Weiner affirmed with unwavering certainty, confirming the fears that lingered in Chu Chen's mind. As he gazed upon her familiar yet distant and aloof visage, a tinge of bitterness flickered within him. He then spoke in a low tone. Thank you for your help today. After a moment of silence, Chu Chen suddenly raised his head, gazing earnestly at the enchanting figure before him. Tang Weiner, is it not your desire to witness the shattering of my dantian? Tang Yinran furrowed her brow. What brings you to such a conclusion? Chu Chen offered no response, his face betraying a bitter expression. Perceiving his turmoil, Tang Weiner declared with an air of pride, in truth, all of this is for your own good. Your innate talent has always been lacking. Even if you devoted your entire life to cultivation, you would never surpass the inner disciples, let alone catch up to me. Rather than harboring such worries, it would be wiser to descend the mountain, marry a wife, and live a leisurely, ordinary life. She paused, then added haughtily, Moreover, with your dantian now shattered, your connection to celestial fate is severed. Thus, you need not toil day and night in cultivation. I will prepare a prescription for Su Xiaofan to gather your medicinal herbs. Let's part ways here. With that, Tang Weiner stood and cast a complex glance at Chu Chen before departing, closing the door behind her with a resounding thud. As the door shut, an oppressive silence enveloped the room. 13 years prior, the childhood friends Chu Chen and Tang Weiner enjoyed carefree days in their village. The laughter of neighbors and the affection of their parents led them to believe such a life would persist indefinitely until the nightmare descended. On that fateful day, when the demonic cultivators of the Sunluo Palace attacked, Chu Chen and Tang Weiner were at the lakeside, searching for her beloved shells, thus narrowly escape. Calamity. However, the gears of fate began to misalign from that moment. During the entrance examination, Tang Weiner was revealed to possess a spiritual root, instantly garnering the favoro of the inner sect elders. As she was joyfully taken away by the elder, Chu Chen caught a glimpse of the reluctance and concern in her eyes. Due to his mediocre talents, he was assigned by the elders to the outer sect, where he received little care thereafter. 13 years passed in the blink of an eye. She had ascended to the position of the foremost disciple of Jade Maiden Peak, while he had become a mere shell of a man. Is it truly my fate to be forever estranged from the path of immortality? He pondered, gripping the edge of the bed tightly. Perhaps it is for the best. Free from all attachments, he murmured to himself. Am I destined to remain this worthless? Perhaps what you say holds some truth. I may indeed lack the aptitude for cultivation. Amidst the scattered garments, a small object lay quietly beneath them. Upon seeing the little seashell, a smile involuntarily graced Chu Chen's lips. It was the trinket he cherished most in his childhood. Yet, he carelessly tossed the little seashell to the ground, overwhelmed by despair. What use do you serve? I have been attacked and reduced to this state. She is no longer herself. Buzz. As the little seashell struck the floor, it emitted a resonant hum, revealing rows of golden characters within its shell. These characters then arranged themselves into intricate symbols, radiating a brilliant light that swiftly entered Chu Chen's brow, causing the shell to shatter into fine powder. As the light merged with his brow, an immense influx of information surged into his mind, with countless obscure symbols and texts crashing against the gates of his consciousness. A tidal wave. With the flow of information, his weakened body felt a semblance of vitality returning. The sudden deluge of information incited excruciating pain in his mind, and he clutched his head tightly, groaning in agony. However, the intense, stinging sensation arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Before long, the veins on his forehead gradually receded. Chu Chen shook his heavy head, and as the dizziness and pain subsided, his eyes became clear and a smile of unrestrained joy graced his lips. Gently touching his forehead, Chu Chen murmured, "The Heavenly Emperor's book? It governs life and death, commands the divine realms with a single scroll of the Heavenly Emperor's be. Okay, all heroes bow in reverence." As Chu Chen spoke softly, an ancient, wordless tome appeared within the ocean of his consciousness. The book was enveloped in profound energy, exuding an extraordinary aura. Focusing his mind on the ocean of consciousness, the first page of the wordless tome suddenly revealed itself, titled The Art of Body Refinement of the Primordial Chaos. Chu Chen surmised that with his current strength, he could not yet glimpse the entirety of the Heavenly Emperor's book. However, as his power increased, its contents would gradually unfold, refine skin and strengthen bones, build tendons and open meridians, burn the heart and refine the blood, and then reshape life anew. Thus, the divine body shall attain greatness and sweep away all foes. Through contemplation, these 27 words encapsulated the overwhelming essence of the body refinement section. This sparked a vibrant thought in Chu Chen's mind. Might there still be a chance for a fresh start? Suppressing the surge of elation rising within him, Chu Chen seated himself on the bed, closed his eyes, and delved into the comprehension of the technique. Crack, crack. As the body refinement technique activated, the bones within him erupted with a series of sharp sounds, as if a mysterious force had hammered his entire being countless times, airing and then refining every bone and vein anew. Instantly, Chu Chen's veins throbbed, his muscles quivered slightly, and the resonant sound of bones harmonizing filled the air. Ha! With a deep exhalation, I could not help but exclaim, "This technique is truly extraordinary. In such a brief period, I have nearly restored myself, and within 3 days, I shall be completely revitalized. My physical strength has notably surpassed that of my peak condition." At this moment, even the shattered Dantian was enveloped by a burning sensation, gradually revealing signs of recovery during the process of body refining, and astonishingly, the Dantian began to transform its energy into a sea of vital essence. Thud, thud, thud. A series of resonant sounds emanated from my body as the major acupoints were successively unblocked through the rigorous training of my bones and muscles, enveloping me in an intense sensation of soreness and swelling. I then touched my aching muscles. This indeed is a perverse technique. The agony akin to slow slicing is unbearable for most. Once I reshape my Tao body, the combination of profound power and this formidable body refining art will allow me to far surpass others. Tang Weiner, await my rise. After a fleeting moment of elation, I quickly regained my composure. To completely rejuvenate my vitality, I require 9 specific herbs. I recall that the apothecary at the foot of the mountain possesses a few. It seems a descent is in order. Just then, my rising emotions were abruptly interrupted by a harsh voice from outside, causing my brow to furrow. Junior sister Su, senior brother Chu has been rendered incapable. We of Qingyun Peak do not harbor the idol. By the order of senior brother Lin, we are here to inform you both to vacate the cave residence immediately. We are merely executing orders. Senior brother Lin has issued a final ultimatum. Stand aside. Suddenly, the senior brotherly forcefully shoved Su Xiaofan, knocking the potion from her grasp to the ground. Begone, do not obstruct me. Otherwise, do not blame me for my rudeness. Driven by desperation, Su Xiaofan frantically shoved through the crowd, positioning herself as a bulwark before them. She earnestly endeavored to retrieve the spilled potion from the ground, acutely aware that, as a menial laborer of the outer sect, she possessed no surplus funds to procure additional restorative elixirs. Staggered back several paces by the forceful push, the senior brother surnamed Li was immediately consumed by incandescent rage. He bellowed, "You are incorrigible. To address you as a junior sister is an act of condescension, for your current station is naught but a serf of the laboring peak. You court death." His countenance contorted into a grotesque visage. He raised his hand, aiming a vicious slap at Su Xiaofan's face. Insolence. Just as the hand was about to descend, the door behind Su Xiaofan was violently thrust open. Chapter 2. The Dog Li Wei. Cease your actions. Chu Chen staggered out from the door, muscles aching, shielding Su Xiaofan behind him. His face was a tempest of fury and indignation. "You wretched scoundrel, even in your ruined state, do you still seek to pose as a hero?" Li Wei was taken aback, astonished that the seemingly incapacitated Chu Chen still possessed the audacity to stand before him. Anger coursed through him at the realization that a mere husk of a man had dared to command him to halt. Staring at Chu Chen, Li Wei was momentarily frozen in disbelief. He relished the humiliation he inflicted upon others, having anticipated that Chu Chen would cower like his fellow disciples, bowing in subservience to his whims. Yet, he could hardly fathom that Chu Chen would rise against him. After a prolonged silence, Li Wei's heart swelled with a sense of indignation, a burning shame at being intimidated by a so-called waste. In a fit of rage, he bellowed, "You worthless fool! Your dantian is destroyed. What right do you have to feign superiority before me? You are nothing but a good-for-nothing, incapable of cultivation. Yet you dare to act as if you are above me?" A flicker of realization crossed Li Wei's mind, and a malicious smirk crept onto his face, embodying the essence of a petty tyrant reveling in his triumph. "Senior brother Lin has issued a decree commanding us to inform you both to vacate this abode immediately. There is to be no delay. Compliance is mandatory." Chu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, furiously addressing the petty figure before him. "Li Wei, this dwelling was graciously bestowed upon us by Elder Su of Qingyun Peak. What authority do you possess to demand our departure?" Leaning protectively in front of Su Xiaofan, Chu Chen, despite his staggering form and indifferent demeanor, recalled a time just a month prior when he was regarded as a paragon of diligence among the outer disciples. A sudden upheaval shattered his dantian, rendering him a mere pariah in the eyes of the Qingyun Peak lineage. Today, he was further compelled to vacate his own cave dwelling. "Brother Chu, do you still imagine you are the former Chu Chen? The affairs of Qingyun Peak are beyond the jurisdiction of a waste like you. Brother Lin has summoned Brother Chu from Qingmu Peak, who is already en route. Today, you shall move, whether you wish to or not." Li Wei stood before Chu Chen, informing him that Lin Yu had audaciously bestowed the cave dwelling upon someone from Qingmu Peak. "You want me to leave? Are you not afraid that Elder Su will hold you accountable? It is shameful for you, a member of Qingyun Peak, to lower yourself before the people of Qingmu Peak. Do not forget, they are our rivals in the sect's grand competition." Chu Chen regarded the so-called junior disciples before him with suspicion. With the peak master missing, Qingyun Peak has been leaderless for days. Brother Lin naturally possesses the authority to manage all affairs of our sect. Since the disappearance of Elder Su, the peak master, Lin Yu had proclaimed himself the steward of Qingyun Peak. As a figure of considerable influence, Lin Yu has shamelessly allied with Qingmu Peak, a competing faction. Within the Tianyuan sect, Lin Yu's grandfather holds a prestigious position as the third seat in the Elder Hall, and his brother is the head of the Inner Gates Discipline Pavilion. Now, the Lin family has set their sights on the position of Lu Yun Peak's master. We have gifted this cave dwelling to Brother Chu Chen of Qingmu Peak to forge alliances and seize victory in the sect's grand competition. Initially, everything proceeded smoothly. Lin Yu and Chu Sun were poised to triumph in the sect's competition, subsequently claiming the position of Peak Master of Qingyun Peak. Yet now, they found themselves unnerved by Chu Chen. Li Wei's expression darkened, revealing a hint of murderous intent. Having heard of Chu Sun, Chu Chen was aware that he was the second in command of the Azurewood Peak, his combat prowess only surpassed by that of the peak's leader, Du Gaian. There were numerous abodes in the Azure Cloud Peak that could be used to ingratiate him. Why should my abode be given away to someone else? Chu Chen was incensed, inwardly berating Lin Yu and the others for their excessive bullying. Li Wei scoffed. Senior brother Chu Sun is the third strongest on Azurewood Peak. It is your good fortune that he has taken a liking to your abode. As the former owner, you should be rejoicing. Men, escort senior brother out. Insolence. Let me see who dares. Chu Chen roared, his eyes widening as he glared at the disciples before him like a roused, ravenous wolf. Audacious. It's just as well you've come out. We were planning to clear your belongings out first before throwing you out. Since you don't appreciate our goodwill, don't blame us for being merciless. Azure Cloud Peak does not harbor the incompetent. You can leave now. You cur. Chu Chen exclaimed, pointing an accusing finger. His voice filled with rage. Even if I am crippled, it is up to the Peak Master to decide whether I should leave. It is not up to the likes of you to decide my fate. The air suddenly stilled, and everyone paused, taken aback by Chu Chen's words. Had he just called Lin Yuan a cur? He was courting death. Lin Yuan was stunned for a few seconds before his anger surged, his Xian power flowing through him. He took a step forward, channeling his Xian power into a palm strike aimed at Chu Chen. Chu Chen glared at the crowd. With the Peak Master absent. How dare you run amok here? Crack, creak, creak. A hand firmly seized the attacking palm, gripping it with such force that the wrist creaked and groaned. Let go. Lin Yuan raised his gaze, only to find that it was Chu Chen who had captured him, his face etched with terror. Chu Chen, are you not supposed to be incapacitated? Beside them, Su Xiaofan looked at her senior brother with delight, her voice choked with emotion. Senior brother, you have recovered. This is truly wonderful. Chu Chen responded to Su Xiaofan with a faint smile, before directing a cold glare at Lin Yuan. To bully a fellow disciple and betray your own kind. You deserve to be punished. With a resounding thud, a heavy fist struck Lin Yuan's abdomen. Ugh! A single blow sent him flying several meters away, and Lin Yuan groaned in pain, falling silent. Not far off, Li Wei and his sycophants gaped in astonishment at the sight of Chu Chen. Li Wei's heart sank with dread. We must leave. Chu Chen is not incapacitated. I must inform senior brother Lin. As they regained their wits, Li Wei and his companions attempted to flee in all directions. Hold on. Chu Chen's commanding voice rang out. See Chu senior brother, what is your command? Li Wei immediately halted, bowing his head and looking toward him, pointing at the fallen Lin Yuan with disdain. Chu Chen waved his hand dismissively. Remove this waste. Do not litter this place with such trash, lest it become sullied. With the order given, Li Wei nodded and bent over, awkwardly lifting Lin Yuan to leave. However, in the chaos, he stumbled and fell, landing face first into the dirt, eliciting laughter from Chu Chen nearby. Ha ha. Su Xiaofan, witnessing the comical scene, joined in the laughter. Pfft. Ha ha. With a smile, Su Xiaofan gazed into Chu Chen's eyes, which brimmed with tears. It was truly wonderful that his senior brother was safe. As Chu Chen watched Li Wei and the others depart, his thoughts drifted far away. Once, he believed that treating everyone with sincerity would earn him equal goodwill in return, yet he had underestimated the treachery of human nature. Chu Chen learned from other sources that Lin Yu, relying on the vast influence of his family, had dispatched individuals to lurk by his side, relaying all his actions back to Lin Yu. Consequently, for many years, most of the opportunities that rightfully belonged to Chu Chen were seized by others. Driven by the Lin family's covetous desire for the position of the head of Qingyun Peak, As a favored candidate for this esteemed role, Chu Chen was naturally seen by Lin Yu as a thorn in his side. In his moments of peril, the only steadfast companions remaining by his side were Su Xiaofan and a few junior disciples from the miscellaneous peak, while others, intimidated by the Lin family's power, refrained from openly expressing their closeness to him, although he currently possessed the strength to confront Lin Yu directly without fear. The deep-rooted foundation of a large family was not something a commoner like Chu Chen could rival. Thus, prudence was paramount. The pressing task at hand was to acquire 9 herbs for body refinement, striving for an early success in reconstructing his Tao body. A glance at the scattered potions on the ground and the mud caught between Su Xiaofan's fingers brought a fleeting warmth to his heart. The soreness in his body reminded Chu Chen that it was time to undertake a mission down the mountain, searching for opportunities for his junior sister along the way. Although the body refinement technique was remarkably effective, its formidable secret arts required the use of substantial amounts of spiritual liquid and herbs for support. This meant that, despite his formidable combat abilities at the same level or even against stronger opponents, the expansion of his meridians and the transformation of Dan Shi into a vast sea would inevitably slow his progression compared to others at the same tier. Nodding slightly, Chu Chen left a parting remark and turned towards the direction of the task pavilion, recognizing the urgency of resolving the matter concerning the body refining herbs. Off you go. Su Xiaofan raised a hand, hesitated, and ultimately transformed her words into a sigh of blessing. Brother, travel safely. Chapter 3. The capriciousness of life at the foot of Qingyun Peak. Chu Chen clasped his hands across his chest. Enveloped by the ethereal mist of the Danxia clouds swirling among the peaks, presenting a breathtaking scene. As he beheld this beauty, he couldn't help but reflect. Not long ago, he had been a victim of relentless bullying, but by fortuitous chance, he had acquired the body refining technique, which allowed him to cleanse his meridians and provided a glimmer of hope for strength. It felt almost surreal, like a dream. Indeed, life is unpredictable. With a soft sigh, Chu Chen contemplated the path that lay ahead. Previously, due to the disturbances caused by Li Wei and others, he had not had the opportunity to sense the changes within his dantian. Now, in this tranquil moment, he could distinctly perceive the alterations within. Currently, practitioners are classified into 6 realms: Qi condensation, Yuan gathering, Xingyang, void treading, Sea transformation, and ascension. Within Chu Chen's dantian, after countless refinements and the premature shattering of his dantian, the dispersed dantian energy had gradually begun to liquefy, coalescing into an energy sea. This process of forming the energy sea from dantian energy is known as dantian qi transforming into sea. The energy within the sea is of a higher grade than that in the dantian. Under normal circumstances, only upon reaching the sea transformation realm can one possess sufficient dantian energy to continuously refine the dantian until it shatters, thus opening up the energy sea. Chu Chen had never anticipated that, due to the accidental shattering of his dantian during his trials, combined with countless refinements, he would begin the process of transforming dantian energy into sea ahead of schedule. Although he had not fully achieved the transformation, he now possessed 3 times the mystical power compared to other practitioners of the Qi condensation realm. At the forthcoming sect grand competition, with the harmonization of Xian Qi and the dual cultivation of physical and Xian Qi cultivation, one would undoubtedly surpass numerous contemporary cultivators and emerge as the preeminent figure. With this anticipation, the pace towards the task pavilion quickened considerably. Within the Heavenly Origin sect, there were distinctions between the inner and outer sects. The outer sect comprised 1 hall, 2 halls, 5 peaks, and 6 pavilions. The hall referred to the Heavenly Origin Hall, the venue for crucial meetings and decisions made by the sect leader and numerous elders and peak masters. The 2 halls were the Hall of Law Enforcement and the Hall of Spiritual Flora. Those who committed transgressions were handed over to the Hall of Law Enforcement for judgment. All spiritual flora within the sect were managed by the Hall of Spiritual Flora, with the outer sect responsible for spiritual herbs and the inner sect for spiritual fruits. The 5 peaks were the Miscellaneous Peak, the Heavenly Origin Peak, the Azure Cloud Peak, the Verdantwood Peak, and the Blazing Sun Peak. The Miscellaneous Peak was where outer sect disciples who had not yet formally entered the sect resided, and these disciples were tasked with various menial duties, holding the lowest status. The Heavenly Origin Peak also served a functional purpose, housing not only the main Heavenly Origin Hall, but also the Hall of Law Enforcement and the Hall of Spiritual Flora on its subsidiary peaks. The Pill Refinement Pavilion, the Scripture Depository, the Myriad Treasures Pavilion, the Task Pavilion, the Star Observation Pavilion, and the Heavenly Origin Pavilion each had their own main peak spiritual mountain. The Azure Cloud Peak, the Verdant Wood Peak, and the Blazing Sun Peak were the three major peaks of the outer sect. The cultivation methods of these three major peaks differed slightly. The Azure Cloud Peak's techniques were ethereal, with its disciples excelling in lightness techniques, concealed weapons, and polearms. The disciples of the Verdant Wood Peak primarily focused on physical cultivation, with their Xian techniques mostly involving close-quarters combat. The Blazing Sun Peak specialized in various Xian skills, with their Xian Qi attributes and techniques predominantly favoring the fiery element. Compared to the outer sect, the inner sect, besides the Heavenly Origin Hall, the Hall of Law Enforcement, the Hall of Spiritual Flora, and other public facilities, differed primarily in the number of main peaks. Before long, propelled by his remarkable agility, Chu Chen arrived at the foot of Ling Mountain, a place he hadn't visited in quite some time. Before his eyes, a staircase, soaring towards the heavens, vanished into the clouds, its summit obscured by mist. Chu Chen lifted his foot, ascending the steps at a leisurely pace, each stride bringing with it a palpable infusion of rich spiritual energy. Gazing upwards, the mountain peak stood resolutely between heaven and earth, crowned by an azure sky and enveloped in swirling clouds. Amidst the ethereal spirit energy, celestial cranes and mystical birds danced gracefully, creating a scene reminiscent of a paradise on earth. In comparison to the menial peaks, this place indeed brimmed with abundant spiritual essence. With a serene smile, Chu Chen greedily inhaled the air laden with spiritual energy, making his way towards the task pavilion. As he walked, he observed numerous disciples diligently practicing their breathing techniques, and a smile graced his lips as he recalled his own past efforts. In a short while, Chu Chen found himself standing before the grand entrance of the task pavilion. At last, he had arrived. Stepping inside, he headed straight for the task reception area. "Is that Senior Brother Chu? I heard he was unwell and recuperating. I wonder if he has recovered. It seems so. That is wonderful. I can seek his guidance on techniques again. Chu, keep your voice down. Haven't you heard that Senior Brother Lin Yu has been trying to undermine him? His previous injuries were likely orchestrated by Lin. We should remain discreet." Within the task pavilion, small groups of disciples whispered amongst themselves, gazing at the legendary figure of the outer sect who had been missing for so long. In a corner of the bustling task pavilion sat an eccentric old man clad in a blue garment. His figure was stooped, and he brought a small wine gourd to his lips, sipping with a soft, gurgling sound. As he drank, his Adam's apple bobbed gently, and his sparse, grizzled goat beard quivered lightly. Smacking his lips, he tucked the gourd at his waist and casually wiped his hands on his robe, his slightly inebriated gaze drifting towards the approaching Chu Chen. Chu Chen stepped forward, clasping his fists together, and bowed respectfully to the elder. "Esteemed senior, I hope you're well." The eccentric old man grinned, revealing a few scattered teeth beneath his red, wine-stained nose. "Ah, little one. It has been quite some time since you last visited this old fellow. I thought you had completely forgotten about me and this task pavilion. Look at you, bursting in with such fervor, just as impetuous as ever." Listening to the elder's ramblings, Chu Chen bent slightly to accept the elder's affection. "Your teachings are well noted, senior. I will certainly make it a point to visit you more often." The old man turned, tilting his head to take another sip of his wine, as he hung up tasks on the task board. "All right, don't just stand there foolishly. Since you are here, I know you are after a task. I haven't prepared anything easy for you, as I fear your boundless energy might go to waste. But fret not, though the tasks may be challenging. They are precisely what you need to temper your character." Observing this exchange, the disciples of the task pavilion gathered in small groups, whispering among themselves. "Why do you think this elder treats Brother Chu with such special care?" "Ah, you are unaware, aren't you? Had it not been for Elder Su, the master of Qing and Peak, bestowing his favor upon Brother Chu, it is conceivable that Brother Chu might have ascended to the position of chief at the mission hall by now." "Oh, such a tale exists. Please elaborate." To satisfy the curiosity of others, a disciple cautiously glanced around and then, drawing in his neck, spoke in hushed tones. However, Brother Chu's talent was lacking, and thus he did not capture the attention of many peak masters. Despite his deficiencies, he exhibited tremendous diligence, surpassing numerous individuals within 5 years and becoming synonymous with hard work in the eyes of the disciples of the miscellaneous peak. His efforts inspired many disciples from the miscellaneous peak to subsequently gain admission into the 3 principal outer sect peaks. Yet, what does this have to do with Elder Zhang? Do not be hasty, allow me to finish. Eventually, due to his unwavering commitment to undertaking missions, the elder became increasingly familiar with Brother Chu and recognized his diligence, wishing to take him on as a disciple. Perhaps this was in gratitude for Elder Su's life-saving intervention at Qingyun Peak. At that time, however, Brother Chu declined the elder's offer, which regrettably hindered his ascent to prominence, despite his relentless efforts. Merely a waste, yet he is spoken of so reverently. At that moment, a scornful voice echoed from outside. A cold snort interrupted the discourse of the crowd. Chapter 4. Consequences to bear. Turning to the source of the sound, several well-built disciples emerged from beyond the gates of the mission hall, led by a youthful figure. The young man donned a flowing azure brocade robe, its hem gently swaying in the breeze, giving him an ethereal and otherworldly presence. His robe is crafted from the finest silk, its texture soft and delicate, adorned with elegant cloud patterns that reflect the grandeur of a disciple from the celestial origin sect. Most strikingly, a meticulously embroidered emblem graces his chest, the insignia of the Qingmu Peak, depicted by two intertwining azure warriors, their forms entwined with ethereal greenish clouds, symbolizing the dual mastery of body refinement and combat techniques that Qingmu Peak is renowned for. With a swift motion, the young man in the brocade robe snapped his folding fan shut, his presence suddenly bursting forth and capturing the attention of the surrounding disciples, who turned to gaze in his direction. The newcomer was none other than the much-discussed Chu Chen. In the eyes of the disciples, Chu Chen's past experiences, cultivation talents, and various adventures had become delightful topics of conversation, making his name resonate throughout the celestial origin sect, known to all. The flames of curiosity ignited within the hearts of the disciples, compelling them to cease their previous activities. Their gazes fixated intently on the two young men sharing the Chu surname. Isn't that Brother Chu Sun from Qingmu Peak? I heard he has recently been striving for the Zhengyang realm. What brings him here? One murmured. Look, it seems these individuals are here for Brother Chu. At this moment, Chu Chen paid little heed to the discussions around him. His focus was firmly on the task platform within the mission pavilion. The platform was adorned with numerous task plaques, each representing a distinct mission, systematically arranged by release date, difficulty level, and corresponding rewards. Currently, as my Dan Qi transforms into the sea, in due time my physical strength will surpass its peak. At present, I possess sufficient power to triumph in all battles below the 7th layer of Qi condensation. In his heart, Chu Chen quietly assessed his own capabilities, his gaze sweeping over the rows of task plaques. Ultimately, his attention settled on a nearby row of newly released tasks, which occupied a prominent position due to their recent availability, and their objectives fell well within his competence. Just as Chu Chen reached out to seize a task plaque, a hand moved with swifter intent, snatching the plaque into its grasp. This task is quite commendable. Lin Hua, shall take it. A mocking laugh rang clearly in Chu Chen's ears, laced with an undertone of provocation. Instinctively, he glanced over to find a disciple clad in azure attire, boasting thick brows and large eyes, with a robust stature. Yet, the mockery and taunt reflected in his gaze revealed that this individual was far from benevolent. What are you staring at? Do you doubt my authority here at Qingmu Peak? The disciple, identified as Lin Hua, regarded Chu Chen with an air of arrogance, his nostrils flaring disdainfully. Chu Chen's eyes narrowed as he noticed the insignia on Lin Hua's chest. Qingmu Peak? Is he targeting me? Before long, he spotted a task not far away that was nearly identical to the previous one. Just as Chu Chen was about to extend his hand, Lin Hua again swiftly claimed the task plaque. This task suits me as well. Do you have any objections? Lin Hua, dismissive of the task plaque in his possession, lifted his chin defiantly, his gaze filled with challenge as it bore into Chu Chen. Chu Chen cast a sidelong glance at the provoking individual, his brow furrowing in realization this man was not merely here for the tasks, he was specifically targeting him. A flicker of cold light flashed in his eyes as he moved to a more distant task rack, feigning interest in the selections. Once again, he raised his hand. But Lin Hua, employing the same tactics, swiftly advanced and seized the task plaque before Chu Chen could react. This time, Lin Hua discerned something amiss, noticing the chilling aura in Chu Chen's eyes as he watched him with a sardonic gaze. Senior brother, it is indeed fitting for you. Carry on diligently. I have high expectations. Sensing Chu Chen's unusual demeanor, Lin Hua brought the task plaque before his eyes. Upon discerning its contents, he abruptly raised his head, bellowing in fury. A sky-stepping realm task. You devious scoundrel. Arc. A shallow cut marked Lin Hua's wrist. He gritted his teeth against the searing pain, his heart overflowing with unbridled animosity toward Chu Chen, never once considering the vexations his own obstruction had caused Chu Chen. He knew full well that every task in the task pavilion required meticulous selection. In his haste to inconvenience Chu Chen, he had failed to ascertain the task's difficulty, leaving him in a quandary. Old Zhang retrieved the gourd from his waist, taking several long swigs, completely ignoring Lin Hua. Lin Hua bit his lip and spoke once more. Senior. Senior. What? I have no such feeble juniors. Guards. Old Zhang cast a sidelong glance at Lin Hua and roared. At your service. Several disciples emerged from the corners of the task pavilion. Humph. Ignorant and audacious, daring to act so presumptuously in my task pavilion, flagrantly disregarding the law. Wantonly disrupting the order of my task hall. Do you truly believe this task pavilion is your Greenwood Peak's backyard, where you can run amok at will? Old Zhang's eyes blazed with fury, his voice resonating like a thunderclap, causing the ears of the disciples in the pavilion to ring. Guards. Escort this rebellious scoundrel to the Hall of Law, entrusting them to administer due punishment, ascertain the reasons for his actions, and ensure he comprehends the inviolable laws of my task pavilion, which brook no transgression. Acknowledged. The disciples of the task pavilion responded in unison, swiftly advancing to firmly restrain the ashen-faced Lin Hua. In pairs, they seized his arms, briskly escorting him out like a lifeless canine, leaving the remaining disciples to exchange bewildered glances in hushed silence. Elder Zhang, this action may be imprudent, despite recognizing the venerable status of his interlocutor, Chu Chen. Driven by concern for his junior, braced himself and stepped forward, openly contesting Elder Zhang's judgment. Lin Hua's transgression warrants adjudication by our Azurewood Peak. Humph. Elder Zhang emitted a resonant snort, his countenance instantly darkening like a thundercloud, his gaze sweeping across Chu Chen with palpable chill. With a resounding thud, Elder Zhang slammed his gourd onto the task table, the impact sending tremors through the surrounding air, scattering droplets of liquor. In what capacity do you presume to question my authority? Elder Zhang roared, his hair bristling, his eyes blazing with indignation as he strode before Chu Chen, towering over him. Even Qin Xian Taoist of your Azurewood Peak would address me as martial uncle. You spend your days shielding your own disciples, causing an uproar in this task pavilion. Do you presume I am an easy target? If the younger generation were all of your ilk, the Celestial Origin sect would be doomed. A band of inept youths, proficient only in internal strife, disregarding rules and laws. How can you aspire to the great Tao? How can you establish yourselves in this world of cultivation? Elder Zhang's ire intensified with each word, his finger nearly piercing Chu Sun's nose, the overwhelming force compelling the disciples behind Chu Sun to recoil in trepidation, involuntarily retreating several paces. After being intimidated by the elder, Chu Sun had no choice but to leave with his group in disgrace. As they departed, he couldn't resist threatening Chu Chen. Boy, you just wait. The Greenwood Peak will remember this grudge. Let's go. Chapter 5, The Treasure Pavilion. I'll be waiting. Chu Chen replied calmly, his gaze coldly following the disheveled disciples of Greenwood Peak as they left. A glint of frost flashed in his eyes. The outcome of our next encounter remains uncertain. Chu Chen slightly narrowed his eyes, involuntarily recalling the scene when Chu Sun turned to leave, his undisguised hostility exerting a slight pressure on him. Chu Chen's acute senses faintly detected a subtle fluctuation of mystical energy around Chu Sun, indicating that his cultivation was nearing the Zhenyang realm, if not already there. Today, fortunately, old Zhang intervened to control the situation, but Chu Chen knew this was only temporary. Next time, he wouldn't be so lucky to hide behind someone else. Subconsciously clenching his fists, thoughts of the domineering body refining technique flashed through his mind. With this in mind, he turned back to the mission board, his eyes wandering amongst several tasks. To the left, one mission caught his attention, the task to kill a crimson flame serpent. According to the bestiary, crimson flame serpents are usually found near volcanic craters, by hot magma pools, or in areas rich in geothermal resources. These serpents are highly aggressive, with strength equivalent to a human cultivator at the 4th level of the Qi condensation stage, posing a significant threat to ordinary cultivators. This individual is quite formidable, possessing the unique soft tissue characteristic of serpents, with remarkable flexibility that allows its body to contort and reshape at will. Even a practitioner of the ordinary condensation realm, despite employing profound techniques, may find it challenging to penetrate its defenses and inflict substantial harm. Thus, this task has lingered on the board for an extended period without any takers. Chu Chen stroked his chin, contemplating for a moment, and murmured to himself, "This crimson flame spirit snake resides in arid regions. If I recall correctly, the herb required for foundation reconstruction is a fire attribute spiritual herb. Given that the blazing flame herb mentioned in the bestiary bears the word blazing, it should meet the requirements for body refinement, shouldn't it? After pondering this, Chu Chen increasingly felt that this notion held some merit. After all, attempting it could yield no harm. Even if he failed to locate the so-called blazing flame herb, he could at least acquire some spirit stones. It would be a venture with guaranteed returns. With this in mind, he resolved to act without further hesitation, treating it as a chance to test his luck. After a brief moment of indecision, a glint sparked in his eyes, and he broke into a grin. You shall be the one. Chu Chen tucked the task token into his bosom and bowed deeply to the elderly Zhang. Thank you, senior, for your protection. I take my leave. Upon hearing this, the disheveled Zhang paused his movements for a moment, then smiled warmly, waving his hand dismissively at Chu Chen while taking a hearty swig from his wine gourd. Chu Chen exited the task hall and hastened down the mountain. For time was of the essence. He needed to promptly elevate his cultivation before the grand competition. As he sped along, it only struck him when passing Star Peak that he had not brought an ample supply of spirit stones. As Chu Chen emerged from the Star Pavilion, he contemplated a visit to the Wanbao Pavilion. Suddenly, a dark shadow flitted across the ground, prompting him to instinctively glance upward. Could it be a master of the Transformation Sea realm? Who could it be? A cultivator of the Zhengong realm, with their internal energy sufficiently abundant, could wield a flying sword, nourished by the precious blood of creatures, and thus soar through the skies. Only those at this level are deemed to have truly embarked upon the path of cultivation, the liquefaction of Dan Qi, refining into the vast sea. Characterizes the Transformation Sea realm. Cultivators of this level possess an immense reservoir of spiritual energy, capable of soaring through the air and engaging in aerial battles without relying on external forces such as spiritual beasts or flying swords. Typically, such cultivators hail from prominent families or esteemed sects, often serving as guardians or elders. The Ascension realm transcends ordinary existence, allowing one to become an immortal. Those who reach this level are often revered ancestors of their sects or families, known for their formidable prowess capable of reshaping mountains and rivers. In the sky, a rotund figure was clearly soaring towards the Wanbao Pavilion, indicating they had indeed attained the Transformation Sea realm. Shielding his eyes from the glaring sunlight, Chu Chen recognized the plump silhouette as Elder Qianlei of the Wanbao Pavilion. His heart brightened at the sight. He was headed to the Wanbao Pavilion and could hitch a ride. Without hesitation, Chu Chen cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted skyward, Elder Qian, could you please give me a lift? I can't fly yet. Elder Qianlei glanced down, his brow furrowing at the source of the voice. It's that rascal Chu Chen, he exclaimed, quickening his pace, his flesh jiggling with the added speed. Run. Stop right there. Chu Chen called out. I have just received my salary. Quickly take me to the Wanbao Pavilion to tend to your business. Upon hearing the words salary and business, Qianlei's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and he couldn't help but ponder whether this young fellow had undergone a transformation, being so generous. The flesh on his face quivered. Yet he halted his flight, descending beside Chu Chen, grumbling, You sure know how to pester, don't you? All right, I shall take you for a ride. With agility. Chu Chen clutched Qianlei's pant leg, wearing a face full of flattery. Little rascal, make sure to hold on tight. Don't pull my pants down now. Let's go, let's go. Qianlei kicked Chu Chen away, adjusted his trousers, and then lifted him by his clothes, ascending into the sky. Before long, the two arrived at the Wanbao Pavilion, and Chu Chen's eyes began to gleam with excitement as he dashed about, surveying the surroundings. Observing Chu Chen's radiant expression, Qianlei proudly tugged at his small mustache and boldly declared, Little rascal, feel free to look around. In my Wanbao Pavilion, we have everything, given our friendship. I'll give you a 10% discount. The interior of the Wanbao Pavilion was vast, with merchandise displayed across counters of various sizes. An overwhelming array of goods that dazzled the eyes. As they strolled past the counters, one could distinctly perceive the fragrant aromas of spiritual herbs and fruits, as well as the pulsating energies emanating from elixirs and spiritual artifacts. Purple sunflower, profound grass. Oh, what treasures! Chapter 6, The Secret Scroll of Tian Yuan Zhugua. Chu Chen approached a counter and picked up a palm-sized jade box, within which lay a gently glowing red fruit. His eyes lit up with wonder. Inquiring about the item, the disciple at the counter was about to speak when Qianlei interjected, stating, This is a rare spiritual fruit. which I painstakingly retrieved from the lair of a serpent on the verge of transforming into a dragon. It is worth no less than 2,000 spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Chu Chen gently set down the jade box in his hand, a look of disdain crossing his face. Are you attempting to deceive fools? Perhaps you can trick others, but surely, we are too familiar for you to try that with me. The ancient lineage of dragons indicates that a two-clawed dragon is akin to a python, while a three-clawed one is akin to a flood dragon. The transformation from python to flood dragon already signifies a bloodline approaching that of dragons, by the standards of human cultivators. Such a creature would possess a cultivation level at least equivalent to that of a young affirmed practitioner, and it could not be so easily discovered. Moreover, dragons are solely interested in treasures that gleam with gold or exude profound energies. When have they ever concealed a lowly fruit such as the Zhu fruit? It is the monkeys that hoard fruits, and you bear a striking resemblance to one. Qianlei, with a glare, retorted impatiently, do not raise your voice indiscriminately. This is the Wamao Pavilion, not a street stall. If you wish to buy, then do so. Chu Chen scratched his nose, glancing around, occasionally exclaiming in disbelief. Why is this so exorbitantly priced? It is akin to highway robbery. Qianlei promptly pulled Chu Chen aside by the ear, speaking gently, You little rascal, do not go too far. Everything here is of exceptional quality, hence the elevated prices. Do not cause a scene that disrupts others' purchases. Qianlei found the situation both amusing and exasperating, realizing that he had been waiting for Chu Chen. He turned and informed him, There's no helping it. Come along with me. Qianlei led Chu Chen to a nearby room, where a sign displayed the golden characters Tao Pin Hui. This place served as a free trading market, where numerous disciples would auction off items they no longer needed or exchange them for objects of necessity. The prices here were significantly lower than those at the Wanbao Pavilion, though the likelihood of finding valuable items was rather slim. Greetings, Elder. Hello, Old Qian. As they walked through, the surrounding disciples greeted Qianlei with respect. Weighing the few remaining spirit stones in his hand, he bypassed the spirit weapon specialty area, making his way directly to the martial arts section. The overwhelming effects of the Hongming body refinement technique rendered ordinary spirit weapons inadequate in terms of physical strength, and his limited spirit stones were insufficient to purchase advanced spirit weapons. Hence, he disregarded the spirit weapon specialty section altogether. At this moment, Chu Chen contemplated his background. Hailing from Qingyun Peak, he possessed exceptional lightness techniques and was skilled in the art of throwing hidden weapons, making escape and hunting seem manageable. However, he now required a technique for direct combat to confront the crises that might arise during his missions. Upon arriving at the martial arts section, Chu Chen's greedy gaze swept over the various technique scrolls. Disappointingly, the counters were stocked only with basic techniques, which held little value for him. After a thorough selection process, he managed to find 3 rudimentary techniques that were barely useful, yet they were affordable. The 3 techniques were the Tianqing swordsmanship, the Lushui blade technique, and the Fengyun spear technique. After lingering over the 3 scrolls for a moment, he ultimately chose the Fengyun spear technique. The disciples of Qingyun Peak are renowned for their mastery of long-range weapon techniques. Although Chu Chen is not an official disciple of Qingyun Peak and has yet to reach a profound understanding of such skills, he is by no means an ignorant novice. After purchasing several low-grade healing elixirs, he found his remaining spirit stones dwindling. Just as he was about to depart, his gaze was drawn to a tattered scroll in the corner. Approaching it, he picked it up and observed the 4 prominent characters inscribed upon it. Heavenly Origin Secret Scroll. A wave of curiosity washed over Chu Chen. What could this Heavenly Origin Secret Scroll be? Noticing the dust upon it, he surmised it must have been neglected in that corner for quite some time. Did no one desire this secret scroll? Old Qian, what sort of intriguing item is the Heavenly Origin Secret Scroll? Selling it for 10 spirit stones seems rather dubious. It was no wonder that Chu Chen was taken aback. Each main peak and sect possesses its own esoteric teachings, typically recorded within secret scrolls. Qianlei cast a disdainful glance at Chu Chen, clearly uninterested in engaging with him. For 10 spirit stones, you won't suffer any loss or deception, right? With lingering curiosity, Chu Chen unfurled the scroll, and his expression swiftly transformed from skepticism to astonishment, followed by a slight flush of excitement, ultimately settling into a look of satisfaction. He quickly closed the scroll, then retrieved the few remaining spirit stones he possessed, stuffing them into Qianlei's hands with a serious demeanor. Old Qian, I misjudged you. This is indeed a remarkable item, and I shall take it. Qianlei leisurely tossed the spirit stones into his storage pouch, a smile creeping onto his lips. He patted Chu Chen's shoulder, conveying an unspoken understanding. The smugness in his eyes was evident to the surrounding disciples, who were particularly intrigued by the scroll that had just changed hands. Elder, is there another of that secret scroll available? Indeed, indeed. Might you present it for our perusal? Qianlei remarked with a smile. Casting a glance at the disciples around him, he then adopted a serious demeanor and added, No, there is but this one copy. It is wise to refrain from inquiring too much about matters of the cultivation realm. Chu Chen's eyes sparkled with mischief as he donned an ingratiating smile. Approaching Qianlei's side, with a gentle squeeze of Qianlei's shoulder, he said, Old Qian, look, we have acquired the secret scroll. Surely such good fortune should come in pairs. Perhaps you might consider selling me some materials? I am well aware that the materials you possess are of exquisite quality. The corners of Qianlei's mouth lifted slightly as he cast a sidelong glance at Chu Chen, teasingly retorting, Ah, you rascal, still thinking of the materials, are you? While these materials are not particularly rare, they do entail a cost and labor. Chu Chen chuckled, winking playfully, and replied, Old Qian, we are like old friends. Are we not? I just received a task from Elder Zhang regarding the Crimson Flame Spirit Serpent. Once I obtain the serpent's materials, I shall certainly share half with you. What do you think? Qianlei raised an eyebrow in feigned skepticism and remarked, You generous? Do not speak empty words. Chu Chen patted his chest in assurance, declaring, Fear not, Old Qian, my word is my bond. Should I fail to deliver, feel free to treat me like a jester. Unable to suppress a laugh, Qianlei responded, Very well. Seeing your sincerity, I shall provide you with some materials. But remember, should you fail to produce them later, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. With a smile, Qianlei waved his hand and said, Enough, off you go. Do not delay your task. With his hands clasped in a respectful salute, Chu Chen bowed deeply to Elder Qian, saying, I take my leave, esteemed elder. After bidding farewell, he eagerly rushed out the door, heading towards the location of his task. In the corner of the room, Tang Wanner appeared, offering a salute to Qianlei before presenting him with a jade slip. Elder Qian, I appreciate your efforts. Please accept this. As he watched Tang Wanner depart, Qianlei's expression gradually turned serious, and he couldn't help but murmur to himself. Chapter 7. A sudden assault. The white horse galloped swiftly, under a sparse moonlit sky. Not far from the Tianyuan sect's territory lay a vast mountain range, with the main peak known as Qixia Peak. The target of this mission was situated within the Qixia forest on this mountain. Qixia Peak is one of the 3 most renowned peaks near the Tianyuan sect. The mountain range is extensive, spanning across a vast region inhabited by various sections. Close to Qixia Peak lies a massive crimson forest, characterized by its complex terrain, which includes arid land, wetlands, and swamps. The spirit beasts within the forest are highly aggressive. The deeper one ventures, the more formidable the spirit beasts become. It is said that one can occasionally hear the sound of dragon roars echoing through the woods. Any cultivator, provided their strength is sufficient and fortune favors them, may reap significant rewards here. However, records from various sects indicate that many disciples have met with misfortune during their trials in the mountains. On the stone-paved path leading up Qixia Peak, a figure slowly approached. Chu Chen ascended the mountainside with a standard long spear slung over his shoulder, the spearhead dragging a satchel behind him. Ugh, not being able to fly truly hinders my pace. I must capture a flying spirit beast at the first opportunity, otherwise it would be a tremendous waste of time. With a tuft of dogtail grass clenched between his teeth, Chu Chen gazed longingly at the verdant jungle in the distance. A surge of inspiration igniting within him, a desire to tame a spiritual beast. After traversing the mountainous path for several hours, a dense forest finally unfolded before his eyes. Chu Chen stood still, exhaling a deep breath, feeling the tumultuous flow of energy within him. He gently massaged his chest with both hands, gradually regulating his breath until it became steady. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he cast a fervent glance toward the forest. At last, he had arrived. As his gaze fell upon the woods, it felt as though a searing flame had ignited within him, the crimson hue spreading wildly. The towering trees, reaching for the heavens, bore gnarled trunks adorned with mottled patterns, reminiscent of flames dancing in fervor. The bark appeared drenched in blood, its vivid scarlet hue glimmering with an eerie radiance. The ground, carpeted with thick layers of fallen leaves and decaying foliage, exuded a pungent odor, while distant roars of magical beasts echoed through the forest, imbuing the very air with a palpable sense of ferocity and sanguinity. Securing his satchel, he grasped his spear firmly and, without hesitation, strode toward the edge of the crimson mist forest. Here I come. As he stepped into the perilous depths of the forest, the thunderous roar resonated from nearby, causing Chu Chen to furrow his brow and tighten his grip on the spear, cautiously advancing in the direction indicated by the mission board. Even in the past, Chu Chen would not dare to be careless in this forest. Now, with a shattered dantian and having to start his cultivation anew, his prowess only reaching the 3rd level of qi condensation, he finds himself surrounded by numerous ferocious beasts in the Xia forest, which he is currently ill-equipped to confront. He remains vigilant, unwilling to let his guard down. After an indeterminate period of time, Chu Chen pauses beneath a towering ancient tree, intending to lean against the trunk for a brief respite. Suddenly, he hears several hissing sounds from above. A number of emerald-eyed spiders descend from the branches, their venomous fangs aimed directly at his face. With a spear in hand, its tip gleaming with a cold light, Chu Chen deftly twirls the weapon, generating a fierce gust of wind. The piercing sounds of the spear plunging into the bodies of the monstrous spiders resonate continuously as he dispatches them one by one, leaving a carpet of their lifeless forms at his feet. Occasionally, a straggler, still writhing, meets its end with a swift thrust. Once the deed is done, Chu Chen elegantly flicks the spear, burying it into the earth, and wipes his brow, which is devoid of perspiration, with a sigh of relief. That was indeed perilous. Had there been a greater number, I would have had no choice but to flee. No wonder few venture into the Xia forest. Even those at the Gathering Yuan stage must tread carefully lest they fall victim here. Following this encounter, Chu Chen's focus sharpens, and he remains acutely aware of his surroundings. After walking for about half an hour, he halts beside a towering stone wall. Gazing into the distance from the wall, he can faintly perceive gentle breezes wafting from various directions, carrying with them the refreshing aroma of spiritual herbs that invigorates the soul. Chu Chen spread his arms wide, greedily inhaling the fresh air that blew in, every pore of his body relaxing as an indescribable sense of refreshment enveloped him. Buzz, 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 buzz. A cultivator would not inadvertently loosen their cultivation. Something extraordinary must be nearby. Standing atop a height, Chu Chen squinted his eyes, surveying his surroundings. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he spotted a glimmering spiritual herb on a nearby stone wall. A singular herb, radiating a verdant light, surrounded by swirling spiritual energy. The herb, known as the Tongxian grass, was indeed a treasure. Having spent years exchanging medicinal herbs for spirit stones at the Wandao Pavilion, Chu Chen was well-versed in the compendium of herbs. The herb before him, Tongxian grass, possessed the remarkable ability to stabilize the mind and enhance the flow of spiritual energy, making it a rare find for elevating one's cultivation. Ah, fortune smiles upon me today. I have discovered a herb to enhance my cultivation so swiftly, he mused to himself. However, years of experience as a herb gatherer warned Chu Chen that something was amiss. The cautious Chu Chen did not hastily seize the herb before him. Understanding a common knowledge among seasoned gatherers, wherever spiritual herbs abound, beasts often guard them. The Tongxian grass, an invaluable asset for those below the Gathering Yuan realm, was suspiciously unguarded by any spirit beast in the vicinity, defying logic. Lowering himself, Chu Chen grasped a handful of earth and inhaled its scent, then hurled a sizable stone toward the Tongxian grass. He turned and crouched behind a nearby stone wall, his spear poised before him, holding his breath and gradually blending into the natural surroundings. As anticipated, a rustling sound emanated from the vicinity of the herbs in a fleeting moment. Subsequently, the ground undulated, and in an instant, several dark red earth spikes shot out towards the Tongxian grass. A sanguinary aura wafted from these spikes, followed by a brief interlude of tranquility. Witnessing this spectacle, Chu Chen's gaze sharpened, his eyes fixed intently on the seemingly placid ground. Soon, the once serene earth began to tremble without warning. Soil and rocks collided, producing muffled thuds, and a vast pit gradually took shape. As the ground caved in, surrounding dirt and stones cascaded into the abyss, raising a cloud of dust. Chapter 8. Extreme Reversal Squeak. Accompanied by a squeaking noise, a shadowy figure, half the size of a human, burst forth from the collapsed earth. Its body was encased in thick scales, and its tiny pupils gleamed with bloodlust and cunning. Huh, it is indeed you, pangolin beast. The pangolin beast, emerging from the earth, glanced at the pulverized rocks beside the spiritual herb, pierced by the earth spikes. A hint of bewilderment flickered in its pupils. As if pondering why there was no one present, wondering if it had made a mistake. Observing the appearance of the pangolin beast, Chu Chen sneered and lunged from behind the stone wall with his spear. It is the one lurking in the shadows that is truly dangerous. Meet your demise. Clang. A metallic sound reverberated from the pangolin beast's scales. The immense force propelled the creature several meters away, yet failed to inflict any substantial damage. Chu Chen furrowed his brow. This fellow's shell is quite formidable. It cannot be penetrated. Squeak. Although the body remained unbroken, the tremendous force still inflicted considerable pain upon the mountain-digging beast. In agony, the creature let out a roar, its mouth resembling that of a rodent as it bared its massive incisors and charged toward Chu Chen. With a heavy step, Chu Chen leaped into the air, delivering a kick to the beast while using the rebound to perform 2 agile somersaults. Upon regaining his footing, he fixed a stern gaze ahead. His eyes narrowed. The beast's armored scales protected only its upper body, thus he would target its lower half. Although Chu Chen lacked direct combat experience against the mountain-digging beast, he had witnessed cultivators slay such creatures during his herb-gathering expeditions. He understood that while the scales were formidable, they provided little defense for the abdomen, which remained vulnerable, and the eyes were entirely unprotected. These were its weaknesses. Timing was crucial for a decisive strike against the beast. With a resolute stance, Chu Chen raised his spear, its tip aimed at the creature, emitting a glimmer of cold light. Drawing a deep breath, he attempted to channel his energy as instructed in the Wanfeng Pavilion's storm spear technique, feeling the air around him shift as strands of spiritual power converged at the spearhead. In an instant, his gaze flashed with intensity, and he struck with the spear, its movements as unpredictable as a swirling sea. The tip, imbued with spiritual energy, pierced the beast's abdomen. With a resounding thud, the creature's belly was penetrated, and a torrent of foul blood erupted forth. The mountain-digging beast let out a chilling roar, its forepaws flailing as it attempted to pounce on Chu Chen. Yet he remained unperturbed, his form agile, as he danced with the spear, its blossoms of movement leaving a trail of wounds across the beast's abdomen. The mountain beast struggled, emitting a series of howls, its strength intensifying as it prepared for a desperate final stand. With a heavy thud, Chu Chen's foot struck the ground, his figure twisting to pivot the gun, its tip stirring within the beast's belly, causing blood to splatter. Seizing the opportunity in its weakness, he declared, "Die," fully aware that mercy had no place in such moments. He lunged forward, delivering a powerful thrust into the beast's eye, followed by a vigorous twist. With a gruesome sound, the beast's skull was penetrated, its brain matter spilling forth, and its massive body collapsed with a thunderous crash. Exhaling a breath of pent-up tension, Chu Chen's rigid form began to relax. Suddenly, a series of swift sounds emerged from the grass behind him. "Damn it, there are hidden weapons." "Who's there?" Chu Chen bellowed, his brow furrowing as a chilling sense of danger prickled at his scalp. Attempting to evade the incoming projectiles proved futile. A realization struck him. He was ambushed. Several slender, needle-like darts whistled through the air, and despite his earlier exertions, he found himself unable to escape unscathed. In an instant, the poison spread through his body as crimson blood oozed from the struck arm, exuding a strong, metallic scent. "Cowards, too afraid to show yourselves," he spat, blood mingling with the earth as he leapt backward, glancing toward the source of the silver needles. Impressive skills, but such a pity. A mocking voice emerged from the thicket as a young man clad in black robes stepped forth. His slanted eyes and crooked nose framed a half-open mouth that revealed a set of uneven yellow teeth, the corners of his lips curling into a sinister smile. Beneath the shadow of a black hood, malicious eyes glimmered, accompanied by a long, sinister scar extending from the forehead to the neck, unmistakably marking him as a nefarious character. As one gazed upward, a grotesque skull insignia adorned the cuffs of his dark robe, crossed by 2 daggers. "Samilo Hall, hand over your storage bag. And given your youthful appearance, perhaps I might leave you with a complete corpse." The young man smirked with a morbid grin, his eyes gleaming with an unsettling intensity. "You filthy wretch, you covet my body." Chu Chen thought to himself, feeling a shiver at the encounter with such a perverse individual. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "If I possessed anything of value, I wouldn't be out here gathering herbs. You insolent brat, do not play tricks. Hand over your storage bag." The black-clad youth's countenance twisted into a vicious snarl as he slowly approached Chu Chen, dark energy swirling around him, his aura pulsating ominously. Observing the fluctuations of his energy, it became evident that this man had only recently ascended to the gathering essence realm, a fact that gave Chu Chen a flicker of hope, perhaps with cunning. He could prevail against him. "Hand it over." Ignoring Chu Chen's protests, The young man forcefully seized the storage bag, oblivious to the small pouch beside it that Chu Chen had discreetly punctured, allowing a fine powder to waft into the air. The youth, engrossed in inspecting the contents of the bag, failed to notice the peculiarities. Chu Chen feigned weakness, aware that he was already poisoned and unable to wield his full strength. And recognizing that the adversary was indeed stronger, a head-on confrontation would spell certain doom. My dear boy, I truly regret that I must part with your charming visage. But since you have glimpsed my appearance, your fate is sealed. The young man clad in black assessed his gains, licking his parched lips as a malicious glint flickered in his eyes. Channeling his inner strength, he delivered a forceful strike aimed at Chu Chen's forehead. I truly appreciate your efforts, Chu Chen remarked with a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth, his gaze sharp with coldness. Noticing the unusual demeanor, the black-clad youth sensed something amiss and summoned all his strength to hasten his assault. With a resounding slap, his weak strike landed on Chu Chen's forehead, producing a crisp sound, almost as if a hand were gently resting there. The black-robed youth was taken aback, astonishment etched on his face, disbelief overwhelming him as he questioned. What have you done to me? He stumbled to the ground, hastily glancing at the storage bag nearby, only to find a small opening from which it was utterly devoid of contents. What have you done to me? Why do I feel so powerless? What is this thing? A plump old man emerged in Chu Chen's mind, smiling as he enunciated a name slowly and deliberately. Chapter 9. The Celestial Yuan Treasure. Unity, Joy, Parting. Die beneath the celestial yuan treasure, and you may rest in peace. A smile graced Chu Chen's lips as he leisurely picked up several conical stones from the ground, then struck with sudden ferocity. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. His wrist transformed into a series of phantoms, the stones whistling through the air, aimed directly at the face of the black-robed man. You. The black-clad man abruptly regained his senses and attempted to evade the incoming stones. Chu Chen's assault had come so unexpectedly that the man barely had time to react, having only just managed to rise and awkwardly retreat. Thud, thud. Chu Chen's strike was exceedingly cunning and elusive. Before the cloaked man could fully evade the subsequent assault, he felt a sudden chill coursing through his body. In an instant, a stone pierced through his abdomen, emerging from his back, and blood gushed forth from the wound like a surging spring. Staggering backward while clutching his wounded midsection, the cloaked man displayed a visage of shock. Seizing the opportunity to inflict further harm, Chu Chen launched another attack, his hands moving like phantoms, unleashing a barrage of stones that sliced through the air, aimed directly at the cloaked figure. The man faltered and retreated, his body weakened and unable to dodge, suffering further impacts as stones perforated his flesh, leaving multiple gaping wounds. Just as Chu Chen prepared to channel his energy to finish off the cloaked man, the mystical force between his fingers dissipated abruptly, and a potent poison began to spread within him. Staggering, the sudden wave of dizziness caused him to collapse to the ground. In his dazed state, he pounded his fist against the earth, a cry of frustration escaping his lips, cursed. Just a little more. As tranquility returned, Chu Chen slowly lifted his head, his eyes vacant, fixed upon the retreating figure, his gaze ignited with an unquenchable fire of resentment. Thump, thump, thump. His chest reverberated with the sound of thunder, his heart unleashing a peculiar force. Chu Chen's pupils constricted sharply. This sensation, the primordial body refinement technique, began to operate autonomously within him, igniting his heart and refining his blood. Soon, a surge of golden energy filled his heart, dividing into dozens of golden streams that coursed through his veins. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Every cell within the vessel began to roar as a golden energy swept through, dissolving the toxins within and transforming them into vitality that coursed through the meridians, creating a symphony of pulsating vibrations. The work produced by the Heavenly Emperor was indeed extraordinary. This body refinement technique could actually purify toxins. As consciousness swept through his body, the unusual sensation startled Chu Chen, compelling an involuntary exclamation from him. A singular thought lingered in his mind: to escape. The further, the better. Smoke seemed to rise from beneath his feet as he ran faster, his figure nearly fading from view. Huh, can you truly flee? A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes, and a confident smirk graced Chu Chen's lips. With a decisive move, he unleashed his energy, gathering it at his fingertips, and a beam of white light was instantly propelled forth, striking through the air with a resounding whoosh. In mere moments, it pursued the fleeing figure ahead, leaving no time for the cloaked man to react. With a powerful thrust, the stone embedded itself into the back of the black-robed figure, piercing through his chest. A gasp escaped the man's lips as if he had been struck by a paralyzing spell. His escape halted abruptly. He strained to lower his head, gazing at the gaping wound in his chest, and then, with a sudden darkness enveloping him, he collapsed backward. "I despise this," he managed to mutter, blood gushing from his mouth as he struggled to utter 3 words, his eyes widening in disbelief at his own demise. Never expecting to be slain by someone at the nascent energy stage, the already meager energy within him was severely depleted by that strike. Chu Chen swayed unsteadily, half collapsing to the ground. The consecutive use of the storm and cloud spear technique along with the secret arts of hidden weapons had drained his energy completely. Yet the outcome was gratifying, whether it was the mountain-dwelling beast or the enigmatic man in black. The former self of Chu Chen would have been unable to achieve such remarkable results, even at the cost of his life. Although the success was partly due to the efficacy of the Huan San, it was enough to bring him enduring joy. Without lingering, Chu Chen shakily rose to his feet, seized the long spear that lay nearby, and cleaved the head of the mountain beast, extracting a crystal core that shimmered with an orange hue. This crystal core was more rounded than the one he had previously obtained from the spider, and although it still bore some imperfections, it was beginning to resemble a demon core. He wiped away the foul blood coating the core and subsequently stowed it away in his storage pouch. The crystal core, being the essence of the beast, is the most precious treasure one can acquire from such creatures. Cultivators often slay beasts primarily for their cores. These cores encapsulate the entirety of the beast's vital energy, and by refining them, a cultivator can accelerate their own training, greatly enhancing their cultivation. Advanced beasts, upon reaching higher levels, condense their cores into demon cores, which can serve as currency or materials for cultivation, as well as for high-level alchemy and artifact forging. Regrettably, the mountain beast before him was of insufficient cultivation to condense a demon core. Otherwise, it would have provided a substantial profit for Chu Chen. However, had he encountered a beast capable of producing a demon core, he might have had to contemplate retreat. Returning to the stone wall, he retrieved his tools from his satchel and carefully plucked the Tongshan grass. After brushing off the soil from its roots, he placed the grass into his specialized herb box to preserve its spiritual potency, then tucked it away in his storage pouch. Once he had erased all traces of his presence, he disposed of the mountain beast's carcass into the storage pouch, and, after tossing a torch onto the body of the man in black, departed with a sense of purpose. After wandering for several hours, Chu Chen arrived before a cave, dragging his injured body inside. Once his condition stabilized, he retrieved the storage bag of the man in the black robe. A glance into the bag's contents brought a smile to his face, revealing the man's considerable wealth, a testament to his misdeeds as a practitioner of the gathering Yuan realm. It was as if the saying echoed in his mind, "Killing and arson bring gold belts, while repairing bridges and roads leave no corpses." The storage bag contained no fewer than tens of thousands of spirit stones, which alleviated Chu Chen's urgent needs. Before descending from the sect, he had contributed all his spirit stones to old Qian's Wanbao Pavilion, and now he found himself with ample resources once more. As he carefully rummaged through the bag, Chu Chen's smile widened. He discovered some high-grade materials recorded in the Tianyuan secret scrolls, which could be used to craft efficient Tianyuan treasures. Chapter 10. The treasure map having simply blocked the cave's entrance. Chu Chen now aimed to restore his condition to its peak, preparing for any unforeseen circumstances. Ignoring other matters, he took out the spirit liquid purchased from Wanbao Pavilion and consumed it. The liquid instantaneously dissolved, transforming into a cool essence that nourished his entire meridian system. Taking a deep breath, he slowly closed his eyes. Crack, crack. As the humming body refinement technique activated, Chu Chen's bones erupted with a series of sharp cracks, as if a mysterious force had pounded his body countless times, shattering and then reforging each bone and sinew. Instantly, the veins on his forehead bulged, and his muscles quivered slightly, the sound of his bones ringing in unison. Unable to suppress the excruciating pain, Chu Chen let out a low roar. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In an instant, a continuous buzzing resonated within him as golden mystic energy coursed through his body's 362 acupoints. As his bones underwent relentless refinement and reconstruction, the 8 extraordinary meridians were simultaneously fortified. With the passage of time, the pallor on Chu Chen's face gradually improved, a noticeable flush appearing upon his visage. Before long, his dantian was once again brimming with surging mystic energy. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Chu Chen slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting golden glimmer shining within them. his chest gently rising and falling. Rising from the ground, he stretched his body, the sound of cracking bones echoing softly. He then raised his arms, lightly clenching his fist before throwing a few punches into the air. Subsequently, he rolled his shoulders and turned his neck from side to side, a hint of satisfaction gracing his features. This cultivation technique truly tested one's limits. It was always this painful. Chu Chen lightly shook his head, wiping the beads of sweat from his brow, feeling a sense of reflection. Removing the obstruction that blocked the cave's entrance, a refreshing breeze wafted into the cavern. And Chu Chen squinted his eyes, relishing the sensation of the cool wind upon his face. He returned to the cave and settled onto a larger stone, grasping the storage pouch of the cloaked man once more. Previously, he had not thoroughly examined his spoils, but this time he was determined to discover the treasures within. Inside the storage bag, aside from various healing potions and spiritual liquids for daily use, there were also materials suitable for crafting euphoric powders. Additionally, Chu Chen spotted a plethora of herbs, an array of different types, leaving him momentarily dazzled. One could never know when they might prove useful again. Delving deeper, Chu Chen discovered a cache of concealed weapons. He mused to himself about the unexpected fortune, as he had lacked the spiritual stones to purchase additional armaments before descending the mountain. These would serve well as expendable resources. Among them, he found a few conical projectiles, which he promptly fastened to his belt for future contingencies. After thoroughly scavenging the bag, only scattered talismans and medicinal jars remained. His attention was soon drawn to a few aged scrolls in the corner. A surge of excitement filled him. Could these be akin to the treasured Tian Yuan secret scrolls? Eagerly, he retrieved the scrolls from the storage pouch. Unfolding one, his initial enthusiasm waned. It was not a manual of arcane techniques, but an ancient treasure map. The map was so aged that parts of the script were illegible, with only the word secret realm faintly discernible, though not what he had hoped for. Chu Chen stashed the map along with the remaining miscellaneous items into his pouch, clapping his hands clean. He turned his thoughts to the task of slaying the crimson flame serpent. From the sulfur-based snake repellents found in the black-robed man's pouch, Chu Chen deduced that his target had also been the serpent. It seemed the man had intended to hunt, but instead met his demise at Chu Chen's hands. Judging from the medicinal provisions within his storage pouch, the crimson flame serpent's cultivation likely surpassed the level indicated on the mission plaque, perhaps nearing the 7th tier of chi condensation among human cultivators. According to the bestiary compendium, its uniquely pliable yet steely hide allows it to contend with pseudo-core formation cultivators despite being at the 7th tier of chi condensation. Chu Chen stowed the map in his storage pouch, then closed his eyes, stroking his chin as if deeply contemplating the predicament before him and how to resolve it. Currently, his strength approached the 4th tier of chi condensation, and even considering his total power after the transformation of his danqi into a si, he was at best equivalent to the peak of the 7th tier of chi condensation, still significantly distant from the true core formation realm. After a moment, he ceased his chin stroking, opened his eyes, and snapped his fingers, stating casually, "If I can't conceive a solution, I shall cease pondering." Gathering his belongings, Chu Chen proceeded towards the location marked for the task. As he drew nearer, the scorching sensation in the air grew increasingly pronounced. Glimpses of crimson hues flowing from the mountainsides on either side became discernible from the roadside. The progressively sweltering atmosphere induced extreme discomfort, with the air thickening due to the elevated temperature, creating a sensation akin to a slight burning within the lungs. Chu Chen furrowed his brow, surmising that continuing in this manner would diminish his combat effectiveness by at least 1 or 2 levels even before engaging in battle. He opened his storage pouch and reluctantly extracted a costly talisman. Chu Chen pressed the talisman against his heart, and a faint azure light emanated from his heart, spreading across the acupuncture points on his body. In an instant, a delicate blue aura enveloped him. Suddenly, a refreshing sensation enveloped his entire being. Not only did his body temperature significantly drop, but even the previously scorching air felt remarkably purified, as though it had been filtered through a luminous veil. Indeed, one gets what one pays for. He couldn't help but marvel at the fact that, despite the considerable sum spent, the fire and ice resistance spell was truly worth the investment. A rustling sound emerged from the underbrush ahead, prompting him to halt his advance. A glint of cold light flickered in Chu Chen's eyes as he gripped his spear, its tip aimed directly at the thicket before him. Cautiously parting the foliage to discern the source of the noise, he relaxed his tensed body upon realizing it was merely a soft-boned rabbit. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a scar on the creature's leg, explaining its inability to flee. Cradling the rabbit in his arms, he gently patted its head. Unable to resist licking his parched lips, "Little one, you've inadvertently become my fortune." At that moment, a pair of crimson eyes abruptly opened above him on the stone wall. Perhaps sensing its meal was being snatched away or disturbed by the fleeting aura of killing intent emanating from Chu Chen, the creature's attention was drawn. Meanwhile, Chu Chen was preoccupied with thoughts of whether to prepare the rabbit as a crispy roast or a braised delicacy. The crimson flame serpent, its body slowly coiling tighter, opened its massive jaws, allowing saliva to drip from its gaping maw. Perhaps it had awakened from a lengthy slumber and was now ravenously hungry. Its fiery eyes fixated intently on the youth below. Gradually descending from the stone wall, the serpent's eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty and greedy light. Suddenly, Chu Chen felt a droplet land on his hand, startling him. He wondered, how could there be a drop of water on such a cloudless day? Sensing something amiss, Chu Chen abruptly looked up, only to be confronted by a pair of scarlet, serpentine eyes. Chapter 11. The Dragon Hunt and the Jade Ring. Chu Chen's pupils contracted sharply. His heart seized with a sudden, icy dread that coursed from the depths of his being to the crown of his head. A massive serpent, as thick as a man's waist, materialized before him, its jaws agape in a cavernous maw, descending upon him with a fetid gust. Clang! Chu Chen swiftly parried with his spear, the shaft colliding violently with the serpent's formidable fangs, instantly igniting a shower of sparks. A piercing, metallic shriek reverberated through the air, assaulting the eardrums. A flicker of astonishment flashed within the serpent's fiery orbs. How could this mere mortal, a cultivator of the chi condensation realm, possibly withstand such a ferocious assault? Hiss! The brief moment of bewilderment was immediately supplanted by unbridled fury, which blazed in the serpent's crimson eyes. With an enraged bellow, the crimson flame serpent's thick tail lashed out toward Chu Chen's back with a resounding whoosh, the potent blow generating sonic booms. Thwack! A dull thud, akin to the impact of a sledgehammer, echoed through the air. Chu Chen felt as though his back had been struck by a colossal mountain, his body lurching uncontrollably forward. Observing this, he stomped heavily on the ground, leveraging the force to regain his balance. He plunged the spear tip into the earth, his figure staggering amidst billowing dust clouds. His boots screeched against the ground as he skidded forward several steps, gradually dissipating the immense force, carving a long trench into the earth. He whirled around, his gaze fixed intently upon the enormous serpent. The crimson eyes radiated a bloodthirsty intent, saliva dripping incessantly from its maw, its belly rumbling with the ravenous pangs of hunger. The cultivation of the Hongming body refinement technique involved a repetitive and excruciating process, akin to 1,000 cuts, inflicted upon his entire being. Each iteration shattered his bones and sinews, causing an agonizing pain as if ants were gnawing at his marrow. Subsequently, a violent force compelled their reconstruction and fusion in an endless cycle, pushing him to the brink of life and death with every moment. Amidst this inhuman torment, Chu Chen persevered with an indomitable spirit, gritting his teeth and enduring the ordeal. Now, his Tao body had begun to manifest its formidable power. The earlier impact of such immense force, which would have shattered the bones of an ordinary person, merely caused him to cough up a mouthful of blood, splattering it across his face. Slowly raising his hand, Chu Chen casually wiped away the warm, viscous blood from his face with the back of his hand, inadvertently smearing a long streak to the corner of his mouth. Highlighted by the crimson stain, he tilted his head slightly, revealing a face filled with grim determination. His expression even more ferocious than the giant snakes before him. A wild, untamed smile spread across his face, secretly massaging his aching chest. Chu Chen felt the pain of his displaced internal organs and scoffed. "Is that all you've got?" As if provoked by Chu Chen's arrogant smile, the scarlet flame spirit snake launched another attack, abruptly spewing a fiery serpent from its mouth. The crimson flames, carrying a pungent stench, surged towards Chu Chen. As the fiery serpent danced closer, a red glow flashed within its scarlet eyes, and the serpent transformed into an umbrella of flames, spreading across the ground. The crimson flames pulsated violently, surging upwards as the temperature rapidly escalated. The nearby rocks crackled under the searing heat, emitting a pungent odor amidst the crimson glow. It was evident that this flame harbored potent toxins. Chu Chen narrowed his eyes, advancing rather than retreating. He swiftly stepped forward with his left foot, crouched low with his right, and let his spear slip from his palm. Grasping the tail of the spear, he harnessed his entire strength to spin it swiftly along the ground, before launching a rapid thrust. Mystical energy coalesced along the spear's body, and flickers of azure light shimmered at its tip, cascading down the shaft until the entire spear was engulfed. The azure light rapidly condensed in midair, manifesting the faint illusion of a dragon. Dragon's Roar. The most formidable technique within the wind and cloud spear art, and the one Chu Chen had mastered most adeptly. Confronted by the malevolent crimson flame spirit serpent, he unleashed his deadliest move. The azure dragon shadow encircled the spear, piercing forth like a bolt of azure lightning, accompanied by the sound of a dragon's roar as it erupted from the spear's body. The azure dragon, shimmering with a cerulean light, collided with the crimson flames, parting the fiery radiance in its wake. Wherever it traversed, the flames diminished, and with a resounding dragon's roar, it surged towards the massive serpent with astonishing speed. The fiery serpent's crimson pupils narrowed suddenly, desperately twisting its colossal form, and despite its seemingly cumbersome size, it narrowly evaded the impending strike. Hiss! The scarlet forked tongue flicked from the serpent's cavernous maw, its fiery gaze locking onto Chu Chen. Was that all? The azure light rapidly coalesced once more, as the illusion of the azure dragon reformed. With a push from his palm against the spear's tail, the spear whistled through the air, propelled by his force. However, Chu Chen showed no signs of hesitation. Seizing the fleeting moment as the spear slipped from his grasp, he elevated 1 foot high and forcefully kicked the tail of the spear that was suspended in midair. The long spear traced a dazzling arc through the air, resembling a dragon breaking through water. A flash of brilliance ignited in Chu Chen's eyes as he calmly reached for his waist, where he had previously acquired a conical hidden weapon from the cloaked man. In the next instant, his fingers curled like claws, swiftly grasping the conical weapon. With a fluid extension of his arm, he executed a unique technique for launching hidden armaments and then swung it vigorously. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The projectiles, accompanied by the sound of slicing air, shot towards the fiery serpent that was emitting flames not far away. Clink, clink, clink. A series of crisp sounds echoed as the conical weapons left shallow marks upon the serpent's body before being deflected. Hiss. The enormous serpent opened its crimson maw, emitting a low growl, its sinuous body swaying gently, fiery eyes fixed upon Chu Chen, as if to taunt him with a dismissive challenge. TCH. Chu Chen scoffed derisively, seizing the opportune moment to spring into action. With light-footed precision, he delivered a powerful kick to a nearby pebble. Boom. The stone, propelled by the force of his kick, transformed into a streak of light, carving an arc through the air. It soon collided forcefully with the conical weapon that had just been deflected. In an instant, a dramatic shift unfolded. The struck weapon began a relentless cascade, colliding with other hidden armaments positioned around it. In a flurry, numerous projectiles clashed in midair, their rapid accelerations intensifying with each collision. With the swiftness of lightning, Chu Chen grasped the soaring spear in a heartbeat, as if infusing it with newfound vigor. The phantom of the azure dragon shimmered, its ethereal eyes gleaming with intensity. Suddenly, a remarkable spectacle unfolded. The dragon's silhouette surged toward the spear's tip. A flicker of cold radiance heralded its arrival, and then the spear was unleashed like a dragon, slicing through the air with lethal precision, aimed directly at the serpent's vital point. In that fleeting moment, the dual dragon phantoms, along with the whirling concealed weapons, converged upon the massive serpent, freezing it in time. The serpent's pupils constricted sharply, its gaze fixed upon Chu Chen's astonishing display of power, rendering this ferocious creature momentarily dazed, a profound sense of fear swelling within it. Unprecedented and overwhelming. The spear in Chu Chen's hand resembled a divine weapon manifesting in the world, its edge glistening ominously. The serpent's once impenetrable scales shattered effortlessly under the relentless assault of the accelerating projectiles. The formidable strike of the dual dragon phantoms pierced through the serpent's critical vulnerability, causing it to lose consciousness instantly, its colossal form crashing to the ground. Chu Chen surveyed the fruits of his labor with satisfaction, a rebellious smile blooming upon his lips as he uttered, "Dragon hunt, encircle and constrict." Chapter 12. The Woman in White with the Mission Accomplished. The dragon-shaped illusion dissipated into shimmering motes of light before vanishing entirely. As the giant serpent fell, it stirred the winds, rustling the surrounding grass with a gentle roar. Aha, that was quite perilous. Exhausted, Chu Chen collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, revealing that the battle had been far more arduous than it appeared. Throughout the conflict, the primordial body refinement technique flowed autonomously, continuously purifying the toxic fire essence that lingered in the air. With a trembling hand, he instinctively rubbed his temples, striving to maintain composure. Yet his quivering fingers betrayed his exhaustion and the possibility of unspoken anguish. It appeared that this diverse combination of techniques could unleash extraordinary power. Taking a moment to rest, Chu Chen replayed the recent battle in his mind, murmuring softly to himself. The techniques of Qin Yun Peak were characterized by their ethereal grace, with most disciples adept in agility and concealed weapons. Although not an official disciple, having grown up on Qin Yun Peak, Chu Chen had become proficient in the use of hidden weapons and long-range arms through osmosis. A fleeting spark of inspiration crossed his mind during the confrontation. As he merged the swift maneuvers of concealed weapons with the thrusting techniques of the spear, thus inventing a move he named Dragon Hunt's Bite. Although this particular strike was executed in haste, the sight of the colossal serpent crashing to the ground, utterly still, attested to the terrifying potency of the technique. After resting for a moment longer, he gradually regained some strength and began to sort through his storage pouch. Chu Chen severed the putrid head of the serpent, extracting a large crystal core. "Oh, a demon core?" he exclaimed, his excitement evident. In contrast to the previously pockmarked core, the one in his hand was impeccably round and emanated a soft, ethereal glow. However, upon a brief inspection, he discerned a notable difference with this demon core and subsequently murmured in disappointment, "What a shame. It's a poison core. I'll have to sell it." The demon core, varying in type and size according to the species of the demon beast, typically possesses no inherent attributes. However, the core before me evidently bears traces of toxins, a consequence of the crimson flame spirit serpent's prolonged exposure to the searing, toxic environment surrounding it. Due to the presence of such toxins, it cannot be directly absorbed to enhance one's cultivation, prompting a deep sigh of regret from Chu Chen as he gazes upon the core. Only in the hands of a skilled alchemist or artifact craftsman can the true value of a toxic demon core be realized. As he employs his tools to meticulously dissect the serpent's body, laughter accompanies each incision. This wave of crisis and opportunity has proven to be quite lucrative for Chu Chen, akin to a sudden windfall. The serpent's fangs can be refined into concealed weapons, its tendons can be fashioned into bowstrings, and its gallbladder serves as an invaluable ingredient for alchemy. This serpent is indeed a treasure trove. The image of Qian Lei haggling flashes through Chu Chen's mind, and he cannot help but shake his head, muttering about the old man's frugality. Just as he is nearing the completion of his harvesting efforts, a glimmer catches his eye at the serpent's abdomen, causing him to momentarily halt his actions. Furrowing his brow, Chu Chen realizes that the crimson flame spirit serpent's strength had not appeared exaggerated because it was, in fact, injured. He slowly directs his gaze to the massive serpent's belly, where a shard of deep blue is embedded in the area of its reverse scales. This fragment, no larger than a palm, emanates a chilling aura, its sharp edges glinting ominously in the sunlight. Fixating on the enigmatic shard, Chu Chen murmurs softly, "What could this be?" Extending his palm over the colossal serpent, Chu Chen intended to grasp the fragments when his body suddenly stiffened, a peculiar sensation surging within him. While he was immersed in this strange feeling, an unexpected turn of events occurred. As Chu Chen's attention momentarily wavered, his fingertip inadvertently brushed against the sharp edge of a fragment, eliciting a sharp pain that coursed through him. Crimson blood flowed from the wound, dripping onto the ground. At that moment, the Heavenly Emperor's book within his consciousness quivered, revealing a hint of elation. The blood that stained the fragment was swiftly absorbed under the influence of some mysterious force, and soon, a faint white mist emanated from it. After a brief moment of exhalation and inhalation, the mist transformed into a beam of white light that penetrated Chu Chen's brow, while the fragment fell silent upon the ground. This phenomenon only deepened Chu Chen's confusion. He speculated that the fragment must be connected to the Heavenly Emperor's book within his mind. However, no matter what methods he employed to provoke it, the enigmatic fragment remained unresponsive. Choosing to abandon his thoughts on the matter, he carefully placed the fragment into his storage bag, resolved to disregard it for the time being. A moment later, his peripheral vision caught sight of a patch of grass not far away. There, several clusters of small grass grew, their color a burnt yellow, with the blades tinged with a hint of char. At first glance, one might mistake them for a few scorched weeds. Ignoring the unhealed wound on his finger, Chu Chen retrieved a jade box containing medicinal herbs from his storage bag and delicately plucked the blazing spirit grass before placing it inside the box. Blazing spirit grass. Oh, what a fortunate find without any effort. One of the 9 essential medicinal herbs for body refinement had been acquired. Disposing of the miscellaneous items into his storage bag, he stretched lazily under the sunlight, relishing the gentle breeze against his face. Chu Chen closed his eyes, savoring the brief tranquility that followed the battle. In the center of a tranquil pool by the mountain path, Chu Chen was diligently cleansing the bloodstains left from a previous skirmish. Suddenly, A series of intense fluctuations of profound energy, accompanied by several shouts, erupted from the nearby forest. Frowning, Chu Chen turned his gaze towards the source of the commotion. A figure streaked across the sky, and upon hearing the sound of air being sliced, he beheld a graceful woman clad in white. She was at the transformation sea realm. A tremor coursed through Chu Chen's heart upon this realization. The woman was soaring through the air without the aid of external forces, clearly indicating her advanced cultivation level. His pupils constricted as he swallowed hard. She was a formidable elder at the transformation sea stage. Who could be pursuing her? Fixated on the distant horizon, he observed a mesmerizing interplay of white and crimson hues engulfing half the sky. Even the clouds above were being dispersed by the swirling energies. Suppressing his astonishment, Chu Chen tilted his head upwards, and soon the white-clad woman approached, entering his field of vision. Alarm surged within him. She was coming this way, and it was unwise to linger here amid such turmoil. Just as he prepared to rise and depart, the woman cast a fleeting glance at him. Her eyes gleaming with urgency, she descended gracefully, plunging into the water beneath him, leaving behind a whisper of desperation. "Little brother, please hide me. I beg you." Before long, the unmistakable sound of air being torn apart resonated again as three menacing figures clad in black robes swiftly arrived at the edge of the pool. Chapter 13. The artisan of weaponry. The trio, shrouded in dark robes adorned with a grotesque skull insignia crossed by two daggers, directed their unabashed murderous intent towards Chu Chen, who stood by the water's edge. Once again, it was the Hall of Sun Luo. "Boy, did you happen to see a woman in white pass by here?" A coarse voice emerged from a youth on the left. An overwhelming aura of hostility immobilized Chu Chen, causing him to reflect on the unexpected actions of the woman he had previously encountered. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words. "Are you deaf? I'm asking you a question." The boorish young man barked again. She ran in that direction," Chu Chen stammered, pointing towards where he had previously hunted the crimson flame serpent, a place where he had cleverly set up concealed traps that would surely ensnare them. "Boy, if you're deceiving me, you shall meet a most delightful demise. Ha ha ha," the youth said, licking his parched lips, his gaze turning predatory as he prepared to impart a lesson to Chu Chen, only to be halted by the elder beside him. After being afflicted by spirit-locking smoke, "She cannot travel far. We cannot afford any delays. You must pursue her. That object is in her possession. Do not let her escape." The elder cast a fleeting glance at Chu Chen before the three of them soared into the air, racing towards the direction indicated by him. As the trio gradually faded from view, Chu Chen exhaled a deep breath, the tension in his body dissipating. At that moment, the surface of the water began to ripple, and a delicate figure emerged from the depths, breaking through the water's surface. The woman in white gradually rose from the water, her long hair cascading like rippling waves. The gossamer fabric of her dress clung to her delicate form, subtly outlining her slender waist. As she emerged, her bosom quivered slightly, revealing the graceful curves of her body before Chu Chen's gaze. Standing before him, glistening with moisture, she wore a hint of a smile at the corner of her lips, playfully showcasing her exquisite figure. "Do you find me beautiful?" she inquired, her fingers carelessly brushing against Chu Chen's cheek, the cool touch sending a shiver down his spine. Such beauty. In that fleeting moment, Chu Chen found himself momentarily entranced, a breath of admiration escaping his lips. With a haughty lift of her chin, the woman declared, "Of course, I am the most beautiful in the world." Unadorned by makeup, her playful eyes sparkled with mischief, and the alluring contours of her figure left Chu Chen blushing, enveloping them both in a silence charged with tension. Flustered, Chu Chen hastily covered his mouth and nose, fearful of the crimson flush that threatened to escape. Immersed in his cultivation, he had never encountered such a spectacle. With a teasing punch to his robust chest, she jested, "Not bad at all. Little brother. Quite the sturdy physique you have." Chu Chen's expression morphed into one of sheer panic, akin to a maiden confronted by a famished wolf. He instinctively shielded his chest and retreated, casting wary glances at the enchanting figure before him. Inwardly, he lamented, to escape the clutches of demonic cultivators today, only to be ensnared by this female demon as a vessel. With his eyes shut tight, he adopted a posture of surrender, a comical innocence radiating from him. Gazing at the youthful and endearing Chu Chen, the woman delicately brushed her jade-like hand against her lips, erupting into laughter. "Pfft, ah ha ha ha. Silly goose, you are truly adorable." However, her laughter was abruptly interrupted by a fit of coughing. Startled, Chu Chen opened his eyes wide, directing his gaze towards the woman across from him. At that moment, he noticed an unnatural flush blooming on her delicate face, a striking contrast to her pallid complexion. Simultaneously, she coughed up a mouthful of blood, her chest heaving violently as she gasped for air. Each breath accompanied by tremors in her body as she struggled to stabilize her chaotic breath. With each cough, her internal energy fluctuated wildly, eventually settling at the condensation realm. Curse that Sunluo Hall for laying a trap for me with spirit-locking smoke. Once I recover, they shall pay. Noticing Chu Chen still lost in thought, the woman rolled her eyes and gently rubbed her forehead. What are you staring at? Quickly find a place to hide. Those fellows have not gone far. Huh? Oh. Chu Chen replied, a wave of relief washing over him. So you are not a demonic cultivator. You should inquire more. I am a genuine practitioner of the Xia Ming. Upon hearing this, Chu Chen hastily rose to his feet. Would you mind turning around? I am not properly dressed. The woman smacked her lips and slowly turned her back, casting a few glances as she walked towards the shore. All right, hurry up. With each step she took onto the land, a crimson flame ignited around her, and as her feet reached the shore, the flames dried her garments. This scene unfolded before Chu Chen's eyes as he turned. Are you an alchemist? He inquired, curiosity piqued as he donned garments retrieved from his storage bag. The woman, upon hearing his words, gently shook her head and proudly declared, No, I am a weaponsmith. A weaponsmith? Chu Chen's gaze fell upon the alluring maiden before him, confusion evident in his expression. The Qixia mountain range spans the territories of 3 sects, with the only sects possessing weaponsmiths being the Tianyuanzong and the Qingyuanzong. Given the distance to Qingyuanzong, the woman's attire did not suggest affiliation with Tianyuanzong. Seemingly aware of his scrutiny, the woman did not exhibit any signs of modesty. Instead, she appeared to intentionally accentuate her figure, drawing attention to her curvaceous form. Suddenly, an involuntary reaction overcame Chu Chen, causing a crimson spray to erupt from his nostrils. Ha ha. Silly goose, you are utterly adorable. Her teasing voice danced on the breeze, drifting far and wide. High above, the moon hung in tranquility. Within a secluded cave near the mountain beast, 2 youthful figures leaned against the stone wall. Chu Chen occasionally tended to the flickering embers of the fire, ensuring it did not extinguish, while his eyes frequently wandered to the woman clad in white across from him. The woman was seated upon a modest stone platform, her aura swirling with profound energy, oscillating between the realms of qi condensation and yuan gathering, seemingly striving to break through the confines of the spirit-locking smoke. Her garments billowed gracefully, the ethereal white fabric moving as if caught by an unseen breeze, further enhancing her radiant beauty. In her silence, the woman appeared even more enchanting, captivating Chu Chen to the point of entrancement. Sensing the fervent gaze of Chu Chen, the woman opened her eyes from her meditation, and in an instant, the weariness of her practice vanished from her face. Oh, little brother, having kept watch over me for so long, do you perhaps think I resemble a celestial being and wish to accompany me? The frown that once creased her brow dissipated, replaced by a playful smile, her eyes narrowing as she gazed at Chu Chen. Upon hearing such audacious words, Chu Chen found himself momentarily dumbfounded, his face flushed crimson, unable to utter a single word for what felt like an eternity. Noticing Chu Chen's embarrassment, the woman swiftly shifted the topic, her almond-shaped eyes widening as she raised her fist in frustration. Alas, I wonder which little scoundrel has slain the crimson flame spirit serpent on the mountainside, leaving me unable to procure an antidote. Infuriating. At this, Chu Chen shivered involuntarily, inwardly speculating, could she be referring to the serpent I dispatched not long ago? As he pondered, a cold sweat began to bead on his back. Chapter 14. The Secret Realm, Medicinal Herbs in the Pitch-Black Cave. The flickering light of a campfire cast the shadows of the 2 figures upon the stone walls. The woman in white glanced at Chu Chen, a look of confusion crossing her features. There hasn't been a cold snap recently. Why are you trembling? If you have something sorrowful to share, do enlighten me. It would surely amuse me. Chu Chen found himself at a loss for words, contemplating whether to confess that the little scoundrel she spoke of was indeed himself. With a silent roll of his eyes, the 2 lapsed into a brief silence, perhaps due to the constraints of her powers, or perhaps out of sheer boredom. An invisible sense of crisis stirred within the young woman, inciting a hint of restlessness in her demeanor. How vexing. Had I known earlier, I would have brought a dispelling talisman. Now, I find myself unable to restore my cultivation in a timely manner. The crimson flame spirit serpent was slain by me. The meat we just consumed was taken from its body. Chu Chen raised his hand and pointed at the remnants of the food on the ground, helplessly addressing the woman. Suddenly, A sharp clap resonated from her direction as she approached him, her big, watery eyes sparkling with delight. Meat? No wonder it tasted so exquisite. Do share some more with me? Chu Chen stood bewildered, thinking, surely, you must have misheard me. I said I killed that serpent. He retrieved some serpent meat from his storage pouch and handed it to her. She accepted it eagerly, devouring it without any pretenses, her hands busily grappling with the food. Chu Chen reiterated his earlier statement. I said, I am the one who killed that crimson flame spirit serpent. The woman, with her cheeks bulging as she munched on the serpent meat, looked up at him, her face adorned with remnants of her meal, undeniably adorable. Huh? What? Water, please. Still grappling with the aftermath of her feast, she stuffed the remaining meat into her mouth and struggled to swallow, seemingly choking. She accepted the water Chu Chen offered and gulped it down heartily, producing a loud, rhythmic sound. After casually wiping her mouth with the back of her hand and patting her slightly protruding belly, she let out a contented belch. After all was said and done, the woman finally registered the situation and turned her gaze to Chu Chen. You killed it? A third-tier condensation realm spirit? With an air of composure, Chu Chen retrieved a toxic demon core from his storage pouch, as if to substantiate the veracity of his claims. He extended the demon core, laden with venom, towards the woman. Oh, did you truly slay this? She inquired, accepting the demon core and scrutinizing it in her palm before acknowledging the truth of its origin, the demise of the crimson flame spirit serpent. Surprising, young brother. You possess strength akin to that of a quasi-juxtaposed realm. Upon recognizing Chu Chen's prowess, a glimmer of admiration flickered in her eyes. She playfully pinched his shoulder, seemingly affirming his abilities. I cannot accept your spoils without reciprocation. Share with your elder sister, and I shall provide you with an equitable exchange for whatever I possess. Chu Chen's gaze remained fixed on the woman, contemplation swirling in his mind. As a formidable figure in the sea transformation mirror realm, she had undoubtedly traversed the world extensively, her experiences far exceeding those of someone in the condensation realm like himself. Perhaps she held knowledge of the rare spiritual herbs he sought. With this thought, a hint of anticipation crept into his eyes. Nodding slightly, he spoke earnestly, Sister, I indeed require some rare spiritual herbs. Should you know their whereabouts? I am willing to exchange them for something of equal value. Chu Chen then leaned forward, cautiously extracting the hard-earned toxic core from his storage pouch, cradling it in both hands as he presented it to her. This demon core is offered as a token of my appreciation, a humble gift from your younger brother. Then, he lifted his head, a flicker of urgency gleaming in his eyes as he gazed at the woman. I am in dire need of some herbs. If you, dear sister, know where I might find them, please inform your younger brother. I shall forever cherish this kindness. The woman in white was momentarily taken aback. Her bright eyes filled with astonishment, and she exclaimed, Oh, is it truly that simple? She stood still for several seconds, and then a glint of cunning sparkled in her gaze as she looked at Chu Chen. Upon hearing his words, a hint of amusement danced in her eyes. I may possess some knowledge regarding the spiritual herbs you seek. However, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Should I divulge this information, you must agree to a condition. Chu Chen felt a slight heaviness in his heart upon hearing this, yet he maintained a courteous smile. Please, dear sister, speak freely. I shall do my utmost to fulfill any request within my capacity. The woman in white smiled slightly, her eyes glinting with mischief. It is not a matter of great consequence. I have recently been searching for an exceedingly rare material for crafting, known as nether blood vine. This vine grows in the ancient forbidden forest and is extremely difficult to obtain. One of the herbs you seek is exceedingly rare, and to my knowledge, it may be found within that secret realm. However, it requires the combined strength of the two of us to enter. Those with higher cultivation may be excluded. I possess a spirit tool that can temporarily conceal my cultivation, during which I would like you, in the chi condensation realm, to accompany me inside. If you can join me in the ancient forbidden forest, I shall share all the information I have regarding the herbs. Chu Chen's brow furrowed slightly, and he could not help but feel a twinge of hesitation. The nether blood vine was certainly known to him. This vine not only thrived in an exceedingly harsh environment but also posed significant dangers, with even a slight misstep leading to mortal peril. Sister, the nether blood vine is indeed elusive, and given my current capabilities, I fear I may struggle to assist you, Chu Chen remarked thoughtfully, his tone imbued with a hint of regret. Upon hearing this, the woman in white experienced a fleeting glimmer of disappointment in her eyes, which was quickly replaced by composure. In that case, let it be, she replied. I possess a herbal map, although it is incomplete. It encompasses a majority of common herb distributions and may offer you some aid. As she spoke, she retrieved a yellowed piece of parchment from her bosom and handed it to Chu Chen, gratefully accepting the map. Chu Chen was about to express his thanks when he noticed the woman's expression suddenly shift, her gaze piercing toward the distance. A chill ran down his spine as he promptly stowed the map away, casting a vigilant glance nearby. Outside the cave, the stars twinkled against the luminous moon, rendering even a shadow of a person invisible. The woman in white also dispelled her smile, her demeanor turning serious. Don't look now. They aren't upon us just yet, but we must swiftly restore our cultivation. 1 in the sea transformation realm, and 2 in the void treading realm. My traps cannot hold them for long. I did not anticipate their rapid pursuit to this vicinity. Without waiting for Chu Chen to respond, she settled onto the stone platform, clutching a poison pill. With her posture embodying tranquility, the pill gradually levitated from her palm, steadily hovering between her hands, which formed a meditative seal. Immediately, she gently pushed with both palms. Her inner strength surged forth, and crimson reappeared between her hands. In an instant, the poisonous elixir was enveloped in forming a square firebox, upon which mysterious runes manifested. Chapter 15. Straighten your spine and strike back. Boom. The crimson suddenly intensified, the temperature within the cave soaring dramatically. The stone wall behind her could not withstand the high heat of the flames. It emitted a sizzling lament before cracks began to form, with fragments of rock cascading to the ground. The tendrils of lingering poison gradually peeled away, transforming into a greenish liquid that flowed in the direction of her inner energy, eventually making its way towards her dantian, where the sound of sizzling corrosion soon filled the air. The excruciating pain of flesh and bone being eroded caused the woman to involuntarily emit a cry of anguish. What are you doing? Stop. That is poison. Chu Chen observed the dark green liquid, bubbling ominously as it continuously eroded the skin surrounding the woman's dantian, and could not help but shout in alarm. However, the woman remained undeterred by Chu Chen's intervention. She executed a series of intricate hand seals, and the demon elixir, stripped of its poison, was subjected to the searing, gradually transforming into a torrent of intense energy that slowly permeated her body in the place formerly occupied by the green liquid. Chu Chen held his breath, his gaze fixated on the changes occurring around the woman. Remarkably, the green liquid suspended outside her dantian, not once being drawn into her body by the energy. Witnessing this, Chu Chen silently marveled at her formidable control. His hand, poised to intervene, suddenly froze in mid-motion as he pondered the woman's intentions. A gasp escaped his lips as he considered the possibility that she might be mad. No, she was undoubtedly a genius. What she was doing at that moment had not circulated in the cultivation realm before. It was evidently a technique of her own invention. At that instant, she was transforming her own body into a spiritual vessel, allowing the searing heat of it to dissolve the venom into a solvent. Employing the forging methods of a weapon refiner, she was breaking the seal on her body for a brief period, while utilizing the spiritual energy from the demon core to replenish her own depleting profound energy. Compensating for the deficiencies of the outside, the venom continued to corrode her body, while within, her profound energy surged, ultimately breaking the confinement imposed by the locking spirit smoke. This method bore a striking resemblance to Chu Chen's body refining technique, allowing him to fully comprehend the agony associated with such a process. Chu Chen stood quietly to the side, his gaze fixed upon the woman, his heart tumultuous with emotion. After a prolonged moment, he felt a slight stiffness in his body and turned his neck, producing several crisp cracks. Perhaps disturbed by the sound, the woman slowly opened her eyes. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, she cast a sidelong glance at the weary Chu Chen, who stood vigil beside her. Upon recognizing him, a flicker of surprise crossed her features, quickly replaced by a soft smile. She gracefully rose, her white attire as pure as snow, as if she had just endured a life-and-death ordeal without being affected in the slightest. What are you doing here? Her voice rang clear and melodious, her gaze falling on the hand that Chu Chen had yet to lower. With a proud smile, she replied, "Rest assured, young brother, I know my limits." Perhaps it was the tumultuous emotions of the woman that compelled her to speak. You should depart swiftly from this place. It is about to transform into a battlefield. Should you remain, danger may surely befall you. Clearly, she believed the impending turmoil stemmed from her presence and wished to prevent Chu Chen from being ensnared in the forthcoming conflict. Boom, boom. At that moment, A thunderous roar echoed from the direction of the fiery chasm beyond the cave, and the sky was instantly pierced by the sound of thunder. Ah! How dare they vex me? Those two wretches must be nearby. Find them for me. I shall flay their skins off. A formidable aura surged rapidly towards the cave from the direction of the crimson flame spirit serpent, followed closely by two lesser waves of energy. The elderly man appeared disheveled, his garments tattered and his hair hastily tied, looking somewhat unruly. It was evident that the trap set by the woman had been effective, and given his disarray, one could hardly blame the old man for his wrath. The woman in white cast her gaze towards the source of the approaching energy, her brows knitting together as if she could sense the three aggressive figures. Undoubtedly, these individuals had come in pursuit of her anomalous fire's fluctuations. Sun Luo Hall, I was just about to settle accounts with you. Her eyes narrowed, a glimmer of cold light flashing within the slender slits, as if anger radiated from her being. In an instant, a powerful surge of energy accompanied by a burst of her anomalous fire illuminated the entire cave. With a swift motion, she extracted a spatial storage pouch and tossed Chu Chen a positioning orb. Little brother, the decision to venture into the secret realm lies with you. Now go, quickly. A woman emerged gracefully from the cavern, drawing forth a shimmering spiritual artifact from her storage pouch. Engulfed in an endless blaze as she ascended into the air, seemingly to divert the pursuit of the Sunluo Palace, she left behind a resonant message. If you wish to obtain the Yuhuang grass, await me at the foot of the mountain in 3 days. Chu Chen gazed at the positioning mysterious pearl in his hand, a surge of complex emotions flooding his heart. He understood that this pearl was his sole clue to entering the secret realm. However, the circumstances before him left him in a quandary. Those pursuers had followed her here. Would she be in danger alone? A wave of silent anxiety washed over him. In the land of Jiangzhou, with 1 palace and 3 sects, the Sunluo Palace dominated the majority of the territory, while the remnants of the Qingyun sect, Tianyuan sect, and Wujijian sect stood in a precarious balance. The power of the Sunluo Palace was formidable, and while the woman was strong, she would be pitted against 3 opponents. Chu Chen believed her chances of victory were slim. Yet, if he remained, would he not be drawn into this conflict? Had she not urged him to depart? A struggle ensued within him. He had hidden long enough and did not wish to be a coward fleeing once more. He was even less inclined to distract her with his presence. Just then, a series of explosive sounds erupted in the distant sky. Boom, boom, boom. The clamor of battle intensified, seemingly urging Chu Chen to make a decision. Gripping the positioning mysterious pearl tightly, he pondered. Since she had urged him to leave, she must have her own plans. I cannot allow a moment of impulse to plunge her into greater peril. With this thought, Chu Chen clenched his teeth and turned to walk toward the foot of the mountain. Child, when you find yourself in a state of confusion, seek the counsel of your heart and follow its guidance. In time, answers shall reveal themselves. Within the depths of Chu Chen's heart lay a secret, one that had been concealed for 13 long years. 13 years ago, he witnessed with his own eyes a malevolent cultivator brandishing a blade aimed at his loved ones. Yet, the young Chu Chen chose to flee with Tang Wanner. Regret and self-reproach accompanied his growth, this nightmare relentlessly pursuing him for a full 13 years. With heavy steps, he lifted his foot and struck a nearby tree with a powerful fist, the resounding thud echoing and leaving a deep imprint. Chu Chen's eyes glowed with fury, veins bulging on his forehead as he roared, "Flee! Flee! Flee!" When faced with formidable foes, all I ever do is evade. I have had enough. His chest heaved violently as he gasped for breath, as if he intended to expel the pent-up frustration buried within his heart. Am I, Chu Chen, destined to be a coward for all eternity? A decade of icy restraint cannot extinguish the fervor of my blood. The bitterness of 13 years erupted at that very moment. Ever since I embarked on this path of cultivation, had I not already resolved to press on? Even if the road ahead consists of mountains of blades and seas of flames. Even if I were to be shattered today? Chapter 16. The Divine Sword Conquers. Thunder Boom. Boom. The battle raged fiercely in the skies above, the moonlight intertwined with countless stars as both sides unleashed their might, stirring up tempestuous waves with each movement. Accompanied by the eruption of profound energy, every clash radiated a halo that spread outward. The colossal tree beneath their feet was cleaved in two, while the surrounding peaks and cliffs were reduced to dust under the onslaught of this immense power. Upon a hill, Chu Chen stealthily approached under the moonlight, gazing at the sparks ignited by the collision of mystical energies in the sky, swallowing hard at the sight. Even from a distance, he could feel the sharp pain in his ears caused by the tumultuous vibrations of the arcane forces. Such was the might of a cultivator at the sea transformation realm. Their internal spiritual energy converging like an immense ocean, possessing boundless reserves of power, capable of reshaping the very landscape with a mere flick of their hand. It was evident that the outcome of this confrontation would not be determined swiftly. In the heavens above, an elder with disheveled hair and bloodied attire stood alongside two young cultivators, both of whom had lost an arm and bore numerous wounds. They were supporting themselves with flying swords, forming a united front against a woman clad in white. Although the white-clad figure appeared relatively unscathed, Chu Chen, positioned behind her, could faintly discern that her hands trembled slightly behind her back. Outnumbered 3-1, it was clear to him that the white-clad woman was at a disadvantage. Lu Qianxue, surrender willingly. If you persist in your futile resistance, do not blame this old man for being ruthless. The elder's voice was harsh. Bah, old dog. Who do you think you are to reprimand me? The ambush on my lady will not be so easily forgotten. Lu Qianxue brandished her mystical weapon, pointing it defiantly at the elder, concentrating her energy at the sword's tip and unleashing a torrent of sword chi directed at him. The elder, taken aback by the unexpected ferocity of her attack, hastily dodged, yet the formidable sword chi managed to slice through his defenses, leaving several gashes upon his body. It is said that one should conceal their weapons and wait for the opportune moment, and Lu Qianxue, having withheld her most potent techniques until now, finally reaped significant rewards in this crucial moment. The cultivators in the void-stepping realm on either side were not so fortunate. The instant the sword technique was unleashed, the elder seized them, using them as shields. After releasing her sword radiance, Lu Qianxue's white dress accentuated her slightly labored breathing. It was evident that although she had broken free from the spirit-shackling smoke, her Xian power had not returned to its peak, and within a few exchanges, it was already faltering. The elder's eyes gleamed as he seized the opportunity to launch a swift attack. Dark energy swirled around his hands as a black wave of light shot directly towards Lu Qianxue. You old cur, don't get too cocky. Taste my move. Lu Qianxue's crisp, melodious voice echoed from above. Before her words had even faded, Lu Qianxue, clad in her flowing white robes, brought her sword to her palm, the long blade suddenly pointing towards the heavens as she formed a sword incantation with her hand. 3,000 strands of her azure hair danced in the wind, like a celestial being pirouetting amidst the clouds. Before she could even utter the spell, the sky seemed to tear open, and a deafening roar of thunder reverberated through the heavens, causing even the air to tremble violently. 9 heavens' profound formation transform into divine lightning, majestic heavenly might, guided by the sword. As the incantation was chanted, countless dark lights rapidly converged above the clouds. A thunderous roar echoed unceasingly across the sky. In a brief moment, a massive bolt of lightning coalesced and descended from the heavens, landing upon the sword in Lu Qianxue's hand. Seeming unable to sustain the power accumulation of this technique due to insufficient Xian power, Lu Qianxue abandoned the charge, raised her sword, and unleashed it. Divine sword commands lightning. The sword energy, guiding the flickering lightning, collided with the elder in an instant. As the dazzling electrical light struck, Lu Qianxue's expression instantly waned. The elder reacted in a flash, rapidly circulating his Xian power, instantly enveloping himself in a dark mist, but it was already too late. The immense lightning and the black mist clashed, igniting a dazzling halo of dark light that obscured vision. A deafening boom erupted. A thunderous explosion shattered the brief silence, followed by 2 piercing cries emanating from the epicenter of the commotion. As the noise subsided, the once resplendent dark halo gradually dissipated, revealing the grim aftermath. Before Chu Chen's eyes lay a ghastly crimson figure alongside 2 others who were barely managing to stand atop their flying swords. The trio from the Sanluo temple appeared utterly disheveled, their faces as pale as parchment. Among them, the elder's breath was erratic, his chest heaving violently as he coughed up blood incessantly. Meanwhile, the young cultivator staggered, his form swaying, relying solely on the sword beneath him to prevent a fall. Chu Chen recognized one of them, the young cultivator who had once threatened him, now with a vacant gaze, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, his garments tattered and torn. Fresh blood seeping from his wounds, clearly at the end of his rope. On another front, Lu Qianxue also seemed to be at her limit. Her form wavered and her steps faltered, clearly drained from her recent exertions, her spiritual energy nearly depleted. This cannot continue. If it does, Lu Qianxue will be doomed. Concealed in the shadows, Chu Chen furrowed his brow, reaching for the concealed weapon at his waist, quietly observing the battle above. Although the elder was disheveled and bleeding profusely, a closer inspection revealed that his spiritual energy had not diminished to a critical level. He still possessed the strength to fight. In contrast, the two young cultivators were clearly unstable, unlikely to endure much longer. Resolute in his decision, Chu Chen opted to continue observing, intending to discern their techniques before taking further action. Though the battle raged fiercely, Chu Chen assessed that a resolution was not imminent. He closed his eyes, thoughtfully stroking his chin as he pondered how to navigate the predicament before him. After a moment, his hand ceased its motion, and with a snap of his fingers, he declared, "Let us give it a try." He cast aside a loud, conical dart into his storage pouch and retrieved the needle-like projectile that had previously injured him, almost instinctively unearthing the heavenly Yuan secret treasure. An idea sparked in Chu Chen's mind. He coated the dart with scale powder, then affixed a small pouch filled to the brim with more scale powder. Moving stealthily, he approached the trio from the sinister hall, evading their line of sight, holding his breath and employing a concealment technique to meld into the shadows of the ruins, perhaps due to the intense atmosphere of the battlefield. Both factions were oblivious to the small ghost of the condensation realm stealthily infiltrating the battleground of the transformation sea realm. The elder, shrouded in swirling black mist, cast a lewd gaze upon the beleaguered Lu Qianxue and erupted into laughter. "Lu Qianxue, I wonder how long you can endure. Once your energy is depleted, I shall relish in your downfall. Let us enjoy the spectacle together. Ha ha ha." At his words, the two younger cultivators, despite their injuries, joined in the raucous laughter. Now, with a sudden burst of resolve, Chu Chen sprang into action. With a flick of his wrist, several beams of cold light shot forth from the darkness, blooming into a flurry of crimson blossoms. Chapter 17. Little Ghost, It's You. With a sudden whoosh, the concealed weapons proved effective, leaving 3 members of the Sanluo Hall wounded. Abruptly, 2 deep grunts echoed through the night. The 2 young cultivators of Sanluo Hall gaped in shock, clutching their throats as blood gushed from their mouths and necks. With great difficulty, they managed to emit a hoarse cry before collapsing backward, falling from their flying swords. Bang! Bang! The resounding crashes rang out as the 2 cultivators plummeted from the sky, their bodies splattering blood upon impact. The grotesque contortions of their limbs revealed the grim reality that survival was no longer an option. Their eyes, wide open in disbelief, would forever remain unclosed, utterly astonished that they had met their demise in such a seemingly effortless manner. In that moment, the tide of battle shifted, shocking the 2 formidable beings of the sea transformation realm, who realized that an unseen presence lurked in the shadows of the battlefield. Witnessing the demise of his subordinate tools, the elder roared in fury. Who dared? Supporting his injured arm, he retreated into the air, casting his gaze toward the source of the attack. The turmoil within stirred his wound, causing him to involuntarily gasp in pain. "Who I am is of little significance. What matters is that you shall perish tonight." Upon hearing this, the elder's fury surged as he bellowed, "Incompetent wretches, dare you mock me? Depart swiftly, or you shall face my wrath." In a display of bluster accompanying his words, black mist enveloped the elder, creating an imposing spectacle. The emergence of the mist rippled through the air, generating waves of distortion. At this moment, Lu Qianxue remained unfazed by his threats. She furrowed her brows, her gaze fixated on the figure below, the familiar voice echoing in her ears. The cautious Chu Chen did not reveal his true appearance. Before arriving at the battlefield, he had concealed his conspicuous long spear and had deliberately donned a black robe with a hood. This black robe was fashioned from the attire found in the storage bag of a deceased man, with the sleeves bearing the emblem of the Hall of Sanluo torn off by Chu Chen to create a sleeveless garment. He had shortened the cloak, using the cut fabric to obscure his face, leaving only his expressive eyes visible. Perhaps sensing the goodwill emanating from Chu Chen, Lu Qianxue seized the moment to rest. She felt her body rejuvenate, the pallor on her face fading away. With a flourish of her sword, she pointed it directly at the elder opposite her. The elder, initially reaching for his waist, altered his approach and clapped his hands together, channeling his inner strength to unleash a flurry of steel needles. "Humph, mere trifles," the elder scoffed, adopting a stance of readiness, his mind surveying the surroundings, no longer daring to act recklessly. With Lu Qianxue in front and the young ghost behind, the battle had reached a stalemate. "Oh, is that so? Then let us see you try again." Sensing the elder's eagerness, Chu Chen boldly made his move once more. Lifting his wrist to throw several steel needles, one of which was attached to a bag of scale powder. Chu Chen deliberately shouted, "Old man, this is my last hidden weapon. Brace yourself." The elder, wary of Lu Qianxue, prepared to counter the approaching weapon. Channeling his inner strength, he struck the projectiles mid-air, shattering them with disdain. "Brat, get lost. Such trash cannot harm me. Otherwise, I shall take your life." The elder stood proudly in the sky, hands clasped behind his back. As the hidden weapon was shattered, a few particles of scale powder dispersed into the air, yet the elder remained oblivious to the anomaly as he spoke. Chu Chen focused his mind, his gaze piercing, meticulously observing the elder's every movement. After a protracted stalemate, the three remained locked in their positions, a gentle breeze stirring the fallen leaves around them. After a moment, Chu Chen's eyes suddenly brightened. The elder in midair began to show signs of distress, his complexion gradually reddening, and his breath became erratic, involuntarily escaping soft gasps. Chu Chen couldn't help but mock, "Old dog, why do you sound like a woman? If you have the guts, come and fight me." Hearing such humiliation from Chu Chen, the elder, whether enraged or affected by the potency of the medicine, revealed a fierce expression and bellowed, "You insolent brat, how dare you humiliate me repeatedly? Prepare to meet your demise." With a swift turn, he exposed his back to Lu Qianxue and with a light step, charged towards Chu Chen, calmly standing amidst the ruins. Chu Chen calculated the time it would take for the medicine to take effect. Then, a spark of insight gleamed in his eyes as he slowly reached for the storage pouch at his waist, where he had previously stashed a troublesome conical hidden weapon. Just as the elder revealed an opening, Chu Chen swiftly retrieved the conical weapon from his waist, his fingers deftly curling around it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Extending his arm, he employed a unique technique for hidden weapons, and with a powerful swing, the sound of crisp clinks resonated. The conical weapon left shallow marks on the dark, mist-enshrouded shield of profound energy before being deflected away, gazing at the conical darts hurtling towards him, accompanied by the whistling winds. The potency of these projectiles surpassed that of steel needles, their rush resonating with an explosive sound. The elder realized he had been outwitted by the young lad before him. Evidently, the steel needles he had faced earlier were not the final set of hidden weapons. With a mixture of shame and fury, he bellowed, "It's you, you rascal. Are you trying to deceive me? Ah, die, old man, die." The elder swiftly descended from the air, channeling a formidable 10 layers of profound energy. As he aimed a powerful palm strike towards the ground where Chu Chen stood, the fierce wind gusts blew away Chu Chen's veil, and upon seeing his visage, Lu Qianxue could not help but narrow her eyes in shock. How did he arrive here? TCH. Chu Chen disdainfully scoffed, tossing a small stone with precision. Seizing the moment, he stepped heavily, delivering a forceful kick that sent the stone soaring. Boom! The stone, empowered by his kick, transformed into a streak of light, tracing an arc through the air. It soon collided fiercely with the previously deflected conical darts. In an instant, chaos ensued. The struck darts ricocheted off each other, hurtling towards various surrounding targets. In a flurry, numerous projectiles collided midair, their rapid trajectories accelerating with each impact. Chu Chen narrowed his eyes, swiftly moving to a partially concealed boulder. With a vigorous tug, he retrieved a long spear from the debris beneath his feet. He stepped forward with his left foot, crouched low with his right, allowing the spear to slide from his palm. Gripping the spear's tail with one hand, he harnessed all his strength, causing the spear's tip to graze the ground as he spun it rapidly, before launching a swift thrust. Profound energy converged along the spear's shaft. Flickering azure light glimmered at the tip, surging along the length of the weapon until it enveloped the entire spear in a blink. A glimmer of azure light swiftly coalesced in midair, revealing a faint illusion of a blue dragon. With a resounding roar, Chu Chen unleashed his most formidable strike in the face of the advancing elder. A flicker of cold brilliance pierced the air, followed by the spear that surged forth like a dragon. Chapter 18, Harvest. The long spear lunged towards the elder's body. In an instant, the dragon-shaped illusion and the swirling hidden weapons, along with the elder caught in between, were frozen in time. With a soft thud, the elder's pupils dilated in shock, his head slowly bowing as his gaze fixated on the spearhead protruding from his heart. The dragon's lethal strike pierced through the elder's body, rendering him instantly unconscious, his form collapsing as his power-laden palm struck Chu Chen. Boom! Chu Chen was thrust into the debris of the ground, sending clouds of dust swirling. Seeing this, Lu Qianxue hastily descended, stowing her weapon in her storage bag as she rushed towards Chu Chen. "Little brother, you mustn't be harmed," she murmured, disregarding the dust that covered her. She quickly arrived at a large human-shaped crater, her heart racing. Creak, creak, creak. As the smoke dissipated, fragments of earth tumbled down, revealing a scene of shattered walls and remnants. At that moment, a hand emerged from the pile of rubble, and Chu Chen, dust-covered and disheveled, clambered out. "Little brother, are you all right?" Lu Qianxue exclaimed, appearing like a flash of white light, swiftly positioning herself before Chu Chen. She knelt down, carefully brushing the dust from him, relief evident on her face. After an intense battle, Lu Qianxue had not taken the time to tidy her appearance. The close-fitting white gauze dress accentuated her graceful curves. And from the torn, tattered collar, a hint of snow-white skin peeked through, the deep crevice stirring Chu Chen's heart. In this moment, the young man and woman who had just faced life and death radiated an aura of innocent affection. Despite feeling the weight of his gaze, Lu Qianxue found no discomfort. Instead, she deliberately puffed out her chest, her trembling alabaster form becoming even more apparent to Chu Chen. Perhaps it was this quivering whiteness that jolted him back to awareness. His eyes reluctant to wander elsewhere, his mind murmuring, "What a heavy burden to bear." The bubble of pink affection burst with a mere poke, and a hint of unease crept into Lu Qianxue's heart as she regarded the somewhat dashing young man before her, memories of their shared moments flooding her mind. Though typically carefree and unrestrained, she had never before been so audacious in front of a man, surprising even herself with her boldness. She could not fathom why she had acted so recklessly. Had it been anyone else gazing at her in such a manner, the consequences would have been dire. As evidenced by the two male disciples of Saluo Temple with broken arms, it is often said that when a woman feels curiosity and affection for a man, it marks the beginning of her downfall. Shaking off her tangled thoughts, Lu Qianxue stepped forward and playfully punched Chu Chen's sturdy chest a few times, teasing. "Who would have thought? Little brother, you possess such formidable skills. No wonder you were able to defeat that old dog." "Thank you, little brother." Gently toying with the strands of hair at her temples, a fleeting blush graced her cheeks as the sensation of palpitations was forcefully suppressed by Lu Qianxue. She spoke, "Sister, I must prepare for the expedition to the secret realm in 3 days. If you decide to come, please wait for me in the small town at the foot of the mountain. The positioning orb will guide you to me." Her attire was utterly soiled. She resolved to take a bath. Stretching languidly, her graceful form unfurled once more, and she merrily hopped towards the mountain spring. Suddenly, she stifled a gasp, crimson spewing forth from her nostrils, hastily tearing a strip from her garment to staunch the bleeding. Noticing the commotion, Lu Qianxue seemed to intuit his thoughts. Casting a glance back, she stifled a giggle and playfully winked. With a bounce, she pivoted, her fingers brushing over the identity token she had fortuitously retrieved. Perhaps Chu Chen had been too engrossed in combat and strategy, failing to realize that his identity token had slipped away during the fray. The gentle moonlight bathed Lu Qianxue, and as she gracefully swayed her hand at her waist, a token emerged from her storage pouch, gliding effortlessly through the darkness. Catching it deftly, she marveled at the exquisite craftsmanship of the jade token, which was notably smaller than the usual identity tokens. Under the moon's soft glow, the remarkable token bore 6 prominent characters: Tian Yuan sect, refining pavilion. As she recalled the moment when Chu Chen first encountered her within the sect, Lu Qianxue burst into delightful laughter, exclaiming, "Little brother Chu Chen, the sect's grand competition is approaching. I eagerly anticipate your performance." Her joyous laughter echoed, elongating her silhouette in the moonlight. After a moment, a sense of dread washed over her. Upon regaining his senses, Chu Chen instinctively patted his body, realizing with a twinge of unease that his identity token had been lost. He would undoubtedly need to trouble the Star Pavilion, and he couldn't help but wonder what cunning scheme Lin Yu had concocted this time, a thought that made his head ache. Shaking off the snow-white distraction swirling in his mind, he turned his gaze towards the disfigured young cultivator. He collected the storage bags and flying swords of both cultivators and slowly approached the elder from the Hall of Divine Judgment. Given the ruthlessness of such an individual, Chu Chen refrained from disturbing the elder's corpse immediately. As he had anticipated, the instant a stone made contact with the storage bag, it seemed to trigger a hidden trap. A swirling mist of black profound energy enveloped the bag, and within that haze, he could almost perceive the anguished souls howling incessantly. Observing the fluctuations of profound energy generated by the wailing phantoms, Chu Chen felt a surge of relief. Had the elder been in his prime, A mere finger could have extinguished him, and he might have joined the ranks of those lost souls. Perhaps due to the elder's demise, the mist dissipated swiftly, leaving no trace behind. Nonetheless, Chu Chen remained cautious. He withdrew a torch from the storage bag and set the elder's corpse ablaze before gradually approaching the storage bag. Perhaps driven by his innate vigilance, he hastily opened the bag and then quickly darted behind a rock wall, squinting his eyes to observe for a considerable time. When no further disturbances arose, he finally allowed himself to breathe easier. Upon inspecting the elder's storage bag, he couldn't help but marvel at the wealth contained within. The storage bag of a sea transformation realm cultivator was indeed opulent. A brief glance revealed that he need not worry about the consumption of spirit liquid and spirit stones for the foreseeable future. Within the storage bag, numerous low-level foundational secret arts and mystical techniques were discovered, along with several low-grade spiritual artifacts. Remarkably, there were also a few rare high-level talismans available in the market. After eradicating the low-level beasts near the forest's exit, I sought refuge in a secluded cave and sealed its entrance. Prior to venturing into the secret realm, I needed to elevate my strength. Chu Chen murmured, retrieving several vials of advanced spiritual liquid from his storage bag, consuming them eagerly. He activated the body refinement technique, and a series of cracking sounds emanated from his body. Crack, crack, as the advanced spiritual liquid coursed through him. It transformed into a golden mystical energy that surged through his heart, following the rhythmic pulse of his blood to permeate his limbs and bones. With the golden energy circulating, the primordial body refinement technique commenced its autonomous operation. In an instant, the golden energy traversed his entire being, shattering each inch of bone before refining and reconstituting it anew. The potent mystical energy washed over him, breaking through the meridian walls, only to be continuously repaired. His muscles quivered slightly, and the sound of bones resonated in unison. Pain. It was an agony beyond endurance. Ugh. A gentle breeze enveloped him, bringing a refreshing sensation that spread throughout his body, as the foul sweat and expelled impurities rendered his garments utterly unwearable. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the impurities were expelled from his body, a continuous humming resonated from within him. The golden energy traversed all 362 acupoints, as his bones underwent relentless refinement and reconstruction. The acupoints and meridians were forcefully breached and subsequently mended, allowing streams of mystical and primordial energy to flow from his heart throughout his being. As time passed, perhaps Chu Chen gradually acclimated to the excruciating pain akin to being flayed alive, for the pallor of his face, once drained by agony, began to show signs of recovery. Several hours later, the veins on his forehead gradually receded, and tranquility enveloped him once more. Supporting himself, Chu Chen shook his heavy head. As the dizziness and stinging pain subsided, his distorted features softened. He rotated his neck, producing a satisfying crack. Chu Chen then gathered his energy and rose, feeling an immediate lightness in his body. He pinched the black residue expelled from his body, rubbed it between his fingers, and exhaled a breath of impure air. With a clenched fist, Chu Chen reveled in his newfound strength, executing a few practice swings that generated a slight sonic boom. Compared to before, his physical prowess had undoubtedly increased by over 50%. Witnessing this transformation, a smile involuntarily graced his lips, and he couldn't help but reflect on the remarkable efficacy of the Hongming body refinement technique. Were it not for the generous gifts from the Sanluo Temple, he could only speculate when he might achieve his next advancement. Returning to the tranquil pond where he first encountered Lu Qianxua, he found her absence conspicuous. Chu Chen swiftly cleaned off the grime that clung to him, changed into fresh attire, and eagerly set off toward the small town at the foot of the mountain. Time slipped by like a white horse passing through a narrow gap, and dawn broke once more. Nestled near the base of the Tianqi Peak was a bustling little town known as Qixin Town. Legend has it that 7 extraordinary swordsmen once gathered here for a duel. As the battle unfolded, they forged a deep camaraderie, ultimately uniting to establish this town. Hence its name, Qixin Town. Within the town, cobblestone paths wound through brick houses, and the vibrant marketplace buzzed with the calls of vendors, showcasing its thriving atmosphere. A gentle breeze swept through, rustling the fallen leaves outside the town. Raising his gaze, a weary young man in azure robes approached, stepping into the town. He appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old, exuding a youthful vigor that epitomized the vitality of his age. The young man, clad in azure garments and holding a standard long spear, with a satchel dangling from its end, was evidently the valiant Chu Xia from the nearby Qixia Peak. Chu Chen surveyed his surroundings before making his way towards the nearest tavern. Upon entering, he selected a seat by the window and called out to the tavern keeper. "Good sir, as per our usual arrangement, please bring me several dishes, along with a portion of fine liquor, and I would like to take some away as well." The tavern keeper, understanding the request, promptly replied, "Certainly, esteemed guest. We have a new chef in the kitchen. Would you care to sample some of the latest dishes? I assure you, they will delight your palate." With ample spirit stones at his disposal, Chu Chen waved his hand dismissively and proclaimed, "Very well, bring me a serving at once. I have been famished on the mountain for far too long." At that moment, the bustling street underwent a subtle shift, as a beggar at the corner, clutching a talisman, vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, at Tianyuanzong's Qingyun Peak, a disciple rushed into Lin Yu's abode, holding a communication jade talisman. "Senior Brother Lin, we have received reports regarding Chu Chen's whereabouts. He is currently in Qixian Town, beneath Qixia Peak." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu turned, revealing a menacing countenance, his eyes burning with palpable malice. "That wretched creature has not perished on the mountain," he spat. "That fool was tasked with the red flame spirit serpent mission. It should not have gone so smoothly. Go, dispatch someone to investigate what transpired at Qixia Peak. Furthermore, instruct our subordinates to extend a warm welcome to our brother Chu Chen." The disciple nodded in acknowledgement before hastily retreating from the cave. After the disciple departed, a fervent glow ignited in Lin Yu's eyes, revealing a frenzied expression. "The heart-eroding pill is indeed a remarkable treasure. Were it not for my unstable cultivation, I could easily crush that worthless insect as if it were nothing but an ant. Humph. In 3 months, during the grand competition of our sect, none shall be my rival. Ha ha. Have you heard? The Old World Street's black market is set to open once every 5 years. Oh, it is said that one can unearth some splendid treasures there. Indeed, if you intend to procure items at a grand auction like that of the Tongtian Pavilion, you shall undoubtedly require a considerable amount of spirit stones and treasures. Not long ago, during a duel with the rotund Wang, that scoundrel managed to damage my spirit weapon, leaving me in need of refining materials. Shall we venture there together? Excellent. I too wish to broaden my horizons." After indulging in a sumptuous feast, just as they were about to depart, a series of gasps echoed from a nearby street, piquing Chu Chen's curiosity. The Old World Street? The black market? Stroking his smooth jawline, Chu Chen recalled the substantial sum of spirit stones lying idle in his storage bag and promptly resolved to visit the black market upon his return from the secret realm. Shaking his head to dispel distracting thoughts, he reminded himself that the immediate priority was to acquire the medicinal herbs he required. Extracting the parchment he had obtained from Lu Qianxue, he walked a short distance before arriving at a pharmacy at the street corner. An ancient yet dignified apothecary came into view. Observing the couplets flanking the entrance, the first read, "100 herbs and 1,000 remedies cure myriad ailments," while the second proclaimed, "With a heart dedicated to alchemy, I aid all of humanity." The brushstrokes were vigorous and powerful, exuding a spirit of benevolence and heroism in the quest to save lives. Standing before the entrance, Chu Chen could not help but feel a surge of joy. Surely, with such a sign, the herbs he sought were within reach. With this hopeful sentiment, he stepped into the apothecary, only to be greeted by a piercing scream. Chapter 20. The Spirit Calling Snake Gola. The moment he entered the shop, a woman's anguished cry echoed from the inner chamber, swiftly followed by a middle-aged man's frantic voice. "Ying, hold on. Father will find the spirit-calling herbs as quickly as possible." A loud crash resonated, the sound of shattered cups and dishes reverberating through the air. Alongside the sharp clinking of broken porcelain, the servants' hushed gasps filled the atmosphere. "Grandfather, redeem yourself. Grandfather, redeem yourself. Get out." With a voice laced with fury, a servant was hastily driven into the front hall, tumbling forward. His face was ashen, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, and in his flustered state, he finally noticed Chu Chen's presence. However, upon seeing a guest in the hall, he suppressed the turmoil within and forced a strained smile, which appeared rather forced. "My apologies, esteemed guest. I beg your pardon for the commotion. There has been a bit of an emergency in the shop." The servant stood by, too afraid to breathe, casting furtive glances at Chu Chen and then at the manager, utterly at a loss. Yet, Chu Chen merely raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping across the manager and the flustered servant, and with a smile, he inquired, "No matter. I happen to overhear that you urgently require the gall of the crimson flame spirit snake? What is the matter?" The tender visage of my parents materializes in my mind, and the warm scenes of our family's companionship flicker by like a revolving lantern, Yet now I find myself utterly alone. As I ponder this, a surge of complex emotions wells up within me, evoking a deep empathy for all parents. With a quiet sigh, I cannot help but feel a pang of compassion and break the somewhat oppressive silence. Esteemed shopkeeper, by fortunate coincidence, I happen to possess a serpent-esque gall from the Crimson Flame Serpent. I overheard your conversation in the back room. I am uncertain if this particular gall is of the requisite vintage you require, but if it can be of assistance, feel free to take it. Having spoken, I retrieved the substantial gall from my storage pouch and placed it upon the counter. My hands trembled slightly as I reverently examined it for a while. The furrowed lines of my brow gradually softened, and a glimmer of euphoric delight sparked in my eyes. I could not restrain my smile, revealing a hint of madness. Splendid, splendid. A gall over 30 years old, ha ha ha. There is hope for Ying. This fresh gall, brimming with fiery essence, has not lost its potency. If combined with certain warming agents and meticulously concocted, it may well eradicate her affliction. Upon finishing my words, disregarding my role as the owner of the apothecary, I instinctively prepared to kneel before him in gratitude for this life-saving gift. Meanwhile, I adeptly selected several rare herbs necessary for body refinement from the cabinet, each a precious rarity seldom seen. Just as I was meticulously wrapping the herbs to place in my storage pouch, preparing to take my leave, a sudden clamor erupted from outside the apothecary. Quickly, intelligence reports indicate that the waste of a person, Chu Chen, is somewhere in this small town. Search for him. Immediately, several familiar voices seemed to call out the name of Chu Chen. With a slight furrow of his brow, Chu Chen recognized the voices all too well. They belonged to Zhao Quan, one of the sycophants of his junior apprentice Lin Yu's family. Inwardly, Chu Chen remained vigilant, knowing that Zhao Ling was already in the mid-stage of the gathering Yuan realm and often created trouble for him under Lin Yu's influence. The purpose of this visit was likely far from benevolent. Father, why the commotion? Not long after Chu Chen departed, a frail woman slowly emerged from the inner chamber. Perhaps due to her illness, she leaned weakly against the door frame, her pallid complexion failing to conceal her exquisite beauty. Father, have you received the snake gall? Was it not difficult to procure? Dear daughter, this was obtained from a young man who heard of your father's urgent need for snake gall to concoct medicine. He exchanged it for several high-quality herbs for body refinement at the shop. A glimmer of astuteness crossed the young woman's face as she replied, unhurriedly, Father, do not be anxious. In the previous message, it was only mentioned that the Tian Yuan sect accepted the commission posted at the task pavilion. It is possible that this benefactor is associated with the Tian Yuan sect. When elder sister returns, we shall visit the task pavilion of the Tian Yuan sect. And upon meeting this benefactor, the truth shall undoubtedly come to light. Chapter 21. A battle on the brink. Having exited the apothecary, Chu Chen discreetly concealed his form and wandered through several other shops as marked on the map. His efforts bore fruit, as he successfully procured 7 out of the 9 medicinal herbs he sought. Although the prices of these herbs were not insignificant to Chu Chen, who was eager to reshape his Dao body, they were of little concern, for spirit stones were merely external possessions. True strength was the essence. At a corner outside an inn in the bustling town, Chu Chen cast a glance at the myriad figures scouring the streets in search of him, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Having changed his attire and partially obscured his face, he departed the alleyway, choosing an alternate route. After wandering through 7 Immortals Town and inquiring at various locales, he found himself with scant information regarding the secret realm mentioned by Lu Qianxue. Locals spoke of an ancient secret realm, left behind by 7 unparalleled sword immortals, sealed by a mysterious purple bamboo talisman. Yet, the specifics within remained shrouded in mystery to all. For millennia, the townsfolk have speculated about the treasures hidden within. Some claimed it held celestial materials and earthly treasures. Others spoke of arcane techniques or magical artifacts, and some even suggested that it contained the legacy of the Sword Immortals, resulting in a cacophony of rumors. Determined to shake off the troublesome pursuers, Chu Chen resolved to set off the following day to rendezvous with Lu Qianxue and explore the enigmatic realm. Should he successfully procure the elusive purple bamboo grass within, it might just facilitate his ascension to the Gathering Essence realm. The mere thought of such a breakthrough ignited a fervor within him. With opportunity laid before him, he had no intention of letting it slip away. There, come. Let us hasten to inform Senior Brother Zhao. Sensing the malevolent gazes upon him, Chu Chen swiftly melded into the throng of pedestrians at the street corner. As time progressed, The atmosphere in Seven Immortals Town grew increasingly tense, with other factions also noting the amusing pursuit of Chu Chen by the Tianyuan sect, turning the affair into a topic of jest. The night wore on, stars scattered across the sky as the moon shone brightly. In a secluded alley of Qixin Town, Chu Chen, seated on the ground, slowly opened his tightly shut eyes, exhaling a breath of turbid air as he emerged from his meditation, his body erupting with a series of crisp sounds. He was thoroughly vexed by those bothersome individuals and couldn't help but lament, truly a relentless nuisance. Charging 3 spiritual stones a month, what a reckless endeavor. It was time to depart. Under the moonlight, Chu Chen set forth towards the town's edge. As he approached the town gate, he suddenly sensed faint footsteps outside, causing his expression to shift. With a nimble push of his toes against the ground, he swiftly leapt out of the city, extending his perception. Within Chu Chen's heightened awareness, he discerned a surge of footsteps approaching from afar, infused with azure profound energy. Rushing towards him like a tempest, Zhao Quan, gazing at the imposing figures clad in the attire of Qingyun Peak, Chu Chen let out a quiet sigh. They had finally arrived. Junior brother Chu, I trust you are well. You run so swiftly, it took me quite a while to catch up. A voice laced with cunning and triumph echoed in his ears. Chu Chen stood solemnly at the center, surrounded by numerous disciples of Qingyun Peak, all clad in formidable attire. Swiftly encircling him, the air thickening with a palpable aura of menace. Among them, one individual, wielding a long spear, approached Chu Chen with measured steps. This person possessed a robust physique and dark skin, resembling an iron tower. As he stood silently, a faint but unmistakable scent of blood emanated from him, hinting at the numerous transgressions he had committed, instilling a sense of trepidation in those who dared to underestimate him. The man donned a standard robe of Qingyun Peak, his countenance icy and foreboding, the slightly crimson brows adding an air of menace. This individual, known as Zhao Quan, was a figure of some renown even within Qingyun Peak, a formidable presence of the gathering Yuan realm. Beside him stood a relatively slender youth, who idly toyed with a folding fan adorned with intricate illustrations of spiritual stone artifacts. Clad in resplendent attire, his clothing, however, lacked quality. Remarkably, this young man bore a striking resemblance to Zhao Quan, and the subtle fluctuations of his concealed energy suggested that he was none other than Zhao Qian, Zhao Quan's twin brother, equally potent in strength within Qingyun Peak. Ah, we have personally come to your door, and you, a mere waste of Qingyun Peak, dare to flaunt such arrogance. How is it that a mere third-tier Qi condensation cultivator like you could vanquish the Crimson Flame Spirit Serpent? Do you possess some secret treasure? Zhao Qian exclaimed, his eyes glinting with avarice as he fixed his gaze upon Chu Chen, a peculiar grin adorning his face. Zhao Quan's eyes shimmered with disdain and greed, and he swiftly gestured to silence Zhao Qian, stating, You should already be aware of my purpose here. Chu Chen, today you shall find no escape. Surrender the treasures you possess, and perhaps we might spare your life. Zhao Qian, fanning himself, replied with a mocking tone, Rules of the sect? Humph. What do such regulations matter in the face of coveted treasures? Once we obtain the treasures and augment our strength, who would dare hold us accountable? A flicker of cold disdain crossed Chu Chen's eyes as he retorted, You Zhao fellows are nothing but hounds of the Lin family. Dream on if you think you can take my belongings. The two brothers erupted into laughter at this, their voices echoing with derision. Stubborn to the end, Chu Chen, do you truly believe you have any hope of resistance? Chu Chen slowly raised his head, clenching his fists, a defiant glint flashing across his delicate features as he broke into a smile. Resistance? To speak candidly, you are not worthy of such a notion. His words struck the disciples of Qingyun Peak into a state of astonishment. Although his prior performance within the sect had been nothing short of extraordinary, it seemed rather inappropriate for him to speak so boldly to a practitioner of the mid-stage gathering Yuan realm, especially when the battlefield was occupied by two opponents of nearly equal strength. A cold smile spread among the disciples. They viewed Chu Chen's humiliation of the Zhao brothers as a blatant path to self-destruction. Their gazes were fixed upon his position, a mix of malicious glee and indifferent observation evident in their expressions. In the eyes of Zhao Qian, he perceived the vast flow of profound energy within Chu Chen, which erupted from his body as acupoints, forming swirling golden cyclones around him. Confronted by such formidable power, Zhao Qian felt a tightening in his pupils. This young man was not merely at the Qi condensation stage. Faced with the imminent threat posed by Chu Chen, Zhao Qian was the first to strike. With a thunderous shout, he unleashed a powerful wave of profound energy. his feet crashing against the ground as he launched himself towards Chu Chen like a cannonball, raising his folding fan high to summon a howling wind as he aimed a fierce attack at him. Chapter 22. The outset of battle and the art of evasion. Zhao Qian's actions caught everyone off guard. No one had anticipated that this practitioner of the gathering Yuan realm would suddenly take the initiative to strike first against a mere youth of the qi condensation stage. In an instant, the exquisite fan, known as the Wandering Jade Fan, unfurled its blades like a swift dagger, leaving numerous lacerations upon Chu Chen's body. Resolute, Chu Chen summoned his profound energy, channeling it into his arm. With a resounding thud, a shield of energy manifested as Chu Chen extended his golden arm, piercing through the radiant aura of Zhao Qian. The two forces collided with a tremendous impact, producing a deep metallic resonance. Waves of energy radiated outward from the point of contact, causing the ground beneath to fracture and spread like a spider's web. With a loud bang, Chu Chen's golden arm briefly halted against Zhao Qian's Wandering Jade Fan, only for him to be thrust back several paces by the force of the impact. A metallic taste of blood forced down his throat. At that moment, Zhao Qian trembled, a fierce wave of energy propelling him to retreat several steps before he steadied himself. This spectacle left the entire assembly in stunned silence. The intensity of their clash had even Zhao Qian himself in a state of astonishment, an uncontrollable surge of disbelief welling up within him. As fellow practitioners of the gathering Yuan realm, Zhao Qian felt the palpable threat emanating from Chu Chen, prompting a mocking laughter. What audacity! Truly, the genius of the outer disciple peak, capable of repelling a gathering Yuan adept. Let my brother and I witness how you intend to escape today. Zhao Qian laughed heartily, his voice laced with fury that resonated among the surrounding disciples, clearly indicating that Chu Chen's display had genuinely provoked Zhao Qian's wrath. Seizing this moment, Chu Chen inhaled deeply, gradually closing his eyes, directing his consciousness inward to meticulously assess his injuries. After a brief moment, he felt a sense of relief within, grateful that although the pain from his injury was excruciating, it had not yet reached a critical level due to the tempering of his body through rigorous training. His wounds were not severe enough to prevent him from fighting. However, he was acutely aware of the precarious situation he faced. He needed to find an opportunity to break free swiftly. Otherwise, if he were to become entangled in a prolonged struggle, the consequences would be dire. With a subtle flick of his tongue, he drew the blood seeping from the corner of his mouth back within. Suddenly, Chu Chen's eyes widened, and a flash of brilliance ignited within them. His figure abruptly sank, his feet firmly planted in a horse stance. He slowly raised his right hand, fingers clenched into a fist, the veins on his arm bulging with intensity. A formidable aura emanated from him, poised to unleash a tempest of power. This display of determination momentarily stunned the Zhao brothers. The cautious Zhao brothers, already wary, felt a chill as Chu Chen adopted such a desperate stance. They exchanged glances, each reflecting the other's vigilance and astonishment. Aware of the gravity of the situation, they dared not be careless. They quickly centered their minds, subtly shifting their stances into a defensive posture, fixating on every movement of Chu Chen, fearful that a single misstep could expose a vulnerability. In the face of this scenario, Chu Chen, a seasoned practitioner, would naturally prefer to evade or escape. Unfortunately, his resources had been nearly depleted in the previous battle, and he had yet to craft any new treasures. Zhao Quan's narrow eyes glinted with malice as he fixated on Chu Chen, clearly apprehensive of his strength. However, this apprehension was fleeting, swiftly replaced by a fierce expression. He suddenly raised his right arm, his broad palm slicing through the air with a commanding arc, accompanied by a thunderous shout, "Charge!" Upon hearing the command, the surrounding disciples immediately contorted their faces in grim determination, brandishing their weapons as they surged toward Chu Chen. The Zhao brothers exchanged a tacit glance and silently retreated behind the crowd. Observing the two who valued their lives so dearly, a malicious grin crept upon Chu Chen's face. Gathering Origin Realm? Is that all? You are not worthy to subdue me. The Zhao brothers, whose gaze had been unwaveringly fixed on Chu Chen, retreated in an instant as he made his move. Bang, bang, bang. With the resounding shatter of several vials, black smoke suddenly billowed forth, enveloping the area in an instant. Where have they gone? As the smoke dissipated, the figure of Chu Chen had long since vanished from sight. Noticing the scattered remnants of the vials on the ground, Zhao Quan realized with a surge of anger that they had been outsmarted by Chu Chen. With a swift motion, he crushed the remnants beneath his foot, his expression darkening as he commanded the others to spread out and search for Chu Chen's whereabouts. Damn it! He cannot have gone far. Search for him. The scattered disciples, after several thorough investigations of the surrounding escape routes, found no trace of Chu Chen. That rascal truly possesses the cunning of a rat. He knows how to hide. Zhao Quan's voice carried a sardonic edge upon receiving the reports from the disciples, though his sinister countenance rendered the mirth particularly chilling. He had anticipated that Chu Chen would not sit idly by, believing that a mere chi-gathering realm waste would be easily dispatched by either of them. Yet, he had not considered that this young man, after enduring one blow from him, would choose to flee without a trace, which only served to infuriate him further. Damn it! Zhao Qian pierced a tree with his jade fan and approached Zhao Quan, who had vanished without a trace. What to do now? Zhao Qian's gaze inadvertently drifted to the carefree jade fan in his hand, where the blood of Chu Chen still lingered, not yet dry. A sinister smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he coldly remarked, "Humph, that brat is already injured. He cannot have fled far." He suddenly flicked his sleeve and bellowed at the disciples beside him, "What are you standing there for? Hurry and search for him. Otherwise, you shall all face dire consequences. Get out of my sight." As he watched the departing disciples, Zhao Quan's chest heaved violently. He had never imagined that as a formidable mid-stage practitioner of the gathering origin realm, he would be humiliated by a mere fledgling in the chi condensation realm in broad daylight. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and the more he wished to eliminate Chu Chen. Don't let me catch you. I will flay your skin off. Chapter 23. The unyielding gathering origin realm. The bright moon hung high in the sky. Not far away, on the city tower at the entrance of Qixin town, Chu Chen crouched at the edge of the eaves, overhearing Zhao Quan's words clearly. His two brothers remained outside the town gate, their expressions grim. It was infuriating to think that a mere chi condensation practitioner could escape the grasp of two gathering origin realm experts. They both understood that they must seize the opportunity to capture Chu Chen tonight. Otherwise, as time passed, he could vanish to an unknown location, making him increasingly difficult to find. Damn, that brat is quite adept at evasion. How could he possibly run so far while injured? TSK, run? Unless that lad can fly or vanish. Zhao Quan's brother, upon hearing this, couldn't help but pick up the conversation. With a resounding thud, the furious Zhao Qian unleashed a powerful punch upon the city wall, leaving behind a profound imprint. Suddenly, as he withdrew his fist, a thought struck him, causing his brow to furrow. Something is amiss. The day had slipped into darkness, and despite digging 3 feet into the earth, he had yet to unearth the wretch. In a rare moment of cunning, Zhao Qian cast his gaze toward the city tower he had just assaulted. A look of confusion etched upon his face. Could it be that this scoundrel never left at all? His piercing gaze swept swiftly toward the eaves of the tower where Chu Chen was crouched. At that moment, several faint glimmers of cold light flickered in the night. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The repeatedly effective conical projectiles whirled through the darkness at an alarming speed, their sharp trajectories accompanied by the sound of slicing air. As they darted toward Zhao Qian like lightning, the little beast had not strayed far, courting death. Zhao Qian's expression darkened, his eyes glinting with cold ferocity. He couldn't help but snort disdainfully as the profound energy within him surged like a tidal wave, gradually coalescing upon the long spear in his grasp. With both hands firmly gripping the spear, he abruptly halted its momentum, driving the spear's tip heavily into the ground. Utilizing the rebound force, the spear danced gracefully in his hands, moving with such rapidity that it formed an impenetrable barrier, deflecting the incoming shafts of light. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, a flurry of ringing sounds erupted, and as Zhao Qian sensed the force emanating from the spear, he found it to be less formidable than anticipated. A sense of relief washed over him, and a smirk of contempt graced his lips as he muttered, "Humph, you overestimate yourself." Clang. However, just as his words fell, a particularly loud and forceful impact unexpectedly intermingled with the sounds of the falling hidden weapons. This sudden noise caused Zhao Quan's expression to shift to one of gravity. A fleeting flicker of caution flashing in his eyes. A shadow, propelled by a technique distinct from the previous hidden weapons, arced through the air, swiftly crashing into the hidden weapon that had just been deflected. In an instant, the situation transformed dramatically. The impacted weapon began a relentless assault on the surrounding ones. For a moment, numerous hidden weapons collided in midair, their rapid trajectories intertwining, accelerating towards a singular direction. This unforeseen turn of events surpassed Zhao Quan's expectations. Distracted by the incoming projectiles, he wielded his spear, deftly knocking one hidden weapon to the ground. Zhao Quan furrowed his brow. The quantity and force were amiss. Suddenly, a chilling scream pierced the air not far from him. Several hidden weapons, propelled by their powerful collisions, spun violently, piercing through Zhao Quan's body. First, a dull thud echoed from his chest as blood stained his opulent garments, the hidden weapon sending flesh and blood splattering forth. Shortly thereafter, his abdomen was breached, causing his body to convulse instinctively. Agony etched across his face. The weapon tore through the flesh of his shoulder, and soon after, his thigh was pierced, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Each concealed weapon struck repeatedly, penetrating multiple times before finally dissipating the frenzied force that surged through. With a series of muffled thuds, the crimson projectiles embedded themselves deep into the ground nearby. As the weapons pierced through, a cloud of sanguine mist was dispersed, permeating the air with a pungent, metallic scent of blood that enveloped Zhao Qian. The sudden onslaught robbed Zhao Qian of vitality. After staggering back several steps, he could only muster a desperate cry for help before collapsing to the ground, never to rise again. "Ah, brother!" Zhao Quan rushed to his sibling's side, hastily stowing the lifeless body and the bloodied carefree jade fan into his storage pouch. He then bellowed furiously in the direction from which the attack had come. "Whoever you are, I will see you dead." Taking advantage of the chaos, a shadow leapt from the eaves of the city tower, accompanied by a howling wind. It was none other than Chu Chen. With his right palm raised high, an extraordinary force, distinct from the typical qi condensation, rapidly converged within his hand. Subsequently, he unleashed a powerful strike, crashing his palm heavily against Zhao Quan's back. The impact was instantaneous. Zhao Quan had no time to react as a mouthful of blood erupted from his lips, and his body was forced back several steps. Yet, being a seasoned warrior of the Gathering Essence realm, Zhao Quan's reflexes remained sharp despite the grievous injury. As he staggered backward from Chu Chen's blow, he valiantly suppressed the tumultuous blood and excruciating pain within, grasping his spear with determination. Utilizing the momentum from his fall, he channeled all his fury and energy into the weapon. With a sudden thrust, a long spear viciously pierced through Chu Chen's chest, the sharp tip carving a deep gash into his flesh. Chu Chen furrowed his brow slightly, then swiftly retreated several meters, halting a short distance away from Zhao Quan. Locking eyes with him, "It is you," Chu Chen thought. "Today, it is either your demise or mine." Although accustomed, the long wound across his chest hindered his movements, and with his realm already inferior to Zhao Quan's, a faint sense of foreboding began to surface in Chu Chen's heart. His original strategy was to launch a surprise attack to severely injure Zhao Quan, and then seize the opportunity to escape while Zhao Quan tended to his wounds. However, the seemingly mediocre Zhao Quan proved unexpectedly resilient. Chu Chen's attempts resulted in a fatal blow, inciting Zhao Quan's relentless fury and forcing Chu Chen into a defensive position. Chapter 24. A Gamble for Life and Death. Ha ha. In the night, Zhao Quan's maniacal laughter shattered the silence. "I want you to accompany my brother in death." The words dripped with hatred, twisted by madness. Zhao Quan's bloodshot eyes fixated on Chu Chen, his cruel gaze sending shivers down Chu Chen's spine. A torrent of profound energy surged around Zhao Quan, enveloping him in a field of power as his formidable aura erupted without restraint, causing the ground beneath him to fracture in a spiderweb of cracks. "Rest assured," Zhao Quan's chilling voice echoed ominously, the intent to kill radiating from him. "I shall first shatter your bones, and then, piece by piece, torment you, making you truly experience what it means to suffer a fate worse than death. With my brother gone, there is no need for me to conceal my strength any longer. Allow me to show you the power I have kept hidden from the world." Boom. With heavy footfalls, Zhao Quan executed a unique martial art, resembling a flash of lightning as he rapidly charged towards Chu Chen, trailing a sonic boom behind him. Consumed by the wrath of his brother's demise, Zhao Quan's mind was solely occupied with murderous intent directed at Chu Chen, unleashing an unfamiliar offensive technique with full force. Bloodlight Fist. In an instant, he appeared before Chu Chen, his enormous fist, glimmering with crimson light, delivered a fierce blow to Chu Chen's form. Bang, 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 bang. Chu Chen hastily raised his hand to withstand the assault, yet due to his injuries, his reaction was slightly delayed, leaving him at Zhao Quan's mercy. The ferocious power concentrated in Zhao Quan's fist left indelible imprints upon him. As their battle intensified, It wreaked havoc in the surrounding area, obliterating trees with each strike, while the grass beneath them was uprooted under the force of their energy. Bang! A resounding impact echoed through the stillness of the night. Chu Chen was sent flying, crashing through trees and skidding several meters along the ground. Positioned downwind, Chu Chen's ribs were shattered by a single blow. Bang! 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 Zhao Quan relentlessly pursued him, raining down blows upon Chu Chen. What's wrong? Aren't you quite skilled? What good is your skill now? Bang! A sharp crack resonated as Zhao Quan once again broke one of Chu Chen's ribs, blood spilling onto the ground. He acknowledged that he had underestimated Zhao Quan. Having spent his days hunting, he had not realized that this adversary was not merely at the 5th level of the Gathering Essence realm, but rather had achieved the pinnacle of the 7th level. As his injuries worsened, Chu Chen found himself increasingly unstable, his emotions surging within him. At this critical moment, a faint mark flickered on his forehead, seemingly sensing the impending danger. The Heavenly Emperor's tome suddenly flipped open, and a torrent of energy began to surge forth. Just as Chu Chen was about to rise, a sudden sharp pain caused him to collapse to the ground. He abruptly lifted his lowered head, his scarlet eyes fixated on the approaching Zhao Quan. Their gazes met, and an overwhelming sense of peril compelled Zhao Quan to exert force in his waist, halting his pursuit of Chu Chen, bewildered by the ominous atmosphere. A ring of golden light subtly emerged in Chu Chen's eyes as he let out a cold chuckle. It's my turn. He retrieved several bottles of high-grade spiritual liquid from his storage bag and consumed them. At that moment, the humming body refining technique activated autonomously, producing a series of cracking sounds from Chu Chen's body. Crack, crack. In an instant, the spiritual liquid transformed into golden, profound energy, surging forth from his heart. The interrupted bones within Chu Chen's body were violently shattered by the profound energy and rapidly refined and reconstituted. Chu Chen's eyes widened in fury, blood vessels bursting within them, as he endured excruciating pain that felt as if his body were being torn apart. Despite this agonizing torment, he stomped forward, charging at Zhao Quan with a savage ferocity. Observing this, Zhao Quan disdainfully met the attack. Chu Chen's body, enhanced multiple times, bore the power akin to a low-tier spiritual weapon, delivering a heavy punch squarely onto Zhao Quan. Bang! Underestimating Chu Chen's might, Zhao Quan found himself wounded by the blow. However, he retaliated with a fierce strike of his own, causing Chu Chen to stumble backward, unable to regain his footing before Zhao Quan pursued him relentlessly. Bang! 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 Chu Chen's cultivation remained perpetually a level beneath, and a moment's carelessness led him to be struck by Zhao Quan's blood-tinged fist, causing him to stagger back, spitting blood. Die! Zhao Quan, devoid of any desire to torment Chu Chen further, approached with a malevolent expression. In response, Chu Chen summoned his profound energy to counterattack. Just as Zhao Quan intended to unleash his bloodlight fist once more, he found Chu Chen charging at him like a barbarian. Infused with profound energy, Chu Chen's hands acted as if they were two formidable artifacts. Lacking knowledge of martial arts techniques, he relied on the savage style combined with the exceptional agility of the Qingyun Peak, leaving Zhao Quan in disarray. Remarkably, even as a mere condensation realm practitioner, Chu Chen exhibited such overwhelming physical prowess. Zhao Quan, witnessing the vitality radiating from Chu Chen, was taken aback. The longer they fought, the more alarmed he became. Chu Chen's displayed combat strength was far beyond the ordinary level 3 of the condensation realm, as described by Lin Yu. After an intense clash, Zhao Quan, bruised and battered, appeared exceptionally disheveled for someone of his long-established Gathering Essence realm status. However, it was still insufficient for Chu Chen to claim victory over him. Soon, Zhao Quan seized an opportunity, delivering a punch that sent Chu Chen reeling, blood spilling forth. As he retreated, Chu Chen unexpectedly produced a fire thunder talisman, pressing the spell onto Zhao Quan's body. In the instant of his retreat, he flicked a point of profound energy. The moment that energy met the talisman, it ignited the talisman's power. A resounding explosion echoed. Amidst the deafening sound, Zhao Quan was hurled away, engulfed in a cloud of dust. The fire thunder talisman. Excellent. From within the swirling dust, a furious voice emerged, waving a hand to disperse the haze, revealing Zhao Quan, disheveled and bloodied, his flesh mangled from the blast. At this moment, his visage was contorted with rage, the fire in his eyes seemingly desiring to devour Chu Chen, bones and all. You have forced my hand. Zhao Quan, engulfed in fury, disregarded his severe injuries and summoned a mysterious flying sword from the center of his brow. The instant the sword materialized, it radiated with divine light, its brilliance illuminating the surroundings, the formidable aura compelling Chu Chen to stagger back several paces. Chu Chen mused to himself, "What a magnificent sword." This exemplifies the prowess of a practitioner at the gathering essence stage, where one's soul reaches a certain threshold, allowing for the bonding with lesser spiritual beasts as companions or mounts. However, Zhao Quan, being at the 7th tier, had already attained a preliminary command over the flying sword. The moment the sword was summoned, its aura wavered, clearly indicating that it had only recently been acquired and not yet fully subdued. Zhao Quan poured all his mental energy into the sword, which responded with a swift whoosh, shooting towards Chu Chen, whose countenance instantly paled, collapsing to the ground. Bloodied and barely able to stand, Chu Chen's eyes flickered with determination as he resolved to gamble on life and death. His bloodied hand swept across his waist, revealing a fragment of mysterious material no larger than a coin between his fingers. Ignoring its sharpness that threatened to cut him, he employed a hidden weapon technique, aiming it at the oncoming flying sword and launching it forth. Chapter 25. The Little Demon Pet, A Leap of Fate. The glimmer shot from Chu Chen's hand, a crimson streak slicing through the night sky. With a sharp clang, the piercing note of the fragment pierced the air, arriving before the flying sword, colliding with a thunderous thud that reverberated through the atmosphere, causing the once ferocious flying sword to momentarily stall in midair. Chu Chen seemed to have anticipated this turn of events. However, before he could make another move, a sudden, crisp crack echoed in his ears. Crack, crack, crack. The crisp sound of shattering echoed incessantly from the hovering flying sword. Who would have thought that this extraordinary weapon would begin to crack at the points of impact? Its fissures spreading with alarming rapidity? Ultimately, with a soft clatter, the sword fell heavily to the ground, its once resplendent blade now dulled and its sharpness diminished. A piercing scream abruptly shattered the air. As the sword sustained grave damage, Zhao Quan's consciousness, tethered to it, experienced a violent backlash. The excruciating pain drove him to clutch his head tightly, his body curling inward, his face contorted in agony. At that moment, blood flowed from all 7 orifices of Zhao Quan, his visible weakness rendering him on the brink of collapse. Seizing the opportunity, a thought flickered in Chu Chen's mind. His gaze suddenly cold and sharp. Whoosh! A shadow darted past with a fierce gust of wind. Thud! A sound pierced through, and a stone emerged from Zhao Quan's body. His form trembled violently before he gradually sank to his knees, a pool of blood rapidly forming beneath him. Warm-hearted Chu Chen sent a stone to reunite him with his brother. There were sounds in the distance. The intense battle had drawn the attention of the other disciples. Chu Chen, regaining his composure, staggered over to Zhao Quan, rifled through his storage bag, and carelessly tossed the flying sword into it as well. Cautiously, Chu Chen ignited a fire upon Zhao Quan's lifeless body, and, despite his own weakness, gradually faded into the night, heading toward the secret realm. After his disappearance, a multitude of figures surged forth from the direction of 7 Immortals' town, numbering in the dozens. When the crowd gathered around Zhao Quan, the majority of his body had already been incinerated. This is Brother Zhao. Damn. Robbery and corpse burning in one fell swoop. Could this possibly be the work of Chu Chen? Chu Chen, what nonsense are you spouting? He is merely at the condensation realm. How could he manage such a feat? True. If he were capable of slaying the Zhao brothers, he wouldn't have fled. How audacious of someone to provoke our Tianyuan sect within our territory. We must report immediately that the Zhao family members at the Gathering Origin Realm were robbed and their bodies burned here in Qixin Town. You are absolutely right. The crowd began to chatter, each contributing their thoughts, spiraling the discussion into absurdity, oblivious to Chu Chen's departure, which inadvertently absolved him of blame. In the depths of the forest not far from the secret realm of Qixin Town, a figure enveloped in a faint golden hue was inhaling and exhaling profound energy under the moonlight. His tattered attire indicated it was Chu Chen. Beneath his feet lay numerous corpses of spiritual beasts, alongside many empty bottles of consumed spiritual liquid. Chu Chen swiftly poured several bottles of high-grade spiritual liquid into his mouth, which instantaneously transformed into a surge of golden, profound energy. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A continuous buzzing resonated throughout his body as the golden profound energy coursed through all 362 acupoints. His body's acupoints and meridians were forcefully breached and subsequently restored, as a surge of profound energy flowed from his heart throughout his entire being. Subsequently, The profound energy transformed into an overwhelming essence, converging into his dantian, where it coalesced into a vast ocean of vitality. The surging tides of this profound ocean ebbed and flowed, while the golden energy pulsating from his heart continuously transmuted, augmenting the reservoir of his power. Gradually, Chu Chen's cultivation approached the pinnacle of the fourth layer of the qi condensation realm. Suddenly, the air began to swirl, generating a cyclone as Chu Chen inhaled the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. A thunderous sound reverberated through his meridians, resembling the shattering of barriers, as the surging profound energy burst forth. With this breakthrough, Chu Chen ascended to the fifth layer of the qi condensation realm. Exhaling a breath of turbid energy, he rose to his feet, his body resonating with a series of crisp, popping sounds. Observing the empty bottle at his feet, he couldn't help but reflect on the sheer dominance of this body refinement technique. His progress had slowed considerably. Had he consumed this quantity of spiritual liquid in the past, he would have already surpassed the gathering essence realm. With a flush of vitality, he clenched his fists and unleashed a few punches, the sound of sonic booms intensifying. As his consciousness delved into the dantian, he realized his meridians were now several times more robust than before, and under the rigorous refinement of the technique, his bones had become increasingly resilient, shimmering with a hint of mysterious luminescence within their structure. This elevation in his realm had once again augmented the totality of his profound energy, rendering the previous state of lethargy after a single use of martial arts a mere memory. A plump money ferret scampered up onto his shoulder, its tiny paws clutching a vibrant fruit, which it cautiously offered to Chu Chen. With a chirping sound, the ferret eagerly gazed at him, its eyes brimming with anticipation. Chu Chen was momentarily taken aback, a gentle smile gracing his face as he softly inquired, "Little one, is this for me?" The golden money weasel seemed to comprehend his words, nodding vigorously as if pounding garlic, and eagerly nudging the fruit closer. A warmth enveloped Chu Chen's heart as he accepted the offering, gently patting the weasel's fluffy little head, his tone tender as he cautioned, "Why haven't you left yet? Do not venture into such perilous places again." The money weasel cocked its head, its eyes wide and unblinking as it gazed at Chu Chen, chattering incessantly while its tiny paws waved animatedly. However, Chu Chen wore a look of helplessness. Despite his efforts to understand, he found himself at a loss, as he did not comprehend the language of beasts. "Well, I cannot decipher what you are saying," he sighed, shaking his head in resignation, though a smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. "How about you accompany me? It would be nice to have some company along the way." Squeak, squeak. The little creature, upon hearing this, erupted with excitement, bouncing on Chu Chen's shoulder. It seemed to forget its perch, accidentally tumbling down and nearly toppling off. Chu Chen was amused by the chubby little being, pinching its cheek playfully before declaring, "From now on, I shall call you little one." Chapter 26. The passage as the white horse gallops through the fleeting moments of dawn. Little one, with an innate sensitivity to treasures, guided Chu Chen through the forest, enabling him to gather a considerable amount of herbs and buried treasures throughout the night. With a deep exhale, Chu Chen concluded his foraging for herbs. He casually wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and plopped down beside a stone, taking out several spirit fruits. He selected one and offered it to the little creature perched on his shoulder, before tossing a few into his own mouth. The little one squeaked with excitement, eagerly clasping the spirit fruit with its tiny paws and devouring it hungrily. Observing its adorable demeanor, a faint smile involuntarily graced Chu Chen's lips. "Oh, this is the essence of life." After a brief respite, he reached into his pocket and produced an ancient, round positioning orb. He lightly patted the dull surface of the orb, but it remained unresponsive. "Lu Qianxue, oh Lu Qianxue, you entrusted me with this positioning orb, yet I still cannot locate you." As he stared at the inert orb in his hand, memories of their first encounter flooded his mind. His expression grew increasingly complex, tinged with disappointment, frustration, and a hint of self-mockery. The more beautiful the woman, the more deceitful she tends to be. Lost in his thoughts, Chu Chen remained oblivious to the figure approaching from the sky behind him. By the time he sensed it, it was already too late. The figure, accompanied by a waft of fragrance, swiftly materialized before him. Startled, Chu Chen looked up to see none other than Lu Qianxue standing before him. Seeing her, he was momentarily taken aback, and then the realization hit him. His attire was in tatters, a testament to the numerous battles he had endured recently, leaving him with no clean garments to change into. No wonder Lu Qianxue would jest about him using fashion. At this moment, he did indeed present a rather disheveled appearance. Contemplating this, Chu Chen felt a rush of heat to his face, mortified to the point of wishing to vanish into the ground. Just then, the little creature climbed onto Chu Chen's shoulder, waving its chubby little paw at Lu Qianxue, asserting its dominion with incessant chirps. What an adorable little thing! Lu Qianxue's eyes instantly sparkled with delight, filled with affection as she leaned slightly forward, gazing at the little creature with wonder. She gently tapped its head and quietly inquired of Chu Chen, "Is this your spirit pet?" Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Lu Qianxue's eyes, only to be swiftly suppressed, as she composed herself and stated earnestly, "No more jokes. Let us prepare to enter the secret realm tonight." Subsequently, Lu Qianxue began rummaging through her exquisite storage pouch. Seizing this opportunity, Chu Chen promptly closed his eyes, adjusting his mystical energy to its optimal state. After a while, he concluded his meditative state and slowly opened his eyes. In an instant, a pair of beautiful eyes invaded his field of vision, their gazes locking in a moment of mutual surprise, and he could distinctly feel the breath she exhaled brushing against his face. Lu Qianxue clearly did not anticipate Chu Chen's sudden awakening. A fleeting look of panic crossed her face, akin to a child caught in the act of a mischievous prank. The hand that had been playfully toying with a strand of hair abruptly flung away, the strand gracefully arcing through the air before being carelessly tossed behind her. She then feigned calmness, tilting her head back to gaze at the sky, muttering to herself, "The weather is quite nice." As tranquility settled once more, Chu Chen was the first to shatter the silence. "Are you prepared? Come, allow me to escort you to a remarkable place." Without waiting for Chu Chen's response, Lu Qianxue effortlessly lifted him and soared into the air, covering a considerable distance in an instant. The little creature clung tightly to Chu Chen's attire, nearly at risk of plummeting. "Where are you taking me?" Chu Chen, suspended in midair, felt the rush of air filling his mouth, contorting his face. A resolute thought surged within him. He must contract a flying spirit beast. Being hoisted by the scruff was far from dignified. "You will understand upon arrival," Lu Qianxue replied enigmatically, casting a glance at the tailing figures behind them, likely spies from other sects and wandering cultivators seeking to gain an advantage. In a moment, Lu Qianxue, relying on her familiarity with the terrain, accelerated her pace, transforming into a streak of white light that vanished from sight in an instant. His brow furrowed slightly, his gaze filled with confusion and discontent, seemingly perplexed by Lu Qianxue's actions. Meanwhile, she expertly manipulated the candlestick in her hands, her expression focused and earnest. As she moved, a faint creaking sound emerged, and the seemingly ordinary temple walls began to tremble, parting slowly to reveal a dark passageway. Upon witnessing this shadowy entrance, Chu Chen felt as though he could hear a peculiar sound emanating from within, prompting him to involuntarily draw in a sharp breath. His throat instinctively constricted as he swallowed, his voice betraying a slight tremor. "The entrance, is it here? Did you hear that sound? Ha ha ha. Could it be that you are afraid of the dark?" Lu Qianxue observed Chu Chen's demeanor, unable to suppress her laughter. She chuckled heartily, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons, and the teasing expression on her face became increasingly pronounced. "Who is afraid of the dark? Who is afraid of the dark? I merely worry that you might be afraid." Of course, Chu Chen was not truly afraid of the dark. He had simply heard a voice whispering in his ear. Gathering his courage, he positioned Lu Qianxue behind him, declaring, "You stay behind me. I shall venture forth." With a deep breath, he accepted the responsibility of leading the way, igniting a torch and slowly advancing into the shadows. As she watched her younger companion protectively shield her, a surge of complex emotions welled up within Lu Qianxue. Realizing something was amiss, she shook her head slightly to cast aside her distractions and followed Chu Chen into the pitch-black passage. Chapter 27. The Enigmatic Puppet in the Darkness. After several hours had passed, just as Chu Chen's torch was nearing its end, they finally reached the passage's terminus. As the two stepped beyond the threshold, an expansive area unfolded before them. The ground was a deep crimson hue, reminiscent of being soaked in blood, sending a chill down Chu Chen's spine. The flickering light of the torch faintly illuminated objects in the distance, revealing an ancient stone door standing at the far end of the space. Constructed from heavy stone, the door bore the scars of time, its surface riddled with deep crevices. The copper door knocker was tarnished with rust, and the four prominent characters on the plaque were striking, Langia's secret realm. As Chu Chen recited the grand characters above, 2 rows of inscriptions suddenly emerged around the door. The celestial talisman subdues the demonic traces. The magical array seals the ghostly aura. With the appearance of these inscriptions, Chu Chen glanced at a horizontal inscription at the bottom of the doorframe, Zixiao Town. He caressed the ancient stone door, feeling a surge of curiosity as he turned to Lu Qianxue, inquiring, such formidable presence. Who exactly is Zixiao? Lu Qianxue, with a serious expression, patiently elucidated. Let me enlighten you. We presently reside in the kingdom of Nanchu, merely a small nation in the southern expanse of the vast continent. Chu Chen nodded slightly. Continuing the conversation, I am aware, the kingdom of Nanchu scarcely stands out in Jiangsu. Beyond the Langia River lies a multitude of nations and even more extensive lands. Lu Qianxue nodded in agreement and continued her narrative. According to the elders, long ago, 7 unparalleled sword immortals arrived from beyond Jiangsu. One day, these 7 convened atop Qixiao Peak to vie for the title of the world's foremost. That battle was nothing short of earth-shattering, evoking both awe and despair, lasting several days and nights. During that time, the heavens and earth of Jiangsu shifted in color, and the sun and moon were obscured. Ultimately, the outcome of this decisive clash remained unresolved, shrouded in mystery. Later, perhaps due to the bonds forged in battle, these 7 sword immortals became friends and established a town at the foot of Qixiao Peak, naming it Qixin Town, the leader among them, renowned as the omnipotent Zixiao Sword Emperor. Subsequently, for reasons unknown, the 7 united to create this secret realm. But the precise details of what lies beyond the door have been lost to time, remaining unverified. In the midst of their conversation, the 2 rows of statues on either side of the door subtly stirred, as if awakened by some enigmatic force. Sister Qianxue, did you hear any sound? Chu Chen inquired, sensing something amiss, his brow slightly furrowing as he directed his gaze toward Lu Qianxue. Uffed. Lu Qianxue couldn't help but chuckle, raising her hand to cover her lips, her eyes twinkling with mirth. Could it be that you're scared? There's no sound at all. Crack, crack. The sound of the statues fracturing gradually intensified, pieces of stone cascading down to reveal a glimmering black and white sheen beneath. In the blink of an eye, the 2 had retreated several meters away. Sizzle. With a sharp sound, the last remnant of Chu Chen's clothing was utterly ruined under Lu Qianxue's forceful grip, exposing his well-defined torso. Lu Qianxue smacked her lips, her gaze savoring the sight of Chu Chen, seemingly oblivious to the notion of blushing. Chu Chen glanced at the tattered strips of cloth adorning him, and, feeling the weight of Lu Qianxue's appreciative stare, mused inwardly, this girl surely must have done that on purpose. Squeak, squeak, squeak. From the fallen fabric rolled a plump little ball, which they had both forgotten. It was vigorously waving its tiny hands in protest against the unfair treatment. Ha ha ha, little one. I'm so sorry for forgetting you. Lu Qianxue exclaimed, her face lighting up as she swiftly scooped up the tiny creature and presented it with a large spirit fruit, placing it snugly in its embrace. Squeak. The little creature, undemanding, raised its chubby behind and settled into Lu Qianxue's palm, casting a knowing glance as if to say, at least you recognize my worth, before it began to devour the fruit voraciously. Upon witnessing this, Chu Chen smiled faintly, his gaze shifting towards the nearby statue. With a crackling sound, the statue soon shed its outer stone layer, revealing a body of metallic texture. Upon seeing its demon-like visage, Chu Chen could not help but exclaim, Demon Shin puppet. Lu Qianxue lifted her head at the sound, her eyes sweeping across the assembly of metallic puppets before her. This is a ground-level puppet. Lu Qianxue's expression suddenly sharpened, her eyes revealing a fervent excitement. The lines suggest it is crafted from cold prison, Xian iron, and flame prison red copper. TSK. The exterior of this puppet is enhanced with star-pattern secret silver and thunder-pattern emerald. What a genius. All materials utilized are of the highest quality. As a talented blacksmith, her fervor was palpable, and in that moment, she could hardly resist the urge to immediately gather these puppets and take them away. It was not just Lu Qianxue. If not for Chu Chen's inferior strength, he might have attempted to carry one off as well, for such superior goods were unattainable outside. Lu Qianxue could not help but take a couple of steps forward, eager to investigate further. Just then, an unforeseen change occurred. The 2 rows of puppets suddenly erupted with a formidable and overwhelming aura. This aura was exceedingly domineering, pressing down heavily upon Lu Qianxue, compelling her to involuntarily step back several paces. This terrifying aura instantaneously enveloped both Chu Chen and Lu Qianxue. leaving them breathless and nearly suffocating. It was evident that the strength of these ground-level puppets far surpassed that of the Transformation Sea realm experts, and alarmingly, there was more than one of these powerful puppets. Pressure arrives swiftly and dissipates just as quickly. As the two ceased their movements, their formidable fighting spirit vanished in tandem. Chu Chen stifled the shock and pressure within, his gaze swiftly sweeping across the puppets, silently counting them. His expression abruptly turned solemn. There were precisely 32 Earth-grade puppets. The little one, perhaps due to his diminutive stature, seemed unaffected by the pressure, tugging at Chu Chen's pant leg. It was at this moment that Chu Chen followed the little one's pointing finger and discovered intricate lines etched beneath their feet. Upon counting, he found that there were as many as 90 intersection points, and the 2 rows of peculiar stone statues correspondingly stood upon these special points. As Chu Chen surveyed the surroundings, he suddenly noticed that the ground bore some differences from when they had first arrived. 2 elevated platforms had arisen at the intersections of the array, seemingly necessitating a vantage point to fully comprehend the layout. With this thought, Chu Chen lightly stepped forward, hastening towards one of the platforms. Chapter 28. Spirit Pivot Puppets. Bang, 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 bang. The instant Chu Chen ascended the platform, a series of resounding bangs echoed throughout the vast space, and the area was instantly illuminated. Countless glass lanterns atop the venue flickered to life, activated by a special mystical force. Standing atop the high platform, Chu Chen surveyed the scene below, where he beheld an immense chessboard. And the 32 imposing Earth-grade puppets were merely pieces on this grand board. How extravagant! Chu Chen could not help but exclaim in a hushed voice, astonished that high-grade Earth puppets were being utilized as chess pieces. But what sort of game is this? I have never encountered anything like it before. What is this? Lu Qianxue eagerly dashed over, her gaze fixed upon a row of flags displayed on the stands. Seizing one in her hand, she noticed that several ground-level puppets seemed to respond to its movement, subtly shifting as they turned towards the stands. Lu Qianxue resembled a child discovering a toy, striking various poses as she waved the flag. Whoosh. Go. Move. Why aren't you moving? Although she held the flag firmly, the puppets merely adjusted their orientation without advancing an inch. Chu Chen scanned the stands, then glanced at the puppets below, subsequently closing his eyes and thoughtfully stroking his chin, as if contemplating how to address the current situation. It was evident that the puppets were awaiting commands, yet if this was a game between 2 stands, where could he find participants? After a moment, his chin-stroking gesture abruptly ceased, and with a snap of his fingers, he smiled calmly. Let us give it a try. He sprinted towards the opposite stand, prompting Lu Qianxue to exclaim, "Why are you running so far?" As her words echoed, a resounding crash erupted from below, causing Lu Qianxue to turn her attention downward. Boom! The black piece suddenly advanced a step, its towering flags billowing in the wind behind it. Indeed, Chu Chen couldn't help but smile, then called out to Lu Qianxue on the opposite stand, "Sister, channel your energy into the flag you hold, and then direct the piece. The different flags under your command represent various pieces." Oh, how fascinating! Immediately, Lu Qianxue placed one hand on her waist and waved the small flag in her hand towards Chu Chen, commanding, "Go. Teach him a lesson." With a thunderous sound, the white puppet lunged forward, taking a heavy step before coming to a halt. Chu Chen's gaze deepened in contemplation as he picked up another flag to examine it. Addressing Lu Qianxue, "Sister, try waving it again." Upon hearing Chu Chen's words, Lu Qianxue infused more mystical energy and waved the flag forward once more, prompting the white puppet to charge ahead again. This rule, I remember now. It resembles the life-and-death chess of the chess Saint Sword ancestor. Lu Qianxue seemed to recognize the rules of this chessboard. Chu Chen had heard of the chess Saint Sword ancestor, and the tension in his furrowed brow gradually dissipated, replaced by a flicker of understanding in his eyes. Subsequently, he directed his attention to the other flags on the viewing platform. After a period of exploration, Chu Chen swiftly grasped the usage of the flags. This immense formation consisted of a square chessboard, with a total of 32 puppet pieces, 16 in white and 16 in black, arranged and maneuvered at the intersections of the board. The 2 sides would alternate in making their moves, and Chu Chen speculated that certain conditions must be met to achieve victory on the chessboard. Moreover, aside from the chess game, the puppets could also be operated independently. Given the limited time on site, he refrained from deducing too many rules of the chessboard. He then approached the stage, stepping into the bright light as he moved beside the stone door, searching for any other methods to unlock it. After a moment of observation, it became evident that not far away stood a stone wall, upon which colossal characters were inscribed. Beside these inscriptions were glyphs reminiscent of those adjacent to the stone door. The text read, "In a single contest, the elegant are chosen. In myriad quests for the virtuous, the intent shines like a candle illuminating the successors." Chu Chen gazed at the characters with a sense of vague comprehension, instinctively stroking his smooth chin, lost in contemplation. Mechanisms? Lu Qianxue seemed captivated by Chu Chen's demeanor. She stepped aside, her gaze sweeping over the stone wall, intrigued by the inscriptions, and could not help but exclaim in admiration. The craftsmanship of the mechanism emperor and the exquisite carvings of the cloud sword emperor brothers were truly remarkable. Curiously, she gently pressed against the characters on the stone wall a few times. The sound of her actions interrupted Chu Chen's reverie, and by the time he reacted, it was too late to intervene. Suddenly, a celestial melody resonated through the air, and as the ethereal music faded, a perilous incantation materialized in midair. The luminous script flickered, swiftly condensing into a radiant point. Subsequently, the point expanded and transformed, gradually morphing into a text imbued with a mysterious aura, identical to the characters Lu Qianxue had pressed. Instinctively, Chu Chen tilted his head back and involuntarily whispered, "Accumulating jade and piling gold?" As Chu Chen's voice echoed softly, the illusory light in the void surged violently, and in an instant, a plethora of high-grade refining materials appeared before Lu Qianxue's eyes. These materials shimmered with profound energy, exuding an air of extreme rarity. Chu Chen recognized the arcane technique before him, which was none other than the heavenly garment cloud sound of the cloud dress sword immortal, combined with the 100 refined thousand illusions array of the 100 refined sword sage, transforming the illusory into the tangible. "Oh ho, it seems fortune has smiled upon us." Lu Qianxue gazed at the towering pile of refining materials, her eyes wide with excitement, ready to charge towards them. Just as she took a step forward, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The mountain of materials, seemingly stirred by her advance, soared into the air, swiftly merging, refining, and reshaping themselves. Moments later, a puppet materialized before the two of them. Chu Chen, witnessing this anomaly, felt his eyes widen in shock, as the puppet bore an uncanny resemblance to Lu Qianxue. As if sculpted from the same mold, the spirit pivot puppet, the bizarre mechanism before him left Chu Chen frozen, his mind racing yet devoid of clarity. Trusting Chu Chen, Lu Qianxue instinctively stepped back a few paces upon hearing his words. However, to her astonishment, the puppet, identical in appearance to her, showed no signs of vanishing, standing there with hollow eyes and an expressionless face. Chapter 29. The key to passing through. As Lu Qianxue moved, the puppet's vacant gaze fixated on her, slowly raising its arm into an attacking stance. Strangely, Chu Chen perceived a fleeting expression of disdain cross the puppet's face. Sensing the gravity of the situation, he quickly urged, "It seems you must confront it in battle." Upon hearing his words, Lu Qianxue arched an eyebrow, her chin slightly lifted, resembling a proud peacock. "Humph. Let me show this impostor a lesson." She parted her ruby lips, a delicate hum escaping, brimming with confidence in her own prowess. Her jade-like hand swept over her waist, and a longsword emanating a cerulean glow seamlessly fell into her grasp. "Impostor, prepare to meet your end," Lu Qianxue exclaimed, her almond-shaped eyes widening in determination. At that moment, she lightly tapped the ground with her toes, propelling herself into the air with grace, her form resembling a silver flash of lightning, infused with a fierce sword aura. As she hurtled towards the puppet that bore an uncanny resemblance to her. Clang! The instant Lu Qianxue's longsword collided with that of the puppet, a crisp sound resonated, sending powerful sound waves radiating outward from the point of impact. The surrounding air appeared to warp under this force, creating visible ripples that spread like waves. Chu Chen was momentarily stunned by the sudden cacophony, his eardrums throbbing painfully, a buzzing filling his mind. Instinctively, he clasped his head with both hands. A grimace of agony etched across his face, and he involuntarily retreated a few steps. As the sharp pain subsided, he silently marveled at the sheer ferocity of combat at the oceanic sea realm. On the battlefield, Lu Qianxue and the puppet were locked in an intense struggle. Though the puppet's movements were mechanical, each attack mirrored Lu Qianxue's own, as if it were a mere imitation of her. Yet, Lu Qianxue adeptly countered each strike with her agile maneuvers, for the techniques originated from her own repertoire, making her familiar with their trajectories. "Damn it," she cursed inwardly, feeling the strain of both her stamina and mystical energy as she began to falter. Clang, 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 clang. Her longsword danced in her hand with an impenetrable grace. The sword energy intertwining as the two engaged in a fierce exchange, their figures blending and weaving in a mesmerizing display, making it momentarily impossible to discern who held the upper hand. The ground beneath them bore the brunt of their sword energy, fissures rapidly spreading across the surface, while the surrounding dust was whipped into the air, enveloping the entire battlefield in a veil of obscurity. Truly, this was as formidable as the rumors had suggested. As the disciple closest to the summit of Qingyun Peak, Chu Chen had certainly been privy to the intricacies of intelligence gathering and had long been aware of the existence of puppets. These so-called puppets are war machines forged by high-ranking artificers through arcane techniques, devoid of emotions. They relentlessly pursue their designated targets until the objectives set forth by their creators are met. Typically, they require the artificer's presence to exert control, yet here, a puppet fought independently, an exceedingly peculiar sight. With a flicker of insight, Chu Chen's mind raced as he hastened to the observation platform. Once there, he surveyed the surroundings and cautiously attempted to rotate the control jade tablet affixed to the table. Crack! It worked. His hypothesis was solidified, and with a surge of arcane energy, he turned the tablet over. Inscribed upon it were the characters for manipulation, sparking a realization in Chu Chen's eyes. He swiftly seized a flag and infused it with his energy. Boom! The black puppet on the chessboard suddenly advanced towards Lu Qianxue with determined strides, its four towering flags billowing in the wind behind it. With a piercing thrust, the concentrated arcane energy coalesced upon the black spear, plunging into the battlefield where Lu Qianxue stood, taking command of the conflict. Boom! 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 The clash of gunfire and blades intertwined, rendering it difficult to discern victory from defeat. A sudden surge of energy enveloped Chu Chen as his eyes sharpened, and he forcefully waved the banner in his hand. The puppet, draped in the grand flag emblazoned with the character for soldier, appeared to be infused with an enigmatic power, its form erupting suddenly as it executed a fiercely advanced spear technique. The spear tip quivered like a serpent emerging from its lair, instantaneously producing a breathtaking flourish of spear blooms, followed by a flurry of spear shadows that assailed Lu Qianxue's puppet like a tempest. Clang! 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 The crisp sounds of metal colliding rang out in succession, sparks flying. Under this relentless assault, Lu Qianxue's puppet struggled to withstand the onslaught, retreating repeatedly. After several thrusts, the puppet was forcefully pushed back. Perhaps due to Lu Qianxue's unique mystical energy crafting the puppet, it differed from tangible constructs. After enduring continuous blows, it gradually dissipated into the air. As it neared dissolution, Chu Chen caught a fleeting glimpse of humanity in the puppet's hollow eyes, which cast a brief glance in his direction. Aha! Upon witnessing her puppet's disintegration, Lu Qianxue's taut nerves instantly relaxed, and she stumbled back to the stands beside Chu Chen. She leaned on her knees, gasping for breath, her bosom rising and falling dramatically. From Chu Chen's vantage point, one could inadvertently catch a glimpse of her fair skin, where deep contours suggested a unique allure. This puppet was remarkably formidable, had you not intervened in time. I might have met my end here today, she mused, gradually lifting her head, her voice soft and feeble yet tinged with relief. I have a rough idea of how to proceed. Chu Chen took a deep breath, calming his emotions, and turned to Lu Qianxue, his eyes glimmering with confidence. He furrowed his brow slightly, organizing his thoughts, and spoke methodically. The puppets that appeared earlier are all related to specific characters that trigger certain mechanisms, just like the phrase accumulating jade to pile gold we encountered earlier, which summoned advanced refining materials and subsequently transformed into puppets that bore an uncanny resemblance to you. This implies that we must decipher the expressive significance of these mechanical texts and execute the correct textual commands to progress. However, before we proceed, there is one matter I wish to confirm. Lu Qianxue nodded gently, her eyes brimming with anticipation, urging him, "Little brother, do tell, what exactly do you plan to do?" Chu Chen advanced slowly, pressing down on the characters inscribed on the wall, forming a coherent term. Lu Qianxue tilted her head upwards to gaze at the hovering mystical characters in the air, parting her lips to softly read, "A single knife to attend the meeting? Are you confident? That previous encounter left me quite battered." Chu Chen smiled nonchalantly, retrieving Zhao Quan's entirely white jade spear from his storage pouch, resolved to test the limits of his combat prowess. Chapter 30. Crisis also brings opportunity. As Chu Chen was about to take the stage, the little one beside him raised his small hand, chirping enthusiastically in support of Chu Chen. Observing this scene, Chu Chen affectionately patted the boy's head and smiled. Little one, I will give it my all. Upon stepping within approximately 5 meters of the characters, the mystical light suddenly shifted, and a long spear flew forth from the luminous ether, followed by a figure stepping out from the void. A figure approached with purposeful strides, reminiscent of the earlier puppet, its entire form aglow with a metallic sheen, and its visage strikingly akin to that of Chu Chen. Slowly, it extended its hand towards the long spear lying on the ground, gripping it gently yet firmly, effortlessly lifting the seemingly cumbersome weapon. With a fluid motion, it hoisted the spear onto its shoulder, exuding an aura of martial prowess. At last, it had revealed itself. I could seize the opportunity. Chu Chen locked eyes with the puppet, recognizing that its cultivation mirrored his own. With a decisive move, Chu Chen initiated the confrontation, channeling energy through his concealed arm, subtly striking the rear of the spear. The weapon soared from his grasp with a whistling sound, transforming into a piercing streak of light. In an instant, the spear's brilliance reached the puppet. Chu Chen deftly propelled himself forward, landing beside the flying spear. He seized it with a firm grip, harnessing the power of his core as the energy surged through him. On the tip of the spear, a flicker of green light reflected Chu Chen's slightly fervent smile. As his energy converged upon the spear, glimmers of azure danced along its length, enveloping the entire weapon in a matter of moments. The azure light swiftly coalesced in midair, forming the illusion of a dragon. Dragon roar. The opposing puppet seemed to trigger a mechanism, emulating Chu Chen's technique as it summoned its own energy, manifesting a shadow of a black dragon along the spear. In a synchronous motion, the black dragon surged forth, colliding with Chu Chen's azure dragon. The azure light rapidly condensed once more, forming the illusion of the dragon anew. With a decisive push from his palm against the spear's tail, the long spear soared forth, propelled by the force of his grip. Chu Chen, however, showed no sign of hesitation. Seizing the fleeting moment as his long spear slipped from his grasp, he elevated one leg high and delivered a powerful kick to the spear's tail, which was suspended in midair. The spear traced a dazzling arc through the air, reminiscent of an azure dragon breaking through the waters. Like a bolt of lightning, Chu Chen seized the flying spear with unwavering resolve, infusing the phantom of the dragon with newfound vigor, its ethereal eyes shimmering brightly. In an instant, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded as the dragon's shadow surged toward the spear's tip. A glimmer of cold light heralded its arrival, and then the spear shot forth like a dragon. Dragon's roar, Chu Chen exclaimed, and in that fleeting moment, an immense force erupted from within him, coalescing into a vividly lifelike azure dragon silhouette. This dragon shadow cleaved through the air, weaving past the puppet's side. Alas, a miscalculation. Lu Qianque's gaze was entirely captivated by the resplendent display of skill. Her eyes widened with anticipation. However, upon witnessing that the dragon shadow unleashed by Chu Chen had failed to strike the puppet, she could not help but voice her disappointment. Strangely, the puppet seemed bound by some unseen rule, refraining from replicating the dragon's roar that had missed its target. Unlike before, it maintained the prior attack stance, executing the wind and cloud spear technique, a move that Chu Chen was also familiar with. Indeed, as expected, a subtle smile of confidence graced Chu Chen's lips. With a flourish of his long spear, he summoned forth another azure dragon silhouette, channeling his inner energy. As he manipulated his power, the puppet mirrored his actions, beginning to coalesce its own energy. Come forth, dragon's roar. In an instant, the tips of two long spears clashed, the azure and ebony dragon-shaped phantoms colliding and sending the surrounding air into a tumult. It was time, boom. This was all part of his master plan. The moment a tremendous force erupted, the puppet, with its rigid metallic form, was violently hurled back several meters, crashing heavily to the ground. After struggling for a while, the puppet slowly rose, its movements markedly sluggish, bearing a crack upon its surface. After enduring such a formidable blow, it ultimately refrained from further action, gradually dissipating into wisps of spiritual energy in the air. The ethereal energy swirling about, governed by some unseen law, surged instantaneously into Chu Chen's body. His pupils contracted as he settled onto the ground, taking a deep breath and gently closing his eyes. The influx of spiritual energy transformed into a refreshing chill that nourished his entire meridian system. Crack, crack. The primordial body refinement technique activated, and a series of crisp sounds erupted from within Chu Chen's bones, as if a mysterious force had relentlessly hammered every part of him, shattering and then reforging each bone and sinew. Instantly, veins bulged on his forehead, his muscles trembled slightly, and the resonant sound of bones echoed continuously. Unable to bear the excruciating pain, Chu Chen involuntarily let out a low growl. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In that moment, a continuous humming resonated from within him. As golden, profound energy coursed through all 362 acupoints, while the bones underwent relentless refinement and reconstruction, subsequently strengthening the extraordinary meridians one after the other. As time passed, Chu Chen's pallid complexion, a result of his repeated use of the dragon chant break, gradually improved, a visible flush of color returning to his face. After several hours, his dantian was once again filled with surging profound energy. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Chu Chen slowly opened his eyes. A fleeting golden glimmer illuminating his gaze, his chest gently rising and falling. Rising from the ground, he stretched his body, the sound of cracking bones echoing in the air, a satisfied smile gracing his features. The Langya secret realm harbors both peril and opportunity. The immediate priority is to venture into the depths of the secret realm. He gestured to Lu Qianxue. Let us prepare to leave. There are some materials we need to replenish. I already know how to unlock the stone gate. Chapter 31. The little black bump. Very well. Lu Qianxue responded, nodding gently, her graceful steps carrying her closer to Chu Chen. Let us reconvene here tonight and make our preparations. If we encounter someone we cannot defeat, we shall retreat. Chu Chen lifted his gaze, momentarily meeting Lu Qianxue's eyes, to which she responded with a slight nod, her hair swaying gently with the motion. All right, then we shall meet tonight. With that, their eyes briefly locked in a silent exchange before they turned and exited the dilapidated temple, each hastening in opposite directions. In the hall of Sun Luo, the main hall, clatter, clatter, clatter. At that moment, a haunting candlelight flickered to life within the grand hall. 1 flame, 2 flames, 3 flames. The once inky darkness of the hall was suddenly illuminated by the eerie glow of the candles. At the far end, a throne emerged, upon which sat a youth clad in a black robe with flowing white hair. Strangely, he exuded no discernible aura of power. A disciple in black knelt, reporting something. Yet the youth on the throne merely cast a disdainful glance upon him, his eyes flashing with a crimson light. A cold, piercing voice echoed in the chamber. Investigate the matter. Those who offend the hall of Sun Luo shall be executed. Yes, replied the kneeling disciple, trembling, before he withdrew from the hall. Upon exiting the dilapidated temple, Chu Chen concealed himself and navigated through various apothecaries, spending a considerable amount of spiritual stones to procure the herbs required for the Tianyuan secret scroll, alongside several sets of clothing. Standing at a street corner, he inexplicably wandered into a nearby blacksmith shop, where he placed an order for 12 soul-piercing nails crafted from fine iron. These concealed weapons had earned him significant accolades in battle, having obtained his desired armaments. Chu Chen felt a surge of satisfaction and was about to turn to leave when he sensed a slight tremor from the tome of the Celestial Emperor in his consciousness, followed by an inexplicable sensation guiding him towards a shelf. Could it be that there is something of value? This was the first thought that crossed Chu Chen's mind. Previously, when he encountered the mysterious fragments, the tome had imparted a peculiar feeling within him, which had granted him a glimmer of hope during his conflict with Zhao Quan. Since that moment, he had harbored a suspicion that the tome possessed the ability to discern treasures. Owner, as I strolled leisurely to the shelf, I lifted a gourd in my hand, giving it a casual shake. This gourd for wine is quite well crafted. How about selling me 2 at a modest price? The blacksmith shopkeeper chuckled nearby, saying, If you fancy it, young man, take it. It's hardly worth much, just a token for the craftsmanship. I then picked up a finely made gourd and a small, dark gourd nestled in the corner of the shelf, and remarked, Since we are both artisans, consider this my purchase of these 2, along with that soul-piercing nail. The kind shopkeeper cautioned, pointing towards the shelf, the small black gourd you hold is rather unappealing. If you plan to gift it, perhaps you should opt for something more exquisite. That little black lump was something I found in the mountains. I suggest you peruse these other items on the shelf. I then turned my gaze to the small, dark gourd, which was no larger than half a palm, its entire surface enveloped in a dull black hue. Perhaps due to its prolonged stay in the blacksmith shop, it had absorbed a charred iron patina, giving it a somewhat antiquated appearance. Aside from a few worn, mysterious runes etched on its surface, there was little to commend it. However, receiving the acknowledgement of the Celestial Emperor's tome, It surely must possess some significance. I pondered to myself, true treasures cannot be judged solely by their exterior. After all, the Celestial Emperor's tome emerged from an ordinary shell, which, despite its seemingly useless eroded, harbored immense power. With a sense of curiosity, I pulled out the cork from the gourd and peered inside with one eye, only to be met with an impenetrable darkness where nothing was discernible. I shook the gourd, producing the sound of liquid sloshing within. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Chen directed his consciousness into the gourd's opening, only to be astonished by what he discovered within. The interior of the gourd formed its own universe, encompassing a vast space capable of easily accommodating a river. Oh, a self-contained space? Such an expansive interior? A fleeting glance at the celestial tome, suspended in a sea of consciousness, confirmed its worthiness. The wordless book seemed to pulse with delight at Chu Chen's praise. Trusting in this, he then shifted his gaze to the prices on the shelves, a smirk involuntarily tugging at his lips. As he surveyed the remaining spirit stones in his storage pouch, he recalled his impending journey to the old world street. Lacking spirit stones would be untenable. Thus, he retrieved several spirit artifacts and scattered spirit items from the individuals he had encountered in the Hall of Sun Luo and inquired of the proprietor. Do you accept these items? They are indeed fine objects, though many are damaged and hold little value, the owner remarked as he casually examined one. Chu Chen felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Those artifacts were nearly new, shimmering with brilliance, evidently plundered not long ago, and had scarce. How could they be worth so little? Truly, there is no such thing as an honest merchant. Just moments ago, he thought the proprietor quite amiable, only to realize he was lying in wait to ensnare him. The quality of these artifacts was commendable. Where did this young man acquire so many? Noticing Chu Chen's incredulity, the shopkeeper deftly sidestepped the topic. Chu Chen forced a slightly insincere smile and replied, I found some along the way. A few were given to me by an elderly gentleman I helped after he stumbled. As a token of gratitude, he gifted them to me. Inwardly, he couldn't help but scoff, realizing that these items were undoubtedly taken from the old man's collection at the Sun Luo Palace. So how could their quality be subpar? If not for the urgent need for spirit stones for the black market auction, he would not have sought out this unscrupulous merchant. Very well, he decided not to pry any further. The blacksmith shopkeeper, while speaking, twitched at the corner of his eye. Before long, as if performing a magic trick, he produced an abacus from nowhere, spat on his fingers, and began to deftly manipulate it with a series of rapid clicks. Chapter 32. The battle before the temple. Shortly thereafter, the shopkeeper paused, leisurely announcing a price. After calculating, considering your patronage here, I'll round it down for you to a mere 1,600 spirit stones. Before his words even settled, the blacksmith swiftly gathered the spiritual artifacts into his embrace and turned to place them into the storage cabinet behind him, his eagerness betraying a fear that Chu Chen might reconsider. Witnessing this scene, even though Chu Chen was typically composed, the shopkeeper's antics prompted a twitch at the corner of his mouth, and he inwardly cursed, deeming him a consummate rogue. Just moments ago, the man had insisted that the items were barely worth anything due to their damage, yet now, his greed was shamelessly on display. Clearly, he was desperate for the goods yet feigned a fad of loss. This reverse rounding tactic truly opened Chu Chen's eyes, leading him to exclaim in admiration. Clutching a small gourd, Chu Chen smiled broadly as he settled the payment for 2 gourds and the concealed weapons, leaving the blacksmith shop in high spirits. After some time spent forging the soul-piercing nails, when Chu Chen stepped out of the shop, night had already fallen. A small concealed weapon pierced his finger, and a drop of crimson blood fell onto the little black gourd. The gourd quivered slightly, absorbing the blood's essence, and then fell silent. Observing this, Chu Chen hoped it might reveal some secret technique, mystical law, or perhaps a hint of sword or spear intent, akin to the shell he had seen. Yet, nothing materialized, leaving him profoundly disheartened. Unwilling to concede defeat, he inflicted a deeper cut upon his palm. Before he could grasp the gourd again, it leapt into his hand, voraciously drawing in his blood. Chu Chen felt his internal energy rapidly depleting, and as he hastily consumed several vials of spiritual liquid, he mused, goodness, this absorption is formidable. Could it be some sort of demonic artifact? I hope my expenditure isn't in vain. After satiating itself, the little black gourd swayed for a moment before falling still. Sighing in disappointment, Chu Chen shook his head, lamenting the wasted money, and carelessly tossed the gourd into his storage pouch. Yet, at the instant the gourd entered the pouch, the intricate patterns on its surface glowed with a radiant light, and in an instant, its skin shed away, revealing a smaller, exquisite purple gourd adorned with golden cloud patterns, exuding an air of extraordinary elegance. Unbeknownst to Chu Chen, this transformation occurred within the storage pouch. He sat before the statue in the dilapidated temple, kicking at the scattered straw. His mother had been right. The more beautiful a woman, the more deceitful she could be. Now that night had fallen, he had yet to encounter anyone. Lost in thought, he decided that, with time to spare, he might as well practice some mystical arts. He retrieved the Bloodlight Fist secret technique he had obtained from Zhao Quan, becoming utterly entranced by it. In the past, Chu Chen had solely practiced with long weapons and concealed arms, never having engaged in the art of close combat. Hours passed as he meticulously committed the Blood-Red Fist technique to memory before finally setting the secret scroll aside. The essence of this Blood-Red Fist technique is deceptively simple. It is based on a medley of body-refining herbs that fortify the strength of bones and meridians. The mystical energy operates through a unique secret method, effectively doubling the flow rate of vital energy. While the body endures the agony of blood compressing through the meridians, it also compels the blood, infused with mystical energy, to temporarily enhance one's power, thereby augmenting close combat efficacy. For an ordinary cultivator, mastering this technique is a formidable challenge, as the limitations of their bone and meridian strength render them incapable of enduring the brief, explosive acceleration of their blood vessels. Excessive use could result in catastrophic ruptures. Consequently, Zhao Quan, despite being at the Gathering Yuan realm, seldom employed this technique, which inadvertently benefited Chu Chen. For Chu Chen, the pain induced by the technique and his body's capacity for endurance were inconsequential. The domineering body-refining methods had already transformed his physique into something akin to a spiritual artifact, and his meridians had been tempered to rival those of high-ranking cultivators. Furthermore, having formed his Dan Si earlier than most, he need not worry about his mystical energy lagging behind. Enthralled by the manual that appeared tailor-made for him, his eyes sparkled with fervor, lost in a reverie. The secret method detailed the flawless integration of blood, bone, meridian, and mystical energy into combat techniques, with each character seeming to be crafted specifically for his needs. Unbeknownst to him, nightfall enveloped the surroundings, cloaking the world in silence. Save for the soft chirping of insects outside the dilapidated temple and the occasional distant bark of a dog, amplifying the profound stillness within the sanctuary. At this moment, the little one stirred awake in Chu Chen's embrace, sleepily blinking and squeaking as it pointed towards a distant scene, its cry shattering the tranquility of the night. Not long after the little one's voice echoed, the sounds of a fierce battle erupted nearby the dilapidated temple, the clash of weapons and the shouts of combatants piercing the stillness of the dark sky. Chu Chen's expression shifted sharply, without a moment's hesitation. He lightly tapped the ground with his toes and nimbly sprang onto the roof of a nearby building. From his vantage point atop the ridge, he gazed toward the source of the commotion. In the shadows of the night, figures intertwined in a chaotic dance. Beneath the moonlight, Lu Qinxue, clad in white, appeared diminutive amidst the assault of several dark-clad assailants. Yet, her eyes betrayed no hint of panic. Her long sword sliced through the air, emitting glimmers of cold light as she struggled to fend off the onslaught. Among the black-clad figures, a young disciple brandished a glimmering mirror-like artifact towards Lu Qinxue, proclaiming loudly, "It was she who killed Elder Wu. She bears the special spirit-binding smoke that Elder Wu devised." A voice among the dark figures barked, "Halt! Surrender the treasure map. Preposterous. I, your lady, acquired the treasure map through skill. If you wish to claim it, you must do so through your own merit," Lu Qinxue retorted, her clear voice tinged with a hint of martial spirit. Chu Chen pondered quietly, wondering how Lu Qinxue had come to encounter such adversaries. To intervene recklessly might invite considerable trouble, yet to stand idly by would betray his own conscience. If they seek to take what is mine, they shall have to contend with me. The leading figure among the black-clad men smirked wickedly, wielding his long knife in intricate flourishes, preparing to launch a fierce assault. As he hesitated, a figure clad in black seized the opportunity and swung a blade ruthlessly towards Lu Qinxue. With no time to evade, she braced for the impending injury to her shoulder. Chu Chen gritted his teeth, a surge of determination coursing through him as he resolved to take action. Drawing a deep breath, he summoned the newly acquired techniques he had been studying, feeling the surge of internal energy swell within him. In an instant, his combat prowess soared. Boom! He propelled himself forward with explosive force, akin to an arrow released from its bow, swiftly arriving on the battlefield. Upon landing, he shattered the ground beneath him, producing a resounding crash. As he closed in, he bellowed fiercely, delivering a punch that sent one of the black-clad assailants flying several yards away. "Who are you to meddle in our affairs?" The assailants turned, their glares fixated on the suddenly appearing Chu Chen. Chapter 33. Eliminate this illiterate upon landing. Chu Chen maintained a composed demeanor, stating gravely, "I cannot stand idly by in the face of injustice. Under the glaring sun. What sort of prowess is it to bully a woman?" He pulled Lu Qianxue behind him, proclaiming with righteous indignation. Yet, internally, he felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, their numbers were formidable and their strengths unknown. He had no assurance of how the situation would unfold. What nonsense are you spouting? What bright daylight? The sky is dark. Why pretend to be cultured? The apparent leader of the group, irked by Chu Chen's words, brandished his large blade, ready to strike. The henchmen surged forward like a tide, emboldened by their leader's challenge. As he spoke, Chu Chen inadvertently lifted his gaze and finally discerned the emblem upon the sleeve of the man in the black robe. There, at the cuff, was a grotesque skull design, with two daggers crossed ominously beside it. It was unmistakably the insignia of the Hall of the Dead. Suddenly, a disciple from the hall, unable to restrain himself, took the initiative to strike first. Dark energy coalesced in his hands, swirling with a stench of blood as he launched a palm strike toward Chu Chen. How dare he? An ambush, devoid of martial ethics. Chu Chen's eyes gleamed with cold light as his energy surged, and he retaliated with a powerful punch. Their strikes met with a resounding clash, causing the assailant to falter momentarily. In an instant, Chu Chen soared into the air, delivering a kick that connected with the disciple's abdomen, sending him hurtling backward, skidding several yards before barely regaining his footing. The disciple brushed off his abdomen, disdainfully shaking a finger, wearing an expression that proclaimed his superiority. Yet, before he could finish his boast, he doubled over, clutching his stomach, and vomited onto the ground. Witnessing this, the surrounding disciples of the Hall of the Dead pushed one another, terrified by the scene, too frightened to advance. Utterly useless, the leader scoffed, propelling himself forward. He lightly leapt off the ground, executing a formidable downward slash with his long knife. Chu Chen's expression darkened at the sight. This adversary was employing secret techniques right from the start, launching deadly attacks. If he did not devise a countermeasure, he would surely be injured. Without hesitation, Chu Chen stomped the ground heavily, scattering several pebbles, and with a swift motion, kicked one of them toward the black-robed figure. In an instant, it soared through the air, tracing a wide arc aimed directly at the man's face. Bang! Damn it! My newly purchased clothes are ruined. Rage ignited within Chu Chen, fury boiling from the depths of his heart. The figure clad in black robes brandished a long blade, which trembled and emitted a hissing sound. With a swift stroke, he unleashed a crescent-shaped blade of energy that howled through the night sky, hurtling directly toward Chu Chen. Anger surged within Chu Chen as he distinctly sensed the murderous intent emanating from the man amidst the hissing of the air. How audacious! You unleash such lethal intent while feigning righteousness. To conceal his identity, he swiftly tapped the ground with his toes, and a long sword, discarded by an unknown disciple, fell into his grasp. Infusing his profound energy into the sword, he executed a sweeping strike in a reverse motion. The sound of clashing weapons resonated, causing both Chu Chen and his adversary to be repelled, retreating several steps. The black-robed man staggered back before managing to stabilize himself, while Chu Chen took a step back, countering the force and leaving cracks in the ground beneath his feet. In this clash of combat prowess, the superiority was evident. Chu Chen's momentum surged, seizing the opportunity to eliminate his foe. As he stepped forward, before he could launch his attack, a powerful gust of wind surged from the darkness, accompanied by a piercing sonic boom, an assault from a peak practitioner of the Gathering Essence realm. Chu Chen's gaze darkened. He had yet to resolve the current confrontation when yet another practitioner of the Gathering Essence realm approached. In a moment of panic, he swung his sword to defend himself. But it was too late. The angle of the ambush was cunning, and as Chu Chen's previous strength waned, and the new energy had yet to coalesce, the sudden attack struck him, forcing him to stagger backward. "You bold youth, how dare you obstruct the affairs of the sorrowful hall?" A chilling voice drifted through the air as a shadow darted past from behind the black-robed figure, striding swiftly to stand before Chu Chen, channeling blood-red profound energy to unleash a powerful palm strike accompanied by a fierce wind. Upon witnessing the scene, Chu Chen hastily drew his sword, positioning it defensively. With a resounding impact, the assailant forcefully struck the sword with the palm, transmitting a formidable force that sent Chu Chen staggering back several paces. Before he could regain his balance, the figure advanced with uncanny swiftness, transforming their palm into a claw that sank into his chest, extracting a gruesome array of flesh and blood. Chu Chen's brow furrowed deeply. The speed of this adversary was astonishing. Despite his extensive he found himself unable to react in time. The assailant's cultivation level surpassed Chu Chen's by a significant margin. The palpable aura of profound energy emanating from them confirmed that they were indeed at the pinnacle of the gathering Yuan realm, a far cry from the previous opponents he had encountered, relying on their formidable strength. The attacker executed a sneak assault with such rapidity that Chu Chen was left utterly defenseless. The winds of the attack, the imprint of the fist, and the shadow of the claw were all elusive and unpredictable. When Chu Chen momentarily let his guard down, a powerful palm struck him directly in the heart. With a cough, he expelled a mouthful of blood, his body swaying perilously as he nearly collapsed. Lifting his gaze, he finally discerned the features of his assailant. Clad in a black robe with a hood that obscured much of their face, a striking mane of vibrant green hair cascaded from beneath the hood. Their elongated eyes glimmered with an eerie emerald hue. The face was pale, illuminated by the moonlight, which cast a cold glow upon it, though it should have appeared gentle. The cruel smirk curling at the corners of their mouth marred that impression, evoking a sense of revulsion. In summary, this individual did not exude the aura of a benevolent soul. Xia, is that you? Upon recognizing the figure, the man in the black robe exhibited a hint of relief, as if the presence of this individual had alleviated some. The treasure map belonging to Elder Wu was concealed within the woman, suggesting that she was hiding her true cultivation, which certainly surpassed the gathering Qi realm. The man clad in black, known as Wu Liang, displayed no signs of displeasure at the mockery directed towards him. His gaze, led by the sharp-eyed Xia, swept over Lu Qianxue, who stood behind Chu Chen, her countenance marked by an icy demeanor. Chapter 34, The Thread-O? Qia's interest was piqued as he regarded the figure behind Chu Chen with a playful glint in his eyes. Humph, a peak practitioner of the gathering Yuan realm. Yet he resorts to ambush. Chu Chen let out a cold snort, caressing the wounds upon his body, unable to suppress a taunt. His view was promptly obstructed by Chu Chen, who, with a hint of admiration, remarked on the courage to maintain a fighting spirit before him. Were it not for that old coot who snatched a piece of millennium blood coral from me years ago, I would be the one occupying that position. Humph. That decrepit old fool relied on the blood coral for a decade to ascend to the elder's seat. Do not think that by slaying the waste that was old Wu, he can escape my grasp. Clang. The sound of a blade being unsheathed resonated sharply in response. Lu Qianxue pressed her lips together, her delicate brows furrowing slightly, as she unhesitatingly grasped a shimmering dark weapon in her hand. The weapon trembled lightly, its blade emanating an aura of lethal intent. Let us see. My sword holds its own merit. In an instant, Qia's expression shifted, the previously indifferent demeanor giving way to a barely perceptible gravity. He keenly sensed that the woman before him possessed formidable strength, far exceeding the mere Qi gathering realm she appeared to embody. The dark weapon she wielded was no ordinary item. It exuded a palpable threat of death. A smirk graced Qia's lips, yet his eyes remained devoid of mirth, his voice dripping with feigned sincerity. Today, I am in a generous mood. If you surrender your belongings, I shall allow you to depart unscathed. As soon as his words escaped his lips, the gazes of the disciples from the Sanluo Palace instantly converged upon Chu Chen and Lu Qianxue, their eyes brimming. Chu Chen understood well that these individuals from the Sanluo Palace would not easily relent. The fierce confrontation earlier had laid bare his formidable strength, and it was certain that Xia harbored some trepidation. Moreover, the mysterious weapon in Lu Qianxue's hand gleamed with a chilling light, exuding an aura that sent shivers down one's spine, compelling him to regard her with utmost caution. Having faced numerous skirmishes with the disciples of the Sanluo Palace, Chu Chen was acutely aware that their foremost instinct was self-preservation. It was precisely for this reason that Xia devised such a scheme to release the tiger back into the mountains, intending to stabilize the situation before seizing an opportunity to act. True to form, upon Xia's command, the surrounding disciples of the Sanluo Palace, albeit with faces etched in reluctance, slowly parted to create a path. He weighed his options internally. Should he rashly surrender their possessions, it would undoubtedly be akin to severing his own limbs. Conversely, if he chose to resist, The overwhelming numbers and Xingya's formidable prowess rendered their chances of victory exceedingly slim. After much contemplation, Chu Chen gritted his teeth, resolving that regardless of Xingya's ulterior motives, the immediate priority was to extricate themselves from this perilous locale. In the darkness, Lu Qianxue suddenly sensed Chu Chen gently clasping her delicate hand. At the moment their hands met, he felt a slight tremor from her touch. Puzzled, he wondered if Lu Qianxue was genuinely frightened by these individuals. However, he soon came to a realization, although she was of the ocean transformation realm, she was merely a young maiden with her power sealed. Encountering a group of loathsome villains, it was only natural for her to feel a sense of fear. As he recited the words, Chu Chen couldn't help but tighten his grip on Lu Qianxue's hand, subtly patting the back of her hand to reassure her. The moment his gentle grasp enveloped her slightly trembling fingers, a sense of comfort washed over Lu Qianxue. Although Chu Chen's hands were not particularly large and bore the calluses of years spent in martial training, they exuded a warmth that enveloped her cold, fear-stricken hands, soothing the chill within her heart and stirring gentle ripples of reassurance. Leading Lu Qianxue aside, the cautious Chu Chen produced several small canisters from his pocket and flung them before the onlookers. With a resounding bang, 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 a series of explosive sounds erupted, followed by the rapid succession of canisters detonating into clouds of smoke. In an instant, thick smoke billowed throughout the venue, quickly engulfing the surroundings. Wu Liang's eyes widened in disbelief as he instinctively covered his mouth and nose with his hands, attempting to shield himself from the acrid fumes. Coughing and waving his arms in a futile effort to disperse the encroaching haze, he found the smoke only intensifying, obscuring his vision entirely. As time languidly passed in anxious anticipation, the smoke gradually began to dissipate. Eventually, all that remained was an empty expanse, devoid of any trace of Chu Chen and Lu Qianxue. They escaped? How could this be possible? Wu Liang's voice escalated in pitch, tinged with panic at the sudden disappearance of the two figures. He turned to Xingya, his face etched with urgency, desperately seeking a solution. He asked with a trembling voice, for at that moment, Xingya stood as the mightiest among those present, the sole individual capable of pursuit. With a sharp crack, he crushed a bottle beneath his foot, letting out a cold snort, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes as he gritted his teeth and declared, "Humph. Trying to escape? It won't be so easy. Pursue them, scour the earth if you must to bring them to light." With a sweeping gesture of his hand, the members of the Senluo Hall surged toward the source of the noise, their footsteps creating a cacophony that echoed through the stillness of the night. Unbeknownst to them, prior to the flight of the two, Chu Chen had already set a meticulous plan into motion. During the earlier skirmish, he had discreetly observed the surroundings. And as Xingya and his companions were momentarily distracted by the obscuring smoke, Chu Chen concealed several stones on the ground. With a deft flick of his fingers, he propelled the stones toward the distant, shadowy alley. The stones struck the walls and ground, producing a series of crisp sounds that rang out starkly in the tranquil night, creating the illusion of two individuals hastily fleeing. Once the crowd had departed and tranquility returned, Chu Chen closed his eyes, sensing the presence of those around him. Assured that no one remained nearby, he took Lu Qianxue's hand and emerged from a nearby abandoned room. Exhaling a breath of stale air, he suddenly realized he was still holding Lu Qianxue's hand. Glancing over at her, he noticed her face had turned somewhat pale, likely frightened by that unruly group. Observing her condition, Chu Chen tightened his grip on her delicate hand, which felt warm and soft, stirring a gentle flutter within him. Indeed, she was still here. At this moment, a chilling and ominous voice echoed from the rooftop of their concealed refuge. Chapter 35. No Dead Ends for the Brave. Who? Upon hearing the voice, Chu Chen and his companion abruptly turned towards its source. There, leaning nonchalantly against the eaves, was the formidable Xingya, a magnificent blade resting beside him. One foot casually suspended in midair, swaying as though he had anticipated their every move. His eyes narrowed slightly, exuding a languid demeanor as he regarded them with a disinterested gaze, as if they were merely pieces on his chessboard. The shadows deepened beneath the light, indicating his awareness of the situation's gravity. Chu Chen squinted, his piercing gaze sweeping around Xingya. Noticing that he was isolated from others, a sigh of relief escaped him. Merely a peak in the gathering essence realm. Chu Chen reassured himself, a surge of energy coursing through him as his fighting spirit. Memories of his solitary triumph over a formidable foe at Qixia Peak flooded back, where he had exploited Lu Qianxue's distraction to secure victory. Though Qingya was indeed a peak practitioner, in Chu Chen's eyes, he was not to be underestimated. Yet with his current strength, he was certainly not invincible. In the absence of external interference, this battle was not unwinnable. Brother, Lu Qianxua bit her lip, her face etched with guilt, hesitating to voice her thoughts. Sensing the subtle tremor in her hand, Chu Chen's heart warmed. He discreetly took her small hand into his, offering silent solace. Immediately, he slightly turned to the side, presenting a confident smile to Lu Qianxue, his pearly white teeth shimmering under the moonlight as if to convey, "There is no need for concern. I shall handle everything. One-on-one. The advantage is mine." Chu Chen secretly chuckled, his untamed long hair billowing, his expression brimming with arrogance. Turning his head, his gaze gradually grew cold, shooting forth the hungry eyes of a wolf. After several encounters, Chu Chen had thoroughly discerned Qingya's combat techniques. The lethality of Qingya was concentrated in the tips of his fingers, where his nails glistened like blades, reflecting a chilling light, capable of inflicting wounds with the slightest misstep. Yet, how could Chu Chen be afraid? In his eyes, as long as he defended against the deadly sharp nails, the rest of the attack techniques were merely trivial threats, not worthy of concern. Feeling the surging power within him, his muscles taut and brimming with explosive energy, he possessed an extraordinary physical strength, far surpassing that of ordinary individuals, enabling him to withstand Qingya's assaults and fight until the end. This was the confidence bestowed upon him by the formidable Hongming body cultivation technique. The fierce wind howled, lifting the sand and gravel into the air, while Chu Chen stood firm, his garments rustling like the wings of a bird. A warrior finds no dead ends beneath his feet. Only a coward stands on the edge of a precipice, he whispered in his heart, his voice soft yet imbued with unwavering conviction. Reflecting on the 13 years of unbearable memories, only an endless fighting spirit remained within him. Once a weakling forced into flight, he had now emerged reborn from the flames. Faced with the formidable Qingya, he could only press forward, retreating not a single step, until the very last moment of his life, until death itself. "Today, I shall cripple you." With a light footfall, Chu Chen initiated the assault. "Humph, such audacity. I hope your prowess is at least half as formidable as your bravado." Qingya's eyes turned icy, and with a swift movement, he launched himself towards Chu Chen, his figure a blur, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. What astonishing speed! Chu Chen couldn't help but marvel, recognizing him as one worthy of the title of Sunluo Hall. Sunluo Hall boasts a unique faction known as the Shadow Assassins. Each member is bestowed a title upon the successful completion of secret missions. The assassin ranks are divided into 4 tiers: Heaven, Earth, Mystery, and Yellow, with the gifted disciples assigned to different teams based on their prowess. Qingya, as a yellow-tier shadow assassin, ranked 5th. Lost in admiration, Chu Chen soon found Qingya had closed the distance, raising his hand to unleash a crimson claw strike. In response, Chu Chen immediately swung his spear to fend off the attack. Bang! Overwhelmed, he was pushed back several steps, only halting his retreat by digging his heels into the ground. At this moment, Chu Chen did not unleash his full strength. He refrained from exerting himself entirely, opting instead to exhibit a semblance of weakness to further gauge Qingya's capabilities. "Huh, cripple me? How deluded." After landing his strike, Qingya wore a playful smirk, a cold laugh escaping his lips as he surged forward once more. Transforming his claw into a palm, he summoned forth a surge of profound energy, coalescing into a blood-red, eerie palm imprint. With a flick of his wrist, Chu Chen swiftly wielded his white jade spear. Upon witnessing this, Qingya quickened his pace, making a sudden dash to evade the sweeping strike of the long spear. A hissing sound echoed as he raised a blood-red palm, aiming a fierce blow towards Chu Chen's chest, a move that seemed destined to be fatal, targeting the heart. Should it connect, even survival would be questionable. "Ah, so you wish to take my life? Your strength is still insufficient," Chu Chen declared coldly. Just as the crimson palm was about to make contact, he forcefully stepped back, his figure retreating explosively, scattering several pebbles in the process. "So slow? Where do you think you can run?" Qingya leaned forward in pursuit, his speed increasing, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. "Slow? Then allow me to show you what speed truly is." Chu Chen replied with a proud smile, swiftly maneuvering mid-retreat, executing a powerful kick against one of the which transformed into a streak of white light darting towards Qingya. Meanwhile, leveraging his momentum, Chu Chen spun in the air, landing with a forceful stomp that shattered the ground beneath him, abruptly halting his retreat, and then lunged forward. A glint of cold light flashed in Chu Chen's eyes as he began to gather energy with his spear, the surging mystical power converging upon the weapon. Specks of azure light rapidly coalesced into the ethereal form of a blue dragon. With a decisive push of his palm against the long weapon was propelled from his grasp with a fierce whistle. Without a moment's pause, as the spear was released, he raised a leg high and delivered a powerful kick to its suspended tail. The dragon's roar heralds its emergence. With a resounding crash, Xia shattered the incoming pebbles with a palm strike, momentarily halting his aggressive advance, just as the glimmering spear descended upon him. As Xia's offensive momentarily faltered, his figure hesitated, and his crimson-tinged fist unleashed a flurry of strikes that shattered Longying. In an instant, he swatted aside a long spear with a palm, and once more summoned his mystical energy to launch a hand towards Chu Chen from a distance. With the howling winds at his back, Chu Chen advanced, propelled by the spear's shadow, and unleashed a torrent of crimson energy with a powerful punch. The bloodlight fist. A thunderous clash ensued as the fists collided in midair, producing a resounding boom. Perhaps due to Chu Chen's surprise attack, Xia, despite being at the peak of the gathering essence realm, was unexpectedly forced back half a step by Chu Chen's strike. To strike me head-on, you truly possess remarkable strength. I acknowledge your prowess. A fleeting look of astonishment crossed his eyes before he nodded slightly. The fact that Xia, a master of the gathering essence realm, was pushed back by a mere practitioner of the chi condensation realm was astonishing in itself. Although Chu Chen had employed cunning tactics with stones and the spear, causing Xia to exert insufficient energy and consequently lose ground. Chapter 36. A Man's Words. The deceitful ghosts, I had indeed underestimated you. Despite having faltered, Xia was merely astonished and not enraged. The warm-up had concluded, and he soon wore a mocking smile. A wild dog. Ha 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 ha. How bold. His light laughter gradually morphed into a maniacal cackle. A chilling glint flashed in Xia's eyes as they widened slightly, revealing irises engulfed in crimson, devoid of any visible whites. Suddenly, a transformation swept over his aura as he swiftly formed seals with his hands. Bizarre mystical energy swirling and gathering at his fingertips. Enveloped in demonic blood, he let out a fierce shout, and with lightning speed, his scarlet fingertips plunged into the vital points of his body. Each withdrawn nail was adorned with threads of crimson blood. In an instant, a powerful and profound energy surged wildly within him, producing a deafening roar. Accompanying this burst of strength, a faint mist of blood enveloped his body, causing him to swell ominously, exuding an air of ferocity and terror. At this moment, the blood energy around Xia surged, and he exerted tremendous force through his legs, causing the sand and gravel beneath him to scatter violently. Almost imperceptibly, his claws swiftly embraced his form, beginning to gather the profound energy through a unique method of operation. Scattering soul blood claws, Xia bellowed, and with this fierce cry, his claws, imbued with swirling blood-red energy, were rapidly unleashed. In that fleeting moment, dozens of crimson claw marks shot forth from his talons, trailing long blood-red tails, slicing through the air with a sharp whistle, heading straight for Chu Chen. Chu Chen narrowed his eyes, swiftly reaching for his waist, his fingers curled like claws as he grasped several concealed weapons. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A dozen piercing sounds echoed in succession as he flicked his wrist, channeling energy into the 12 soul-pursuing nails he had readied at his side. These nails shot forth at varying angles and dizzying speeds, with the final nail colliding forcefully against the one ahead. In the blink of an eye, a transformation occurred. The struck soul-pursuing nail continued to collide with others scattered in different directions. In a moment, numerous nails clashed in the air, accelerating with each impact, forming 12 swift arcs of black light that streaked across the space. Shadowless breaking soul 12-star. In an instant, the assassination technique that Chu Chen had meticulously studied for many years was unleashed, as 12 soul-chasing nails pierced through dozens of blood-red claw marks, maintaining their momentum as they surged towards the vital points scattered across Xia's body. Humph! Upon witnessing this, rather than exhibiting anger, Xia's lips curled into a disdainful smirk, his expression dripping with contempt. Before the sound of his cold snort had fully dissipated, he abruptly stomped his feet against the ground, his figure shooting upwards, muscles taut and coiled. At that moment, an intense surge of internal energy erupted, pouring forth from every pore, manifesting as a dense stream of crimson energy. This blood-red essence intertwined rapidly and in the blink of an eye, coalesced into a formidable crimson aura. As this aura erupted violently, it unleashed a powerful energy field, sending the surrounding sand and dust swirling chaotically into the air. The 12 soul-chasing nails, upon encountering this torrent of crimson energy, collided fiercely with it, producing a series of sharp metallic clangs, as if striking an invisible wall of air. They were forcefully deflected, sent flying away by the overwhelming power, while the air shimmered with a cloud of dust. Subsequently, under the immense counterforce, these hidden weapons swiftly altered their trajectories, scattering in all directions. Moments later, there were muffled thuds as the dark soul-chasing nails embedded themselves deep into the ground nearby, leaving only their tips quivering faintly above the surface. Observing this, Chu Chen furrowed his brow and lifted his gaze sharply. As the dust began to settle, he beheld Xia, firmly planted on the ground, knees slightly bent, body lowered, as he gradually raised both hands to his waist. His right hand positioned forward and his left hand behind, palms facing outward. The energy surrounding him began to rapidly converge into his palms, forming a delicate halo of crimson light. As the powerful roar echoed, Xia thrust his palms forward, unleashing a wave of dragon-shaped mystic energy that surged forth from his palms. In an instant, the air was disturbed, producing a deafening roar. Chu Chen felt a slight shiver in his heart, sensing the intense fluctuations of mystic energy. Black Dragon Chi Wave. Xia bellowed, his face reddening from exertion, beads of blood oozing from his entire body. Suddenly, a deep dragon's roar resonated before Chu Chen. In the next moment, an illusory black dragon sliced through the air, roaring fiercely towards Chu Chen. Such formidable destructive power, such intricate secret arts. With blood claws dancing ahead and the black dragon wave trailing behind, Chu Chen was filled with awe. Damn brat, perish. Xia's face contorted with ferocity, veins bulging on his forehead. Before his words faded, his muscles tensed, and with a sudden surge of power, he thrust his palms forward with incredible speed. The tremendous force propelled his body backward several meters, his feet carving deep furrows into the ground as earth was violently uprooted and bricks shattered into fragments. Seeing this, Chu Chen summoned his mystic energy, raising his spear to intercept the oncoming black dragon shadow. The two engaged in a fierce contest. Chu Chen's face flushed from the overwhelming force, blood beads continuously forming from his pores. The immense strength from the clash rendered him unable to resist. In an instant, the long spear in his hand was sent flying by the black dragon. The disparity in realms was indeed too vast. The black dragon shattered the air, colliding with Chu Chen, producing a thunderous sound akin to a drumbeat. Chu Chen felt as though he had been struck by a true giant dragon. At that moment, a fierce determination ignited in his eyes. Humph, let us see who perishes first. Lu Qianxue felt weak and helpless, a hint of unnatural flush crossing her face as she urged, "You should run. Don't worry about me. Don't put yourself in danger." On the battlefield, Chu Chen flashed a bloody grin, declaring, "Escape? That word has long been erased from my vocabulary." Lu Qianxue, in a state of urgency, scolded, "What are you joking about at a time like this? Didn't we agree to flee separately in case of danger? We promised." Chu Chen spat out a mouthful of blood, his smile radiant. "A man's words are but deceitful lies. Sister, your understanding is too shallow." As he spoke, the black dragon's breath struck him again, causing him to cough up more blood, yet he stood firm against the beast's onslaught. It was no jest. Lu Qianxue found herself in this dire predicament, and he bore half the responsibility. Had he not consented to her venture into the secret realm, she would not have sealed her own powers and become a target. Could he simply abandon her? A mere mortal like her, delicate and tender, would surely be gravely injured by the dragoness waves. If she perished, how could he ever witness the purest of whites again? Some matters. Chu Chen was resolute not to regret. Lu Qianxue's emotions surged within her, biting her lip, unable to utter a single word. Chapter 37. Enlightenment. Though Chu Chen could be quite absurd, humorous, and even a tad lecherous at times, he had never faltered in critical moments. Just as old Wood proven before, Lu Qianxue realized that her judgment had not been mistaken. She observed Chu Chen clenching his teeth, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Burning blood. He boldly invoked the suicidal methodology of the bloodlight fist technique, derived from his own blood. With fierce determination, Chu Chen resolved, "Today, I shall vanquish you." With a resounding thud, he struck the ground, and suddenly, the profound energy surged toward his heart. Chu Chen's heartbeat quickened frantically, his blood coursing through his veins at an accelerated pace, causing his body temperature to rise precipitously. The blood flowed through his vessels like molten lava, searingly hot. The soaring temperature evaporated much of the moisture within him, and the profound energy erupted from his pores, enveloping his skin in an eerie crimson hue. His veins bulged, as torrents of formidable energy surged from his heart, spreading throughout his limbs, and Chu Chen felt invigorated, his senses and physical prowess enhanced to an extraordinary degree. A torrent of profound energy coalesced in his fists, and with a powerful strike, he unleashed a punch that collided squarely with the ethereal black dragon apparition. The impact was thunderous, shattering the illusion and leaving Xia momentarily stunned. Nearby, Lu Qianxue exhaled a sigh of relief upon witnessing Chu Chen's formidable blow disperse the black dragon phantom. The destruction of the dragon's visage only deepened Qia's icy demeanor, prompting him to gather his energy once more in an attempt to reconstitute the black dragon. He sought to unleash another attack, but such aspirations were futile. A chilling sound grew louder as Chu Chen darted forward like a racing cheetah, closing the distance in an instant. With a powerful bloodlight punch, he interrupted Qia's attempt to gather his profound energy. Stymied in his actions, Qia's expression darkened, and he swiftly retreated. Chu Chen, propelled by the ignited blood within him, glided through the air with diminished resistance, his movements graceful and swift, leaving behind a series of fleeting afterimages. So fast, Qia's pupils constricted in astonishment. The bloodlight punch. Chu Chen stepped heavily forward, his foot shattering the ground beneath him as he unleashed a powerful punch imbued with bloodlight. Fueled by 70% of his strength in a state of blood burning, was truly astonishing. Opposite him, Qia's eyes narrowed slightly from the force of the incoming fist. He sensed a domineering aura of profound energy. This punch was evidently on an entirely different level compared to previous attacks, distinctly superior to those of the qi condensation realm. You've concealed your true power. Qia's eyes flashed with a fierce glint. In a moment of critical urgency, he planted his feet firmly and lunged forward. His claws enveloped in blood mist, striking out. Boom! The two forces collided, fist against claw, causing Qia to stagger backwards. A muffled groan escaping him as a trickle of crimson blood stained his lips. How is this possible? How can a mere qi condensation practitioner possess such formidable strength? Qia's expression darkened instantly. Before he could finish his words, Chu Chen had already closed the distance, launching another ferocious punch imbued with bloodlight. The red slaughter profound armor activated. In an instant, Qia bit his tongue, spitting out a mouthful of essence blood, and conjured a blood-colored light shield that resembled the one that had deflected the soul-tracking nails earlier, but this time, it was even more vividly. Chu Chen's imposing punch struck the blood-colored light shield, resonating with a thunderous sound. Get out of my way. Stand aside. Chu Chen roared in fury, swiftly stepping forward with his left foot while crouching low on his right leg. Gathering his profound energy, he unleashed a relentless barrage of powerful punches against the blood-colored shield. Bang! 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 Crack! 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 The crisp sound of shattering resonated repeatedly as the crimson light shield formed by Qia shattered on the spot. His body was violently thrust backward by a single punch, a muffled groan escaping his lips as a trickle of bright red blood slowly descended from the corner of his mouth. For the first time, a shadow of fear flickered across Qia's face. How could this boy possess such strength? Attempting to retreat, he found himself confronted by Chu Chen, who clearly had no intention of letting him escape. With a delicate shift, he closed the distance, positioning himself directly before Qia. Qia's claws curled like hooks, seemingly intent on unleashing a blood-red claw print, but his attack was abruptly interrupted by Chu Chen's punch. Feel the embrace of death, you scoundrel. Chu Chen's furious rebuke surged forth, his aura swelling mightily as he entered a state of utter transcendence. The bloodlight punch in his grasp danced like a spirited dragon, soaring and diving, the air filled with a relentless cacophony of whistling sounds and shadowy fists. At that moment, a faint mark on Chu Chen's forehead flickered in and out of visibility, resonating peculiarly with his state of transcendence. Simultaneously, within his consciousness, the Heavenly Emperor's book seemed to respond to an unseen, potent force, its pages suddenly flipping open. The leaves turned rapidly, unleashing an array of bizarre luminescence. In an instant, the words related to the bloodlight punch flashed through Chu Chen's mind, pulsating with life, reconfiguring within his very essence. As the Heavenly Emperor's book turned, these words were silently rewritten, evolving into an entirely new and more powerful method of mystical practice that continuously unfolded in Chu Chen's brain. He unleashed punch after punch, entering an extraordinary state where sight and sound ceased to exist. The world within his mind transformed into a void, leaving only himself in that blank expanse. Gradually, Chu Chen's punching speed accelerated, his fists enveloped in strands of crimson energy, gradually emanating a wave of red aura. Numerous blood-colored animal shadows, as if one could hear the roar of tigers and the chant of dragons. Is this a moment of enlightenment? Lu Qianxue gasped, gazing at Chu Chen, who had entered a trance-like state. A mere chi-gathering realm practitioner had unexpectedly attained such a level of realization. Enlightenment is typically observed in cultivators of the sea transformation realm and above. When entering the pseudo-ascendant realm, one might experience this state through worldly experiences and reflections. This certainly left Lu Qianxue in awe. As his speed increased, Chu Chen's strikes transcended mere formality. His feet firmly planted in a horse stance, he unleashed a devastating punch, the wind from his fist howling like thunder. With a swift turn of his body, he executed a slicing punch, his palm akin to a mountain cleaving through the air, creating hissing sounds wherever the gust passed. Subsequently, he launched a drilling punch, his body like a gliding dragon, arms spinning rapidly, the force of his punches igniting like fire. In an instant, he transformed his movements, his fist striking with the explosive force of cannon fire, both fists unleashing a powerful impact that resonated with a deep rumble. Following this, he delivered a horizontal punch, sweeping across with a momentum that could topple mountains and seas. Chu Chen's strikes varied between slicing palms and powerful punches, each blow resembling thunder, each palm like a mountain's edge, generating layers of energy that tore through the air. The crimson energy rendering every usable organ into a weapon for victory. A furious roar erupted from the battlefield as Qingya shouted. Chapter 38. The Ripples of the Ruined Temple Boom. With a thunderous crash, Chu Chen's heavy bloodlight punch shattered Qingya, sending him careening into the structure behind him. Uft, uft, uft. Blood continuously spewed forth, and the once formidable Qingya was now reduced to a pitiful state, his body marred with countless imprints of fists and palms. Despite having 1 foot in the realm of Xinjiang, he could not withstand the relentless bombardment from Chu Chen's ferocious spiritual weapon. Seizing the opportunity to strike while his opponent was vulnerable, the cautious Chu Chen infused his right hand with profound energy, the blood droplets that seeped from his arm converging upon his clenched fist. From between his knuckles, the sound of howling winds resonated, and before he unleashed his strike, one could faintly hear the deep roars of dragons and tigers coalescing around his fist. With a thunderous roar, Chu Chen unleashed the attack, crimson blood break. The blood-colored fist shadow surged forth with unstoppable force. In an instant, Qingya, unable to evade in time, felt his pupils constrict sharply as his head gradually bowed, desperately focusing on the gaping void where his heart lay. The tyrannical strike of the blood-colored fist pierced through Qingya's form, rendering him instantly unconscious, his body crashing to the ground. Exhaling heavily as he beheld Qingya's fallen figure, Chu Chen released a breath laden with exhaustion, his entire being succumbing to an overwhelming sense of weakness. After stowing away Qingya's storage pouch, he staggered towards Lu Qianxue, a bloodied grin adorning his face. We won. Let us hurry. Having first invoked the blood-burning state, the rapid flow of blood brought debilitating aftereffects. Chu Chen, weakened further by his injuries, collapsed into Lu Qianxue's embrace after taking just a few steps. Gritting her teeth, Lu Qianxue staggered over, gathering the dark weapons that had fallen from Chu Chen, and supporting the feverish body of Chu Chen. She made her way towards the dilapidated temple not far away. It's so hot, unbearably hot. As they finally arrived at the dilapidated temple, a soft whisper shattered the shyness of the night. Alas, the effects of the drug began to take hold. This was the last thought lingering in Lu Qianxue's mind. After a while, Chu Chen gradually regained his senses and awoke, only to hear a gentle murmur beside him. At that moment, Lu Qianxue's complexion was tinged with an unusual flush, her body twisting restlessly, her eyes hazy, and her delicate lips slightly parted, exhaling warm breaths. Chu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, gently grasping her wrist, and infused his energy to probe her condition. He understood the implications of the He Huan San. One must engage in the union of yin and yang during the drug's influence, or else face dire consequences, the severance of meridians at best, or death from the drug coursing through the body at worst. A group of scoundrels, engaging in such unspeakable acts, Chu Chen could not help but snort coldly. Just then, Lu Qianxue's eyelashes fluttered, her eyes still dazed. Sister, you, she began, but before she could finish, her lips pressed against Chu Chen's, silencing him, as her arms wrapped around his neck and her heated body pressed against him. Subsequently, Lu Qianxue unleashed her wild nature, forcefully pinning Chu Chen beneath her, assuming the role of a fierce knight. Meanwhile, within the cave dwelling of Chu Chen on Qingdan Peak, a group of unwelcome guests made their entrance. A cocky little figure, still marked by unhealed whip scars, led a band of sycophants into the cave. Where is that useless Chu Chen? Li Wei demanded upon seeing only Xiang Xiaofan and a few disciple attendants tidying up the place. He must possess some treasure that can restore a portion of his strength in a short time. With so many of us here today, we must seize this cave and uncover that treasure. Perhaps Senior Brother Chu from Qingmu Peak will reward me handsomely. A glimmer of greed sparkled in Li Wei's eyes as he firmly believed that Chu Chen was merely a waste, fortunate only to have temporarily restored his power through some artifact. Otherwise, he would not have merely knocked Lin Yuan unconscious. You are not welcome here. Leave at once. Su Xiaofan brandished a broom, flanked by several disciples from the servant peak, glaring at Li Wei and his companions. They are utterly deluded. They will not shed tears until they see the coffin. Capture that wretched person for me. Instantly, the cave echoed with the sound of chaotic footsteps. Ugh, how foolish of you to have benefited from Senior Brother's earlier kindness only to act like a dog. Hearing the disdain from the servant disciples seemed to strike a nerve with Li Wei, who roared in anger. Take all these despicable slaves away. Under the moonlight, the dark, dilapidated temple was shattered by a piercing scream. Chu Chen abruptly opened his eyes, awakening from his slumber in tattered clothes. He scanned his surroundings and found that Lu Qianxue was no longer by his side. At this moment, Lu Qianxue had traveled several miles away, observing her complexion and demeanor. It was evident that the poison from the Hehuan powder had been dispelled, and her sealed power had been restored due to the backlash from the poison. A lingering flush adorned her face, and in her hand, she tightly clutched a snow-white gauze dress, the bottom stained with a striking crimson, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Clutching a gleaming jade talisman, she cast a lingering glance towards the dilapidated temple and softly murmured, "Little brother, I must take my leave." With that, she soared into the night, vanishing into the shadows. Chu Chen produced a flint and ignited a flame, surveying his surroundings once more, only to discover a note beside him along with a weathered scroll and his scattered hidden weaponry. The note read, "Little brother, I have matters to attend to and must depart. We shall meet again. The treasure map is of no use to me, so I shall leave it, along with this mystical jade, in your care. The last herbs within that secret realm can only be sought by you, so do not dwell on it." Gazing at the fragrant note, Chu Chen meticulously stowed the letter and other items into his storage pouch, a faint smile gracing his lips. "I will surely find you." Shaking his head, he picked up the aged scroll beside him and upon closer inspection, realized it was the treasure map of the secret realm. Suddenly, his gaze faltered as a thought struck him. He swiftly reached into his storage pouch, retrieving the treasure map he had previously acquired from the dark-robed man of the Sun Luo Palace. Illuminated by the flickering flame, he laid both treasure maps side by side for a meticulous comparison. To his astonishment, the routes and special markings on the two maps bore numerous similarities, leading Chu Chen to conclude that the other map was indeed related to the treasures of the Seven Fairies' secret realm. Recalling the recent ripples of memory, he coughed lightly and touched his nose, still able to sense the lingering fragrance that remained with him. Chu Chen turned his gaze towards the profound passageway ahead and resolutely stepped toward the entrance of the secret realm. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming and urgent desire for that final body-refining herb. He yearned to grow stronger and to locate Lu Qianxue at the earliest opportunity. With a rough plan in mind, he realized that he must swiftly complete the body-tempering process before he could gradually increase his strength to seek her whereabouts. Chapter 39. The battle within the secret realm. After a long passage, Chu Chen once again arrived at the entrance of the secret realm. Flanking the stone door stood 32 earth-level puppets, silently guarding the entrance. As before, they emanated an air of oppressive power, as if they were silently safeguarding the stone gate. He quickly approached the earthen wall beside the stone door, observing the inscriptions that resembled those next to the door. A single gate selects the talented. Like the vast sea choosing its heroes, many paths seek the worthy, akin to a bright candle illuminating successors. He narrowed his eyes slightly, savoring the profound meaning within. and could not help but murmur to himself. The predecessors have expended such effort, setting up numerous mechanisms, presumably awaiting a fated successor. I truly long to witness the grandeur of the unparalleled sword immortals of yore. With a heart full of emotion, Chu Chen exhaled deeply, placing a hand upon his chest to steady his excited spirit. In the blink of an eye, he swiftly pressed his hands against the stone wall, sequentially tapping the words "worthy successors," his movements both agile and tinged with tension. Instantly, a melodious and ethereal celestial sound resonated in the air, imbued with an ancient charm. As the celestial sound gradually faded, in the distant void, a glowing incantation materialized, shimmering with symbols that exuded a sense of peril. As he moved, an extraordinary force surged forth from the stone wall, resonating harmoniously with the incantation. The script flickered with brilliance, gradually transforming as the initially perilous aura began to dissipate. In an instant, the ethereal melody of the cloud garment sword immortal harmonized with the 100 refined sword saints' 100 refined thousand illusions array, blurring the lines between reality and illusion. The incantation continuously morphed, ultimately coalescing into a gentle radiance that shot towards the stone door. With a thunderous sound, Chu Chen lifted his gaze to witness the heavy stone door slowly creaking open with the infusion of the incantation's energy, a rich essence of spiritual energy wafting toward him. A smile graced Chu Chen's face. His conjecture had not been misguided. He bowed respectfully to the stone wall before striding boldly through the threshold. The moment he entered, he felt his feet leave the ground, and a sudden disorientation engulfed him as the scenery before his eyes shifted incessantly. This was spatial teleportation. After what felt like an eternity, he found himself before another stone door, a faint sound of spatial distortion resonating in the air. The sensation of weightlessness dissipated, and as his feet touched the solid ground once more, Chu Chen abruptly opened his eyes. Upon first experiencing spatial jumping, an overwhelming sense of discomfort washed over him, prompting him to involuntarily retch. Where has this teleportation brought me? Lu Qianxue had mentioned that there should be a forest nearby. Just then, a small creature wriggled out from the folds of Chu Chen's garment, chattering excitedly while pointing in the distance. Shortly after the creature's call, Chu Chen followed its gaze towards the source of a cacophony of voices not far away. What in the world is this place? Damn it. This desolate spot. Where has the secret realm's teleportation array brought me? The speaker was a muscular man who, after surveying the surroundings, suddenly stomped his foot on the ground. With a thunderous sound, a deep footprint appeared on the earth. TCH. You don't even know this? To prevent overcrowding. There are several secret teleportation arrays outside Seven Immortals Town. Once activated, they randomly transport individuals into the formation. If you come unprepared, it serves you right if you fail to gain any benefits. Indeed. Just look at this big fellow. He appears to be a pauper, likely unable to afford any information, sneered two small, sharp-featured individuals. So, does that mean you all are quite wealthy? In the crowd, several men in black robes forcefully pushed aside anyone in their way, striding boldly before the gathered assembly, their tone laced with malice. Why not lend us some funds to indulge ourselves? On the cliff above, Chu Chen's expression darkened. He was all too familiar with these black-robed figures, having encountered them several times before. It was evident that these insufferable rascals were disciples of the Sanluo Temple. Do you still wish to rob us outright? Don't think that just because your Sanluo Temple is a major sect in Jiangzhou, you can act with impunity. We are in a secret realm, and if it comes to a fight, no one will come to your aid. We outnumber you. A frail cultivator stepped forward, bravely raising his voice, though his trembling figure betrayed his anxiety. Indeed, this is a secret realm. The leader of the black-robed figures curled his lips in a cold smirk, his expression brimming with disdain and cruelty. Before he finished speaking, a glint of cold light flashed, and without further ado, he struck out, nonchalantly declaring, when a person dies, no one will know. The nearest crowd suddenly awoke from their stupor, instinctively leaping aside in an attempt to evade the oncoming chill light. However, the scattered practitioners were merely ordinary cultivators, their reactions far inferior to the adept members of the Sanluo Hall. With a series of muted thuds, the icy beam struck true, finding their mark on those who were slightly slower to react. With a resounding crash, one practitioner fell heavily to the ground, sending dust swirling into the air. Before the others could regain their senses, several dark beams darted through the haze like phantoms. The frontline scattered practitioners stared in horror, their eyes wide with dread as they instinctively clutched their throats, blood oozing between their fingers. They fixed their gaze on the black-robed disciples of Sun, their expressions fraught with resentment and fury. They yearned to voice their grievances, yet their words were swallowed by choked by the blood that surged in their throats. You have gone too far. Upon witnessing a companion fall, the scattered practitioners were ignited by rage. Their fear of Sunluo Hall swiftly replaced by indignation. They hastily grasped any seemingly discarded spiritual weapons within reach, sharp sickles, hefty hammers, and slightly luminous swords, and recklessly surged toward the disciples of Sunluo Hall. Amidst the throng, someone roared, "Kill them! If we do not strike now, we will be slaughtered." At this moment, both sides were poised for battle, tension crackling in the air as confrontation loomed. Fixing his gaze upon the leader of Sunluo Hall, Chu Chen felt a chill run down his spine. Despite the slight suppression within this secret realm, this individual's strength was formidable. Having demonstrated prowess that could easily be categorized as at least the third level of the Gathering Essence realm. Observing the several cultivators nearby, their aura resonated distinctly, indicating their mastery beyond the threshold of the Gathering Yuan realm. In stark contrast, the scattered practitioners lacked both the unity of purpose and the profound skills possessed by the orthodox disciples of the Sunluo Palace. The outcome was already determined. Their defeat was merely a matter of time. Chapter 40. A modest gain adhering to the principle that it is better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Chu Chen cast a sweeping glance across the chaotic battlefield, then subtly shifted his footsteps, quietly retreating from the precipice. Unbeknownst to him, at the very moment he turned to leave, the leader of the Sunluo Palace caught sight of his familiar silhouette. The leader's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes. Yet at that moment, the members of Sunluo Palace were thoroughly engaged with the scattered practitioners before them. Although the scattered practitioners faced inevitable defeat, they still fought desperately, unleashing a variety of low-tier mystical arts that left the leader unable to divert his attention. The white horse galloped swiftly as the dawn's light illuminated the earth. After several hours of travel, following the guidance of the treasure map, Chu Chen finally arrived at the base of a towering mountain range. The location he reached was a vast expanse of mountains, where the final herbal treasure indicated on the map lay within the ancient forbidden forest nestled deep within. Near the mountainside, a dense and expansive forest thrived, with towering ancient trees and a cascade of fallen leaves. Chirp, chirp, chirp. All the while, the little creature joyfully tugged at Chu Chen's pant leg, continuously directing him toward the ancient forbidden forest. "Little one, do slow down. I am rather fatigued. Allow me a moment to rest," he said, disregarding the little fellow's persistent pulse, and settled down against a massive tree trunk. The ancient forbidden forest is aptly named for the treasures it harbors, a veritable cornucopia of riches concealed within its depths. The abundance of spiritual energy and the luxuriant growth of medicinal herbs are a testament to its mysterious allure. At the base of cliffs, along riverbanks, and beside cascading waterfalls, a myriad of herbs flourishes. As a seasoned herbalist, Chu Chen is well aware that such bountiful places are invariably guarded by formidable beasts. Whispered tales of ancient divine creatures sighted within this woodland have further contributed to its ominous moniker. Locations abundant with rare herbs are distinctly marked on treasure maps. After wandering for approximately half an hour within the forest, Chu Chen stumbled upon several blood ginseng and ghost orchids, along with a plethora of spiritual fruits. Indeed, the majority of these spiritual fruits found their way into the bellies of Chu Chen and his companion, the diminutive creature. Unbeknownst to him, the little one belonged to a particularly gluttonous breed of spiritual beast, consuming nearly 70% of the spiritual fruits without any apparent change in its physique. After another half hour of searching, Chu Chen discovered a modest amount of ghost orchids suitable for alchemical concoctions beneath a tree. Following several hours of fruitless exploration, just as he contemplated altering his course, fortune finally smiled upon him. Approaching the foot of a mountain, he beheld a towering cliff adorned with several blood-red fruits. High-quality spiritual fruits. These treasures were obscured by the sheer rock face and verdant vines, and had it not been for a fortuitous glimpse of their vibrant crimson hue, they might have gone unnoticed. At last, he had encountered something truly noteworthy. Chu Chen surveyed his surroundings, finding no guardians in sight, which struck him as unusual. To ensure his safety, he retrieved several jars from his storage pouch, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his lips. With a swift motion, Chu Chen raised his wrist, causing several jars to fall around the spiritual fruit. A series of soft thuds echoed as a cloud of shimmering scales dispersed from the shattered vessels. Shortly thereafter, faint sounds emerged from the tranquil cliff above. Straining to see, one could observe a cluster of verdant vines seemingly in motion. As the tendrils swayed gently, a concealed figure gradually came into view. Suddenly, a piercing hiss erupted as a massive python, shrouded in a mist of bluish-gray vapor, sprang forth from the midst of the vines. Its robust body landed firmly at the edge of the precipice, raising its head to Chu Chen, its cavernous maw gaping wide as it flicked its crimson tongue in and out. This great serpent, cloaked in deep green, glimmered with an ethereal light under the moon's glow. Its form enveloped in a mysterious fog, unmistakably a creature of extraordinary origin. Upon closer inspection, Chu Chen's heart raced with realization. This was an adult azure. It had concealed itself among the myriad green vines, its coloration nearly indistinguishable, making its presence difficult to detect had it not revealed itself. Observing the situation, Chu Chen deftly leaped into the air, his foot poised to deliver a powerful strike. With a resounding thud, he executed a fierce kick upon the serpent's head, channeling his profound energy into the blow, sending the python plummeting over the cliff's edge. Utilizing the rebound from the kick, he swiftly rotated in midair, landing with a forceful impact that shattered the ground beneath him. Before Chu Chen could catch his breath, the python's anguished cries were soon accompanied by a rustling sound emanating from the surrounding vines. From amidst the vines emerged robust emerald pythons, revealing pairs of cold, serpent-like eyes, their crimson tongues flickering as they fixated intently upon Chu Chen. It appears he is indeed a rare specimen. Chu Chen, however, felt no trepidation at the sight of the numerous emerald snakes. Rather, a wave of exhilaration surged within him. The wisdom of a seasoned herbalist informed him that any wild, precious spiritual treasures would invariably possess guardians, and the greater the number and strength of these guardians, the more valuable the treasure. It seems that the fruits before him are likely the coveted snake saliva fruits. Chu Chen was overwhelmed with joy, for these were mid-grade spiritual fruits. How splendid! His extensive search had not been in vain. The abundance and size of these blood-red snake saliva fruits were striking. In his past foraging endeavors, he had encountered similar fruits. Yet those had been no larger than a lychee, whereas these were at least the size of his fist. Purely wild, high-grade snake saliva fruits? It appears fortune smiles upon me. As Chu Chen surveyed his surroundings, he noted the absence of any distinctive markings, indicating that this was not a domain of some exalted sect. In various prestigious sects, not all medicinal herbs and spiritual plants are cultivated within their confines. Some mystical realms also harbor spirit beasts, coexisting alongside spiritual herbs and fruits. The vines atop the cliff swayed violently, with emerald pythons of varying ages continuously emerging, interspersed with a few venomous snakes. A sly smile flickered upon Chu Chen's lips as he beckoned the nearest serpent head atop the precipice with a playful gesture, inviting them closer. The emerald and venomous snake groups began to stir restlessly as Chu Chen approached the spiritual fruits, the venomous serpents slithering forth in throngs, flicking their tongues and emitting a cacophony of hissing sounds. At this moment, Chu Chen stood precariously atop a sheer cliff, relying solely on a few protruding rocks to make his descent. The confined space offered little opportunity for him to unleash his martial prowess. However, there was not a trace of panic in his eyes. Instead, a subtle smile graced his lips as he swiftly retrieved a fire starter from his storage pouch. With his feet taut and exerting force, he leapt high into the air, his wrist flicking powerfully as the fire starter soared towards the serpent horde. Upon encountering the previously scattered scales, flames erupted instantaneously, reaching skyward as the sudden surge of heat caused the rocks to crackle ominously. Chapter 41. A Fateful Encounter. Hiss. Hiss. The leading serpents were instantly engulfed by the flames, emitting anguished cries. "Come forth, you cowardly vermin!" Roaring, Chu Chen declared, "Indeed, our esteemed senior brother from Qingyan Peak possesses a keen sense, able to perceive my presence from such a distance." From behind the trees, a graceful and enchanting figure emerged, delicately caressing her lips as she stepped into the sunlight from the shadows below the branches. She was an extraordinarily alluring woman, clad in a form-fitting azure gauze dress that accentuated her graceful curves, with her alabaster skin tantalizingly visible through the fabric, exuding an intoxicating charm. At the tender age of 18, she should have radiated youthful vibrancy, yet she appeared strikingly mature, imbued with a captivating allure. Chu Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as he regarded the enchanting yet perilous beauty before him. Lu Qin, that was her name, in the realm of Tianyuanzong. The renowned beauty of Qingmu Peak possesses an enchanting allure that has captivated many hearts. It is said that her prowess rivals that of the esteemed Chu Chen, the second seat of Qingmu Peak, making her the object of affection for numerous suitors, with Chu Chen being the most notable of her admirers. "Is that you, junior sister Lu? It has been quite a while, and I've missed you dearly," remarked Chu Chen with a smile, though his gaze bore no trace of kindness, revealing a chilling disdain. Instead of admiration, he harbored a profound aversion towards Lu Qing. In his eyes, the woman was merely an embodiment of shallow beauty, characterized by her delicate arms and enticing smile. "Brother, where are your eyes wandering?" "How annoying," Lu Qing retorted. "It's rather peculiar that your attire grows increasingly scant, yet you seem unbothered by the chill." With a smirk, Chu Chen continued to mock, "If I don't steal a few glances, how could I possibly do justice to your outfit?" "Humph." Sensing the malice in Chu Chen's words, Lu Qing could not help but let out a cold snort. "Brother, it would be best for everyone if you relinquished your estate. Such a noble sentiment for the collective. You dress so provocatively, yet come here to entice Chu Chen, all the while seeking my agreement. Do you think I'm a fool?" Chu Chen's words dripped with sarcasm, underscoring his contempt for the woman before him. Sharp-tongued as ever, Lu Qing's expression grew frosty, yet she soon donned a smile and approached Chu Chen. "Brother, your temperament may lead you to calamity. That is quite considerate of you. Have your admirers not accompanied you? Let them come forth." "Chu Chen, what right do you have to act so arrogantly here?" Lin Hua emerged swiftly from the thicket behind Lu Qing, his countenance icy, embodying the animosity of sworn enemies. Originally, Chu Sun intended to be present, yet due to his ascension to the Xinjiang realm, he was hindered by the restrictions of this secret realm, thus refraining from making an appearance. Lu Qing, with her graceful demeanor, concealed her malice beneath a facade of laughter, her words laced with mockery. "You endured humiliation and descended the mountain, exerting great effort to elevate yourself to the 5th level of the Qi consolidation realm, yet you still cannot rival senior brother Chu Sun. Being a mere practitioner of the Qi consolidation realm, it is indeed an honor for you to be regarded by me. Soon, after the sect competition, senior brother may very well secure the position of the foremost disciple. The disparity among those sharing the surname Chu can be quite stark. How did you manage to find this place?" Chu Chen exhibited not the slightest trace of fear, nor did he harbor any intention of fleeing. He faced Lu Qing and her companion with an air of calm detachment. Lin Hua strode confidently before Chu Chen, brandishing a minuscule fragrant insect, no larger than a fingernail, its wings emitting an eerie luminescence directed at Chu Chen. With an exaggerated tone, he proclaimed, "You are unaware, perhaps, that I expended a considerable sum to acquire this little creature, which has made locating you a trivial task. If you possess any sense, you will promptly surrender the treasures you have acquired to spare yourself bodily harm." As Lin Hua spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at Lu Qing, his eyes brimming with sycophancy, evidently eager to make a favorable impression. Lu Qing stood a short distance away, observing the scene with a subtle smile gracing her lips. Pleased with Lin Hua's display, she nodded in approval, which momentarily ignited a glimmer of lascivious delight in Lin Hua's eyes. That simple nod nearly led to his downfall. Hum. Upon hearing this, Chu Chen let out a cold snort, showing no signs of fear. "Brother, your composure is truly remarkable." Lu Qing stepped forward, a teasing smile playing on her lips. "But do you really believe you can escape?" As she spoke, she covered her mouth with a light laugh, the sound ringing like silver bells, clear and crisp, yet laced with an elusive undertone. Her figure was graceful, her ample bosom quivering with each laugh, and every gesture and smile exuded a lethal allure. Lin Hua, standing nearby, was entranced, his eyes wide with fervor, blood surging through him, his gaze reddening. His expression was more frenzied than that of a bloodthirsty beast. He chuckled darkly, recognizing that this fool was merely putting on a brave face while trembling inside. Lin Hua shot a fervent glance at Lu Qing, then turned his menacing gaze upon Chu Chen. "Chu Chen, stop pretending. With your cultivation at the 5th level of Qi condensation, you shan't leave here today." Lin Hua's expression twisted with malice as he imagined the humiliation he would inflict on Chu Chen. "Kneel and apologize to me, and perhaps I will show mercy and spare you some pain." Today, Lin Hua was determined to assert himself. Without this release, he could not calm his mind to delve into his cultivation. When he heard from the lackey of the Lin family that Lu Qing was coming to trouble Chu Chen, he eagerly volunteered to accompany her, relishing the opportunity to be alone with the beauty. "Humph, do you believe you are worthy of making me kneel? Trust me, you will kneel," and it will be with a radiant smile. Lin Huashuan's force surged through his body, slicing through the air with a crisp sound. Brother Chu, I must confess that I have always held you in high regard. I had heard many disciples speak of you long ago, and had we met earlier, perhaps I would have developed feelings for you. Oh, is that so? I am indeed honored, Chu Chen replied, a hint of cold laughter curling at the corners of his lips, regarding the shameless woman who still sought to maintain her facade. We harbor no deep-seated enmity, and I have no desire to escalate matters. Would you care to hear my mutually beneficial proposal? Lu Qing smiled sweetly, purposefully accentuating her ample bosom, revealing a glimpse of her fair cleavage, a sight that momentarily captivated the surroundings. Oh, do tell, Chu Chen said, his curiosity piqued, eager to hear Lu Qing. Lu Qing, sister, Lin Hua interjected, furrowing his brow and lowering his voice. What else? Lu Qing continued. If you are willing to disable your own hands and pretend it was an accident, I assure you that no one within the Tianyuan sect will dare to show you disrespect. Though Lu Qing wore a friendly smile, the malice hidden behind her increasingly sinister grin was palpable. In the past, she had not deemed Chu Chen worthy of her attentions. He had merely been an overzealous talent of mediocre stature. Yet now, before her stood a formidable figure at the 5th level of the Qi refinement stage. From Lin Hua's words, she knew that he had only been at the 3rd level when he departed. To her knowledge, no one had come to his aid. Furthermore, she had heard that Xingyan Peak's Lin Yu had also sent someone to trouble Chu Chen. In the absence of assistance, Chu Chen had already demonstrated his innate talent by leaping 2 ranks. Although he still fell short of her near-peak status in the gathering Yuan realm, she could not help but feel a sense of threat. Upon hearing this, Lin Hua smiled, for Lu Qing still stood with them. To incapacitate Chu Chen's hands would effectively curtail his potential for growth. This was far more satisfying than simply eliminating him. As for the treasures, I had prepared for myself and my family, and I had even set aside portions for you. It is truly unfortunate. Chu Chen smiled faintly, aware that this woman would not be easily swayed, revealing her true venomous nature. So, is there nothing to discuss? Then let us cease all conversation. With a swift motion, Chu Chen raised his hands, unleashing a torrent of mystical energy. Chu Chen, what are you? How dare you speak to us in such a manner? Lin Hua could no longer contain his fury at Chu Chen's nonchalant demeanor. Even if we were to cripple you, we would merely face some reprimand. No one would truly dare to harm us. My senior sister is not to be compared with the likes of you. Consider your own standing. Such empty words. Whatever you do, I shall stand firm in opposition. Perhaps amused by Chu Chen's defiance, she couldn't help but tremble, her ample bosom rising and falling. Are you attempting to amuse me? I must admit, you have succeeded. A mere 5th tier in the Qi gathering realm. What audacity you possess to speak to me thus. Do you think I am akin to your ragtag companions? Stop wasting time with him. Let us resolve this swiftly. Lin Hua could no longer contain himself. He converged his profound energy and unleashed a powerful punch towards Chu Chen, revealing his peak cultivation level in the condensation realm. Upon witnessing Lin Hua's advance, Lu Qing couldn't help but caress her alluring red lips and sway her waist, teasingly remarking, Brother Chu, you cannot escape today. Will you come willingly? Or shall I lend you a hand? Suddenly, with a resounding crack, a hand firmly grasped Lin Hua's oncoming fist, squeezing it tightly, causing a creaking sound to echo. Let go, Lin Hua exclaimed, looking up in shock to find that it was, in fact, Chu Chen who had seized him. The expression of terror on Lin Hua's face was palpable. He could not fathom how Chu Chen, also at the condensation realm, had so effortlessly subdued him. You worthless cur. Get out of my way. Chu Chen bellowed in anger, lifting his leg to deliver a powerful sidekick that sent Lin Hua flying several meters. Who do you think you are? The Grandmaster of the Peaks? Or perhaps the Peak Lord? My affairs are not for you rabble to dictate. My hands are right here. If you have the capability, come and incapacitate me. If not, then be gone. Chu Chen extended his hands, his face a mask of indifference and disdain. The atmosphere abruptly fell silent, and Lu Qing, momentarily stunned, was overwhelmed by Chu Chen's formidable presence. Seeking death, do you truly believe that reaching the 5th level of the condensation realm grants you the audacity to boast before me? A mere servant disciple who has yet to enter the main peak will forever be a joke in the presence of true disciples. Lu Qing paused for several seconds, then gracefully stepped towards Chu Chen, her inner energy swirling and gathering in her palms. Her delicate hands emanated a soft pink hue, forming bubbles of varying sizes. With a swift motion, her fair hands transformed into blades, dancing through the air with the lightness of a butterfly as as she pierced forward. This was the illusory butterfly palm, a technique from the second floor of the library, designed for close combat. The practitioner must possess certain innate talents in illusion, and when combined with this palm technique, it produces an unexpected effect. "Senior brother, I am coming for you," Lu Qing proclaimed seductively, her tongue teasingly licking her crimson lips. As she moved, her hands fluttered, her steps light as if she were dancing. "Spare me the words. I will fight you to the end." Chu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing a hint of danger from her graceful dance. His inner energy instinctively surged, forming a thin barrier of mystical energy around him. Practical experience is the only true test of knowledge. This barrier was a technique he had derived from observing Qing Ye's battles, and now was the perfect opportunity to practice it. As Lu Qing rapidly approached, Lin Hua, who had just struggled to rise from the ground, shouted, "Senior sister, be careful. He is quite strong. Don't be deceived." "Humph, senior brother Chu, you truly are barbaric, resorting to brute force against mystical arts. Only those from the servant's peak rely on such basic techniques, devoid of true mastery. I genuinely feel pity for you," Lu Qing retorted. "Senior sister, incapacitate him. Let him witness the might of a peak gathering yuan practitioner, and allow him to feel the strength of a direct disciple from Qingmu Peak." Observing Chu Chen's indifferent demeanor, Lu Qing could not help but feel a surge of anger, her disdain intensifying. Even on the brink of death, he dared to act arrogantly before her. With a flourish of her hands, a flurry of pink bubbles materialized in the air, aimed at Chu Chen. "Senior brother, the genius of the miscellaneous peak is destined to become a waste." Like a startled swan, graceful as a swimming dragon, Lu Qing danced and weaved through the air. Her movements elusive and unpredictable, making it nearly impossible for anyone to anticipate her landing, especially in Lin Hua's eyes, where Lu Qing appeared immensely powerful. Confronting a once-renowned talent from Qingyun Peak, Lu Qing did not dare to underestimate him. She aimed to defeat Chu Chen in one, denying him any chance to retaliate. He had long been recognized as a diligent individual, whose above-average aptitude had allowed him to catch up to many formidable outer sect practitioners, vying for the position of the primary candidate for Qingyun Peak. "Senior sister will take care of him." Lin Hua leaned against a large tree, blood still lingering at the corner of his mouth, yet this did not hinder him from loudly cheering. Chu Chen remained steadfast, his narrowed eyes glinting with a piercing gaze, locking onto the approaching figure. In a fleeting moment, as Lu Qing closed the distance to 3 feet, she suddenly leapt high, launching a surprise attack. Her strike was immediately lethal, revealing her intention to show no mercy. At that critical juncture, Chu Chen could not help but let out a cold chuckle. He swiftly reached into his waist, his fingers curling like claws, as the soul-piercing nail materialized at his fingertips. With a powerful flick of his wrist, several beams of cold light shot forth with the swiftness of lightning, aimed directly at Lu Qing. Given Chu Chen's current explosive power, even a peak practitioner of the Gathering Yuan realm would be severely injured if caught off guard. Chapter 43, Illusory Butterfly Palm. What? The graceful Lu Qing danced in midair, narrowly evading the lethal projectiles that shot towards her. She twirled elegantly, resembling a delicate sprite. However, the dark weaponry skills honed by Chu Chen over more than a decade were not to be underestimated. With a powerful thrust of his foot, he shattered the ground beneath him, sending a stone flying with a forceful kick. Bang! The stone hurtled forth like a streak of light, accompanied by a whistling wind, reaching the nearest soul-chasing nail with a thunderous impact. In that instant of collision, the soul-chasing nail accelerated at a sharp angle, spinning rapidly as it was propelled by the force of the blow, creating a fierce gust of wind that grazed Lu Qing's side. With a swift motion, the rotating air pressure tore through her azure silk skirt from her ribs to her abdomen, exposing her fair skin and hinting at the vivid garments beneath. The soul-chasing nail zipped past, leaving a crimson scar along her waist. A cry of pain escaped Lu Qing's lips as the sharp sting in her side disoriented her, causing her offensive momentum to falter. "Hey, you little vixen, dressed quite provocatively," Chu Chen remarked with an indifferent expression. He bent his legs slightly and leapt high, gathering strength in his right fist before delivering a heavy blow to Lu Qing's face. His punch was devoid of any compassion. Ignoring the bonds of camaraderie, Lu Qing sought to incapacitate herself, leaving Chu Chen with no reservations. Bang! A dull thud echoed through the air as Lu Qing, caught off guard, was struck by the forceful punch and sent flying several paces away, skidding to a halt after retreating dozens of steps. The heavy gust of wind stirred the azure silk skirt, while the radiant spring light and graceful figure stirred the blood within. Lu Qing gently adjusted her sleeve, her side bleeding profusely from a wound that, while not grave, left her feeling dizzy and disoriented. A single, forceful blow from Chu Chen had rendered her head a cacophony of ringing, leaving her momentarily stunned. She stood unsteadily, on the verge of collapse, a wave of shock washing over her, a chill surging from her feet to the crown of her head. Was it truly possible that she had been wounded by a mere strike? What a fool. Does low cultivation guarantee defeat? Watch as I overcome you. With a powerful stomp, Chu Chen shattered the ground beneath him and propelled himself forward. Though his realm was lacking, he compensated with sheer technique. The formidable Hongming body refinement technique had honed his body countless times, rendering it comparable to a mystical artifact. At that moment, Chu Chen's eyes held no fear, only an unwavering battle spirit. "Sister, be careful," Lin Hua exclaimed as he observed Chu Chen's rapid advance. Lu Qing shook her head, gradually regaining lucidity, and felt a sudden chill. Hastily, she clutched her tattered dress and seethed. "Damn it, I will kill you." Enraged, she felt the sting of humiliation. As a favored daughter of heaven, she had always been the object of adoration. Never before had she endured such disgrace. Anyone can boast, but let them speak once they have defeated me. Chu Chen's profound energy surged forth, his battle intent soaring to the heavens. As he lightly tapped his toes, the oppressive force of gravity diminished, allowing him to move with the grace of flight, leaving behind a series of fleeting afterimages. I may be at the chi gathering stage, but what of it? My Dan chi flows like an ocean. Would I fear a mere gathering essence cultivator? Suddenly, Chu Chen's entire demeanor surged with an overwhelming force, as his mystical energy surged forth, converging between his hands. With a powerful swing of his fist, he unleashed a tremendous shockwave, accompanied by a series of explosive sounds. As a mere outer sect servant, Chu Chen had not formally mastered the art of close combat. Yet his attacks were ferocious and relentless, each strike imbued with an indomitable spirit, his almost barbaric fighting style catching Lu Qing completely off guard. The winds of his fists howled like a tempest, forcing Lu Qing to retreat repeatedly, utterly unable to retaliate. With a series of dull thuds, Lu Qing stumbled, her footing faltering dangerously close to a fall. Shock and fury coursed through her, as she could hardly fathom the audacity of Chu Chen's assault. In no time, the azure dress she wore, once clinging closely to her form, was shredded by the forceful gales, rendering her appearance utterly disheveled. "Chu Chen, have you gone mad? Are you truly serious?" Lu Qing cried out in terror, desperately attempting to fend off Chu Chen's relentless onslaught, while also striving to shield her exposed modesty. "Have you not always refrained from striking women?" Her voice quivered, a mixture of indignation and fear. Beside them, Lin Hua stood transfixed, his eyes wide as saucers. Fixated on Lu Qing with an insatiable hunger and desire, swallowing hard as he gazed at her, his expression grotesque and repulsive. Yet, Chu Chen remained unfazed, his gaze sharp and unyielding, locking onto Lu Qing as he declared, "You have pushed me time and again. Do not blame me for showing no mercy." Having spoken, he suddenly stepped forward, darting to Lu Qing's side. Among a flurry of powerful punches, a resounding slap struck Lu Qing's face, the sound of the blow instantly stunning Lin Hua and Lu Qing. "Ah, you will pay for this with your life." Lu Qing, sent flying, screamed in fury, disregarding the exposed vulnerabilities, unleashing his full power. An aura emanating from the pinnacle of the gathering essence realm enveloped him, and a fierce gust of wind swept up swirling dust around them. Illusory butterfly palm. Lu Qing executed an elegant palm technique, pink energy swirling between his hands, resembling a venomous serpent emerging from its lair. The powerful force dispersed Chu Chen's attacking fist imprint, and his palm landed solidly on Chu Chen's chest. Bang! A resonating sound echoed through the tranquil forest. Wow! Chu Chen was struck as if by lightning, his body propelled backward, crashing through several sturdy trees before skidding across the ground for several meters. Following closely were several pink bubbles that stimulated his nerves. He rolled on the ground, swiftly picking up a nearby stone and hurling it forth. In the next moment, the sharp stone shot out, piercing all the approaching bubbles. With a series of explosions, Chu Chen was left with several wounds on his chest from the burst bubbles, revealing the horrifyingly fierce visage not far away. Looking down, Chu Chen noticed a faint crimson handprint appearing on his chest, steadily oozing blood, which soon stained his clothing. Subsequently, with a loud bang, the stone shot by Chun Mo shattered the nearby bubbles, resulting in several explosions. Fug! That nearly cost me my life. Chu Chen spat a mouthful of blood onto the ground, his peripheral vision catching sight of the earth not far away, where bubbles enveloped in pink, profound energy burst, corroding the ground into pockmarked depressions. Shun Imo couldn't help but inwardly lament. Indeed, she was the renowned beauty snake, and even without stepping, she was not to be underestimated. Had it not been for his comprehension of a protective, profound light similar to Qing Yu's, that palm strike to his chest would have nearly cost him his life. With a grin, Chu Chen, before being repelled, concealed a kick that sent a pebble flying, striking the concealed weapon that was about to descend. Chapter 44. The Trace of Herbal Medicine Whoosh. As it spun with formidable force, a chilling gleam tinged with a hint of crimson embedded itself into the trunk behind him, its tail still quivering slightly. This astonishing scene left Lin Hua agape, his words of encouragement caught in his throat. Lu Qing, dragging her injured shoulder, stood frozen in place, unable to recover for a long while. She could not accept defeat, for she was at the pinnacle of the 8th layer of the gathering Yuan realm. Lu Qing glared at Chu Chen in embarrassment and fury. Now, she was in tattered clothing, revealing alluring glimpses of spring amidst her ragged attire. Her hair was disheveled, and her shoulder was pierced by a hidden weapon. The intense gust had penetrated her scapula, causing excruciating pain that left her drenched in sweat. She believed she had estimated Chu Chen's combat prowess to the fullest. Yet she still found herself defeated and gravely injured. If Lin Hua was astonished, she herself found it even more difficult to accept. Chu Chen leaned against a towering giant tree, blood gushing from his chest. The wound on Chu Chen's chest, inflicted by the illusion butterfly palm, sizzled and bubbled ominously. Staggering, he stood with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, a blood-stained smile gracing his lips. The prodigy of Qingmu Peak was nothing remarkable. You bastard. I will kill you. Lu Qing, consumed by emotion and unable to accept her defeat, raised her hand to strike again, only to feel a sharp pang as a jet of blood burst forth from her shoulder. The pain rendered her face pale, and the flow of her mystical energy dissipated instantaneously. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Hua stealthily approached from behind Chu Chen, channeling his energy for a powerful strike. Yet, as if sensing his presence, Chu Chen deftly sidestepped. Planting his left foot firmly, he unleashed a swift lateral kick, the force of which surged like a fierce wind towards the oncoming figure. With a resounding crash, Lin Hua collided violently with a massive tree, leaves scattering in disarray. As he spat a mouthful of blood, my Dantian! Lin Hua exclaimed in terror, his hands instinctively cradling his abdomen. TCH, you lack even the qualification to die by my hand. Casting a disdainful glance at the incapacitated Lin Hua, Chu Chen spat blood contemptuously and advanced step by step towards Lu Qing. Those who take lives are invariably hunted. A murderer must pay with their life. This is an unchanging truth throughout the ages. Though he understood this principle, Chu Chen hesitated to end Lu Qing's life, despite her injuries. Lin Hua's downfall elicited no sympathy. However, Lu Qing was favored by the esteemed Qing Xian Daoist of Qingmu Peak and was poised to become a direct disciple within the sect after the grand competition, possibly advancing to a high-ranking position in the outer sect. Thus, Chu Chen had no intention of killing her. Troublesome junior sister, hand over your storage bag, he said, standing before Lu Qing, a slight smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. A sharp, soul-piercing nail gleamed ominously before me, as if seeking the precise spot to strike. My junior sister was well aware of my predicament. As a mere disciple from the servant's peak, I was indeed rather impoverished. I often found myself unable to afford a meal, and just look at my trembling hands. Would I be blamed if I inadvertently harmed my junior sister? You madman! You scoundrel! Lu Qing could not help but scream. In Chu Chen's gaze, she perceived a glint of coldness. Although he bore a smile, to her, he appeared more fearsome than any demon. Receiving the storage bag that Lu Qing extended, Chu Chen cautiously remarked, I may have to trouble my junior sister to drop the items on the ground. I, unfortunately, am rather injured. Seeing the formidable Chu Chen exercise such caution, she couldn't help but grit her teeth in frustration, yet felt powerless to resist. She complied, emptying the contents of the storage bag onto the ground. A flicker of joy danced in Chu Chen's eyes as he swept the storage bag over the scattered items, and in an instant, everything was drawn into the bag, filling it to capacity. Lu Qing hesitated, her outstretched hand faltering as the movement tugged at her wound, watching helplessly as Chu Chen seized everything. Thank you for the generous gift, my junior sister. Do come again. Chu Chen grinned widely, casting a casual glance at the bounty within the storage bag. Feeling less disdain for Lu Qing, and even hoping she might bring more companions next time. To kill and to plunder, gold waistbands, truly, the ancients do not deceive me. This time, the spoils yielded a substantial amount of spirit stones and resources. As a preparatory disciple of true lineage, my resources were indeed abundant. And I felt a newfound confidence about venturing to that ancient street. I must certainly pay a visit after the sect competition. May the junior sister find joy in her endeavors this time. Without further ado, I gently caressed the little one's soft, furry head, and then I continued onward. Guided by the markings on my mental map that indicated the location of the herbs, the moon hung high in the night sky, casting its gentle radiance evenly across the earth, indifferent to wealth or kinship, embodying a sentiment that seemed devoid of intention. The insects serenaded the quiet grass, while fireflies flickered amidst the dense thickets. Initially, I could only perceive a distant glimmer of light, which swiftly approached as though possessed of its own consciousness. That green luminescence trailed behind a hazy silhouette, akin to the ethereal dust scattered by celestial beings, weaving through the lush forest. For a considerable time, Chu Chen navigated through this canopy of trees and thick foliage, nearly exhausting the search across this expanse. Suddenly, a flash of green caught his eye. There lay the herb he had sought so fervently. Everything around him seemed to forge a mysterious connection, causing his heart to race. An exclamation of joy escaped his lips. I found it. The green light danced in his vision for but a fleeting moment before settling firmly within his sight. The closer it drew, the more tangible it became, until it felt as exhilarating as the revelation of a hidden treasure. This secluded mountain forest seldom witnessed human presence, save for the meandering path that intermittently revealed itself among the wild grasses. With trembling hands, Chu Chen gently lifted the herb, which emanated a soft glow in his palm, as if drawn there by some extraordinary force. Once his excitement had subsided, he examined it closely. The leaves displayed clear veins and exquisite, unique textures, confirming that it was indeed the final herb he required. He rose to his feet, though his garments were torn by thorns and his hair appeared somewhat disheveled. His eyes sparkled with an intense excitement as he clutched the precious herb, striding purposefully towards a nearby cave. Just as he was about to depart, his body suddenly froze, a peculiar sensation washing over him. Chapter 45. The Azure Spirit Blade. With a soft thud, in hand, Chu Chen gripped his long spear, fueled by a sense of curiosity, advancing guided by an invisible force within his heart. As day transitioned into night, the little creature nestled in his embrace, tired from play, began to snore softly, undisturbed by the jostling of the journey. Observing this, he became alert, his gaze fixed ahead, his eyes darting towards the flickering azure light. That ethereal blue was encircled by a mysterious mist, seemingly gathering the essence of countless stars, traversing eons, bearing witness to the vicissitudes of existence. Its enigmatic radiance illuminating the still night sky. From the center of the blade emanated a vibrant life force, nourishing the surrounding dense foliage and rare herbs as if they thrived solely on its essence. What is that? Chu Chen was taken aback by the extraordinary, gazing transfixed at the illuminated night sky, through the veil of that mysterious starlight. It seemed he could perceive a celestial being sprinkling divine dust upon the hilt of the sword, casting a gentle smile towards him across the vast river of time. Boom! Just as he stood in astonishment, as if sensing something, a thunderous roar erupted, and a colossal blade aura soared into the heavens, shaking the very earth beneath his feet. The tiny figure nestled in his arms seemed to have been startled, rolling over and tumbling to the ground, where it rubbed its sore bottom and emitted a series of squeaks. In an instant, a surge of sword energy soared into the heavens, and an ethereal presence. Chu Chen placed the little one upon his shoulder, gripping his spear tightly, and cautiously approached, treading upon the verdant earth while grappling with his inner trepidation. However, as he drew closer to the source of the disturbance, he discovered that the blue, ghostly glow did not emanate from the extraordinary treasures he had, nor from divine materials of the earth, but rather from an unusual sword. Upon closer inspection, the ground appeared to have been rent asunder by some indescribable force, revealing a shocking fissure at its center, within which a pitch-black blade was embedded. Half of the blade was connected to a dark hilt, and the blade itself exhibited an eerie texture. A meticulous examination revealed that the edge of the sword was composed of countless fragments of varying shapes. Each shard, no larger than a fingertip, bore sharp edges that glimmered with a chilling light, all radiating a faint blue glow. Upon witnessing this, Chu Chen was momentarily taken. He had not anticipated that the source of the strange occurrence was a seemingly weathered sword. Soon, the scattered starlight dissipated, leaving the dark blade standing solitary in the earth. Although the hilt was inscribed with an ominous luster, Chu Chen felt no malevolent intent emanating from it. The trembling blade, standing alone, resembled a lost child. "Are you too so lonely?" Seemingly reminded of his own solitude, Chu Chen could not help but extend his hand, gently caressing the hilt. The moment his fingers brushed against it, the aged blade began to quiver slightly, as if the lost child had finally found its kin. Chu Chen's movements came to a halt, as a peculiar sensation surged forth from the depths of his consciousness, akin to a tidal wave. Suddenly, the heavenly emperor's tome began to flip open, and the mark upon his forehead gradually emanated a faint glow, reminiscent of the vanishing stars. The weathered blade instantaneously changed hue. The seemingly old hilt was rejuvenated, as if it had been cleansed of all impurities, radiating an aura of vitality. With a sentient grace, the hilt leapt into the palm of Chu Chen's hand, while countless shards of the blade danced through the air, ultimately suspending themselves around him. It seemed as though a connection had been forged, prompting the storage pouch to open on its own. A spectral azure arc shot forth, racing towards the swirling fragments of the blade. Chu Chen was taken aback, realizing that the object that had emerged was the minuscule shard he had acquired earlier. As the shard converged with the blade fragments, it appeared to complete a mysterious ritual, endowing the broken sword with an enigmatic power. An overwhelming sword intent surged forth from the blade, cleaving through the heavens. Subsequently, the fragments reassembled in front of the hilt, coalescing into a sleek, ebony blade. Intrigued, Chu Chen could not resist caressing the revitalized sword. The moment his fingers brushed its surface, myriad starlight glimmers emerged, swiftly transforming into the ethereal figure of a fair maiden clad in celestial white, a visage he had previously encountered in a temporal projection, smiling enchantingly. Seemingly transcending the river of time, the maiden transformed into a beam of golden light and darted into the center of Chu Chen's brow. Alarmed, Chu Chen's expression shifted dramatically. He had no time to react, left merely to witness the unfolding of these extraordinary events. A sudden influx of overwhelming information triggered a sharp pain in Chu Chen's mind. He instinctively clutched his head, murmuring in distress, as if sensing the agony of its host. A stream of emerald green energy surged from his consciousness, gently caressing him, and the torment began to dissipate swiftly. Under the influence of this verdant glow, the intense stinging sensation arrived with great ferocity but vanished just as quickly. In a brief moment, the veins on his forehead gradually receded, and after shaking off the heaviness in his head, the dizziness and pain subsided, allowing his eyes to clear, as if he had forged a connection with the blade. Gently caressing the sword in his hand, Chu Chen murmured, "The Xixiao spirit blade? The sword of the former Xixiao immortal emperor." As he spoke softly, a white figure materialized in his consciousness, clad in garments as pure as snow. Above in the starry sky, countless stars twinkled, near the exit of the secret realm. Within a dark cave, flickering flames from a burning campfire cast Chu Chen's shadow against the stone wall. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The little creature tirelessly directed Chu Chen, deftly preparing a mountain chicken for roasting over the charcoal fire. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The little one climbed in front of Chu Chen, rubbing its tiny belly with its little paws, its gaze fixed intently on the chicken in Chu Chen's hand, its mouth making smacking sounds. Chu Chen lifted the little creature, and upon being held, it playfully waved its stubby arms and chubby paws, expressing its discontent. While gesturing towards the chicken leg in Chu Chen's grasp, the round little creature appeared irresistibly adorable, and for a moment, Chu Chen was thoroughly amused by its antics. With a mischievous grin, he held a chicken leg just beneath its nose, exclaiming, "Ah, how delightful the aroma is." The little one, clearly eager, began waving the chicken leg in front of the diminutive figure. Chu Chen curiously inquired, "Would you like to have it?" Chapter 46. The shattering of chains. The small creature seemed to comprehend Chu Chen's words, nodding its tiny head before extending its short arms, attempting to seize the chicken leg that was almost the same size as its own body. A glint of mischief sparkled in its eyes, and it smirked. "I could consider sharing, but do you have anything of value to trade? Perhaps some spiritual herbs or elixirs?" Chu Chen mused internally, recalling the records from the Beast Compendium, which indicated that weasel-type spirit beasts possessed small pouches to conceal various spiritual fruits and herbs. While he was uncertain of the specific variety of the weasel before him, it likely wouldn't fall short in quality. A chicken leg in exchange for spiritual fruits and herbs seemed like a most advantageous deal. To his surprise, the little creature nodded enthusiastically, and Chu Chen detected a trace of disdain in its gaze. Turning away, the small being rummaged through its belly, soon producing a radiant orb of light. As the orb touched the ground, it instantly transformed into a shimmering longsword. Observing the spectacle, Chu Chen felt a tremor in his consciousness, and a sweet voice echoed faintly in his ears. The celestial emperor's sword. Who is speaking? Upon hearing that sound, Chu Chen's expression changed dramatically. He rushed out of the cave, glancing around, yet found no trace of any person. Shaking his head to dispel the distracting thoughts clouding his mind, he wondered if he had merely misheard. To be prudent, Chu Chen carefully retrieved a concealment talisman, which he had purchased at a great expense, and affixed it to the cave entrance. He then secured a prepared wooden bucket and began pouring in the water from the spirit spring. Next, he placed the herbs and various items required for the 9-flavored body refining method onto the ground. Slowly, he raised his palm, steadying it close to the edge of the sturdy wooden bucket. In an instant, a surge of energy enveloped him, and a torrent of profound force converged towards his palm. A flicker of divine light sparkled in Chu Chen's eyes as the melting techniques from the primordial body refining art continually surfaced in his mind. Guided by his intent, the dense energy transformed into ethereal threads, gradually penetrating the water. The previously tranquil surface of the water began to shimmer with wisps of spiritual mist. Simultaneously, Chu Chen swiftly grasped the body-refining herbs positioned nearby: Yohuang flower, Xuanyu ginseng, Xianyin grass, and Jiyin spirit herb, each of which was rare in the world, suffused with a faint aura of spirit. Gently, Chu Chen cast the 9 body-refining herbs into the bucket. As the profound energy permeated, the herbs began to dissolve at a visibly rapid pace. In an instant, the spirit spring water, drawn from the brook, became infused with vibrant spiritual energy. The essence of the herbs seamlessly merged with the profound force, and a delicate mist enveloped the surface of the water, radiating an extraordinary glow and unique fragrance. Observing such a transformation, he awaited the moment when the mist thickened to a certain degree. With a splash, a soft sound echoed, and Chu Chen eagerly stripped off his garments, plunging into the wooden tub. With a deep breath, he exhaled a cloud of murky air, closed his eyes, and focused his mind. After a brief moment, he silently commenced the formidable primordial body refinement technique. Crack, crack, crack. As the secret art was activated, the sound of bones colliding and flesh being ground resonated within Chu Chen's body, and in an instant, beads of blood of varying sizes seeped through his skin. He reached down, grasping several vials of high-grade spiritual liquid, which he consumed in an instant, transforming into a stream of golden energy that surged through his heart, flowing with the rhythmic pulse of blood to his limbs and bones. As the golden energy coursed through his entire being, it shattered and refined his bones, while the exterior flesh was torn asunder to varying degrees before rapidly mending itself. The golden energy began to wash away, breaking through the meridian walls and continuously repairing them, causing his muscles to quiver slightly, accompanied by the relentless sound of bones resonating. Pain, an unbearable agony, compared to the suffering endured in the past. The current torment was magnitudes greater. Chu Chen could not help but cry out in anguish, as bulging veins throbbed upon his forehead, a pain surpassing even the most excruciating torture engulfing his entire being. A gentle breeze swept through, as the spiritual liquid in the tub continuously permeated his body, a refreshing sensation spreading throughout him, while the foul sweat and expelled impurities gradually exited his form. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the impurities were expelled, a continuous buzzing emanated from within his body. The golden energy traversed through all 362 acupuncture points, as his bones were incessantly refined and reforged, each point and meridian being forcefully breached and subsequently restored, streams of profound yellow energy flowing from his heart throughout his entire being. As time flows, perhaps Chu Chen gradually acclimatizes to the excruciating pain that rends his entire being like a lingering torment. The pallor of his face, once sapped by agony, slowly begins to recover. Thud, thud, thud. His chest reverberates like thunder, and his heart erupts with a distinctive force. Subsequently, a golden profound energy fills his heart, dividing into dozens of golden torrents that surge into the veins of his body. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Every cell within his blood vessels begins to roar, as a wave of golden energy sweeps through, causing the blood within him to dissolve, which is then refined into energy that melds, the sound of their quivering resonating consistently. After several hours, the veins on his forehead gradually recede. Enveloped in the wooden tub, Chu Chen finds himself surrounded by spiritual liquid. As time passes, the initially clear essence becomes increasingly murky. Unbeknownst to him, the medicinal properties of the liquid seep into every inch of his skin, integrating with each drop of his blood. Just when Chu Chen believes this bodily refinement is nearing completion and his aura begins to stabilize, a deafening explosion suddenly erupts, causing a painful reverberation in the eardrums. In that instant, the wooden tub, unable to withstand the overwhelming force, shatters into countless fragments. Simultaneously, a series of sharp cracks emanate from within Chu Chen's body. Roar. Accompanied by a resounding dragon's roar, he becomes enveloped in a radiant golden light. An unparalleled power erupting from within him like a volcano. 7 golden shackles materialize upon the surface of his body, followed by the sound of shattering chains. Crack. The first golden chain shatters. Boom. Within Chu Chen's body, a terrifying surge of vital energy erupted, causing the entire mountain, which housed the cave, to tremble. Crack. The second golden chain shattered once more. With the destruction of the second restraint, the entire secret realm began to quiver, radiating golden light. Shortly thereafter, the third, fourth, and fifth chains followed suit. In Chapter 47, Long Zichen, in an instant, a celestial tome soared from within Chu Chen, enveloping him in a radiant glow. In a fleeting moment, an immensely powerful apparition tore through the heavens, manifesting countless ethereal figures, numbering in the tens of thousands. Immediately, the spectral forms above the firmament bowed in reverence toward Chu Chen. This extraordinary phenomenon stirred the entirety of the Langius secret realm, even reaching beyond its confines. Boom. In the skies above, the winds and clouds shifted, thunder roared. Countless powerful specters bowed in homage to the direction of Qixin town. The formidable sects across the continent, alongside significant figures from ancient powers, were left in awe. In that singular moment, Chu Chen's Dantian had completely transformed into a sea of energy, his foundation reshaped, and the primordial overlord body had taken form. Suddenly, Chu Chen opened his eyes wide, 2 beams of golden light shooting forth from them. As the celestial tome entered his being, a dominating aura erupted from his body, stirring the surrounding air currents. Upon sensing the tome's entry into his essence, Chu Chen couldn't help but murmur. With a single page of the celestial tome, all heroes bow in submission. Chu Chen felt the weariness within him dissipate quietly, his eyes becoming clear and his thoughts extraordinarily vibrant. In that faint moment, he sensed that his innate talent had reached an unprecedented elevation, liberating him from certain constraints. To quell the tumultuous emotions swirling within him, he sat cross-legged in the cave, murmuring softly, "The ice of eternity, the essence of all things, tranquility of heart. Gaze upon my solitary spirit, unity of heart and mind. Let the breath follow in harmony." A gentle, frigid aura radiated from Chu Chen, but after a while, his breath grew warm and serene, gradually dispelling the restlessness and distractions that plagued his mind. He began to immerse himself, entering a profound state of transcendence, as if he were melding with the very fabric of the universe, instantly sensing the ethereal energies of all things and the shimmering starlight that danced in the air. Outside the cave, the moonlight flowed like water, cascading through the entrance and gently illuminating Chu Chen's form. The golden glow enveloped him like a delicate veil, filling the cave with an enigmatic luminescence. From his dantian, a wisp of chilling energy ascended, intertwining with the moonlight that poured in. Although this coldness was frigid, it carried a purifying essence that enveloped him in unparalleled comfort. This tranquil technique was not a method of cultivation, but rather a meditative practice to calm the spirit. Whenever Chu Chen found himself troubled, he would resort to this calming technique, a parting gift from the peak master, Su Changqing, to Lin Yu. The proud young master of the Lin family could hardly regard such a technique, deemed unhelpful for cultivation, with any seriousness. He had cast it aside with a dismissive flourish, pretending to be magnanimous as he bestowed it upon Chu Chen, who subsequently reaped considerable benefits from it. Chu Chen felt that the bounties of the past few days had come too easily, rendering him unable to focus on his cultivation. Thus he sought to still his restless heart. At this moment, Chu Chen found himself immersed in the tranquility bestowed by the Qingxinju. In that instant, He sensed the ethereal energy in the air, sweet and refreshing, and his heart felt remarkably unburdened. Enveloped in such an ambience, he quietly drifted into slumber. In his dreams, there were no worries, no clamor, nor any hatred or intrigue. In a hazy vision, he seemed to behold a celestial maiden, gliding gracefully towards him. She was clad in garments as white as snow, her flowing sleeves billowing softly, and her long black hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall. Her features were exquisite. Perhaps due to her nature, a hint of aloofness graced her countenance, exuding an otherworldly beauty akin to a fairy descended from the heavens, to be admired from afar but never approached. As Chu Chen gazed at the ethereal figure, he found himself entranced, having never encountered such breathtaking femininity. Even the snow-clad Lu Qianxue paled in comparison to the beauty before him. The enchanting silhouette approached, and her once cold visage softened as she extended her delicate hand to caress Chu Chen's cheek. Without uttering a word, he perceived a gentle affection in her gaze. Looking upon the celestial figure, Chu Chen softly inquired, "Are you a goddess?" The maiden paused momentarily, then smiled radiantly, her ruby lips parting. "A goddess? There were those who once referred to me as such, but now I am but a fragment of a lingering soul, destined to reside within the tomb of the Heavenly Emperor." The tomb of the Heavenly Emperor? You are aware of it? As the mention of the tomb escaped his lips, a subtle change crossed Chu Chen's expression, and his inquiry slipped forth instinctively. "Do not fear, little one, I shall not bring you harm. I have entrusted my essence within the tomb of the Celestial Emperor. Should you perish, I too shall fade into oblivion alongside your demise." With a perplexed expression, Chu Chen inquired, "Sister Immortal, how is it that you reside within my tomb of the Celestial Emperor?" Chu Chen mechanically nodded, as if gradually coming to terms with the surreal situation before him. "I am the previous wielder of the tomb of the Celestial Emperor. The power of the tomb is far more intricate than you might presume. It is intertwined with your origins." "My origins?" Chu Chen's face reflected astonishment. Having grown up in Chu family village, he had never before contemplated the notion of his lineage, especially after the cataclysm that befell his family 13 years ago when they were annihilated and he was taken to the mountain gates. In the recesses of his faded memories, he recalled a tale. His father had discovered an infant, adrift in the river, and washed ashore near Chu family village. That infant was none other than Chu Chen himself. Subsequently, he was adopted by his father and mother, who nurtured him as their own for many years, naming him Chu Chen. Upon learning that he was not a true member of the Chu family, following the calamity, he had harbored deep suspicions that he might be the reincarnation of a cursed soul, convinced that he would bring misfortune upon those around him, leading to his biological parents' abandonment. Noticing the confusion etched upon Chu Chen's features and the furrow in his brow, Long Zichen discerned his thoughts and sighed softly, offering reassurance. "Your parents are not of ordinary descent. They did not forsake you. Their actions were solely to protect you. At the moment of your birth, your parents encountered a tremendous crisis. In order to safeguard you, they were compelled to exile you to a more secure location. As for me, I willingly transformed into a lingering spirit to protect and accompany you as you grow." Chu Chen did not urgently seek to extract information about his parents from Long Zichen. His astute mind recognized that his current state was, indeed, far too feeble, meager enough to be perceived merely as an insignificant insect within the. To evade destiny and avoid causality was to be shackled by the constraints of true self. Yet to embrace fate and accept causality was to finally comprehend one's own essence. Clenching his fists, he felt the surge of power erupting within his body, his gaze ablaze with boundless ambition and yearning. Standing beneath the moonlight, one hand reached toward the moon, as if to seize the stars from the celestial expanse above. With a proud smile, tinged with clarity and defiance, he vowed, "One day, I shall uncover the truth myself." Chapter 48. The return. Long Zichen regarded the spirited youth before him, a fleeting glimmer of intrigue crossing his eyes. He then spoke. "As for your parents, I am unable to divulge much at this moment. You remain too weak. For now, you must focus on your growth. Once you reach a certain level, I will reveal the truth to you." Upon hearing this, Chu Chen felt an invigorating surge of strength within his heart. The term weak did not dishearten him. Rather, it ignited his ambition to grow stronger. Observing the determination in Chu Chen's eyes, Long Zichen nodded in approval and affectionately ruffled his hair, continuing, "You need not worry excessively. Having once been an immortal emperor, I shall assist you, and you will soon flourish." Surprisingly, Chu Chen did not resist her gentle touch. Over the past decade, he had seldom felt warmth. And he could not fathom the reason for his profound trust in the woman before him, as if it stemmed from an innate instinct. Shaking his head, he chose not to dwell on this feeling of trust. Perhaps it was due to their shared experience with the heavenly emperor's tome. Who could say? From Long Zichen's words, Chu Chen sensed her sincerity, and now he was filled with hope for the future. With his shackles shattered, and guided by such an admirable mentor, his cultivation would surely flourish at an astonishing pace. Long Zichen, who had yet to fully awaken, though her form remained hidden within the sea of Chu Chen's consciousness, was acutely aware of the hardships he had endured over the years. Having experienced his journey vicariously, she felt a pang of heartache and resolved to care for this young man before her. As the dawn's rosy light pierced the horizon, it cast a radiant glow upon the earth, illuminating the azure sky, which was washed clean. A few wispy clouds drifted lazily, while a gentle breeze danced like a nimble performer, swirling gracefully between heaven and earth. Each movement seemed to tenderly polish the clear blue sky, making it all the more brilliant. On the mountain path of Tianyuan sect, the sound of footsteps echoed. A strikingly handsome young man emerged slowly from the horizon. As the morning light dawned, he donned a pristine white robe that shimmered with purity under the sun's embrace. A long spear rested upon his shoulder, and a canvas bundle swayed gently with each step he took. With a blade of straw playfully tucked at the corner of his mouth, he exuded an air of carefree nonchalance, embodying the spirit of a gallant young hero traversing the martial world. Do not speak of it. Amidst the blossoms, one finds a figure as exquisite as jade, a scion unmatched in this realm. After a prolonged moment, Chu Chen halted before the grand entrance of Tianyuan sect, exhaling deeply. Reflecting on the arduous journey he had undertaken, he felt a surge of emotions as he resolutely advanced towards the task pavilion. As Chu Chen approached, he slowly stepped into the task pavilion. It appears that the mission has met with failure. The task he accepted was indeed the most formidable one within the Qi condensation realm, having lingered in a state of suspension for quite some time. What are you saying? Senior Brother Chu is exceptionally strong. That mere crimson flame spirit serpent is not something to be taken lightly. Perhaps we should lend our support moving forward? A splendid idea. As he listened to the surrounding voices filled with kindness, a gentle smile graced Chu Chen's lips, and with a swift motion, he brought his wine gourd down upon the task table with a resounding thud, causing the liquid within to slosh and emit a crisp. Who dares to create such a ruckus? Originally reclining comfortably in a chair, Elder Zhang, mildly intoxicated, was abruptly stirred by the noise. He jolted awake, his eyes snapping open. In an instant, a sharp sword aura flickered from the depths of his gaze, only to vanish just as swiftly. He promptly sat up from his chair, then leisurely stretched his body, reverting to a languid demeanor, and casually wiped at the corner of his mouth, where remnants of wine might linger. What fine wine! Elder Zhang's nostrils quivered as the rich aroma of the wine enveloped him, drawing his gaze along the table to the gourd, gradually rising to the hand that grasped, and finally resting upon the face of its owner, Chu Chen. Ah, it is you, my young friend. Elder Zhang's eyes flickered with understanding. A subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth, his tone imbued with familiarity and playful sarcasm. As he spoke, he gently shook the empty gourd, producing a few light clinks, and then let out a resigned sigh, exclaiming, "Ah, it truly is not worth the drink." Chu Chen's lips lifted slightly, a gentle smile gracing his face, as he chose not to respond to Zhang's teasing. With great reverence, he steadied the wine gourd on the table and spoke slowly. "Esteemed elder, this is a fine delicacy, specially offered to you. It is the renowned peach blossom brew from Qixin town. You simply must try it." Upon finishing his words, Chu Chen exerted a gentle pressure with his fingers, and with a crisp pop, the cork from the gourd was deftly removed. Instantly, a rich and fragrant aroma of wine wafted through the air, enveloping the entire task hall. Good heavens! Elder Zhang's eyes widened in a fixated on the gourd in Chu Chen's hands, akin to a famished wolf spotting its prey, nearly unable to restrain the drool from escape. This was undoubtedly a remarkable find, surely not of modest price. What fortune had you stumbled upon, my young friend? Before he could finish, a sudden realization struck him as he slapped his forehead. Wait, have you completed the task? Show me the task token. Though feigning concern for Chu Chen, his gaze remained fixated on the gourd, yet he begrudgingly divided his attention back to Chu Chen. After all, this task had originated from his task hall, and he was acutely aware that the crimson flame spirit snake was no trivial adversary. The difficulty of vanquishing it was remarkably high for someone in the condensation realm. The moment he casually lifted his gaze and his eyes swept over Chu Chen, he seemed to be frozen in place, the mirth on his face vanishing without a trace, replaced by an unmistakable astonishment. His pupils dilated sharply, as if he had witnessed something utterly extraordinary. As an elder of the task pavilion, he prided himself on his keen vision, yet at this moment, despite straining his sight, he could not discern Chu Chen's realm. As if Chu Chen were nothing more than a shrouded enigma, unfathomable and elusive. Observing the sudden stillness and bewilderment etched on the disheveled Zhang's face, a flicker of secret delight surged within Chu Chen, and the corners of his mouth subtly curled into an almost imperceptible smile. Chapter 49. Fury under Zhang's astonished gaze. Chu Chen leisurely raised his hand, his fingers gently resting on the edge of his storage pouch, his movements fluid and natural, yet imbued with an air, with a soft whoosh. Accompanied by a slight sound, Chu Chen abruptly drew forth a hand from the storage pouch, revealing the severed head of the crimson flame spirit serpent. Fresh blood dripped from the serpent's head, the crimson droplets cascading down Chu Chen's fingertips, pattering onto the ground and splattering into tiny crimson blossoms. Starkly vivid in the dimly lit task pavilion. Senior, I have fulfilled my duty. Chu Chen's voice resonated with pride and confidence. With a decisive motion, he firmly placed the task token onto the table in front of the disheveled Zhang, the sharp sound ringing out conspicuously in the quiet task pavilion. This unexpected commotion instantly jolted the still-dazed Zhang back to reality. He instinctively shuddered, his gaze gradually shifting from the blood-dripping serpent's head to the task plaque before him. He extended his hand, fingers trembling slightly, as he accepted the task plaque, his eyes wide as copper bells, meticulously confirming the information inscribed upon it, word by word. Once he had verified its accuracy, he lifted his head, his gaze piercing, scrutinizing Chu Chen from head to toe as if attempting to see through him. After a moment, he finally spoke, his tone filled with admiration and astonishment. Well done, young man. You truly accomplished this formidable task. I knew it. With Brother Chu stepping in, one is worth two, there was bound to be no issue. In the crowd, a youthful disciple leaped up, his face flushed, eyes shimmering with adoration, his voice quivering with excitement. Enough already, why are you shouting? Yours is the loudest voice, remarked another disciple beside him, tugging at his sleeve with a look of disdain. It's not as if you're the only one with eyes. We all can see. Look over there. At that moment, a sharp-eyed disciple pointed at the serpent's head, his voice suddenly rising in pitch, laced with incredulity. The markings on that serpent's head appear to be 7 spirit patterns. Does this not imply that this crimson flame spirit serpent possesses at least the strength of the 7th heaven of the Qi condensation realm? If Brother Chu can slay it, does that not mean his prowess is nearing the gathering origin realm? As these words were spoken, the crowd fell into an immediate silence, as if struck by a spell. Subsequently, all eyes converged upon the bloodied head of the crimson flame spirit serpent resting upon the task table, where the 7 spirit patterns were vividly and deeply etched. Unmistakable in their clarity, it is widely acknowledged that the crimson flame spirit snake possesses unique advantages, endowing it with combat prowess that far surpasses its peers within the same realm. This particular serpent, at the 7th level of the Qi condensation stage, is remarkably close to the Yuan gathering stage in terms of strength. Thus, the fact that it was slain by Chu Chen's sword is nothing short of astonishing. A profound silence enveloped the task pavilion, broken only by the sound of gasps from the onlookers. Chu Chen bowed respectfully, humbly accepting the earnest teachings of his elders, his eyes brimming with gratitude. At that moment, a disciple rushed in, flustered, making a beeline for the gathered crowd. In a hushed tone, he uttered with an air of mystery, "Have you heard? Senior Brother Chu's cave abode is on the verge of being overturned. The disciples from the Servant Peak have been captured by Li Wei, and it is said they are enduring dreadful torment." Just as he spoke, he inadvertently lifted his gaze, and, upon seeing Chu Chen standing at the back, froze as if ensnared by an immobilization spell. His face turned ashen. "Senior, I suddenly have pressing matters to attend to. I must take my leave." Upon hearing this, Chu Chen's expression shifted dramatically, anxiety coursing through him. He hastily accepted the task reward pouch, not sparing it a glance before stowing it in his storage bag. He then performed a simple bow to the disheveled Zhang, offering a brief apology, and strode purposefully toward the disciple who had spoken, each step heavy with an unquenchable fury. "When did this happen? Explain everything clearly. What has befallen them?" Chu Chen stood before the disciple, his countenance dark as water, straining to control the slight tremor of his clenched, pale fist. The profound energy within him surged like an enraged beast, tumultuously ebbing and flowing, appearing and vanishing intermittently. The surrounding disciples could distinctly perceive the formidable fluctuations of his energy, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption, instilling a profound sense of dread. One disciple, trembling uncontrollably, stammered, "Sage. Brother Chu, I have heard from others that Li Wei covets your cultivation resources. Unable to locate you, he vented his wrath upon the disciples of the Servant Peak, capturing them and subjecting them to severe interrogation in an attempt to uncover the whereabouts of your treasured possessions. Those disciples, resolute and unyielding, have been mercilessly beaten and are currently imprisoned in the dungeons of Qingyun Peak." Upon hearing this, a glint of cold fury flashed in Chu Chen's eyes, and the fluctuations of his energy intensified, igniting the very air around him with his wrath. Through gritted teeth, he declared, "Li Wei, how audacious of you to dare lay hands on my people. I must settle this score with you today." With that, he abruptly turned to leave. Seeing this, the disheveled Zhang hastily called out to stop him. "Chu Chen, do not act impulsively. Li Wei has the Lin family backing him. Lin Tianai is in the late stage of the sea transformation realm. If you go now, it would be akin to striking a rock with an egg." Chu Chen paused, recognizing the wisdom in Zhang's words. Yet, the thought of the disciples from the Servant Peak suffering because of him ignited an uncontrollable rage within. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to first ascertain the truth of Li Wei's intentions. For the sake of those who trusted him, he felt compelled to take action. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, he clasped his fists and said, "Senior, I cannot stand by idly while they suffer. I will exercise caution and will not act recklessly." Upon witnessing this, the disheveled Zhang ceased to utter further words. His gaze swept over the disciples, who were visibly intimidated by Chu Chen's imposing presence. Having made up his mind, he brought his right hand forth, aligning his index and middle fingers, as a flicker of spiritual light swiftly coalesced at his fingertips. In an instant, it darted into the center of Chu Chen's brow. Chu Chen felt a gentle warmth emanating from his brow, followed by a profound, yet obscure force of arcane law quietly circulating within his consciousness. A spark of realization ignited within him. He understood that Zhang was clandestinely aiding him, and gratitude welled up within him. He slowly turned around, deeply cupping his fists in a gesture of respect and gratitude towards Zhang. His palms turned down, arms steady and strong. This bow was imbued with his profound reverence for the elder. Subsequently, he straightened his back and departed with purposeful strides. Chapter 50. The grim scene of the dungeon. As Chu Chen made his way towards Qingyun Peak, his demeanor was one of palpable anger, each step resonating with weighty determination. He could not help but internally chastise Li Wei for his audacity. Seizing his absence to abduct his junior disciples was a brazen act. How could Li Wei, who hailed from the Servant's Peak, engage in such contemptible behavior? His character had always been of a nature that Chu Chen found repugnant. It was a cunning scheme indeed. Aware of Chu Chen's absence, he exploited the vulnerability of those weaker than himself to bolster his own significance. Should he uncover treasures within the cave, he could present them to others to elevate his standing. And if he found nothing, he could easily shift the blame onto the Lin family. Humph! A recipe for disaster. With a cold snort, Chu Chen mused. Little did they know that he, at the Qi condensation realm, had once slain a figure of the Huahai mirror. His confidence stemmed from that ethereal figure he had encountered. At that moment, the dungeon of Qingyun Peak echoed with the sounds of curses and anguished screams. "Curse me more, if you dare." Li Wei's ferocious voice abruptly shattered the oppressive silence of the dungeon. He strode towards the wall, yanking down a long whip, which he wielded in the air with reckless abandon, producing sharp cracks that echoed through the chamber. Subsequently, he immersed the whip in a specially concocted potion, taking the time to viciously kick the hapless disciples bound in shackles, bellowing, "Curse me. I dare you to utter another word. Call me a dog? If I am a dog, then you lack even the right to be one." With that, he swung the whip violently, instantly leaving several gashes on the bodies of his victims. "Li Wei, cease this at once. You scoundrel, if you have the courage, confront me directly," came the crisp yet faint voice of Su Xiaofan. She too was suspended nearby, her complexion as pale as parchment, though her injuries were relatively minor compared to the others. She bore only a few shallow cuts, and to preserve her enchanting visage, her face displayed merely a swollen handprint, having escaped the whip's cruel wrath. "Come at you? I would relish the opportunity. I have long desired you, junior sister. Today shall mark the occasion." Li Wei sneered. fastening the whip to his waist and slowly extending his hand towards Su Xiaofan's cheek. Aya! A piercing scream shattered the stillness of the dungeon as Li Wei clutched his hand, writhing in agony, blood gushing forth. Bah, you wretched creature. My senior brother was truly blind. I should never have bestowed upon you the qi-gathering pill, aiding your ascent to Qingyan Peak. Su Xiaofan spat a mouthful of blood, unable to discern whether it was her own or the result of her bite on Li Wei's hand. Wretched fool, you are given an inch and take a mile. Li Wei, consumed by fury, struck Su Xiaofan's face with a resounding slap, instantly turning the other side of her cheek a vivid crimson. In a fit of rage, he drew a whip from his waistband, raising it menacingly. With each crack of the whip, Su Xiaofan and her fellow disciples bore fresh wounds upon their skin. How dare you bite me? How dare you insult me? As the whip sliced through the air, Li Wei's visage grew increasingly grotesque, resembling a madman as he howled, relentlessly striking those shackled before him. If you have the courage, come at me. What skill is there in bullying the weak? You worthless coward. How did such a scoundrel emerge from the servant's peak? A sturdy young man, slightly darker in complexion, despite his feeble state, gritted his teeth and cursed back. His body was marred with numerous wounds, more than any of the others. Hey, who invited you to speak here? You're the loudest in the cave. Li Wei, as if struck at his core, erupted in rage, his lowly origins having earned him disdain, and he raised the whip high once more, striking down with a resounding crack. So you wish to insult me, do you? Very well, let me add some flavor to your words. He removed his socks and forcefully stuffed them into the young man's mouth. MMM. The young man, suffocated by the foul-smelling socks, emitted muffled cries of anguish. Ha! Witnessing this, Li Wei finally felt a modicum of satisfaction. Su Xiaofan, her voice trembling with a mix of weakness and anger, shouted loudly. In the dungeon, the group of disciples from the servant's peak hung helplessly, bloodied and pale, their faces ashen from prolonged hunger, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Brother Chu. Once again, it is Brother Chu. What makes him superior to me, that worthless fool? Li Wei's fury reached its zenith as he seized Su Xiaofan by the throat, lifting her high into the air. With a violent rip, her sleeve was torn away, revealing the delicate clothing beneath. Today, I shall prove whether I am truly a man. Su Xiaofan's words shattered the remnants of Li Wei's sanity, plunging him into a frenzied state. Strangled and gasping, Su Xiaofan's face flushed a deep crimson as she desperately clawed at Li Wei's iron-like grip. Her feet flailed helplessly, and her eyes brimmed with despair, tears threatening to spill over. In that shadowy dungeon, aside from Li Wei, two disciples stood nearby, their unstable auras betraying their recent entry into the realm of qi condensation. Humph! What storm can a mere waste like him stir? Li Wei spat disdainfully, casting a lingering glance at Su Xiaofan, whose modesty had been so brazenly exposed. A fleeting glimmer of desire flickered in his eyes before he shot a warning glare at the two disciples beside him, ultimately refraining from further action due to Chu Chen's formidable influence. What are you staring at? Though Li Wei ceased his assault on Su Xiaofan, his anger remained unabated. She lay incapacitated, and he directed his venomous gaze toward the burly young man nearby. You worthless dogs! If I cannot deal with Su Xiaofan, then I shall not spare you. Go, restrain them for me. I need to vent my frustrations, and soon it will be your turn. Yes. The two disciples from Qingyan Peak exchanged glances, rolling up their sleeves, eager to experience the thrill of inflicting pain. They promptly approached the remaining disciples, relishing the opportunity to unleash their pent-up frustrations. In the dimly lit dungeon, Su Xiaofan's pallid visage was illuminated by a glimmer of icy resolve as he vehemently interjected, Stop. Senior Brother Chu will not spare you. The robust young man trembled violently, his fierce gaze wide with determination, as if to declare, though their powers were modest, they had shared countless days and nights together, forging bonds akin to family. Witnessing the humiliation of his kin pierced his heart like a dagger. Stop. Just as two disciples from Qingyan Peak were about to act, the dungeon's heavy door was forcefully thrust open, and a figure emerged, emanating an overwhelming aura that chilled the very air within. Chapter 51. You shall perish. Senior brother. Su Xiaofan's gaze, which had gradually dimmed, suddenly flared with brightness as he tremulously uttered two words, before darkness enveloped him. The robust young man thrashed about in a frenzy, his face alight with fervor, as though he had glimpsed a savior. The scene in the murky dungeon was one of bloodshed, with disciples from the servant's peak hanging in chains beside the cruel instruments of torture. Their bodies bore the marks of torment, with the young man, who had shared a close bond with Su, covered in wounds, his mouth gagged with a piece of black fabric, a foul stench wafting through the air. Su Xiaofan's tattered clothing revealed a torn sleeve, allowing a glimpse of the fabric beneath, and apart from the swelling on his face, he seemed to have escaped further injury. Upon entering, Chu Chen remained silent, his gaze fixed upon the harrowing scene within the dungeon, his eyes brimming with lethal intent as they bore down upon Li Wei and the others, an icy wrath emanating from his very being. "You shall perish." A chilling, bone-piercing sound escaped from Chu Chen's clenched teeth, his pitch-black pupils instantaneously transforming into a deep crimson, reminiscent of blood. He strode slowly towards the crowd, an overwhelming, killing intent bubbling beneath the surface. His expression bore little indication of his inner turmoil. Indeed, his impassive visage was far more terrifying than a grotesque grimace. "Today, no one can save you," Chu Chen declared indifferently, as if stating an undeniable truth that could not be altered by any means. Haha, such arrogance. Provoked by Chu Chen's nonchalance, Li Wei resembled a furious beast, his mind haunted by the humiliation of having been grievously injured by Chu Chen not long ago. His face contorted into a grotesque mask of rage. "What grandiose claims? Who do you think you are? Allow me to teach you a lesson, you worthless fool." With that, Li Wei summoned his energy and charged towards Chu Chen with alarming speed. Drawing a mysterious weapon, he swung his sword with ferocity, the blade slicing through the air with a manic intensity, intent on delivering a fatal blow to Chu Chen. As the oncoming sword energy approached, Chu Chen did not flinch. He welcomed the assault, allowing it to carve deep gashes into his flesh. In comparison to the wounds endured by Su Xiaofan and the others, this damage was trivial. Witnessing Chu Chen's unwavering stance against the sword energy, Li Wei's expression shifted dramatically. In that moment of disbelief, Chu Chen closed the distance, positioning himself directly before Li Wei. "Die!" came the thunderous shout, as Chu Chen deftly maneuvered in front of Li Wei, raising his right hand high. With sheer physical might, he delivered a resounding blow to Li Wei's face, producing a dull thud that reverberated in the air, accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream. Li Wei violently expelled a mouthful of blood. Immediately, Chu Chen's fist descended upon his temple with the force of a cannonball. This punch was imbued with tremendous explosive power, so formidable that it caused Li Wei to stagger, his body tilting as he took several faltering steps, his head indenting slightly from the impact. Before he could regain his bearings, Chu Chen delivered a devastating knee strike that propelled him into the air. In a swift motion, Chu Chen leapt up, his hands descending in a powerful slam upon Li Wei's back, forcefully driving him into the ground, eliciting a fresh spray of blood from the elder. The two newly initiated disciples of Qin Yuan Peak looked on in shock, their expressions reflecting sheer disbelief. Before them stood Chu Chen, a mere servant disciple at the 5th level of qi condensation, who, devoid of any mystical energy, had triumphed over Li Wei, a 7th level disciple, solely through the might of his physical prowess. This feat transcended their understanding of cultivators. "Attack! All of you attack! Quickly eliminate him!" Li Wei, in a state of utter disarray, his hair disheveled and his face smeared with blood, let out a frantic roar, his expression shattering the stunned silence of his two subordinates. As they observed Chu Chen's explosive combat prowess, the two subordinates exchanged a glance, dismissing their camaraderie in an unspoken agreement to flank him from either side. They unleashed their mystical energy, their palms enveloped in an aura that coalesced into blade-like strikes, employing the simplest techniques of energy manipulation. This technique was familiar to Chu Chen, who had mastered it more thoroughly. In his eyes, their attacks were riddled with flaws. Swish! A faint sound pierced the air as Chu Chen lightly tapped his toes, instantly appearing before a disciple. He swung a powerful fist, sending the disciple hurtling several meters away, crashing against the dungeon wall. The impact left cracks in the wall that continued to spread. Chu Chen lifted his gaze, pivoted, and with a fluid motion, arrived before another disciple. As the disciple launched a palm strike, Chu Chen tilted his head slightly, allowing the strike to graze past his cheek. With a resounding thud, the sound echoed throughout the dungeon. The disciple was sent flying, overturning tables and chairs as he skidded across the ground. Just as he regained his foot, a fierce gust of wind assaulted his senses, prompting him to roll on the ground. Grabbing a nearby chair, he hurled it at Chu Chen. In the next instant, with a resounding bang, Chu Chen's fist obliterated the chair mid-flight. A deep imprint was left on the disciple's chest, revealing Chu Chen's cold, lethal expression amidst the debris. Having effortlessly defeated 2 disciples from Qingyun Peak, Chu Chen delivered a powerful kick, sending the nearby Li Wei flying. With a thunderous crash, Li Wei landed heavily between the 2 fallen disciples. All 3 lay incapacitated on the ground, severely injured and unable to rise. Chu Chen cast a chilling glance at the trio and casually unleashed a blade of profound energy, severing the shackles that bound them with a series of crisp snaps. Little fan. Chu Chen hurriedly approached Su Xiaofan, checking for his breath. Upon confirming he still had breath, he let out a sigh of relief. However, a flicker of pain and guilt crossed his eyes, for it was apparent that Su Xiaofan was both exhausted and famished, having fainted from excessive fright. Chu Chen gently helped Su Xiaofan to the side and quickly supported several nearby disciples, allowing them to lean against the wall. As he fervently channeled his spiritual energy into their bodies, his face was filled with self-reproach. Dear junior brothers, I have arrived too late. Filled with guilt, Chu Chen lamented that if it weren't for him, Li Wei might not have troubled these disciples. Brother, this is not your fault. There is no need for self-reproach. We are merely too weak and have burdened you, comforted the sturdy young man, who had spat out a foul object from his mouth, his face. In Chapter 52, Stepping Stone, this young man bore the gravest injuries among them, yet he was the youngest. Chu Chen had previously shielded his vital points with spiritual energy, so he was not in immediate danger. Witnessing this, Chu Chen felt a tumult of emotions. Then, with his left hand transforming into a blade, he forcefully sliced his right palm, instantly drawing forth a considerable amount of blood. With a resounding clap, he pressed his bloodied hand against his heart and declared loudly, I, Chu Chen, swear by my blood that I shall never allow you to suffer harm again. Half an hour later, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, Chu Chen withdrew his spiritual energy. The disciples were no longer in mortal danger and would recover after a period of rest, thanks to Chu Chen's spiritual nourishment. Su Xiaofan was also out of danger. However, the sturdy young man, though not in life-threatening condition, would require several months of recuperation to fully heal. Upon witnessing that the crowd was preoccupied, Chu Chen finally relaxed the tension that had gripped his heart, rising to his feet and turning around. His expression instantly darkened as he strode towards the 3 individuals on the ground. Senior brother, I acknowledge my mistake. Please spare me. I implore you. One of the disciples from Qingyun Peak, terrified by Chu Chen's demeanor, hurriedly pleaded for mercy. Humph. Acknowledging one's faults necessitates a price to be paid. Chu Chen's frigid words were laced with a murderous intent, akin to a judgment upon mere ants. With a swift motion, he raised his foot and delivered a forceful kick to the disciple's abdomen, shattering his dantian in an instant. A chilling scream reverberated through the damp, cold dungeon. My dantian! My cultivation! The disciple's cries were filled with anguish, the excruciating pain from his shattered dantian compelling him to clutch his abdomen, cold sweat pouring down his brow. From this day forth, he was destined to be a complete waste, forever barred from the path of immortality. Chu Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as he approached another individual. No. Please don't come any closer. The second disciple, witnessing the horrific fate of his companion, crawled backward in sheer terror. Soon enough, another piercing scream echoed, as this disciple too fell victim to misfortune. His dantian was crushed under a brutal kick, causing his entire cultivation to dissipate. He was no longer a practitioner, his future devoid of the path to immortality. A dismal fate sealed for the latter half of his life. Overcome by darkness, he fainted. Having completed his grim task, Chu Chen turned away, a faint, cold smile playing on his lips as he slowly approached Li Wei, who was bloodied and battered. Inside the dungeon, the atmosphere was thick with tension, the flickering candlelight casting shadows upon Chu Chen's indifferent smile. A glimmer of malevolence flickered in Chu Chen's eyes as he fixated on Li Wei, his voice chilling as ice. Li Wei, have you forgotten how you ascended to Qingyun Peak? You dare to harm my family? Chu Chen had long regarded the disciples of the Servant Peak as his kin, and he had never shown leniency towards those who perpetrated harm against his loved ones. Since he acquired the body refinement technique, he had cultivated his own resolve. No longer would he endure bullying with a mere smile. If one wrongs me, I shall retaliate with force. His audacity was staggering. Li Wei, confronted by the menacing Chu Chen, found himself momentarily stunned, a flicker of barely perceptible astonishment crossing his gaze. He scrutinized Chu Chen from head to toe, realizing that the person before him had undergone a profound transformation. In the past, even when subjected to injustice, Chu Chen would passively accept it with a resigned smile, silently enduring all unfairness and humiliation. He had never exhibited such assertiveness as he did today. Could it be that he had been concealing his true self? The sheer terror of Chu Chen became palpably evident as he decisively incapacitated 2 disciples, sealing their cultivation. As the orchestrator of the assault on the servant peak disciples, Li Wei was destined to face dire consequences. Do not come any closer. Do you know who stands behind me? If senior brother Lin learns of your audacity to harm me, he will never let you go. Li Wei, teetering on the brink of death, flailed desperately. Yet he failed to grasp the gravity of his situation, still attempting to leverage Lin Yu as a threat. I have proclaimed your death. Today, no one can save you. Chu Chen's voice resonated icily in Li Wei's ears. As the last syllable fell from his lips, he forcefully brought his foot down, shattering Li Wei's dantian beneath his heel. Ah! Li Wei's anguished screams reverberated throughout the cell, for at that moment, his dantian was rendered useless, severing his path to immortality. He would no longer be the exalted cultivator he once was. Those devoid of worth are inevitably cast aside. After joining Qingyun Peak, he had committed countless misdeeds. And what awaited him was a fate too grim to imagine. It was only now that he felt the weight of genuine regret, lamenting his decision to provoke Chu Chen, which had led to the current dire consequences. The pain he inflicted upon others would return to him 1,000-fold. Chu Chen gazed at the prostrate Li Wei, his fury unabated, still simmering with resentment. Perhaps he should consider himself fortunate that Xiao Fan remained unscathed. Otherwise, he would not see the dawn of tomorrow. With a swift motion, Chu Chen retrieved several silver needles from his storage bag and hurled them into Li Wei's body. These needles, previously employed by the black-cloaked man from the Sanluo Palace, were laced with poison that he had personally experienced. The venom would not kill instantly. Instead, it would inflict excruciating agony as it corroded within, akin to venomous insects gnawing at his flesh. Applied to Li Wei, this was indeed a form of catharsis. Ugh. The antidote. Give me the antidote. Please, spare me. Li Wei cried out in torment, desperately clutching at Chu Chen's pant leg. It was Chu Sun, he compelled me. He aimed to capture those close to you to coerce your compliance. That is why he contacted me. This is not my doing. I implore you, let me go. Very well. Chu Sun, you seek your own demise. Upon hearing Li Wei reveal the name, Chu Chen instinctively narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of cold light causing the entire dungeon to grow even more frigid. With a forceful kick, Li Wei was sent sprawling, and as he turned abruptly, a chilling command echoed in the ears of the onlookers at the miscellaneous peak. Take Xiao Fan to my cave. After the sect competition, follow me. Step into the inner gate. Chu Chen advanced with heavy steps, a palpable aura of menace surrounding him, cold-killing intent radiating fiercely from his eyes. He sought to confront Chu Sun, while also testing the limits of his own capabilities. It was evident that the wind and cloud platform would soon be stained with blood. You shall serve as my stepping stone. Throughout this journey, Chu Chen's mindset underwent a significant transformation. Since he had acquired the body refinement technique, he gradually shed his previous trepidation and summoned the courage to confront stronger opponents. Following his recent battle with Lu Qing, he felt a flicker of confidence against Chu Sun, who dwelled in the Xinjiang realm. As he brushed his forehead, a surge of martial spirit coursed through him. Having perfected the Hongming dominance, he yearned for an exhilarating battle to hone his combat prowess. After contending with Lu Qing, he surmised that Chu Sun, possessing slightly superior strength, posed no lethal threat to him, a perfect sharpening stone. Chu Sun, situated within the Xinjiang realm, was at a level where he would not overwhelmingly surpass Chu Chen's abilities, ensuring he would not be easily defeated while also presenting no significant danger. Witnessing the grim state of the prisoners in the dungeon ignited a fury within Chu Chen. Chapter 53. The call to battle attained utmost emptiness. Maintain steadfast tranquility. As all things emerge, I observe their return, with deep roots and solid foundations. The path to longevity is revealed. Great achievement appears lacking. Great abundance resembles a surge. Weaken desires, strengthen resolve. Empty the heart, fill the belly. Through learning, one gains. Through the Tao, one diminishes. On the path of cultivation, one must honor heaven and earth. Within the cosmos, Qi is the foundation of humanity. Thus, cultivators should regard the practice of Qi as the gateway to enlightenment. As the esteemed Taoist Qin Xian imparted his teachings, the disciples gathered beneath the lectern listened with their comprehension uncertain, whether genuine or feigned, mirroring the dynamics of a traditional private school where the master lectures and the students nod in agreement. Casting a glance downward, Taoist Qin Xian gently stroked his long beard, observing the awestruck expressions of his disciples. self-assured and lofty in spirit, he couldn't help but nod in satisfaction, reveling in the exalted sensation of being the sovereign of this grand hall. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed from Chu Chen, reverberating throughout the Qingshan Peak. Chu Sun, come forth to the Fengyun platform and face your demise. The audacity of someone challenging senior brother Chu stirred an immediate uproar among the disciples below the lectern. A cacophony of speculation ensued. Who possessed such courage? Could it be someone from the Liang Peak? The identity of the challenger seemed inconsequential. Within Liang Peak, only the foremost disciple could possibly contend with senior brother Chu, who had recently ascended to the Dao Xingyang realm and wielded the secret techniques passed down by his master. In this outer sect of the Tianyuanzong, who besides the true disciples possessed the prowess to defeat him. Amidst the commotion, Chu Sun, positioned at the forefront, gradually rose to his feet, a smirk of mockery playing on his lips as he seemingly recognized the voice of Chu Chen. On the lectern, Daoist Qingxian tenderly caressed his beard, narrowing his eyes slightly as he cast his gaze upon Chu Sun, a hint of barely perceptible disdain lacing his tone as he inquired. Sunner, who is this ignorant fool daring to boast here? Do you possess the confidence to secure victory in this battle? For Daoist Qingxian, Chu Sun was a cherished disciple he had personally nurtured, holding significant weight in his heart. Were it not for the unique status of the enigmatic Duguyan firmly securing the position of the first seat at Qingmu Peak, undoubtedly, Chu Sun would be the most fitting candidate. Daoist Qingxian expressed immense confidence in Chu Sun's capabilities and continued, dare to provoke my Qingmu Peak, my dear son. I trust you know how to handle this. Yes, master, are you aware of him? Chu Sun responded, momentarily taken aback, and then, astonished, spoke up. I see. As Daoist Qingxian recounted the events of yesteryear, the disciples gathered beneath the lectern exchanged glances filled with derision, and a cacophony of scornful murmurs erupted. Humph. I perceive that Chu Chen is merely a buffoon, attempting to draw Master S' attention by challenging senior brother Chu in such a manner. Hoping to gain re-entry into the inner sanctum, he truly has a shrewd plan, utterly oblivious to his own folly. Indeed. Enough. At the utterance of these words, the disciples fell silent, and Daoist Qingxian promptly closed his eyes to meditate, casually gesturing to Chu Sun. Go. Just do not be too harsh. A light reprimand will suffice, lest others accuse Qingmu Peak of bullying the weak. Upon hearing Daoist Qingxian's admonition to refrain from excessive severity, Chu Sun, being a disciple for many years, immediately grasped his intent, nodded in acknowledgement, and then turned to depart from the hall of transmission. Have you heard? A trial disciple from the miscellaneous peak in the condensation realm is audaciously challenging Qingmu Peak's second seat, Chu Sun. That fellow is truly bold. Indeed, Daoist Qingxian is notoriously concerned with his reputation. This is nothing short of a slap in the face. The news of Chu Chen's challenge to Chu Sun from Qingmu Peak has stirred a tremendous commotion within the outer sect, spreading with remarkable swiftness. The disciples, engrossed in their cultivation, are irresistibly drawn to this rare instance of a challenge across ranks, gathering en masse towards the Fengyun platform. Beneath a combat arena not far from the Star Pavilion, a throng of onlookers has already filled the space. This arena, known as the Fengyun platform, serves as a unique venue within the Tianyuanzong, designated for disciples to resolve personal grievances and engage in friendly sparring. The ground of the platform is imbued with a somber crimson hue, a testament to the countless fierce battles that have transpired. Over the years, the Fengyun platform has witnessed torrents of bloodshed. Those who have clashed here often emerge with severed limbs or grievous injuries, the ground having absorbed the blood that has transformed its original gray into a deep crimson. At this moment, Chu Chen stands proudly atop, wielding a white jade spear. Though his physique is slender, it exudes strength rather than weakness. With his eyes closed in contemplation, he resembles a volcano poised to erupt, the ominous energy around him steadily coalescing. Is this the challenger, the probationary disciple from the Servant's Peak, Chu Chen? He appears rather unremarkable. Below the Fengyun platform, numerous disciples exchange whispers, their murmurs rising and falling in waves. Many express disdain when discussing Chu Chen's status and cultivation, failing to hold any optimism for the probationary disciple. Unperturbed by the chatter of those beneath him, Chu Chen remains indifferent, having experienced the treachery of human nature during his lowest moments. He understands that the soaring dragon above need not concern itself with the words of mere ants. Chu Sun has arrived. A gasp pierced through the crowd, prompting Chu Chen to abruptly open his tightly shut eyes, his gaze emanating an overwhelming battle intent, directed towards the far end of the throng. Emerging from behind the crowd were several disciples clad in robust attire, escorting the elegantly robed Chu Chen, each exuding an air of arrogance and entitlement. The ordinary disciples present furrowed their brows, instinctively bowing and stepping aside to avoid inciting ire. Pleased, Chu Chen nodded in satisfaction, his hands clasped behind his back, maintaining an unwavering gaze, embodying the demeanor of a distinguished prodigy within the sect. The Navi newcomers were genuinely led to believe that he was a formidable practitioner. Sensing the collective attention upon him, Chu Chen strode confidently to the side of the Fengyan platform, casting a disdainful glance at Chu Chen. With a swift flick, he unfurled his folding fan and mockingly addressed Chu Chen. Chu Chen, I have not sought you out, yet you recklessly come forth to challenge me. Are you weary of life? Step up and fight. In response to Chu Chen's provocation, Chu Chen remained unfazed, simply uttering 4 words. Before Chu Chen could speak further, a disciple from the Qingmu Peak, clad in similar garb, stepped forward, pointing accusingly at Chu Chen. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to senior brother Chu in such a manner? Get down. Do you think you are worthy of senior brother's direct involvement? I will incapacitate you. With that declaration, the disciple made a move to ascend the stage, but was halted as a hand blocked his path. Following the hand upward, his gaze settled on its owner, Chu Chen, who had reached out to stop him. The disciple Chu Chen was explicitly challenged by his fellow disciple, and engaging in a friendly spar was, after all, harmless. Our Qingmu Peak has always adhered to the sect's laws, and we must not disrupt the rules of the Fengyan platform. After Chu Chen spoke, he lightly stepped forward, soaring high into the air before gracefully descending upon the battle stage. With a flourish, he flicked his robe and opened his folding fan with a swift motion, eliciting a chorus of excited gasps from the female disciples below. Senior brother is so handsome. Senior brother is the strongest. Defeat that worthless opponent. The voices rose and fell like a tide, and Chu Chen did not intervene, relishing the adulation from the crowd while casting a playful glance at Chu Chen. Chu Chen gripped his spear tightly with one hand, its tip poised against the ground, as an intangible aura swirled around him, the energy within him converging, creating a vortex that surged outward. Just as he was about to launch his attack, Chu Chen, with a mischievous smile, addressed him. Chu Chen, my dear junior brother, there are certain stakes involved in our sparring on the Fengyan platform. Why not wager something? What do you think? Chu Chen cast a disdainful glance at him and instantly grasped Chu Chen's intentions. It seemed he coveted the secret techniques that Li Wei had spoken of. The Fengyan platform had always been a place of bloodshed and conflict, a venue for settling personal grievances, and thus, it was no stranger to wagers. The agreements made between the two parties could involve stakes of any kind, spiritual stones, medicinal pills, or secret techniques. As long as both parties consented, anything could serve as a wager. The victor would claim the spoils while the vanquished would lose all. In this realm of the strong preying upon the weak, one could only blame fate for their misfortunes. A notion that resonated with Chu Chen's own inclinations. Once the strongest disciple of the Servant Peak, Chu Chen had certainly engaged in numerous sparring sessions on the Fengyan platform. Fully aware of the established rules, what shall we wager? Chu Chen's expression remained impassive, devoid of any emotional inflection. The losing party must kneel before the victor and serve as their devoted servant for a lifetime. Chu Chen smiled leisurely, a glint of cunning dancing in his eyes, brimming with confidence in his own abilities. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of astonished murmurs. The stakes were indeed exorbitant. To become a lifetime servant was tantamount to selling oneself, with everything belonging to the master. TSK, it seemed that Chu Chen was taking a significant risk this time. But not so fast. If Chu Chen were to lose, he would forfeit everything as well. After all, he was the future direct disciple. Do you truly believe he would lose? Not at all. I firmly support brother Chu Chen. Chu Chen, basking in Qing Xian's favoritism, consistently suppresses us disciples from humble backgrounds. I genuinely hope brother Chu Chen triumphs in this contest. Hush, are you courting death? Keep your voice down. Brother Chu Chen, what do you think of this wager? Chu Chen, unfazed by the crowd's chatter, regarded his opponent with keen interest, his eyes filled with provocation. Under the watchful gaze of the spectators, Chu Chen exuded confidence, a bold smile gracing his lips. Brother, are you not being a tad stingy? Let us raise the stakes. Chu Chen paused slightly, a playful smile gracing his features. Oh, pray tell, what does my junior wish to wager? In response, Chu Chen resolutely enunciated 4 words with conviction. We wager our lives. Hiss. Upon hearing the audacious wager proposed by Chu Chen, the audience collectively gasped in astonishment, deeming him utterly reckless. What deep-seated animosity must Chu Chen harbor towards Chu Sun to provoke such an extreme challenge? On the Fengyan stage, it was not uncommon for high-stakes bets to result in severe injuries or even loss of limbs. However, the notion of wagering one's life was unprecedented. Observing his formidable cultivation, reaching the pinnacle of the 5th level of the Qi condensation realm, one could hardly fathom how he would dare to confront Chu Sun, who was a master of the Zhongyang realm. No one could have anticipated such reckless words from Chu Chen. Many believed he was not in his right mind. Even those disciples who bore him no ill will shook their heads in disapproval, their expressions fraught with skepticism. Facing Chu Chen, Chu Sun narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing him from head to toe. From Chu Chen, he perceived an overwhelming battle intent that caused his own momentum to falter momentarily. He had deemed his own wager considerable. Yet Chu Chen's audacity surpassed all expectations. While one might survive as a servant, wagering one's life left no room for error. A single misstep could result in total defeat, compelling Chu Sun to approach the situation with utmost caution. Are you jesting? What grounds do you, a mere Qi condensation cultivator, have to believe you would emerge victorious? With a cold laugh, Chu Sun's eyes darkened with malice. Faced with Chu Chen's insanity, he hesitated, feeling a shift in the balance of their confrontation. Are you afraid? Terrified? At these words, Chu Sun erupted into boisterous laughter, releasing the tension that had gripped him. After a moment, the laughter abruptly ceased, and his eyes glinted with a sinister light as he glared at Chu Chen, a wicked grin spreading across his face. I accept your challenge. Since you are so eager for death, I shall grant your wish. Before the words had faded, Chu Sun's feet pressed down with force as he swiftly lunged towards Chu Chen, his overwhelming profound energy surging forth from his dantian, gathering his strength in his arms. He raised his fist to strike at Chu Chen's face. With a resonant hum, Chu Chen's arm quivered as he swung his white jade spear, creating a fleeting afterimage, and prepared to meet the incoming punch with a counterstrike. The impact of their clash reverberated through the air, a thunderous sound echoing as the spear vibrated slightly. However, due to Chu Chen's formidable response, Chu Sun was pushed back by the force contained within the spear, his striking hand numbed from the shock. I underestimated you, Junior Brother Chu, he remarked, rubbing his tingling wrist, a disdainful snort escaping his lips. Underestimating me will lead to your downfall. Before the words could fully escape, an icy, piercing voice laden with malice accompanied Chu Chen as he advanced with his spear. In rapid succession, the sound of the swiftly wielded spear slicing through the air filled the atmosphere, the resilient shaft creating multiple afterimages that cut through the air, producing a series of resonant vibrations. The intensity of this fierce battle left the onlookers beneath the stage utterly astonished. Had they been in Chu Chen's position, they might have already been grievously injured and flung out of the arena by a single strike. Chu Chen is incredibly powerful, capable of producing sonic booms with such strength. As a cultivator in the Qi condensation stage, Chu Chen possessed limited profound energy. Instead of opting for a more energy-efficient method with concealed weapons, he chose to wield the spear, dividing his energy to control it. Given that Chu Sun had extensive experience battling with long-range weapons against those from Qingyan Peak, this choice seemed unwise. Some higher-ranked cultivators observing the duel pondered over this, perplexed by Chu Chen's approach. Clang! A crisp sound interrupted the discussions of the audience below. Chapter 55, The Turn of Battle. Drawing upon his own experience, Chu Sun feigned a flaw after a well-prepared strike. The white jade spear in Chu Chen's hand was sent flying, clattering to the ground. This, for a disciple at the Qi gathering stage to endure several exchanges under the prowess of Chu Sun from the Zhongyang stage is quite commendable. Observing this situation, many disciples who had high hopes for Chu Chen could not help but sigh, while others began to prepare to leave, relinquishing their weapons, as they believed the outcome was already determined and the battle's result was no longer in doubt. The audience, initially intimidated by the staggering stakes of the match, found the actual confrontation somewhat disappointing, resembling a case of a promising beginning leading to a lackluster conclusion. Chu Chen, without your weapon, let us see what prowess. Prepare to become my servant. Chu Sun bellowed, unleashing several waves of profound energy sword chi with a powerful step forward, followed closely by the onslaught of energy blades, exuding an overwhelming momentum as if destined to defeat Chu Chen in a single blow. Freed from the constraints of the long spear, Chu Chen's movements became surprisingly agile, unconfined by the cumbersome techniques of lengthy weaponry. Stretching his neck, he advanced to confront, his battle energy surging and blood pulsing, while the bones within him resonated like popping beans. Kill! Accompanied by a fierce shout, Chu Chen propelled himself with vigor, rapidly vanishing from Chu Sun's sight. Three-sword chi pierced into Chu Chen's body, causing his form to shatter upon contact, dissipating into the air, revealing it to be but an afterimage. This was the result of the body technique he had acquired from Lu Qing, the dragon soaring steps. Originally designed for women, it had been transformed by Chu Chen into a technique with remarkable practical effectiveness. The refined dragon step, though not yet mastered to its utmost pinnacle by Chu Chen, can be cultivated through 7 layers, each capable of manifesting a fleeting shadow, culminating in the ability to produce 7 such phantoms at its zenith. Upon witnessing Chu Chen vanish after being struck by 3 sword energies, Chu Sun was momentarily taken aback, as he had closely followed those very energies. At that instant, the true Chu Chen had already evaded to a position high above, making it exceedingly difficult for him to alter his trajectory or direction amidst his rapid advance. The atmosphere was charged with imminent battle. Lie down, Chu Chen commanded coldly as a torrent of profound energy surged between his fists, delivering a forceful blow directly to Chu Sun's visage. Thud! The impact to his head caused Chu Sun to stagger backward, his balance faltering. The onlookers, witnessing the clash from below, were left agape, their eyes wide with astonishment. The confrontation on the stage had unfolded in a heartbeat, and before anyone could comprehend the situation, Chu Sun was already reeling from the assault. You shall pay for this. Chu Sun bellowed in fury, his voice reverberating painfully in the ears of the spectators. Steadying himself, he turned to face Chu Chen, who had already closed the distance between them. Die! Chu Sun's expression twisted into a grimace, his pride wounded before the gathered crowd. He could scarcely contain his rage. Gathering his energy, he unleashed a golden fist imprint. Umph, nothing more than this, Chu Chen retorted with a cold smirk, as a shield of profound energy enveloped his body, absorbing the blow. In an instant, he surged forward towards Chu Sun once more. Thud! The fist imprint collided with the shield, producing a dull, resounding thump. Humph! One must always maintain distance in battle. How could you commit such a fundamental error? Chu Chen let out a cold snort, his entire being suffused with a faint, ethereal light as his profound energy surged. He grinned, saying, "Once I close the gap, you shall seek your own fortune." A chilling voice echoed as Chu Chen's Hongming body refinement activated automatically, his vital energy coursing through him at an astonishing speed. Thump, thump, thump. His chest resonated like thunder, his heart unleashing a unique force. The profound energy surged, accelerating through his limbs and bones. With a crack, the strength accumulated in his muscles and bones erupted instantaneously, a symphony of cracking and popping resonating, faintly echoing the roar of dragons. Roar! With a resounding boom, a torrent of profound energy converged into a single fist, crashing violently into Chu Sun's chest. Wah! Chu Sun spat out a mouthful of blood. He had not anticipated the devastating force of Chu Chen's strike. How could this be? Chu Sun's eyes widened in disbelief. Humph, there's much you cannot fathom. Chu Chen scoffed derisively and charged forward once more, closing the distance to Chu Sun in an instant. A boundless intent to kill surged forth, enveloping him in golden light, accompanied by the thunderous sounds of dragon roars and tiger howls. A unique aura radiated from Chu Chen, the first time he unleashed his full power since attaining mastery of the Hongming body. Countless phantoms surrounded him as he grounded his stance in a deep horse ride. With a sudden, forceful punch, the air whistled and crackled like a thunderclap. In a swift motion, he transitioned into a slicing punch, his palm cleaving through the air with a sound akin to a mountain being split apart. Following that, he unleashed a drilling punch, his body moving like a soaring dragon. His arm spinning rapidly, the force of his strike burning like fire. In an instant, the scene transformed, his punch struck with the force of a cannon. Both fists unleashed simultaneously, exuding a formidable impact that resonated with a thunderous sound. Subsequently, a horizontal punch was launched, sweeping across with an overwhelming momentum. One could witness Chu Chen executing either slicing palms or jarring punches, his fists akin to thunder, his palms resembling mountain splits, generating layers of energy that tore through the air. Each strike glimmered with golden light, accompanied by flickering phantoms. Unyielding as a mountain, yet swift as a thunderclap, the shadows of his fists relentlessly battered Chu Sun, leaving him staggering backward. What What kind of martial arts is this, so tyrannical in its might? Below the arena, spectators gaped in astonishment, a cacophony of disbelief filling the air. The domineering figure of Chu Chen shattered the perceptions of all present. There were no ornate mystical arts or dazzling counterattacks, only the relentless sound of thunderous strikes. His primal, barbaric assault, unyieldingly countering mystical techniques, was a straightforward melee that obliterated all resistance from Chu Sun. "Ah, I shall kill you." On the stage, only the powerless roar of Chu Sun remained. Had his voice possessed the power to kill, Chu Chen would have long since perished 1,000 times over. Alas, reality is often merciless, as the once proud genius, now exposed before the eyes of the crowd, was being thoroughly dominated, retreating while spitting blood. Just moments before, the illustrious Chu Sun had appeared as an unparalleled master, yet now he was being overwhelmed by a mere intern at the condensation realm. With a roar, Chu Sun's arms surged with mystic energy, drawing the ambient spiritual force towards his hands, generating a swirling vortex with the movement of the air. Before long, a vividly lifelike dragon's head emerged, enveloping his fist, as the sound of dragon's roar erupted. Chapter 56. Victory through combat. The dragon's subduing fist. Among the spectators, some cultivators with sharper discernment recognized the arcane technique being employed, their eyes brimming with envy, as if they had previously witnessed the formidable power of that move. Their fervent gazes were fixed upon Chu Sun's actions, eager to glean even a fraction of its mastery. To their astonishment, Qing Xian had imparted this technique to him, a rare high-level arcane skill from the esteemed Qingmu Peak. As the secret method was unveiled, murmurs of discussion rippled through the crowd. "Die for me." Chu Sun's visage twisted into a fierce expression as he abruptly raised his hand, conjuring a spectral dragon's head with his fist, launching it forth. The Bloodlight Fist. In response, Chu Chen focused his arcane energy, a crimson aura swirling around his fist, exuding an unparalleled ferocity. Undaunted by peril, he advanced boldly, his fists gathering the blood-red arcane power. The two fists clashed in a tumultuous exchange, with Chu Chen meeting Qingmu Peak's secret technique head-on, refusing to yield. The impact resonated with a deep thud, followed by a sharp sound as the figures intertwined. In a shocking turn, the formidable Chu Sun was forcefully repelled, blood spewing forth, staggering backward, his stance unsteady. How is this possible? I refuse to believe it. As he was propelled backward, Chu Sun's expression was one of disbelief as he gazed at the formidable Chu Chen before him. In their recent confrontation, he had distinctly felt the overwhelming strength emanating from Chu Chen's fists, rivaling his own, and perhaps even surpassing it. The dragon's subduing fist, a rare arcane secret of Qingmu Peak, personally transmitted by Taoist Qing Xian, was renowned for its formidable offensive capabilities alongside other techniques named after powerful spiritual beasts such as dragons and tigers. Chu Sun had used this secret art to vanquish countless formidable adversaries. In the present moment, however, on the Fengyan platform, he finds himself mercilessly crushed by a disciple at the condensation realm, leading to a shattering of his beliefs and an inability to accept the harsh reality of defeat. Is he a monster? It is not only Chu Sun who is astonished by Chu Chen. At this instant, numerous disciples beneath the platform exhibit expressions of bewilderment, a profound sense of unreality enveloping them. This is overwhelmingly powerful. Could he truly be a monster? The murmurs of astonishment ripple through the crowd, each disciple displaying a visage of shock and disbelief. They are, of course, unaware of Chu Chen's formidable prowess. In the past, even at the third level of the condensation realm, he had battled ferociously against demonic beasts, and at the fifth level, he had engaged in multiple confrontations with practitioners of the Gathering Essence realm. Remarkably, even those in the Sea Transformation realm had met their demise at his hands. His numerous battles beyond his level had imbued him with immense confidence, elevating his practical combat abilities far beyond those of his peers. Now, with his Dan Shi fully liquefied and his mystical energy capacity nearing that of the Sea Transformation realm, his power has significantly surpassed that of Chu Sun. Moreover, having cultivated the primordial tyrant body, his physical strength has surged, complemented by the specially tailored bloodlight technique. From the very outset of this confrontation, the outcome was devoid of suspense. Defeat was the sole fate awaiting Chu Sun. I cannot possibly lose. It is inconceivable. On the Fengyan platform, only Chu Sun remains, consumed by impotent rage. No matter how furiously he lashes out, each of his attacks is deftly countered by Chu Chen, who retaliates with overwhelming force. A flash of crimson surges forth as Chu Chen's domineering figure suddenly appears above Chu Sun, delivering a singularly charged blood-red fist that strikes with unadorned simplicity yet appears immensely powerful in the eyes of Chu Sun. Bloodlight fist. The air is rent asunder by the weighty fist shadow, accompanied by a resounding roar. Upon witnessing such a scene, Chu Sun's expression drastically changed. In an instant, he bit down on his tongue, releasing a mouthful of vital blood as his surrounding mystical energy surged. His body continuously absorbed the spiritual power from the air. In this perilous moment, he summoned a dark-colored treasure pagoda from the center of his brow. The instant the pagoda appeared, it radiated with shimmering light, casting brilliance in all directions. The formidable aura disrupted the air, causing Chu Chen to squint slightly. Chu Chen thought to himself, what a splendid treasure. What a pity. Chu Chen, indeed. Splendid. With all his mental focus placed upon it, the dark pagoda responded, expanding significantly with a swift motion, and then unleashed a halo that enveloped Chu Chen, causing his complexion to pale considerably. Judging by his demeanor, it was evident that he intended to suppress Chu Chen with this spiritual artifact, a lethal weapon of the Zhengyang realm. Spiritual artifacts can only be wielded by practitioners of the Zhengyang realm. Those in the Qi condensation and Yuan gathering realms can merely manipulate the mystical energy within their bodies. The Zhengyang realm cultivators have opened their intricate meridian networks, allowing spiritual energy to flow unimpeded, thus enabling them to execute intricate and sophisticated techniques. Their mystical energy undergoes a qualitative transformation into spiritual energy, and spiritual artifacts are propelled by this very energy. There exists a distinction in both rank and quality between mystical energy and spiritual energy. Only those who have attained the Zhengyang realm can refine their mystical energy into spiritual energy. With this understanding, Chu Sun felt confident in his ability on the arena. The aura of Chu Sun's spiritual artifact pagoda reverberated, imparting upon Chu Chen the sensation of an immense gravitational force pressing down upon him. Blood burning. Activate. Chu Chen exclaimed coldly, his feet firmly stamping the ground, as a surge of mystical energy erupted forth. Suddenly, a torrent of profound energy surged towards the heart, causing it to beat furiously. Blood coursed rapidly through his veins, and as the flow accelerated, his body temperature soared. The blood rushed through the vessels with an intensity reminiscent of molten lava. The rising temperature evaporated most of the moisture within Chu Chen, and the profound energy erupted from his pores, enveloping his skin in a strange, crimson hue. Veins bulged as waves of powerful energy surged from his heart, spreading through his limbs and bones, instantly sharpening his senses and enhancing his physical prowess. Breakthrough. Chu Chen stood tall like a pine tree, letting out a fierce roar as he resisted the suppression of the spirit weapon. What? He actually withstood it. Not only Chu Sun but the onlookers below also displayed expressions of astonishment. This must come to an end. With the dragon step, Chu Chen vanished from sight, reappearing before Chu Sun, blood-red energy emanating from him. Bloodlight fist. A torrent of energy surged forth, encircling his fist with crimson light. Upon witnessing this, Chu Sun's expression drastically changed as he raised his hand to summon the spirit weapon, the treasure tower, which appeared before him in an instant, infused with a formidable wave of spiritual power. Clang! Chu Chen's fist struck the tower with tremendous force. Bang! His domineering punch collided with the tower's mystical aura, producing a thunderous sound. Get out of my way. I shall break through. Chu Chen bellowed, swiftly stepping forward with his left foot, while his right leg bent low. Gathering the immense profound energy in his fists, he swung his arms vigorously, delivering heavy blows against the crimson light shield. Bang! 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 Crack! 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 The crisp sound of shattering echoed continuously, and the treasure pagoda before Chu Sun ultimately succumbed, fracturing into pieces. His body was violently thrust backward by a single punch, and with a muffled groan, a trickle of crimson blood slowly descended from the corner of his mouth. For the first time, a flicker of terror graced Chu Sun's face as he staggered back. How could this be? Bang! In an instant, the once formidable Chu Sun found himself half kneeling on the ground, the sound of his bones cracking resounding in the air. Poof! Soon after, a spray of fresh blood erupted from Chu Sun's mouth. Chapter 57. The Old and the Young Silence. An unusual stillness enveloped the arena. Beneath the tumultuous wind and clouds, only the sound of breathing remained, while the scene on the stage left the spectators gaping, petrified. You have been defeated. Chu Chen seized the fallen spear, its tip aimed directly at Chu Sun's throat. Impossible. This cannot be. Chu Sun roared, struggling to rise from his knees. Yet Chu Chen pressed him down with the spear's shaft. The frigid tone bore no warmth, and the chilling aura of death cloaked the entire arena. Influenced by the palpable killing intent, the audience below finally awoke from their stupor. The wager had long been set. Their fates were now in the hands of destiny. Good heavens, it appears that Chu Chen is not jesting, murmured the crowd in disbelief. Could it be that he truly intends to kill? This is a slap in the face of Qing Xian. As the murmurs from the audience swirled, Chu Sun struggled to lift his head and bellowed. Do you dare to kill me? I am a direct disciple. I doubt you possess the audacity. Chu Sun remained defiant, seemingly oblivious to the murderous intent radiating from Chu Chen's eyes. He possesses a remarkable talent for calculation, viewing wagers and the stakes of life as mere jest. Although he may have lost the duel, it does not signify his desire to perish in this encounter. He has the backing to play dirty, with Qing Xian serving as his formidable leverage. A mere rogue cannot compete with him. How dare you lay a hand on Brother Chu? Master will not let you go. The bet was made, and life and death are left to fate. Today he must die? Chu Chen cast a glance at the disciple who spoke, his voice icy. Brother Chu, one should exercise mercy when possible. You cannot afford to offend a direct disciple. A beguiling voice resonated through the crowd as a captivating woman in emerald attire approached. This female disciple was strikingly beautiful, her enchanting eyes clear and bright, her flowing hair reminiscent of rippling waters, and her garments billowed gracefully, exuding an irresistible allure that ignited wicked flames of desire in the eyes of the male disciples present. It was Lu Qing from Qingmu Peak. How had she managed to slip past my notice until now? Lu Qing, had the tables been turned and I lost, would you still utter such words? Chu Chen turned his gaze towards Lu Qing as she approached, insisting on accountability and the necessity to stand firm in the face of adversity. Does one not understand this principle? Brother, your murderous intent is too pronounced. Such behavior invites peril upon oneself. Lu Qing's demeanor remained calm as she stood amidst the crowd, yet she exuded an air of superiority, subtly dictating Chu Chen's future path and implicitly threatening him. Does my junior sister imply that I should spare him? How utterly ludicrous. A cold smirk curled at the corners of Chu Chen's mouth, his smile suffused with repression, yet it ultimately remained unexpressed. This fury is not solely directed at Chu Sun for secretly harming Su Xiaofan and others, but also at Lu Qing's haughty demeanor, which bears a striking resemblance to Tang Wanner's lofty attitude. To him, both exude a facade of feigned compassion, cloaked in insincerity. If I were you, I would refrain from such remarks. Do you have any relatives? Chu Chen interjected abruptly, his bloodthirsty gaze fixed upon her, demanding answers. The abrupt interruption left Lu Qing momentarily taken aback, her brows furrowing in confusion over Chu Chen's fervent inquiry. If I were to hang your loved ones and torment them, would you not wish to slay me? Chu Chen pressed on, his countenance icy. If that is the case, then spare me your pretentious benevolence. Should he perish, you would ascend to the position of the foremost. You ought to rejoice. This stratagem on Chu Chen's part effectively silenced Lu Qing. Her acquiescence to his murderous intent would signify her tacit acknowledgement of his ambition for the position of the foremost, while opposing his actions would render her hypocritical. You. Confronted with Chu Chen's relentless questioning, Lu Qing's complexion shifted dramatically, her expression cloaked in frost. The one who had always reveled in manipulation now felt a surge of indignation, her chest rising and falling vehemently. She had always been the prodigious disciple of Qingmu Peak, a goddess within the Tianyuan sect. Never had she endured such humiliation, especially not at the hands of the same individual on multiple occasions. A sense of alarm gripped Lu Qing. Should the strike land, Chu Sun would undoubtedly perish, and she would not escape the repercussions. Just as the tip of the spear was about to pierce Chu Sun's throat, a surge of azure sword energy cleaved through the air, severing half of the spearhead forged from white jade and mysterious iron. The chilling aftermath of the sword's force grazed Chu Chen's cheek, leaving a trail of crimson. How dare you, wretch? A thunderous reprimand echoed from the horizon, as azure mist cascaded down from the skies. A middle-aged figure clad in a gray robe with azure whiskers stood aloft, his Taoist robe adorned with 7 swirling stars. It was none other than Elder Qing Xian, whose formidable presence compelled the disciples below to kneel in reverence. The less resilient among them even suffered from nosebleeds. Chu Chen felt his bones creak under the immense pressure, yet he steadfastly held his spine erect. Deep within his consciousness, the tome of the heavenly emperor quivered, and the primal body-refining technique within him instinctively activated, voraciously devouring the encroaching pressure from his meridians. This unexpected occurrence instilled a profound sense of tranquility within him, even as he feigned weakness and staggered backward. The disciples below, having encountered Elder Qin Xian and Master Uncle before, bowed in unison, their hearts silently mourning for Chu Chen. The infamous vanity and vengeful nature of Elder Qin Xian loomed large, with Chu Chen having bested his prized disciple. The consequences were all too apparent. "Master, save me." Chu Chen, suppressed on the arena floor, struggled to rise, a flicker of smug satisfaction crossing his lips. Elder Qin Xuan's gaze swept over the kneeling Chu Chen, a shadow of discontent flickering in his eyes. Though Chu Chen's talents were mediocre, his filial piety was commendable, and possessing a mid-grade spiritual root, he could achieve something with diligent practice. Otherwise, why would Elder Qin Xian have entrusted him with such profound arcane secrets? Disciple pays respects to Master. Lu Qing's eyes sparkled with delight as she gracefully bowed, her collar slightly ajar, revealing skin as smooth as jade. Chu Shixiang is intent on harming his fellow disciples. Please, Master, uphold justice. Master, that Chu Chen harbors a murderous intent. I implore you to investigate rigorously. The disciples of the esteemed sect, upon encountering Qin Xian, began to voice their grievances in unison. At such a tender age, to possess such a murderous intent, he is destined to become a formidable villain. How could he so shamelessly humiliate his senior brother? We implore our master for justice. Silence ensued. Qin Xian's countenance darkened, and with a sharp rebuke, he expressed his indignation. It was a source of great embarrassment that his personally trained disciple was bested by one merely at the qi condensation stage, while the surrounding disciples, rather than feeling shame, clamored for retribution. His pride was utterly shattered, igniting a fierce rage within him. Chapter 58. Recruitment and Rejection. Qin Xian Daoist narrowed his eyes, stroking his azure beard, gazing at Chu Chen with astonishment. To defeat his direct disciple despite being at a lower cultivation level indicated that Chu Chen was realizing that Chu Chen was merely an in-turn disciple at the miscellaneous peak. He scrutinized him further, contemplating the significant boost in prestige for Qingmu Peak should he decide to accept this young man today. Chu Chen, lay down your weapon. Qin Xian intoned with a semblance of authority, his voice resonating with the weight of a decree. Having triumphed over Sun Er, you have demonstrated your prowess after years of toil. Given your evident diligence, I am inclined to allow you to join Qingmu Peak. You are worthy of becoming my disciple. Master, Chu Sun gasped, trembling as she attempted to rise. What? The disciples below erupted in a flurry of whispers. Was he truly considering accepting Chu Chen as his direct disciple? In contrast, as Qin Xian extended his invitation, a hint of disdain curled at the corner of Chu Chen's lips. The tip of his spear remained steadfastly poised before Chu Sun, and he rejected, Qin Xian Peak Master. I am flattered by your attention, yet I have no desire to join Qingmu Peak. The crowd responded with a stir of astonishment. Beneath the arena, a cacophony erupted among the numerous disciples. Qin Xian Daoist, the esteemed leader of the three principal peaks of the Tianqian sect, had witnessed countless individuals vying desperately to gain entry to Qingmu Peak. Yet here he was, extending an invitation to a mere intern disciple at the qi condensation stage, offering him direct ascension to a personal disciple status, only to be met with outright refusal. After the solitary invitation to Dugu Yin over a decade ago, this marked the second occasion in which he had proactively invited a disciple for such an elevation. And to be spurned yet again left him in a precarious position before the assembled crowd. How could the master of Qingmu Peak salvage his dignity in this moment? With a resounding crack, the arena's surface shattered under the overwhelming force of true spiritual essence. What did you say? Qin Xuan's eyes glinted with a piercing chill as he observed Chu Chen's disdainful countenance. His expression darkened, becoming as murky as the depths of a lake. Chu Chen's refusal was a merciless slap to Qin Xuan's face in front of all, a public humiliation. Today, the master's personal disciple found himself utterly subjugated, having lowered his stature in an attempt to woo Chu Chen, only to face repeated rejection. His pride lay in tatters, and he feared he would become the laughingstock of others henceforth. Unbeknownst to him, his haughty demeanor had alienated many disciples of Qingmu Peak, leading to a sense of satisfaction among the onlookers. If the esteemed Peak Master cannot comprehend, allow me to reiterate, I have no intention of joining Qingmu Peak from the very beginning. Back when he was first brought into the sect, Qing Xian had arrogantly dismissed him at the threshold, and now, upon witnessing his potential, desired to recruit him into Qingmu Peak. Such aspirations were nothing more than folly. Ha ha ha, splendid. Truly splendid. A remarkable junior, an exceptional in-turn disciple. Laughter reverberated through the air, thunderous and resounding. Yet beneath that overwhelming mirth lay a thread of malevolence. A subtle indication of Qing Xian's profound rage. What on earth is he doing? Qing Xian, notorious for his pride and tendency for retribution, will surely target Chu Chen from this moment onward. Surely he does not believe he can withstand the might of the ocean transformation realm. To be given face and yet to reject it, he demands the immediate release of Sun Er. Qing Xian had relinquished any attempt to recruit, and with a booming shout, the abundant Xian power of the ocean transformation realm coalesced into a formidable aura, bearing down on Chu Chen with an intimidating force. The disparity in raw strength struck Chu Chen, causing him to cough up a mouthful of crimson blood. How audacious! Chu Chen, momentarily shaken by the sudden pressure, steadied himself and casually wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth, positioning the remaining barrel of his gun against Chu Sun's throat. Upon the wind and cloud platform, where life and death are dictated by fate, the contract is forged, and his life belongs solely to me. Hiss! The disciples below, witnessing Chu Chen's bloodied smile, collectively gasped in astonishment. How dare he provoke the Taoist Qing Xian so brazenly? His audacity knows no bounds. Does he not fear the ensuing trouble? First, he humiliated Qing Xian's beloved disciple, then spurned the invitation to join, leaving Qing Xian utterly humiliated. Now, right before his eyes, he refuses to release her. This is a blatant slap in the face to Qing Xian. You insolent wretch, you seek your own demise. Unable to contain his fury any longer, Qing Xian erupted, his Xian power surging violently around him, his robes billowing in the tempestuous energy as his hand rose, poised to strike down. Unlike the resolute Chu Chen, beneath the Fengyun arena, numerous disciples were once again struck by the force of energy, causing them to spit out blood onto the ground, their faces instantly paling in despondency. Why is Elder Qing Xian approaching us? What skill is it to vent his anger on us? Hush, speak softly, or you shall suffer again. What is there to fear? I am a disciple of the Liang Peak. If he has the ability, let him kill me. I should have known that Qing Xian was no virtuous man. How could I stand idly by and await death? Grasping Chu Sun, I retreated several dozen paces, my spear's tip advancing an inch forward instead. You dare, you wretched child. From Qing Xian's sleeve flew 7 azure flying swords, clanging together to form a sword formation. If even a single strand of Sun's hair is harmed, I shall extract your soul and light the lantern of heaven. Master of the Peak, we are cultivators who strive against the heavens, not mere disciples of the Qingmu Peak to be bullied and scolded at will. Blood trickled from the corner of Chu Chen's mouth as he gazed defiantly at the Taoist Qing Xian, his words resonating powerfully with unyielding resolve. With that, he infused his spear with profound energy, gathering a blade of air at its tip, causing a trickle of blood to flow from Chu Sun's neck, conveying a clear message. Should you continue to press, we shall perish together. This scene magnified infinitely in the eyes of the other disciples, an overwhelming aura of defiance enveloping them, momentarily silencing the crowd, their hearts racing with excitement and admiration. The path of cultivation is a relentless struggle against the heavens, filled with boundless joy. In striving for success, the joy is immeasurable. A cultivator must encourage oneself. What a remarkable Chu Chen, openly challenging a peak master and defiantly swimming against the current. A true man ought to be thus. Qing Xian and his disciples had already incited public outrage. You dare to threaten me, you insolent boy. With eyes ablaze with fury, Qing Xian fixed his gaze upon the youth before him, his trembling voice laden with an unending chill. The peak master jested. Chu Chen replied with a faint, cold smirk, revealing blood-stained teeth. The wind and cloud platforms duels have always adhered to contracts. The wager was established first, and today he must perish. Before Qing Xian could utter a word, Chu Chen narrowed his eyes, interrupting him. To take him away is not impossible, but one must ascertain the worth of this cherished disciple in your eyes. If the esteemed peak master insists on delivering a fatal blow, then I shall have no choice but to send your disciple to the underworld to scout the path. As he spoke, the tip of his spear quivered slightly, as if inadvertently pricking Chu Sun, drawing a drop of blood. Chapter 59. Compensation. Chu Chen's actions were not a reckless gamble of life. Being a strategist, he had naturally prepared for subsequent moves. Yet he remained uncertain of Qin Xian's steadfastness. Since time immemorial, fortune has favored the bold, and having already bested Chu Sun, his reputation had been firmly established. The wounds on Chu Sun's body served as a minor admonition, and he was not truly intent on killing him. To do so might provoke a backlash from Qin Xian, which would be undesirable. Chu Chen was unwilling to sever ties completely. While life still lingered, there remained a glimmer of opportunity. Given that animosity had already brewed with Qing Mu Peak, it would be prudent to exploit this cherished disciple. He need not be slain, but certain gains must be secured. Placing his hand upon his chest, where a set of divine talismans lay, he considered that should Qin Xian disregard his dignity and act rashly, the outcome remained uncertain. However, one thing was clear: before his demise, Chu Sun would undoubtedly meet his end. In such circumstances, it was merely a high-stakes gamble. Victory may lead to sudden wealth, while defeat merely results in a tumultuous end. Furthermore, Chu Chen's mastery of the arcane arts in the ancient tome serves as his steadfast support. The outcome of life and death remains uncertain. A deathly silence envelopes the Fengyun platform, where the atmosphere is charged with an unsettled, broken only by the faint sounds of disciples' breath and heartbeat. Master, Master, save me, please. As Chu Sun observed Qin Xian's momentary contemplation, he realized the lack of immediate affirmation to his plea for rescue. In a moment of desperation, he shattered Chu Chen's suppression and cried out for help, his fear finally surfacing. The icy menace emanating from Chu Chen was no mere bluster. The sharp pain at his neck made it clear that Chu Chen was indeed capable of ending his life. Should Qin Xian intervene, he would surely perish before Chu Chen. Master Peak Leader, what are your intentions? Chu Chen inquired, his gaze laced with mockery as he looked towards the Taoist Qin Xian, his fingertips lightly tapping the shaft of his spear. The Fengyun platform had sworn an oath for a century. Their covenant was as unyielding as mountains. As the esteemed master of Qingmu Peak, surely you would not jeopardize a century of tradition merely to claim my life? He suddenly lowered his voice, the spear tip scraping against the ground with a piercing sound. Chu Sun is your painstakingly cultivated successor. Should he fall here today, the legacy of Qingmu Peak may very well face extinction. Are you truly prepared to bear such a cost? Chu Chen. The iron sword box of Taoist Qin Xian resonated with a deep hum, his wide sleeves fluttering in the fierce wind. The long-standing rules of Qingmu Peak, forged over a millennium, cannot be so brazenly wielded as a talisman for self-preservation. He took a step forward, the azure bricks beneath his feet cracking resoundingly. The suspended sword, adorned with azure patterns, slithered as if it were a living creature. Did you truly believe? The tail end of his words abruptly transformed into a dragon's roar, shattering the bronze lanterns on either side of the stone staircase. With such trifling cleverness, do you think you can descend from the wind and cloud platform unscathed? Oh, the path of cultivation is inherently rebellious. If I can drag the esteemed peak master into the depths, I would find great joy in it. Unyielding words escaped Chu Chen's lips. The earlier pressure emitted by Qin Xian had inflicted harm upon him, and at this moment, his heart was laced with a gamble. Resolved to reveal his trump card. Then I shall send you on your way. Qin Xian's expression was chilling, his Taoist robe billowing without wind, brimming with murderous intent. Chu Chen's gaze sharpened, realizing he may have overestimated Qin Xian's shamelessness. He was indeed prepared to strike down a junior. A gasp of astonishment arose from the crowd below. Elder Qin Xian's prison dragon sword array had once subdued demonic cultivators of the ascending heaven realm, and now it was being employed against an outer sect apprentice in the qi condensation stage. Suddenly, Chu Chen chuckled lightly, opening his sleeves to unleash a burst of crimson light from his chest. The gun barrel struck heavily against Chu Sun's nape, and amidst the latter's agonized screams, he raised his head. Is the peak master truly intent on publicly destroying the blood contract inscribed on the heart-seeking stone? Qin Xian's pupils constricted sharply, as the life and death contract engraved on the heart-seeking stone hovered ominously in the center of the arena, the blood-red runes casting a tumultuous shadow across his countenance. The 13th ironclad rule of the sect loomed large. Those who defy the blood contract shall have their cultivation abolished and be expelled from the mountain gates. What do you intend to do? Qing Xuan's voice emerged as though squeezed through clenched teeth. As a senior figure in the Tianyuan sect, he was acutely aware of the significance of the heart-seeking stone. He could not fathom how a mere practitioner at the Qi gathering stage could garner the acknowledgement of heaven and earth, leading to a blood pact being formed. Just as Qingshuan's murderous intent surged, a thunderous voice erupted from the Tianyuan Great Hall. Qingxian, the slaughter of disciples within the sect constitutes a grave sin. The blood pact has been established. To strike down another is to challenge the regulations of the Tianyuan sect. Upon hearing that resonant voice, Qingxian was struck by an unexpected thought that halted his murderous advance. The many disciples below recognized the speaker. It was the voice of an elder from the outer sect's law hall, standing upon the stage. Qingshuan's aged face darkened like stormy waters as he glared in the direction of the voice and scoffed. Daoyin, are you blind? This wretch has slain my disciple. And you expect me to stand idly by? Or do you intend to deliberately shield Chu Chen? Shield? I sincerely apologize. I couldn't help myself. Came a derisive laugh from afar. The wind and cloud platform has, since time immemorial, been a place for life and death wagers, agreed upon by both parties beforehand and recognized by the principles of heaven and earth. With the heart-seeking stone sealing the blood pact, the notion that Chu Chen murdered your disciple is utterly unfounded. Furthermore, Chu Chen has already taken a step back. Had you shown your sincerity, you could have saved your disciple. Why resort to violence? As a peak master, one ought to possess a measure of composure. To lose is to lose. One must be able to bear defeat, lest the younger generation deem you a shameless villain. At this juncture, Daoyin's voice faltered, taking on a colder tone. To seek death over a loss. Do you think my law hall is merely for show? You. In that moment, Qingxian found himself at a loss for words, rendered speechless as a torrent of unexpressed fury threatened to inflict internal harm. He understood in his heart that Daoyin's words were indeed not without merit. Chu Sun and his companion had a prior agreement, recognized by the heavenly Tao, with a blood contract inscribed upon the heartstone. Those who betrayed their oath would face dire repercussions. This was fundamentally a duel belonging to the two of them, and others had no right to intervene. Qingxian's unwarranted interference constituted a breach of contract, and his audacious intent to slay Chu Chen was utterly indefensible. The disciples of Qingmu Peak had learned a great deal from Qingxian's pride, for it was none other than Qingxian himself who had nurtured Chu Sun's inflated confidence, allowing him to gamble so recklessly. At present, Daoyin had intervened to halt the impending conflict, which, to some extent, restored a modicum of composure to Qingxian. Should he persist in his assault? It would transform into an entirely different matter. The elders, fully aware of the consequences, would face severe punishment for knowingly violating the sect's laws, potentially leading them to meet Yama alongside Chu Chen in a matter of moments. Qingxian had devoted considerable effort over the years to cultivate Chu Sun, and to abandon him now would render all his hard work futile, not to mention putting his own standing at risk, a truly unwise trade-off. After a moment of contemplation, Qingxian ultimately suppressed his overwhelming rage, concealing the almost contorted expression on his face. Weighing his options, he retrieved a bulging storage bag from the voluminous sleeve of his robe, a fleeting, sinister smile crossing his lips. He then forcefully hurled the storage bag toward Chu Chen. Chapter 60. I shall tread the thorny path upon witnessing that smile. Chu Chen instinctively sensed the malicious intent of that scheming old man and refrained from making any hasty moves. Burning blood. At that moment, he summoned his inner power, the crimson energy enveloping his entire being. With a surge of force, he met the incoming storage pouch, catching it with both hands. Bang! He staggered back several steps under the tremendous impact before barely managing to stabilize himself. With a heavy stomp, he grounded his feet, dissipating the formidable force. The sound of cracking echoed as the hard stone platform beneath him fractured in multiple places, shards flying in all directions. His azure sleeves billowed without wind, and the dust in the crevices of the stone bricks suddenly hung suspended in midair. It was only then that the elder, at the pinnacle of the sea transformation realm, truly perceived that with each step backward, Chu Chen left behind 3-inch deep footprints, the fissures aligning with a certain rhythm of movement, transforming the physical body into an array, dissipating power into the formless. The elder's pupils constricted sharply, and his hidden right hand trembled slightly. The previous hidden force was potent enough to shatter black iron. Yet now, it merely stirred a few wisps of blood mist within the youth's meridians, which instantly returned to normal. More alarming was the ancient, desolate aura that repelled his divine sense when it swept over Chu Chen's body. A metallic taste surged in Chu Chen's throat. Yet he harnessed this blood energy to operate the primordial body refinement technique to its utmost potential. His spine cracked with 9 thunderous sounds, golden patterns coursing beneath his skin as the capillaries torn by the hidden force visibly healed at an astonishing speed. The onlooking disciples gasped and recoiled, witnessing the stones within a 3-zhang radius of the youth subtly rising against gravity before plummeting back to the ground. Excellent. Truly splendid. Qing Xian suddenly erupted into hearty laughter, the jade pendant at his waist shattering into powder. In the upcoming sect competition, I shall see how far this young fellow can endure. Before his words faded, a surge of azure light ascended, lifting the unconscious Chu Chen into the sky, leaving a trail of spiritual energy that stretched for miles among the clouds. Bah! What a farce, the old fox flaunting his age. Chu Chen spat a mouthful of blood, unable to suppress a curse. Bang! The storage bag hurled by Chu Chen struck the ground with a dull thud, clearly still imbued with residual energy. Although Chu Chen, relying on his formidable physique, managed to withstand and dissipate some of the force, he was still jolted, causing him to spit out blood. The sect competition? Humph! I awaited. Hearing Qing Xian's cold voice lingering in the sky as he departed, a hint of disdain crept onto Chu Chen's lips. The seemingly farcical confrontation concluded under Qing Xian's intimidation. The disciples, who anticipated a battle devoid of suspense, were instead treated to an extraordinary spectacle. The underdog's resurgence against Qing Xian's direct disciple, who was thoroughly beaten, not only provoked confrontation but also delivered repeated slaps to Qing Xian's face, leaving many disciples secretly elated and eagerly anticipating the upcoming sect competition. The clash that left Qing Xian and Qing Mufeng humiliated allowed Chu Chen to emerge as a prominent figure within the outer sect of Tianyuan sect, becoming a topic of discussion among numerous disciples during their leisure. TSK, you should have seen it. The scene, the duel, it was truly a contest between the foremost leaders. Indeed, that Chu Chen nearly met his demise, pierced through by a spear. What applause it drew, especially after their habitual bullying of others. In my opinion, the most captivating aspect was the sudden change in demeanor of the old dog Qing Xian. It was as if he were on the verge of committing murder right then and there. I must admit that lad Chu Chen is quite likable, especially for having struck Qing Xuan's face. I respect him for being a true man. On the summit of Liyang Peak, Xianlai reclined in a rattan chair, listening to the discussions of the disciples around him. He could not help but sit up, his face revealing a mixture of astonishment and nostalgia. Oh, Chu Chen actually failed? On Qingyun Peak, Lin Yu sat cross-legged within the spiritual liquid pool of his cave abode. Upon hearing the report from the outer disciples, he was taken, his crimson eyes widening in disbelief. This Chu Chen managed to defeat a direct disciple, and while he did not regard Chu Chen as particularly formidable, he was nonetheless a cherished disciple of a peak lord. This outcome stirred a sense of unease within him. Unable to suppress his rising anger any longer, he slammed his palm onto the table, producing a thunderous sound that caused the teacups to leap into the air. The disciples below in the main hall prostrated themselves on the ground, fully aware that Qing Xian was feeling quite frustrated. They were grateful he had not taken it out on them, and dared not utter a word, in stark contrast to the fervor erupting at other peaks. Within a modest mountain on Qingyun Peak, Chu Chen's cave abode appeared exceptionally tranquil. After ensuring the various attendants had ample time to rest and recuperate, he commenced his own cultivation. In the simple yet pristine room, Chu Chen sat cross-legged upon his bed, murmuring softly, "Eternal coldness, all things are exquisite. A tranquil heart and spirit, I seek my own divinity. Unity of heart and mind, the essence shall follow." A faint aura of coolness radiated from Chu Chen, gentle yet chilling. As time progressed, Chu Chen's aura grew increasingly serene, and the tumultuous thoughts and restlessness that had once plagued his heart gradually dissipated. His spirit began to immerse itself, entering a profound state of understanding, where he could feel the vitality of the heavens and the earth, and the rhythmic breathing of all living things. Suddenly, a gentle breeze nudged the window open, allowing moonlight to cascade into the room, softly illuminating Chu Chen's figure. The golden radiance enveloped him like a delicate veil, filling the entire chamber with a warm, ethereal glow. A chilling aura began to rise from his dantian, mingling with the moonlight that streamed in, exuding a tranquil essence that enveloped Chu Chen in unparalleled comfort. The sunlight filtering through the window heralded the dawn in the mountains, where clouds drifted gracefully around the peaks, and the gentle breeze of the rising sun danced, painting the azure sky with a vibrant morning light. On the small peak beside Qingyun Peak, a strikingly handsome youth clad in a fitted outfit practiced his punches with deft familiarity. Each strike resonated powerfully, executed not through mystical energy, but purely through the strength of his flesh, creating explosive sounds. After completing his martial routine, the youth quietly recited the calming mantra once more, soothing the surging energy within him that arose from his warm-up. Glancing at the towering mountains before his cave dwelling and overlooking the scattered clouds below, a surge of ambition welled up within him. I shall scale the highest peaks and behold the lesser mountains. I will tread the thorny path and one day sing joyously among all living beings. Chapter 61. The flow of the governing vessel and the vitality of the spring. The dwelling place, though not grand in scale, possesses a certain charm. It is neither too large nor too small. Nestled within the mountains at the back of the cave lies a small forest, teeming with various birds and wild creatures, sufficient to satisfy one's hunger. Amidst the relentless battles, Chu Chen pondered a pressing question: the dual cultivation of a mortal path and martial arts. Most ordinary cultivators boast formidable spiritual power, yet their physical forms often lack strength. Conversely, traditional martial artists train rigorously but are devoid of spiritual energy. However, Chu Chen, possessing the heavenly emperor's scripture, surpassed the majority of practitioners in spiritual prowess, while his Hongming dominance body demonstrated remarkable efficacy in physical cultivation. The two disciplines did not conflict. Rather, they complemented each other harmoniously. Martial artists rely on their meridians and vital energy to channel profound power, essentially practicing the art of physical refinement. Cultivators, however, absorb the essence of heaven and earth to nourish their beings, transforming this ethereal energy into their own genuine spiritual essence, relying on innate talent and comprehension. Prior to ascending the mountain, Chu Chen had assessed his aptitude in Chujia village, revealing himself to be a rare prodigy in martial arts, with an astonishing talent rated at the 9th tier. In terms of martial capabilities, those who awakened their martial veins advance significantly faster than ordinary individuals. The 9th tier represents the pinnacle of martial talent, with the 1st tier allowing for a doubling of speed, the 2nd tier quadrupling it, and so forth, culminating in the 9th tier, which nearly achieves a tenfold enhancement. While others may take 2 to 3 years to elevate their martial realm, a 9th tier talent could reach such heights in less than a year. This world is home to warriors capable of severing rivers with a single stroke or cleaving the heavens with a mere sword. Yet, despite their overflowing vitality, even supreme warriors cannot withstand the passage of time, rendering their presence in the realm of cultivators somewhat diminished. Embracing the essence of unity, he summoned his intrinsic mystical energy, setting the primordial body refinement technique into motion. In no time, his physique underwent countless cycles of refinement and restructuring, producing a cacophony reminiscent of popping beans, interspersed with the faint echoes of dragon roars. He continuously cast exquisite spiritual liquid into his mouth, training with abandon, seated there for an entire night. During his cultivation, Chu Chen's profound energy surged through the 362 acupoints of his body, traversing several complete cycles. Now, his dantian had been restored, truly achieving the realm of the Sea of Elixirs. Although all his previous cultivation had dissipated in the shattering of the dantian, the process of reconstruction had fortified his foundation, rendering his mystical energy more robust than ever before. Upon recalling a thought, Chu Chen immediately immersed himself once again in his training. Sitting cross-legged upon his bed, he closed his eyes, focusing his gaze inward, exhaling turbid energy with intent. The impurities gradually dissipated into the air, a process he referred to as purification. He then directed his consciousness to clear his meridians, facilitating the rapid absorption of true energy, which flowed from the myriad channels into his dantian, perpetually cycling, embodying the essence of the great circulation. As he engaged in the pure practice of a martial artist's breathing technique, Chu Chen soon felt an exhilarating warmth enveloping his body, a sensation that filled him with elation. Indeed, it was effective. Discovering the genuine potential for dual cultivation of both martial and mystical arts ignited a fervor within his heart. Though he possessed merely a mortal foundation for the path of immortality, his superior mystical vein compensated for this deficiency. He purposefully ventured to the cliff's edge to gather a handful of purple cloud grass. The roots of this spiritual herb, when brewed into a decoction, were renowned for their ability to nourish qi and blood. As the rice porridge in the iron pot bubbled and gurgled, several cranes soared past from the direction of Yuhing Peak, their wingtips stirring a gentle breeze that traced a pale azure arc. Chu Chen deftly plucked the feathers from a mountain chicken, suggesting that if the celestial maiden were hungry, she might savor this five-spice spirit chicken. The oil spat in the fire, crackling audibly, causing the ethereal figure of Long Zichen to drift back half a foot. This remnant soul from ancient times, having awakened from the celestial tome a fortnight ago, exhibited an almost obsessive disdain for the mundane affairs of the mortal realm. Suddenly, the copper mirror deep within the cave quaked. Chu Chen paused in his movements, and instead of the familiar visages of his fellow disciples, a swirling mass of black mist materialized. A piercing caw of crows shattered the silence as hundreds of blood-eyed ravens burst through the communication barrier, their wings scattering gravel and igniting sparks upon the stone walls. The Yin Crow spirit-eating array. Long Xichen's ethereal form solidified instantly, channeling his mystical energy to shield the vital point of his chest, for these beasts feasted solely upon the essence of cultivators. Chu Chen swiftly drew the chopping knife from beside the stove, its blade reflecting a crescent moon in his palm. The first raven to dive at him was shattered into black smoke by the back of his blade, yet more shadows surged from all directions. He felt his back collide with the cold stone wall, a tearing pain radiating from his left shoulder where 3 raven claws had embedded deeply into his flesh, the wound emanating a strange purplish hue. Activate the primordial body. Long Xichen's voice reverberated in his consciousness, infused with the roar of a dragon, forcing open the meridians and surging strength into the Yongquan point. Chu Chen bit into his tongue, compelling himself to awaken fully. The boiling mystical energy surged from his core, intricate golden patterns emerging upon his skin. The flock of crows lunging toward him suddenly let out a mournful cry, as if colliding with an invisible inferno. He seized the fleeting moment, wielding his machete to carve an arc of force, illuminating the entire cave with a brilliant golden light. As the dark mist dissipated, the copper mirror shattered into 8 fragments. The ethereal figure of Long Xichen circled the remnants of the mirror thrice, his fingertips resting upon the coiling dragon motif of the frame. It appears that someone is intent on preventing your survival until the sect competition. Chu Chen tore open his bloodstained sleeve, discovering that his wound had healed completely, prompting a cold snort. What a cunning elder Qi Xian. Just wait. To his astonishment, a searing sensation emanated from his dantian. The previously dormant elixir sea began to rotate of its own accord, threads of violet energy seeping from the golden patterns of the Hongming dominance body, intertwining with his mystical power to form a peculiar chaotic vortex. Just as suspected, Long Xichen suddenly leaned closer, his celestial imperial seal hovering above Chu Chen's forehead. Last night, when you forcibly fused the realms of immortality, I sensed abnormal fluctuations. Now, let us attempt to circulate your energy, but avoid the lesser yang scripture. Following his directive, Chu Chen settled into a meditative posture. As the vital energy reached the shoulder well point, his entire right arm convulsed uncontrollably, the veins beneath his skin protruding like serpents on the prowl. Chapter 62, Chaotic Elixir Sea. Long Xichen's ethereal figure swiftly pointed his sword at the heavenly pivot point. Icy blue spiritual energy surging through the meridians directly into the Qi Sea. You are practicing the foundational techniques of the Tianyuan sect? No wonder your spiritual energy is in reverse flow. Her brow furrowed, and in an instant, a beam of spiritual light surged into her mind. Pay attention. I shall now teach you a set of star-breathing techniques. Visualize the northern dipper inverted as you inhale, and silently recite fire returning to origin as you exhale. Outside the cave, the sky darkened and brightened once more. Upon the completion of the 7th cycle of energy circulation, a faint purple mist enveloped Chu Chen. He was astonished to discover that the once distinct boundaries between his profound energy and spiritual essence were now coalescing into a swirling vortex reminiscent of the yin-yang duality in the sea of elixirs. Each rotation resonated with subtle crackles from his bones, as if an invisible hammer was reshaping his very form. As Chu Chen observed the metamorphosis of his body, a fervent flame ignited within him. Do not lose focus. Long Xichen suddenly admonished, channel your energy to the crown, guard your spirit. The vortex within the elixir sea abruptly accelerated, and Chu Chen felt as though he was hurled into the eye of a hurricane. The tempestuous energy tore at every meridian. Yet at the brink of collapse, an ancient force forcibly constricted it. He hazily perceived 9 stars igniting deep within his dantian, aligning themselves in the formation of the Big Dipper. When the final star illuminated, the entire mountain peak housing the cave trembled violently. The bamboo grove behind the mountain swayed without wind, and myriad bamboo leaves transformed into sharp blades pointing towards the heavens. The moment Chu Chen opened his eyes, 2 arcs of violet lightning burst forth from his pupils, searing 3 inches deep into the stone wall. Long Xichen's ethereal silhouette appeared almost translucent. Yet her voice radiated with uncontainable excitement. You have indeed condensed the chaotic elixir sea. From this day forth, Every session of cultivation must be accompanied by the immersion of your entire being in spiritual liquid, or else. Her warning was abruptly interrupted by a sudden clap of thunder. Chu Chen gazed out at the roiling storm clouds, suddenly recalling that today marked the awakening of insects. However, upon closer inspection, the flickering lightning within the clouds distinctly coalesced into the shape of a tome. A white horse galloped past, and morning light reemerged. Bloodlight fist. Soaring dragon. 7 flashes. Instantly, 7 figures darted past, each raising their fists to unleash a powerful strike. Boom. Chu Chen stood half-exposed, beads of sweat glistening upon his skin, while a faint roar reminiscent of a dragon reverberated within him. A wisp of white mist, though his visage bore the marks of fatigue, it could not conceal the excitement that lay beneath. Upon witnessing this remarkable achievement, Chu Chen turned his gaze towards the ethereal figure clad in white beside him and remarked with a smile, "Sister Fairy, the power of this punch is quite commendable. Wouldn't you agree?" Noticing Chu Chen lost in contemplation, Long Zichen continued, "I have observed that there are some spiritual fields surrounding your. It would be prudent to cultivate some spiritual herbs. This way, while you train, you can also absorb the essence of the plants. After a period of refinement, you might even transmute these herbs into elixirs." After a pause, Chu Chen's brow unfurled. Long Zichen's words resonated deeply with him, for it would indeed be a waste to leave the fields barren. He decided to procure some seeds, which could later provide benefits for his junior disciples. "Sister Fairy, do you possess any techniques for flight? I have already condensed my qi into a dance. Surely, I should be able to soar?" Chu Chen gazed at Long Zichen with eager anticipation. Long Zichen, upon hearing this, fell into a moment of reflection, sifting through her memories, yet seemingly unable to recall any technique that would enable flight at the condensation stage. With a sigh, she expressed her regret. In response, Chu Chen's face revealed a sense of resignation. He understood that this was indeed a lofty aspiration. Shaking his head, he retreated to the back mountain to gather provisions for the day. In recent times, to avoid unnecessary troubles, Chu Chen had taken to capturing chickens and rabbits daily in the cave's rear, yet he wished not to squander too much time on such trivial endeavors. In order to facilitate his endeavors, he devoted numerous hours to constructing a fowl enclosure in the bamboo grove of the rear mountain, where he nurtured a variety of mountain chickens and rabbits. Additionally, the children dug up a piece of fertile land in the backyard and sowed it with spiritual herbs. The Tianyuan sect, renowned within a 100-mile radius, boasted an abundance of spiritual energy, allowing fruits and herbs to ripen in just a few days. The bird, nourished by this spiritual essence, developed exceptionally tender and flavorful flesh. Seated on a long bench in the courtyard, Chu Chen savored the succulent chicken meat, indulging heartily while engaging in light-hearted banter with Long Zichen. As Chu Chen's strength grew, Long Zichen's spiritual form gradually became more substantial, allowing her to manifest visibly before him for extended periods. However, due to her former status as an immortal emperor, her presence was generally concealed from others unless they had her express permission. Suddenly, amidst their jovial conversation, an adorable, plump little creature bounded into their midst, eagerly leaping before Chu Chen. With tiny paws reaching out towards the morsel of meat in his hand, it made several earnest attempts to snatch it, though its short limbs rendered it unsuccessful. This amusing spectacle brought laughter to Long Zichen, for the little one, with its fluffy and chubby form, had grown to the size of a palm, and golden flecks began to shimmer within its fur, adding to its charm. Curiously, Long Zichen, who had remained dormant within the tomb of the celestial emperor, was intrigued by this tiny being, for she had not encountered it before. With her newfound ability to appear before Chu Chen, she was compelled to reach out and embrace the little creature. The little creature, upon seeing someone approaching to embrace it, waved its tiny stubby hands in a gesture of defiance. However, upon noticing that the one reaching for it was a beautiful young lady, its resistance diminished. With an air of haughty pride, it placed its hands on its hips, its fluffy ears dancing in the breeze. This adorable little being stirred a surge of affection in Long Zichen, who was nearby. Its soft fur alone was charming enough, but the way it waved its tiny paws added an enchanting vivacity that was utterly delightful. "Do you wish to have this?" Long Zichen inquired, pointing at the chicken in Chu Chen's hand. The little creature nodded eagerly, patting its chest with its short arms, pointing at its mouth, and mimicking a toothy grin. "Do you desire a great deal of meat?" The little one's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if finally understood, and it could not help but nod vigorously before breaking into a dance. Observing Long Zichen's reaction, Chu Chen casually asked, "Fairy sister, Do you know what breed it is? I have perused the beast compendium, but have yet to find any species akin to this little one. Oh, and it seems to possess a spatial pouch from which it can retrieve items. Previously, it even drew out a peculiar spirit sword. With that, Chu Chen tipped the storage pouch onto the ground and, after retrieving the sword, handed it to Long Xichen. The moment she grasped the sword, Long Xichen's pupils contracted, her gaze irresistibly drawn to a flash of purple that spilled from the storage pouch. Chapter 63, Celestial Artifact. Imperial treasure. Long Xichen felt a sudden heaviness in her palm as the cold jade sword sheath emitted a glimmering edge, casting a vivid crimson hue upon the blood mark at her brow. Suddenly, a deep crimson radiance burst forth from the crevice of the released Qianquan bag. She staggered back a step, steadying herself against the stone wall beside her, her gaze firmly fixed upon the rolling golden gourd. A fractured sound escaped her throat. Qianquan gourd? The surface of the gourd, adorned with the intricate patterns of a tautai, revealed a third vertical eye in response to the surge of spiritual energy. Identical to the legendary devouring treasure that had been lost for millennia within the scrolls of the Sutra Pavilion. Chu Chen had never witnessed such an expression on Long Xichen's face, leading him to believe that these two artifacts were indeed extraordinary. The Qianquan gourd? The Celestial Emperor sword? They certainly sounded formidable. The origins of this gourd were far from ordinary. It was once a vessel for wine, crafted by a venerable sage who had attained immortality. Known as the Drunken Immortal, this eccentric figure would spend his days in a whimsical haze, cradling the Qianquan gourd. Despite its diminutive size, it was said to possess the capacity to contain mountains, rivers, and even the sun and moon, with legends claiming it could swallow the very stars. Yet, this ancient sage squandered its potential, using it solely for exquisite elixirs, before venturing into an ancient ruin and vanishing without a trace. As for the Celestial Emperor sword, its significance was even greater. It was the personal weapon of the former Celestial Emperor. In his heyday, this supreme master of the sword wielded it to sweep across the realms, instilling fear within the cultivation world such that none dared to usurp the title of emperor. He had even cleaved through the 9 heavens with its astonishing might. Alas, like the drunken immortal before him, he too disappeared into the void after entering a secret realm. As Long Xichen spoke, her gaze lowered slightly, the delicate shadows cast by her long lashes dancing beneath her eyes. Her tone remained relatively calm when she mentioned the drunken immortal, yet a palpable fervor tinged her voice when recounting the deeds of the Celestial Emperor. She paused at this moment, her fingertips unconsciously caressing the embroidered flowing cloud pattern on her garment. Her eyes filled with reverence, as if she were transcending time and space to behold the elegance of that unparalleled sword cultivator. Upon hearing her words, Chu Chen felt a profound shock. He had initially assumed that the two artifacts were merely the treasured relics of some formidable being, never anticipating that they were, in fact, a celestial weapon and an imperial artifact. Such entities were far beyond his current realm of understanding, and merely hearing their names evoked a sense of insurmountable distance. As his thoughts whirled, he found a measure of solace, for deep within his consciousness resided the spirit of the purple cloud immortal emperor. Although Long Xichen now existed only as a remnant of his former self, the title of emperor was not without substance. With this in mind, the tempest within his heart subsided somewhat. He turned his gaze towards the small, furry creature squatting at the desk, his fingertips unconsciously stroking the glistening roast chicken. Do you truly possess such discerning taste? You exchanged a mere chicken leg for these two treasures? The little creature tilted its head, nodding obediently, its soft, pink pads rhythmically tapping against its round belly, while its fluffy tail brushed against the surface of the desk, producing a soft rustling sound. Its mouth, slightly ajar, revealed pearly baby teeth, and its glassy eyes sparkled with a mischievous glint, exuding an air of proud nonchalance, as if to say it had an abundance of such treasures in its hoard. The little one extended its paw, nudging the two precious items forward, then fixated its gaze on the aromatic roast chicken in Chu Chen's hand, its furry paw gesturing exaggeratedly in the air. Confused, Chu Chen turned to Long Xichen, his face a canvas of bewilderment. The creature seemed to imply that he could take the treasures, for it had plenty more, provided he offered it a substantial amount of meat. Upon hearing this, Chu Chen's heart leapt with joy, and he scooped up the little creature, showering it with affectionate kisses. The little creature, perhaps accustomed to the presence of Chu Chen, showed no resistance to his closeness. Instead, it presented its chubby little face, inviting Chu Chen to kiss it. Subsequently, it extended its tiny paw to grasp the chicken leg in Chu Chen's hand, who unhesitatingly offered the entirety of the roasted meat to the little one. The creature clutched the chicken, devouring it heartily, and then, under the contrasting gazes of Chu Chen and another, retrieved from the storage bag the spiritual fruits and herbs it had previously collected. Each mouthful of meat was followed by a bite of the fresh ingredients, creating a delightful balance of flavors. Observing the little one's oil-smeared visage, Chu Chen was utterly smitten, reaching out to stroke its fur, which felt wonderfully soft and plush. To be prudent, Chu Chen secured the gourd at his waist and sheathed the Songtian imperial sword on his back, storing all essential items within the gourd while leaving the spirit stones and other miscellaneous objects in the storage bag. Watching the young beast with its cheeks puffed out, glistening with grease, he felt his heart soften at its adorable antics. Gently running his fingers through its fluffy coat, the warm and dense sensation akin to caressing fine silk. For added security, he hung the Qian Kuan gourd at his side, ensuring that the Songtian imperial sword and all vital belongings were safely tucked away, leaving only the spirit stones and other ordinary items in the storage bag. As he gazed at the little one engrossed in its feast, a sudden inspiration struck him. He poked its round belly with a bamboo skewer and proposed, "How about forming a spiritual contract with me? In the future, I can have Ani prepare 10 fragrant spiritual chickens for you." The little creature, seemingly oblivious, merely wagged its tail, its oily paws tearing off another piece of crispy skin as it focused intently on licking the meat from the bone. Observing the scene, the dragon Zikin chuckled softly, his fingertips entwined with purple lightning, illuminating his features. "How daring you are to think that a celestial being capable of consuming the essence of the sun and moon could be subdued by mere roasted meat." Chu Chen, scratching his nose with a sheepish grin, remained unperturbed, instead gazing thoughtfully at the small creature. It was evident that this little one had a voracious appetite, and he had been diligently offering a variety of delicacies daily. Surely, perseverance would yield results. With this in mind, he decided to place the tiny creature on a soft cushion, allowing it to feast freely, while he drew forth an ancient sword engraved with star patterns from behind his back. With a resounding clang, the sword was unsheathed, causing the 36 luminous fish-scale lamps within the cave to tremble in unison as the chilling blade aura materialized into a pale moonlit halo. Before Chu Chen could firmly grasp the hilt, the fierce sword intent surged forth like a dragon breaking through the sky, leaving dozens of fine, hair-like gashes across his neck and wrists, crimson droplets of blood trailing down the black iron blade. Hiss! He silently gasped, recognizing the exceptional quality of the sword. His heart swelled with joy. It was indeed an imperial artifact, a creation of the emperor, truly extraordinary. He glanced at the Qian Kuan gourd at his waist, pondering whether this celestial emperor sword could fit within it. Just as he was about to make a move, a sharp voice interrupted him. "Stop!" Zikin hastily commanded Chu Chen to cease his actions. Upon witnessing his compliance, he let out a sigh of relief and explained, "Fortunately, you did not place it inside. One is an immortal artifact, and the other an imperial tool. If they were to be stored together, their energies would clash, and should the treasures compete, the entire Tianyuan sect might be reduced to rubble." Hearing Zikin's explanation, Chu Chen wiped the cold sweat from his brow, grateful for his slow reaction, which had spared him from a catastrophic mistake. After a while, Chu Chen calmed his turbulent emotions, closed his eyes, and contemplated the sword in his hand, furrowing his brow in deep thought. Chapter 64. Return to the Treasure Pavilion. Through this introspection, Chu Chen realized that his cultivation level was still insufficient to fully unleash the power of the treasured sword. Nevertheless, he had already mastered the ability to wield the flying sword in the air and glean some profound truths from the mysteries of the sword path. As a magical artifact born of spirit, this imperial sword could elevate its wielder to soar through the skies at the slightest thought. Immersed in the comprehension of the universe gourd, Chu Chen was elated to discover that this celestial artifact could not only change its size at will to carry him through the clouds, but also possessed the capabilities of a high-grade storage device, allowing him to summon and store countless items effortlessly. Henceforth, as he roamed the world, he would no longer need to stow important possessions in a storage bag. What delighted Chu Chen the most was that whenever the little creature beside him breathed in the surrounding spiritual energy, it would become remarkably pure, enabling him to break through from the 5th to the mid-7th level of qi condensation in less than 30 days. Feeling the warmth of the soft fur in his palm, the young man's heart surged with fervent anticipation. Sensing a gentle touch, the little fellow glanced at Chu Chen, tilted its head, and drooled at the freshly roasted chicken lying on the ground. Squeak, 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 squeak. The chubby little ball of fur perched on a stool beside Chu Chen, its tiny paws flailing as it directed him to roast the mountain chicken. Don't rush. I'm cooking it slowly, he reassured, gently patting the little creature's head and shifting it back a bit, wary of it accidentally tumbling into the fire. Upon beholding the adorable visage, Long Zicheng extended a hand, yearning to caress the little creature. Regrettably, his hand passed through its ethereal form, eliciting a flicker of disappointment upon his face. Although Chu Chen had been steadily growing stronger, his abilities remained insufficiently potent. While Long Zicheng could linger by his side for extended periods without dissipating, she was merely a transparent spirit, unable to manifest truly or wield her own powers. Sensing the peculiar atmosphere, Chu Chen deftly shifted the conversation, inquiring, "Sister Fairy, what direction should I take to enhance my strength? I feel my offensive techniques are still rather rudimentary, and when faced with advanced practitioners, I fear I may fall short." He was in dire need of a substitute's prowess. Presently, his advanced mystical technique was limited to the Dragon Step, a technique refined and perfected under Long Zicheng's guidance. Now, it manifested 7 phantoms that danced like dreams, flowing with far greater ease, the speed akin to that of a specter, allowing him to traverse several zhang with a single step, provided his stamina and true essence were adequate. Currently, Chu Chen's storage pouch brimmed with spirit stones, and after a prolonged absence from the mountain, he yearned to acquire a swordsmanship manual. With the Songtian Emperor's sword and the Xia spirit blade at his disposal, both required sword techniques to unleash their full potential. However, having been raised on Qingyun Peak, he was only versed in long weapons and concealed armaments, thus necessitating the purchase of a manual to learn the intricacies of swordplay. Suddenly inspired, he turned to Long Zicheng and asked, "Sister Fairy, do you possess any techniques suitable for my study?" Long Zicheng meticulously rummaged through his memories, and after a while, he shook his head, remarking that your cultivation level was too low, rendering many techniques unsuitable for you at present. Instead, why not explore the marketplace of your sect? Chu Chen's eyes brightened as he slapped his thigh, realizing he had completely forgotten about old Qian. Before long, he stood before the dazzling shelves of Wanbao Pavilion, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Each tome here emanated a faint aura of spiritual energy, while the air was infused with a subtle scent of medicinal herbs. At the counter, Chu Chen and Old Qian were engaged in a spirited debate. "Old Qian, your abacus beads are about to hit me in the face," Chu Chen exclaimed, firmly clutching a storage bag filled with crimson flame scales, while gazing at the green-eyed Qian lay before him. The old man was fiddling with a snake, its translucence glimmering in the sunlight. A triumphant smile crept across Chu Chen's face. The crimson flame spirit snake sheds its skin once every 100 years, with such luster. It demands a higher price. Alas, my old eyes are failing me. The prices on this shelf are all mismarked. Perhaps you could assist me in discerning the true values, young lad? Old Qian implored as he brandished a row of shiny, high-priced tags. "Why are you still trying to force a sale?" Chu Chen rolled his eyes. Suddenly, he produced several poisonous fangs from his sleeve. "Shall I process the materials from this snake's body? The refining hall would surely find this useful as concealed weapons, and it wouldn't come cheap." At this, Qian Lei's mustache perked up in alarm. "That is out of the question. The rowdy fellows at the refining pavilion merely know how to grind their venomous fangs into mere embroidery needles." As he realized he had inadvertently revealed too much, he hastily coughed to divert the conversation. "How about this? You sell these scraps to me, and I shall bestow upon you the newly arrived heavenly fragrance culinary mastery from the Wanbao Pavilion as a bonus." The ethereal figure of Long Zicheng floated before the shelf's end. Upon hearing this, abruptly turned, "Little one, that tome 8 Desolation's blood nerve on the bottom shelf of the 3rd row, though nibbled halfway through by mice. I desire that one to prop up my table." Chu Chen suddenly pointed towards the corner. Elder Qian's beady eyes widened in astonishment. "That is indeed from the ancient, specifically for propping up tables in the ancient era. You possess keen eyesight, my boy. Buy 3, and I shall give you 1 free, along with 2 pounds of jade grapes." As he spoke, he swiftly thrust the tome into Chu Chen's embrace, fearing a change of heart. A small creature suddenly emerged from Chu Chen's collar, chirping towards the west shelf. There lay a book titled Diamond Body Protection Technique, adorned with the image of a shimmering turtle. "Purchase it." Chu Chen waved his hand, also requesting 10 Snow Mountain Spirit chickens. At that moment, Qian Lei approached with a beaming smile, scrutinizing Chu Chen from head to toe, an imperceptible astonishment flashing in his eyes, before he composed himself and remarked, "Our young Master Chu is quite generous with his spending today." Chu Chen cleared his throat. Cough, cough. "Well, old Qian, let us keep it low-key. How many spiritual stones can I exchange for these materials? Upon receiving the materials list from Chu Chen, Qianlei's eyes sparkled with excitement. TSK, TSK, TSK. You, my boy, have struck it rich this time. The materials of the aged crimson flame serpent are indeed quite valuable. After a series of negotiations, Chu Chen finally exchanged his collected materials for a substantial amount of spirit stones. He was acutely aware that Qian Lao Ko, typically reluctant to offer favors to anyone, had allowed him to benefit greatly this time. He silently vowed to remember this act of kindness, contemplating that when he eventually achieved success, he would ensure that those who had assisted him during critical moments would also bask in the glory. Meanwhile, Long Zichen discerned his thoughts and nodded in satisfaction. She feared that her chosen successor might turn out to be ungrateful, but seeing that Chu Chen understood the importance of gratitude and was willing to endure hardships, she felt reassured. Such a promising talent, if cultivated properly, would not disappoint her painstaking selection of a successor worthy of the heavenly book. Chapter 65, The Gathering of Peaks. Look, Sister Fairy, he exclaimed excitedly, this Dianxiang building secret manual appears incredibly formidable. Long Zichen focused her gaze and remarked, this is a celestial-level culinary manual. However, for you, who cares? Chu Chen interjected, having already seized the book. I happen to want to learn some cooking skills. At that moment, Qianlei walked away with a beaming smile. Observing Qianlei's retreating figure, Chu Chen nodded with satisfaction. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something and turned to Long Zichen. Sister Fairy, did I overlook something earlier? Long Zichen's soul projection blinked. What is it? I seem to remember you mentioning that the Heavenly Emperor's book has other effects. Chu Chen inquired tentatively. Long Zichen smiled mysteriously. You may uncover it yourself. Chu Chen, feeling helpless, shook his head and turned towards the exit of the room. At that moment, he unexpectedly noticed a piece of paper left on the ground. Upon picking it up, he discovered it bore the inscription, Heavenly Fragrance Tower Secret Manual, along with hidden recipes. As time flowed like a river and the stars shifted, dawn broke, casting the first rays of morning light upon them. The gentle radiance enveloped the peaks where the celestial origin sect's star pavilion resided, shrouded in transforming the undulating spiritual mountains into a masterpiece akin to an inkwash painting, dreamlike and ethereal. From a distance, the celestial origin sect appeared to float amidst the sea of clouds, its splendid pavilions flickering in and out of, resembling a celestial realm that had descended to the mortal world. At this moment, disciples emerged from the caves nestled within the various mountains, some riding flying swords, others mounted on spiritual beasts, a throng of people all heading in the same direction, the bustling star pavilion of the sect. Outside the star pavilion, a sea of humanity had already gathered. Dressed in a blue outfit, Chu Chen strode forward, bearing the deep blue long sword acquired from the secret, his step steady and resolute. Behind him, the disciples from the Servants' Peak closely followed, including Su Xiaofan among them, despite having only trained for a few days. The robust young man from Yu Peak, still wrapped in layers of bandages, refused to lag behind, trailing at the end of the group to cheer them on. As the crowd appeared, all eyes swiftly converged on Chu Chen. Within those gazes lay unabashed admiration, simmering jealousy, and a deeper, inscrutable intent, revealing the myriad complexities of human nature in that singular moment. Yet, Chu Chen appeared oblivious, his demeanor tranquil as he led the disciples of the Servants' Peak toward a secluded corner of the arena. On the registration list for this grand sect competition, he had deliberately ensured that the disciples of the Servants' Peak were granted eligibility to participate. Standing before the azure stone platform, he advised the gathered, his dark robe billowing in the mountain breeze. Your cultivation is still in its infancy. This competition is primarily about participation and insight. I do not expect you to achieve high rankings. Should you encounter an insurmountable opponent, remember to concede and withdraw from the battle promptly. Understood, the disciples chorused in unison. Su Xiaofan bowed her head in agreement, her delicate fingers unconsciously caressing the jade token at her waist, a gift from her senior brother, symbolizing a sword technique suitable for female practitioners. The morning light danced through the clouds, illuminating her azure hairpin, while her quickened breaths caused her pale garments to rise and fall like gentle. The imposing figures of the disciples from the main peak, standing in formation in the distance, made her palms, hidden within her sleeves. As the sun ascended above the intricately carved eaves, 3 incense sticks burned ever shorter within a bronze cauldron. The previously murmuring crowd gradually fell silent upon hearing the continuous sounds of registration. With a flick of his whisk, an elder on the high platform sent forth a green token that soared through the air, startling a white crane perched beneath the eaves into flapping its wings. In an instant, countless magical artifacts ignited, beams of various colors shooting skyward, illuminating the arena outside the Star Pavilion as if it were filled with The disciples of the Qingmu Peak are arriving. Someone shouted from the crowd. All eyes turned to see Chu Chen clad in a white brocade robe and Lu Qing in a green attire leading the procession of numerous participants from the Qingmu Peak. Just as the words fell from the speaker's lips, this group materialized within the spectators' sight. Chu Chen cast an inquisitive glance at Chu Chen's contingent. At the forefront of the Azurewood Peak disciples, he discerned an unfamiliar figure, a woman, standing before Chu Chen. Chu Chen surmised that she was most likely the enigmatic Duguian from Azurewood Peak. His gaze swept over the scene, noting the lively Chu Chen, drawing a second look. A robust man stood beside him, but Chu Chen paid him little heed. It had been but a short time, yet the fellow was frolicking about. It seemed Qin Xian had spared no expense in Chu Chen's recovery. Chu Chen stroked his chin, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized Chu Chen, contemplating whether to cripple him once more for further gain. As Chu Chen's gaze fell upon Chu Chen, the majority of Azurewood Peak's disciples fixed him with hostile stares. Their eyes gleamed with malice, none more so than Chu Chen, his face contorted in undisguised rage, as if he wished to devour Chu Chen whole. TCH. Aspiring to grandeur beyond your station. Encounter me again, and I shall break you once more. Having measured him once before, Chu Chen held Chu Chen, his attention captivated instead by Duguian, the leader. The subtle pressure emanating from her caused Chu Chen a modicum of unease. Beyond the disciples from the minor peaks, Chu Chen also observed a number of disciples from the other major peaks. Among them, of course, was Qinyan Peak, led by Lin Yu. These leaders were of similar caliber to Duguian, their strength and cultivation hovering around the Zhongyang realm. Save for Lin Yu and the likes of Chu Chen, the others wore amiable expressions, at least not as repulsive as the disciples of Azurewood and Qinyan Peaks towards Chu Chen. Could this fellow be the foremost disciple of the outer sect? Having been absent from the sect for an extended period, I found myself unfamiliar with the individuals present. Amidst the throng of disciples, my attention was suddenly captured by a particularly robust male disciple, leaving me momentarily astonished. His physique rivaled even that of Chu Chen. This individual was certainly not the foremost among the outer disciples. A voice beside me remarked, "Burp." The sound of a hearty belch followed. Turning my gaze towards the source, I observed a figure indulging from a gourd, taking a deep swig, followed by a satisfied gulp, his lips curling into a slight smile, clearly relishing the It was then that I noticed a languid youth leaning casually against the wall, slightly tipsy, though his hair was disheveled. The sharpness emanating from his eyes and his carefree demeanor conveyed an unmistakable aura of intrigue. This presence is extraordinary. As I scrutinized the speaker, a flicker of astonishment crossed my eyes. I was unable to discern his cultivation level. At that moment, Long Zichen's voice resonated in my ears. He is at the pinnacle of the Zhongyang realm, exuding a formidable aura. With your current strength, you cannot contend with him in direct combat. A wave of understanding washed over me. Indeed, the sect competition was rife with hidden talents. Chapter 66. The sect competition at the side of the arena. I grasped the hilt of my sword tightly, the veins on my hand subtly rising. The ethereal blue blade, refined over days through spiritual energy, still appeared rather unremarkable, yet it subtly shimmered, reflecting the perspiration from my palm. At this, the rhythmic sound of footsteps reverberated around the circular stands of the training platform, the blue stone floor trembling slightly with the arrival of disciples from various peaks. The chief disciple of the law hall has arrived. Just as the words left my lips, a clear and resonant sound of a sword echoed through the air. The sound of a blade unsheathing sliced through the clamor of the stands. Chu Chen raised his gaze and beheld a disciple ascending the frost-kissed, his white robes billowing in the wind like freshly fallen snow. The gathered disciples recognized him as Qin Shuang, the foremost disciple of the Frostheart sword at his waist shimmered with a cold, ethereal blue light, and as he drew it, a frost-like glimmer swept across Chu Chen's. I have heard that you defeated Chu Chen in the Qi condensation realm, he proclaimed, halting 10 paces away, casting a haughty glance as his shoes made contact with the ground. Frost flowers erupted beneath him. I wonder, can you withstand my sword today? His imposing demeanor elicited shrill cries from the female disciples, who fawned over him as he sauntered away. Humph. Facing me, you will inevitably be vanquished. Chu Chen's eyes glimmered with a chilling light. The threat did not diminish his resolve in the slightest. Just then, another disciple shouted, "Disciples of the Blazing Sun Peak have arrived." A thunderous roar erupted as Huataizhan leaped down from a height, brandishing a crimson iron rod. When the 2-meter-long iron staff struck the ground, sparks flew in all directions. He shook off the debris from his shoulder armor, his voice resonating like a great bell. This pretty boy only knows how to spout empty threats. If you wish to fight, then I shall oblige. His muscular form surged beneath the blazing battle armor, and the temperature in the vicinity rose sharply, the air within 3 paces distorting from the heat. Observing this, Chu Chen's expression darkened. He stepped back half a pace to regain his balance, retreating from the searing whirlwind. At that moment, a fragrant waft of sandalwood drifted from his left. As a lady in a green robe gently waved her folding fan, the jade pendant on her waist swaying gracefully with each step. Brother Hua, please refrain from striking just yet. She gazed at Chu Chen with a gentle smile, then turned her attention forward, her dark hair fluttering softly at her temples. Senior brother, please do this for me. Yin Shuang will remember your kindness. The competition has yet to commence, so let us not mar the atmosphere. Ah, this is bound to be an entertaining spectacle. Can you believe the stroke of luck Chu Chen has experienced, now being targeted by the top 10 disciples of the sect? The disciples in the vicinity eagerly inquired, who are these top 10 disciples? You have come to the right person for answers. Listen closely. The 10 foremost disciples of the outer sect are Linyu, the head of Qingnan Peak, Huataizhan, the head of Liang Peak, and Duguyin, the head of Qingmu Peak. These are the 3 principal disciples of the outer sect. And who else? The surrounding disciples pressed eagerly for more information. Additionally, there is Qin Shuang, the head of the Law Hall, Tai Wuyo, a direct disciple of the Task Pavilion, Yun Shuang, the head of the Alchemy Peak, Lingyu, a direct disciple of the Artifact Refining Pavilion, Lu Ning, a direct disciple of the Library Pavilion, Lu Qianqian, a direct disciple of the Spirit Plant Hall, and Situ Zhongf, a direct disciple of the Sword Peak. One disciple seemed to be a wellspring of knowledge, patiently enumerating the ranking disciples of the outer sect, detailing their strengths and cultivation levels with remarkable accuracy. Chu Chen furrowed his brow, sensing that he had become a target. Defeating Chu Sun had unexpectedly drawn some trouble his way. However, upon further reflection, he considered this an excellent opportunity to test his own abilities. Soon, within the sect, many of the top-ranking outer disciples gathered, signaling that the participants for the grand competition were nearly complete, and a fierce contest was about to unfold. Before long, luminous clouds of spiritual artifacts floated through the sky as the elders from various sects arrived at the arena. Immediately, the sound of slicing air echoed from the direction of the inner gate as several figures gracefully descended, alighting steadily in the lofty expanse above the arena. Upon seeing the silhouettes suspended in the void, Chu Chen's eyes brightened. Among the throng, there was a woman clad in white whose appearance strikingly resembled that of a figure etched in his memory. The veiled woman in white was none other than Lu Qianxue, the esteemed head of the Inner Gate's Artifact Refining Pavilion. A resounding chime, robust and resonant, fell from the clouds, heralding the arrival of a figure who glided down upon the gentle breeze. The delicate jade flute in his slender grasp emitted fleeting afterimages, and his piercing gaze swept across the arena. At noon, with the tolling of the Tianyuan bell, the outer gate competition commences. This individual was the esteemed master of the Tianxian Peak, the foremost among the Inner Gate's peaks, revered as the celestial Dao sect. Chu Chen, well acquainted with the prominent figure standing before him, couldn't help but feel a wave of nostalgia. Was such gravity truly warranted for an outer gate competition? In an instant, he sensed a gaze fixated upon him, undoubtedly. It belonged to Lu Qianxue above. Little brother, are you surprised? Are you astonished? Lu Qianxue's expression remained frosty, yet a glimmer of mischief danced in her beautiful eyes. Chu Chen fancied he caught her winking at him in a moment of secrecy, only to revert swiftly to her austere persona as the formidable peak master. "I've finally found you, my dear sister," he mused, momentarily lost in thought as he gazed at her attire, emblematic of the Inner Gate's higher echelons. Before breaking into a wide grin, with a resonant thrum, as Dao Xian concluded his proclamation, a radiant light flickered in the void, materializing into a stone tablet. The brilliant luminescence enveloped the entire sky, shrouding the immense monument. Soon, luminous characters began to emerge upon the surface of the stone, revealing the names of the participants upon closer inspection. Surrounding these names is a flowing halo. When one name suddenly brightens, the 2 corresponding individuals must engage in combat. This stone tablet, protected by mysterious forces, ensures the fairness of the contest. The outer sect competition commences with the first match. Accompanied by Dao Xian's resonant voice echoing in the ears of the crowd, all gazes swiftly turn to the stone tablet in the sky. A soft hum resonates as the massive tablet quivers slightly, its surface shimmering with vibrant colors, until two beams of light descend upon it, illuminating the names completely. Who has been chosen? A stir arises among the crowd, eager to discover who will initiate this inaugural battle. The illuminated characters emit a radiant glow, cascading from the heavens to envelop the contestants. The light falls upon a figure amidst the crowd of Qingyun Peak, revealing a disciple named Li Jin. He, a practitioner from the Li family and the brother of Li Wei, gazes fiercely in the direction of Chu Chen. The crowd promptly shifts their attention to the other side, where the light descends directly in front of Qingyun Peak. Upon closer inspection, they discover it has settled beside Chu Chen. Is that the junior sister from the Xia Peak? Remarkably, she is quite attractive. Whispers of discussion ripple through the crowd, pointing at Su Xiaofan, who stands beside Chu Chen. It is said that Li Wei was severely beaten by senior brother Chu after attempting to capture her last time. Although Li Jin's cultivation appears unremarkable, he is known to be a cunning and ruthless individual. Indeed, it seems a spectacle is about to unfold. Chapter 67. The first battle of Su Xiaofan on the martial arts platform, where the clouds roiled beneath the azure sky. Several dragon-patterned stone pillars upheld a three-zhang-high arena of blue stone. As the morning mist lingered from yesterday, the surface of the blue bricks glistened with the dew of the night, rendering the boots of the observing disciples resplendent. Su Xiaofan stood among the ranks of the servant disciples in the northwest corner, clearly hearing the crisp sounds of jade pendants clashing against the robes of the outer disciples in the front row. Isn't that the girl from the servant peak who always follows senior brother Chu? Laughter, deliberately subdued, echoed from the competing team. I heard she isn't even qualified to learn the foundational heart techniques. Compared to senior brother Chu, her strength pales in comparison. Surely, senior brother Chu has been deceived by her pitiful appearance? Listening to the murmurs of the crowd, Su Xiaofan clenched and released her jade hand hidden within her wide sleeves, causing the cuffs to flutter with her movements. Suddenly, a warm hand descended upon her shoulder. Do not heed those idle whispers. Chu Chen had approached her from behind without her notice, his moon-white attire rustling in the gentle breeze. He gently tapped the scabbard of the Qingzhu sword with his long fingers. Do you remember the surging swan step I taught you last night? It is derived from my improved dragon step and is particularly suited for female practitioners. Su Xiaofan tilted her head, meeting the dawn reflected in Chu Sun's eyes. Those eyes, typically filled with warmth, now bore a frosty intensity. Observe that spear behind. Li Jinxiu is most likely practicing the Liao Yuan spear technique from the Qingyun Peak. His initial stance will undoubtedly be the fiery cloud overhead. Remember this. Once the spear passes 7 shadows, its momentum will inevitably wane. Yes, senior brother, I shall strive diligently. Su Xiaofan nodded gently, her voice ringing with determination. I will show others that the servant peak is not inferior to any. Under the guidance of my senior, I too am capable of vanquishing those who arrogantly consider themselves superior. I shall not bring disgrace upon you. Upon hearing these words, Chu Chen offered a faint smile, choosing not to elaborate further. Before the echoes of his voice faded, a sudden, thunderous shout erupted from the arena. Wretched person, Li Jin, wielding a towering red-tasseled spear, leaped onto the stage, the spear's tip slicing through the mist with a shrill cry. Veins bulged on his forehead as he fixed a furious gaze upon the young girl below. Your senior brother severed my elder brother's path to immortality. Today, I demand blood for blood. A wave of astonishment swept through the spectators. The long-standing grudge from days past had suddenly resurfaced, causing even the elders seated high above to furrow their brows slightly. Su Xiaofan trembled, memories of her fellow disciples, bloodied and lying in a cell, flooding back. On that day, Li Jin's elder brother, Li Wei, sought to take liberties with her, had it not been for her senior brother's timely arrival. Taking a deep breath, Su Xiaofan's gaze flickered with a glint of cold light. With the lightest touch of her toes upon the blue stone, she executed a graceful step akin to a butterfly flitting through flowers, her gray robe trailing elegantly in the morning light as she alighted in a corner of the arena. In her hand, she held a green bamboo sword, though not a divine weapon. It had been refined through the teachings of Long Zichen and personally imbued with mystical power by Chu Chen. At this moment, the bamboo sword, forged from the mountainside's green bamboo, shimmered with a radiant glow. The two combatants were of similar age, and their ascent to the stage captured the attention of all around. The impending clash between these two with a history of animosity promised to be quite intriguing. Li Jin's pupils contracted. Su Xiaofan's agility was evidently beyond that of the mere servants of the peak. However, consumed by rage, he paid no heed to such details. With a sweeping motion, the red-tasseled spear unleashed a flurry of 7 crimson shadows, effectively sealing off all avenues of retreat. This was the fiery initiation of the blazing cloud spear technique. Clang! Amidst the tumult of battle, Su Xiaofan stumbled back a few steps. What is the matter? You from the servant peak are quite audacious today, daring to confront me? Li Jin observed Su Xiaofan with a playful glint in his eyes, infused with mockery. Could it be that my feeble brother has wronged you in some way? Enough of your nonsense, you scoundrel. Su Xiaofan retorted sharply, gripping her longsword tightly. As Su Xiaofan executed her distinctive opening move, the audience erupted in astonishment. Is this technique even part of the Servant Peak's martial arts? Indeed, but I fear that Su Junior's sister will suffer a crushing defeat. After all, Li Jin, despite his shortcomings, is at the 3rd level of qi condensation, while she has only just entered this realm. I share your concerns. As the impending clash loomed, the disciples in the stands initiated yet another round of fervent discussion. Amidst their chatter, Su Xiaofan sprang into action, gliding through the air with elegance. With a resonant clang, the hem of Su Xiaofan's gray robe was lifted by the morning breeze, causing the jade pendant at her waist to jingle softly. Following this, the Qingzhou sword sliced through the air, producing a clear, melodious sound. Truly a novice, replete with flaws. Li Jin sneered, slightly shifting his posture as the Qingzhou sword narrowly missed him. He then concentrated his internal energy into his palm and struck out. With a slight Su Xiaofan, lacking the time to defend, braced herself against his blow, her Qizhou sword slicing through the air towards Li Jin. In their exchange, each sustained injuries. A testament to their fierce confrontation. You wretched fool, are you seeking death? Li Jin's face contorted in agony as the sword had grazed his flesh, the fiery sting igniting his rage. He slammed the rear of his red tassel spear onto the ground, causing the blue stone bricks beneath to crack and splinter like spiderwebs. As he stepped heavily upon the bluestone pavement, the ground beneath him emitted a sharp crackle reminiscent of shattering stones. How could a lowly servant of the miscellaneous peak dare to wield a sword? He scoffed, twirling his spear, and to his astonishment, the 12 crimson copper tassels ignited with sparks under the impetus of his true energy. He warned her not to beg for mercy later. With that, he swung his spear, gathering flames along its shaft. Observing this, Su Xiaofan hastily brandished her green bamboo sword. Bang, bang, bang. The forceful strikes were met with Su Xiaofan's arduous defenses. At that moment, Li Jin closed the distance, swiftly delivering a palm strike. Once again, Su Xiaofan frantically positioned her bamboo sword before her. Boom. The weighty palm impacted the blade, forcing Su Xiaofan to stagger back 3 steps before she could steady herself. Once she regained her footing, she assessed the disparity in their combat prowess. Clearly, she was at a disadvantage. After all, Li Jin was at the 3rd level of the condensation realm, 2 levels above her, and as a formal disciple of the Clear Cloud Peak, he had access to far greater resources than she, a mere disciple of the miscellaneous peak. Su Xiaofan lightly tapped her toes against the blue stone, her green bamboo sword shimmering with a soft glow, its edge dancing with a crisp hum. Li Jin regarded her with a cold, sardonic gaze, a smirk of disdain etched upon his features. The sharp sound of her sword merely elicited a dismissive grunt from him. Seizing an opportunity, Li Jin focused intently and advanced. Clang! The crisp sound of metal striking metal shattered the brief silence, as Li Jin's charged spear collided with Su Xiaofan's hastily raised bamboo sword. The tremendous force surged along the blade, leaving Su Xiaofan's arm tingling, almost causing her to lose her grip on the sword. Chapter 68. Victory in sight. As Li Jin looked at the seemingly inevitable strike being thwarted, his expression darkened with malice. He promptly intensified the infusion of his internal energy, twisting the tip of his spear to unleash a flurry of phantom strikes. He afforded her no respite, his assault crashing down like a relentless tide. His spear techniques were sharp and swift, each thrust aimed directly at her vital points. Forced into a continuous retreat, Su Xiaofan found herself increasingly flustered. Her originally fluid sword movements now thoroughly disrupted. The forceful blows destabilized her balance, and she stumbled back several paces before barely regaining her footing, her feet thudding heavily against the stone tiles. Bang, bang, bang. Seizing the opportunity as she raised her sword to block, Li Jin advanced, delivering a powerful palm strike. Instantly, The shadows of his spear and the imprint of his hand danced about, compelling Su Xiaofan to retreat repeatedly upon the martial stage. Despite Su Xiaofan's valiant efforts to fend off his onslaught, it proved futile. She could not withstand the entirety of his assault, forced to continuously yield ground as she met his strikes. I told you, this disciple from the miscellaneous peak has no chance of winning. The onlookers began to murmur among themselves. In my view, her defeat is merely a matter of time, especially considering the two-tier disparity in strength. Observing Su Xiaofan's retreat, Chu Chen wore an expression of calm indifference, standing serenely at the forefront of the observation platform. Even if she were to lose at this moment, defeat bore no shame. Their statuses and levels of cultivation were not on par. Even in loss, she would only falter at the starting line. Boom. A dull thud resonated as Li Jin's solid palm strike sent her reeling, causing her knee to crash heavily against the stone surface. And she promptly spat out a mouthful of blood. Puff. Another jarring sound echoed in the air, a sharp, slicing noise reverberating around them. This time, Li Jin's gun flashed past her arm, leaving a faint trace of blood. Su Xiaofan gritted her teeth, enduring the pain as she continued to hold her ground. Although her stamina began to wane, and her movements grew increasingly sluggish, the expression on Su Xiaofan's face was not as disheartened as Li Jin had anticipated. The exquisite and graceful Su Xiaofan wore a serene countenance, primarily focused on defense and parrying. What are you still holding on for? Li Jin pressed closer, the barrel of his gun heavily bearing down upon the girl's sword tip, his strikes unrelenting. A mockery danced upon his lips as he derisively taunted her, suggesting she might as well kneel and beg for mercy, for perhaps he would grant her the title of a concubine. Su Xiaofan feigned indifference to his words. Her gaze fell upon the trembling tip of her sword, and suddenly, the admonitions of Chu Chen, who had instructed her in swordsmanship, echoed in her ears. With your current strength, you cannot contend with most cultivators. If you encounter one of similar prowess, consider employing the illusory step, using their own force to disarm them. Without their weapons, your chances of victory may improve. At that moment, the spiraling force within her dantian began to circulate, her muscles subtly tensing beneath her gray robe. As Li Jin's relentless assault quickened, Su Xiaofan remained silent, pouring every ounce of her strength into wielding her green band. Unbeknownst to her, the rhythm of her footsteps began to transform. An ephemeral shadow? High above, an elder clad in the robes of Dan Feng observed with a hint of astonishment, seemingly discerning some clues from Su Xiaofan's movements. This little one is no simple character. Lu Qianxue chuckled softly. Since the commencement of the battle, the girl had maintained an astonishingly calm demeanor. In contrast to that fellow from Qingyun Peak, her composure was even more admirable, making her a commendable choice for my forging pavilion. She was biding her time, and at such a tender age, to possess such fortitude was indeed impressive. The elder of the law enforcement hall, Dao Yan, gently stroked his smooth forehead, his gaze filled with approval. As the prolonged assault continued without yielding results, Li Jin's urgency intensified. With a sweeping motion of his Xian iron spear, he slightly repelled the opposing Su Xiaofan, whose muscular arms flexed as the spear's shaft emanated a crimson swirl. Suddenly, the spearhead ignited with red flames, and 7 crimson spear shadows were unleashed. Fiery crows burning the sky. This move had cost my elder brother his life. Li Jin grinned savagely, flicking his wrist as the fiery crows instantly altered their trajectory in midair, blocking all of Su Xiaofan's escape routes. Su Xiaofan, with a swift tap of her toes, retreated desperately, the soles of her gray cloth shoes carving shallow grooves into the stone bricks. The image of Chu Chen sketching a 9-palace grid in the sandy soil on the mountain the previous night suddenly surfaced in her mind. She executed the stunning swan step, positioning herself in the sun direction, and with her Qing bamboo sword, she deftly struck at the most vulnerable point of the fiery crows. With a sharp hiss, sparks flew onto her sleeve, scorching it, yet she ultimately carved out a path for survival. In the midst of her labored breaths, a thunderous roar echoed. Merely a trivial skill. Li Jin, witnessing his lethal move thwarted, abruptly grounded his spear, causing spiderweb-like cracks to erupt from the seams of the blue bricks. Utilizing the momentum, he leapt slightly, and the spearhead transformed into dozens of cascading down like a torrential downpour. This was the essence of the scorching plain spear technique. Each illusory shadow was enveloped with genuine force, and the observing disciples could even smell the charred aroma. Scorching plains 100 slashes. As the spear shadows passed the 7th, their might was destined to wane. Su Xiaofan silently recited Chu Chen's instructions, and her pupils suddenly constricted as the seventh crimson light amidst the myriad of gunfire appeared particularly solid. Ignoring the searing pain in her left shoulder, the Qingzhu sword accurately pierced the seventh gun shadow. With a clang, the sound of metal clashing echoed as Li Jinjuan's grip faltered, nearly causing him to lose his spear. Damn! This lethal strike was unexpectedly thwarted, and a terrifying gloom enveloped Li Jin's expression. Seizing the moment that his fatal blow was deflected, Li Jin managed to inflict a few minor wounds on Su Xiaofan. Yet they proved inconsequential. She consistently evaded his deadly maneuvers with her peculiar footwork. "Ah, I truly underestimated you, junior sister." In the audience, Chu Chen smiled faintly, feeling a sense of gratification at the prowess Su Xiaofan displayed. On the arena, the dynamics of the battle began to shift. Su Xiaofan, who had been passively dodging and enduring attacks, started to acclimate to the intensity of the fight, finding opportunities to cautiously thrust her sword amidst. Although her strikes could not harm Li Jin, they significantly bolstered her confidence. The two combatants, both bleeding from their wounds, exhibited distinct signs of fatigue, largely attributable to Chu Chen. While practicing the coagulation technique of the 8 Desolations blood divine nerve, he discovered that it could aid others in refining their vital energy and fortifying their bodies. By utilizing a diminished version of the primordial body refinement technique within Su Xiaofan, he gradually enhanced her physical constitution. Coupled with their prior exchanges, her resilience against strikes saw a marked improvement, far surpassing that of an ordinary third-tier qi condensation realm like Li Jin. As their strengths fluctuated, the scales of victory began to tilt. Chapter 69. A bitter victory. Blood trickled from the corner of Li Jin's mouth, yet a frenzied glint ignited in his eyes. "You forced my hand. You shall pay dearly." Suddenly, a dragon-shaped phantom materialized along the length of his weapon, and a searing gust of wind swept up fragments of stone. In an instant, he soared into the air, his body entwined with the gun, forming a fiery vortex. The tip of his weapon emitted a thunderous roar, shattering the stone railings of the spectator platform. Xiaofan's hairpins snapped abruptly, her long tresses dancing wildly in the heat. Clang! The reverberation of metal striking metal lingered, as the crimson light of his weapon lashed out like a venomous serpent. Li Jin surged forward, and in a heartbeat, 7 illusory spear strikes coalesced into a blazing web. Xiaofan deftly tapped the azure stone with her toes, the soles of her cloth shoes carving a deep groove across the surface. As her bamboo sword swept through the spear illusions, the intricate patterns upon its blade flickered ominously. Crack! The bamboo sword, alas, was not a true spiritual weapon. Under the relentless barrage of mystical forces, it splintered with a sharp crack. Xiaofan staggered backwards, her back colliding heavily against a stone pillar in the arena. A metallic sweetness surged in her throat as she forced down the bloodied foam, only to notice the charred marks scorching her left shoulder. Amidst the gasps of the onlookers, Li Jin pressed his advantage, the tip of his weapon piercing the stone pillar mere inches from the girl's ear, sending shards of rock flying and slicing her cheek. "Is that all you've got?" Li Jin taunted as he closed in, the shaft of his gun pressing against her throat. In this life and death moment, her gaze darted towards Chu Chen, memories flooding back of when he had casually gifted her the compendium of herbs. "Xiaofan, I just bought this from old Qian for you." Though not a powerful technique, it said that the wood-based arts have beautifying properties. Suddenly, a thought sparked in her mind. The compendium of herbs? To overcome hardness with softness? The principles of the soft vines binding the tiger technique described in the Bai Chao Jing remarkably align with the victorious methods taught by Chu Chen. Impossible. Li Jin, horrified, watched as the gun's muzzle shifted direction. He desperately leaned back, yet could not halt the momentum. The gun barrel crashed heavily against his chest, tearing his garment, while flames etched a charred mark upon his skin. Su Xiaofan, pointing her sword at the fallen Li Jin, spoke in a chilling tone. "A formal disciple of Qingyun Peak is nothing extraordinary. Who dares to claim that my servant Peak is weak?" Li Jin beheld the azure bamboo, sword poised beside him. Although the blade was shattered, it still emanated a faint aura of profound power. The fractured surface of the sword reflected his contorted visage, which was rife with disbelief. Before the battle commenced, he had mocked this bamboo sword as merely a child's toy. Yet now, it was this very toy that had inflicted upon him the bitter taste of defeat. Among the elders, one stroked his beard in admiration to conquer the rigidity of the blazing world with the gentleness of nature. "This girl has truly grasped the essence of the path of life." Remarkable. Following Su Xiaofan's triumph, the disciples who had previously derided her now stood in silence, fixated on the blood-stained hem of her garment. Upon hearing the elder's praise, Chu Chen smiled faintly. I refuse to accept this. You, a mere initiate from the servant peak, cannot possibly defeat me, who is at the third level of the Qi-gathering realm. Li Jin's face twisted in rage. His eyes filled with resentment and fury as he stared intently at Su Xiaofan's retreating figure. As she sheathed her sword and turned, she cast a glance at Li Jin. Her expression composed. A loss is a loss. Why seek excuses? Unyielding, Li Jin let out a furious roar, his gaze fixed on Su Xiaofan, who was sheathing her sword and turning away. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet and unleashed a shot. Standing nearby, Chu Chen observed this scene with a resigned sigh. He lifted his eyes towards the distant Qingyun peak, a flicker of complexity crossing his features. Since Elder Su's disappearance, Qingyun Peak had fallen into Lin Yu's hands. Yet its disciples were of such inferior caliber, it seemed the reputation of Qingyun Peak was destined to dwindle with this generation. She is not stronger than you. Do not let her intimidate you. Her only reliance is her agility. At that moment, an ethereal transmission entered Li Jin's ear. Qingxian. Enough. From above in the firmament, Elder La Tajong from the task pavilion admonished a figure beside him, indicating that the transmission to Li Jin had originated from Daoist Qingxian. Bang! The shot came unexpectedly, interrupting Su Xiaofan's retreat. Her bamboo sword, unable to gather strength in time, was jolted apart, causing her arm to tingle with shock. Huh! Li Jin scoffed coldly, channeling his mystic energy into the spear, its red tassel dancing with the weapon as 7 crimson spear shadows instantaneously lunged towards the girl before him, barring all avenues of escape. Fire cloud covers the sky. The sound of metal clashing resonated through the air. Break! With a derisive snort, Li Jin swung his black iron spear, striking heavily against the nearly shattered bamboo sword. Bang! Crack! Su Xiaofan staggered back, the fractures in her sword widening ominously. Without that sword, I wonder how you will contend with me. Li Jin's mocking laughter echoed across the martial platform as he thrust his spear with increasing frequency. Puchi! Puchi! Before long, Su Xiaofan bore numerous crimson wounds upon her body. Su Xiaofan's pupils constricted suddenly, as the energy vortex in her dantian surged violently through her meridians. She grasped the fractured section of the bamboo sword, allowing the splinters to pierce her palm. Blood trickled down the hilt, following the intricate patterns engraved upon it, while the green bamboo sword erupted in a blinding radiance. You seek your own demise. Witnessing Su Xiaofan's unwavering determination ignited an uncontrollable fury within me. Her calm demeanor and composed spirit drew admiring glances from the esteemed elders above in the heavens. The onlookers, too, were captivated. What was initially a suspenseful battle had become a spectacle of brilliance. Look quickly, that lad Li Jin's aura is becoming chaotic. The situation for my junior sister was also dire. She was drenched in blood. How could one bear to harm such an endearing sister? Amidst the murmurs, the azure light clashed violently with the crimson flames, sending shockwaves that toppled the bronze incense burner at the edge of the arena. Still unwilling to concede, Li Jin lunged forward, thrusting his spear and piercing Su Xiaofan's shoulder. A mist of blood erupted from Su Xiaofan's mouth, causing Chu Chen to finally voice his concern. That's enough. Yield, Xiaofan. Stubbornly, she gripped the spear with one hand while wielding the bamboo sword with the other. Brother, I can win. I promise not to bring you shame. Su Xiaofan struggled to rise, the clash of metal resounding once more. The bamboo sword, unable to withstand the strain, spun and flew towards the spectators. Su Xiaofan clutched the remaining hilt tightly, allowing the spear's tip to pierce her left side. The bamboo sword penetrated the spear's shadow, tearing a 3-inch gash into Li Jin's right shoulder. With a primal roar akin to that of a beast, he thrust his spear. In the astonished gaze of the crowd, Su Xiaofan, harnessing the momentum of her advance, drove the half-bamboo sword deep into his body. The long spear stirred a crimson mist as Su Xiaofan was propelled into the air, crashing heavily onto the platform's edge. Thud! Both combatants were hurled more than a foot away, leaving 2 trails of blood on the azure stone surface. After a moment, Su Xiaofan, drenched in blood, staggered to his feet, casting a faint smile at Chu Chen before laboriously uttering a few words. Senior brother, I did it. This scene moved everyone present. Soon after, an ethereal voice resonated through the sky. Su Xiaofan victory. Chapter 70. Luck is also strength. Before the echoes of the announcement faded, Chu Chen and a disciple from Qingyun Peak swiftly ascended the platform to escort the 2 combatants below, where attendants awaited to tend to their injuries. In the realm of cultivation sects, injuries are an inevitable consequence of competition. Thus, sects always designate personnel for healing to prevent the loss of talent. Buzz. The massive stone tablet trembled once more, its surface shimmering with radiant light, illuminating the names of the victors in their entirety. Soon, two beams of rosy light cascaded from the sky, enveloping the disciples of Qingmu Peak and Yunxia. I forfeit. The disciple from Qingyun Peak appeared dejected, his expression fluctuating before he ultimately decided to concede. Although Dan Peak was renowned for its alchemical prowess, it did not imply a complete lack of combat capability. However, the disciple Yunxia from Dan Peak possessed a rare flame, her combat strength evidently ranking among the top 10 in the outer sect, making her a formidable opponent. A smile adorned Yunxia's face. She had effortlessly secured a victory, an outcome that would bring joy to anyone, surrendering without a hint of resistance. She could not withstand even the slightest challenge. Everyone's attention was fixed on the stone tablet high above, where two more beams of light descended, one directed towards the disciples of the library pavilion and the other towards the disciples of Qingmu Peak. As Chu Chen raised his gaze, he beheld Lu Qing, a peak practitioner of the gathering origin realm, stepping onto the stage from the direction of Qingmu Peak. The moment her presence graced the arena, the atmosphere surged with palpable excitement. She gracefully sauntered to the center of the field, adorned in a flowing gown of delicate lavender silk, her lips curled into a subtle, enigmatic smile that accentuated her enchanting allure with every gesture. On the other side, the selected contender from the library pavilion was merely a disciple at the 7th level of the Qi condensation realm, a full tier beneath Lu Qing. Having learned from Chu Chen's prior experiences, Lu Qing remained vigilant, unwilling to underestimate her opponent. The ensuing battle was indeed captivating, with Lu Qing's figure dancing across the arena, evading attacks while executing the illusory butterfly palm technique, which elicited waves of applause from the audience. After several rounds of combat, Chu Chen's attention was drawn to a familiar silhouette ascending the martial stage. His gaze fixated on the individual, whose robe was adorned with silver sword patterns, a distinctive emblem of the disciples from the Sword Peak. Clad in a flowing white robe, a sword was sheathed at his waist, the very sword that Chu Chen had gifted him. Together, they had etched the words heart like still water upon its blade, a name chosen in the hope that the exuberant young man could find tranquility amidst life's chaos. Draped in his billowing garments, his white attire gleamed like fresh snow, presenting a visage of striking handsomeness that nearly rivaled Chu Chen's own. He stood there, radiating a comforting aura of righteousness. Yet, only Chu Chen understood that beneath that serene exterior lay a heart restless and unyielding. This individual was none other than his long-lost friend, Hao Jian. Among the crowd, only a handful perceived the dazzling flash of the sword, as a disciple from Qingyun Peak was swiftly defeated in a single move. With a swift and decisive move, Hao Jian effortlessly brought the disciple of Qingyun Peak to defeat. The entire martial arts arena fell into a moment of stunned silence, which was soon shattered by a thunderous applause and cheers. Chu Chen, watching from the spectator platform, beamed with delight as he murmured to himself, "Little brat, you've actually entered the inner circle." After stepping down from the stage, Hao Jian raised his Qingxin sword slightly towards Chu Chen, a smile gracing his face. From across the platform, Chu Chen returned the gesture with a playful fist to his chest, then pointed his index finger into the air, embodying the bomb. In the 11th match, the formidable disciple from Lion Peak, Hua Taizhan, took the stage to face a disciple from Qingyun Peak. However, before any moves could be made, the latter surrendered. What is going on with Qingyun Peak and Qingshan Peak today? They're all up against top 10 disciples. How peculiar. Indeed, it was said that all these individuals bore grudges against Chu Chen, yet today they found themselves in such unfortunate circumstances. The murmurs from the spectators reached Chu Chen's ears, prompting an amused chuckle from him. The subsequent battles progressed with remarkable speed, as they were primarily external disciples confronting the top 10, all conceding without a fight. Most of the top 10 disciples had already reached advanced levels, and the contests among the disciples of various peaks became increasingly riveting. The external disciples from Qingyun Peak and Qingshan Peak clashed fiercely on, locked in a struggle that seemed endless. The Qingyun Peak disciples moved with grace, each strike imbued with a sense of ethereal agility, their techniques twinkling like stars in the night sky. In contrast, the Qingshan Peak disciples employed bold and powerful movements, each attack resonating with the force of nature. eliciting waves of cheers and gasps from the audience that mirrored the ebb and flow of their combat. Subsequently, the disciples of Dan Peak and the Forging Pavilion showcased their unique skills. The disciples of Dan Peak were engulfed in flames, wielding various weapons that conjured waves of fire. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Forging Pavilion recited incantations, their hands swiftly forming seals as an array of meticulously forged weapons flew from their grasp, illuminating the arena in a kaleidoscope of colors. The exchanges between the two peaks' disciples led to a cacophony of thunderous clashes between mystical arts and spiritual instruments. As the competition progressed, the atmosphere became increasingly tense and fervent, with disciples from each peak experiencing both triumphs and defeats. Amidst the fierce battles, unexpected victories emerged. A disciple from the Library Pavilion, at the Qi condensation stage, astonishingly defeated an opponent at the early stage of the Gathering Essence realm using Earth-tier techniques. A female disciple from the Miscellaneous Peak, despite her lower cultivation level, bewildered a male disciple of significantly higher cultivation in the Gathering Essence realm, catching the attention of an elder from the inner sect, who promptly took her in as an inner disciple. Above, the master of the inner sect's Tianxian Peak, Daoxian, squinted with a smile, stroking his long beard, revealing a look of contentment. Indeed, this cohort has produced a plethora of promising talents. And it is fortunate that the top 10 disciples have rarely encountered one another. This is indeed a positive development. Luck, too, is a form of strength. Daoxian chuckled softly, evidently optimistic about this year's disciples. Elder Xie Tianhua from Dan Peak offered a slight smile. Daoxian waved his hand, remaining silent, yet while many elders observed the disciples below with expressions of satisfaction. On the observation platform, as Chu Chen meditated with closed eyes, he couldn't help but glance at a nearby inebriated youth who, with a loud smack of his lips, had fallen into a deep slumber. The battle had reached a stalemate, and the stone tablet still showed no signs of manifestation. Chu Chen lifted his gaze towards the stone tablet suspended in the heavens. Unable to suppress a whisper to himself, "Has this stone tablet truly forgotten me?" No sooner had the words left his lips than the tablet above the firmament suddenly radiated a brilliant light, and two streams of ethereal brilliance descended from Chu Chen's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld a golden glow enveloping his entire being. At last, it is my turn. After standing for an extended period, he slightly moved his stiff neck, producing a faint cracking sound. After a day of waiting, the energy within him began to stir restlessly. He turned his gaze to the opposite side, where his adversary was also bathed in celestial light, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips, his eyes brimming with combat fervor. The figure before him, clad in robes as white as snow, with cascading black hair flowing like, leaped onto the stage at the moment the spiritual light was cast, emanating a profound aura of mystical energy. As he ascended the platform, the entire arena fell into an expectant silence, all eyes fixed on the two figures upon the stage. Chapter 71. The Battle with the First Cedo? Chu Chen. Is he the interned disciple who previously defeated the favored disciple? Qin Shuang? How could he possibly be matched against him? The head of the law hall, a formidable figure, has turned his attention to the rising interned disciple. This promises to be an intriguing spectacle. The instant Qin Shuang stepped onto the stage, Chu Chen simultaneously struck the armrest of the observation platform and leaped onto the martial arts stage. The sight of both competitors taking their positions on the stage elicited waves of astonished murmurs from the spectators. There was no need to elaborate on Qin Shuang. He was the esteemed first disciple of the Law Hall, an experienced disciple of the Zhengyang realm. Regrettably, he had met with misfortune in the last grand competition, narrowly losing to one of the top 10 disciples. However, he had long since entered the Zhengyang realm, and in recent years, few had witnessed his prowess. Undoubtedly, he ranked among the top 3 disciples in this year's competition. As Chu Chen ascended the stage, he captivated the attention of nearly everyone present, even intriguing the elders in the heavens above with his performance as an interned disciple. Although Chu Chen had previously remained obscure, his recent exploits had begun to echo in the ears of the high-ranking officials. He first accomplished the long unfinished task of the Crimson Flame Spirit Serpent, which had stymied many Qi condensation disciples. Subsequently, he decisively defeated a direct disciple of the Outer Gate's main peak in his capacity as an intern, and then provocatively challenged the unpopular Qin Xin Daoist, obtaining resources from him. With such overwhelming murderous intent, success is hard to achieve, Qin Xin thought, sensing the covert gazes of the surrounding elders, and could not help but let out a cold snort. TSK, even before the fight begins. I can already feel the tension in the air. Many disciples who had heard of Chu Chen's achievements gazed at the martial platform with sparkling eyes, eagerly hoping that he would continue to create miracles. Senior brother Qin Shuang is the foremost disciple of the Law Hall and has already entered the Zhengyang realm. How could Chu Chen, merely at the qi condensation stage, possibly win? Remarked a disciple, clearly a devoted follower of Qin Shuang, his tone dripping with disdain. At that moment, another voice chimed in with a hint of mockery. Senior brother, one must not speak too definitively. Who can predict the outcome of a reversal? Look at Chu Sun, a direct disciple of the Zhengyang realm, who also fell before Chu Chen. The disciple was momentarily speechless, clearly taken aback by this retort. He opened his mouth, seemingly wishing to refute, but ultimately muttered under his breath, in any case, senior brother Qin Shuang will not lose. Yet, his tone lacked the earlier conviction, revealing a distinct uncertainty. Above the viewing platform, a cacophony of discussions arose, elevating the atmosphere to a fever pitch even before the battle commenced. Amidst the myriad voices of the disciples, even the man who had previously sat beside Chu Chen, his eyes clouded by inebriation, could not help but open his eyes, curiosity gleaming within them as he discreetly turned his gaze towards the martial stage. Truly, my dear Shuanger, how resplendent you are, ha ha ha. In the heavens above, the elder of the Law Hall, Dao Jie, lightly stroked his beard, his gaze piercing as it swept over the unruly drunken figure before settling upon the upright silhouette on the platform. Pride and confidence radiated. That was a disciple he had personally trained, and in his estimation, none among the contemporary disciples could rival him except for Sidu Zhong. His demeanor exuded an unassailable certainty in Qin Shuang's impending victory. Junior sister? Is this the Chu Chen you mentioned? Dao Xian inquired, slightly tilting his head to glance at the martial stage below, then turning to observe Lu Qianxue, whose gaze was firmly fixed on Chu Chen, his tone tinged with curiosity. What else could stir such a commotion and captivate the entire audience if not him? Lu Qianxue smiled softly, a flash of elusive light dancing in her eyes. Her gaze instinctively fell upon Chu Chen, the corners of her lips curving upward as she murmured, "Little brother, becoming my disciple is not as simple as it seems." The moonlight from that night cascaded upon his profile, the unique essence of youth having quietly sown a seed in her heart. On the martial stage, Chu Chen and Qin Shuang stood opposed, and though no battle had yet begun, the tension had already reached its zenith. A sardonic smile crept upon Qin Shuang's lips as he addressed Chu Chen, declaring, "It is destined to be your misfortune to encounter me." With unabashed fervor, Hua Taizhan bellowed, "Kid, bring him down, and I shall treat you to a drink." At that moment, Hao Jian stood resolutely on the observation platform, sword in hand, proclaiming, "Ah Chun, we await your good news." The disciples from the Servants' Peak rallied, waving their flags in fervent support, shouting, "Senior brother Chu, we stand by you." In an instant, the wind howled as the crowd's cheers surged, and the figures of Chu Chen and Qin Shuang flickered and collided like twin bolts of lightning upon the martial arts stage. Bloodlight fist. Chu Chen shouted, a crimson glow emanating from his fist, infused with an intense battle spirit as it surged toward Qin Shuang. Heaven's punishment thunder seal. Qin Shuang, unyielding, summoned flickering lightning in his hands, coalescing a tempestuous thunderous mark that advanced to meet Chu Chen's assault. With no time for testing the waters, the two unleashed their arcane techniques in a fierce confrontation. The air erupted with a thunderous clash as their formidable powers collided. The shockwave sent Chu Chen staggering back 2 steps, while Qin Shuang barely retreated a single step. The bluestone ground beneath them cracked under the immense impact, resembling a spider's web, revealing that Chu Chen's lower-tier arcane skill had faltered in comparison, resulting in a subtle disadvantage. "You truly are underestimated," Qin Shuang steadied himself, a cold smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. With a slight tilt of his chin, his gaze was filled with disdain and scorn. "I've heard tales of your victory over the direct disciple of Qingmu Peak, but to me, that is merely a stroke of luck." As his words faded, Qin Shuang swiftly formed intricate hand seals, his fingertips tracing an esoteric symbol in the air. In an instant, the ethereal energy in the air began to stir, swiftly converging towards Qin Shuang. In the blink of an eye, countless sword shadows coalesced around him. Although merely phantoms, they emanated a chilling brilliance. "Go." With a soft command from Qin Shuang, the sword shadows moved in accordance with his will, resonating and interweaving in the air to form a unique sword formation, surging forth like a tempest, unceasingly shooting towards Chu Chen. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Countless sword shadows sliced through the air, erupting forth, their tails trailing explosive sounds. Chu Chen's pupils contracted sharply, every hair on the back of his neck standing on end. At that critical moment, he had no time to form seals. Instinctively, he activated the diamond body protection technique, channeling his internal energy through his meridians, coalescing into a translucent golden radiance on his surface. As the protective aura had yet to fully take shape, a tempestuous wind whipped through his hair, accompanied by a thunderous roar in his. Chapter 72. Martial arts talent. The prana within Chu Chen's dantian surged violently, golden light erupting around him. As his internal energy, all 362 acupoints within his body vibrated simultaneously, releasing golden energy that formed spirals. At this moment, a slight burning sensation enveloped his skin, as golden runes appeared to dance upon its surface. The dense golden energy intertwined, rapidly forming 9 layers of concentric spirals, stacking around him to create a translucent golden bell of profound energy. The surface of the bell is intricately engraved with ancient Sanskrit, resembling a. This design represents the first form of the Vajra body protection technique, known as the formless mysterious armor. Chu Chen gleaned insights from the records of this technique, discovering that upon achieving mastery, the sound of the bell ringing thrice would summon the ethereal shadows of 8 celestial dragons to safeguard him, while the sacred sounds emanating from the golden bell could withstand the might of divine artifacts. In a flash, as Qin Shuang concentrated her sword's edge, it transformed into streaks of chilling brilliance, rushing through the air. Yet, as the blades approached the hem of Chu Chen's robe, a sudden eruption of profound energy from the bell's surface occurred. Clang, clang, clang. The sword shadows relentlessly struck within half a foot of Chu Chen, crashing against the golden shield of energy, which in turn ignited a dazzling display of golden light. Furrowing her brow, Qin Shuang noticed that the sword rays were repelled by the outer mystical light of the golden bell, producing a sound akin to metal clashing. The flowing golden radiance effortlessly neutralized all assaults. In the heavens above, the elders of the Martial Extremity Palace marveled at the promising talent before them. This young adept was employing the energy vortex of his 362 acupoints in harmony with the principles of martial arts, a remarkable feat indeed. However, it was noted that the Vajra body protection technique consisted of 4 forms, with the 4th, universal salvation, having not graced the world for 2 centuries. One elder, donning the same attire as the others, remarked, "Brother, have you forgotten that the first form, formless mysterious armor, requires 3 years of nurturing?" His voice abruptly ceased as his fingertip grazed the insignia of the Martial Extremity Palace at his waist. 2 centuries ago, following the fall of a powerful figure from their ranks, the influence of the Martial Extremity Palace had waned, making it difficult to compete for disciples against the peak masters of the Tianyuan sect. What a pity for the exceptionally gifted youth below. Alas, having experienced the formidable power of the golden armor technique, Chu Chen cast aside all reservations and smiled mockingly, his lips curling upwards. With a light step, he propelled himself forward, deftly retrieving the sword case from his back. He struck it forcefully against the ground, and with a graceful flick of his wrist, a long black sword, shimmering with an ethereal blue light, leapt into his grasp. Buzz, 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 bang, bang, bang. Qin Shuang, witnessing that he had yet to make his mark, transitioned from a one-handed seal to a two-handed stance, causing the sword light to accelerate dramatically. Soon, the air was filled with the cacophony of clashing metal, as Qin Shuang expertly directed the sword shadows to collide forcefully against the sword shadows unleashed by Chu Chen. The battle, having just commenced, escalated into a fierce confrontation, drawing applause and cheers from the onlookers in the stands. Chu Chen's swordplay revealed a semblance of the way of the sword, his heavy blade devoid of sharp edges, embodying a remarkable kind of artistry. Dao Xian stroked his beard in admiration, exclaiming, "Ah, this young man is quite impressive, though, I must say, his sword-wielding posture leaves much to be desired." Lu Qinxue, observing Chu Chen's splendid display of prowess, smiled softly, her eyes brimming with affection. With a resounding crash, the sounds from the martial platform startled the crowd. As they turned their attention, they beheld the sword shadows of Chu Chen breaking through, while Qin Shuang's sword shadows were entirely dispersed by the black blade. "It is my turn now," Chu Chen bellowed fiercely, brandishing the black sword, its tip aimed directly at Qin Shuang. With a resonating buzz, the black sword's shadow reemerged, its weighty blade enveloped by a fierce gale, tearing through the air with a piercing hum. Faced with the oncoming black sword, Qin Shuang's pupils constricted, should it connect. Even as a practitioner of the Zhenyang realm, he would likely suffer grievous injury. Xia Ming armor. Qin Shuang swiftly formed seals with both hands. His movements so rapid they appeared as mere afterimages dancing in the air. Even he himself had not anticipated that he could unleash such astonishing speed in the face of life and death. Perhaps it was the fear of mortality that awakened this latent potential within him. Suddenly, an enigmatic light converged before Qin Shuang, coalescing in an instant into a chilling shield of dark armor, enveloping him in protection. The relentless sounds of impact reverberated through the training ground, deafening like thunder. At this moment, the tide of battle had turned. Chu Chen pressed forward with an unyielding offensive, drawing upon his profound cultivation in the Zhenyang realm. Qin Shuang felt a surge of confidence. The ice shield he had just formed was not only as hard as iron, but also possessed remarkable regenerative property. Even though Chu Chen's black sword was unmatched in sharpness, it would be challenging to shatter the shield entirely in a short span of time. Each crack left by the blade would be swiftly mended by the newly formed frost, as if it had never been damaged at all. A glint of cold light flashed in Qin Shuang's eyes. He abruptly released the sword's hilt and made a vigorous swing. With a light touch of his toes, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, executing the dragon step technique to close the distance, his fists emanating a crimson glow. Boom! The black sword, infused with profound energy, struck heavily against the azure shield, producing a resounding clang of metal. It was subsequently rebuffed, sending Chu Chen staggering backward. Break from me! Swiftly advancing half a step with his left leg, while his right leg lunged forward, shattering the blue bricks beneath him. Gathering a torrent of profound energy in his fists, he unleashed a powerful barrage, his fist striking relentlessly against the dark armor shield. Bang, 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 crack, crack, crack. The crisp sounds echoed in succession as spiderweb-like fissures rapidly spread across the surface of the shield, and beneath Qin Shuang's feet, the azure stone erupted into a deep pit. As the seventh strike of the fist wind crashed against the ice shield, the protective barrier capable of withstanding the assaults of the Zhenyang realm shattered unexpectedly. Qin Shuang staggered back 7 paces, leaving spiderweb-like cracks on the stone floor. With a thunderous burst, the technique Thunderous Thrust, 4 fingers piercing kill, unleashed its fury. Qin Shuang's iron boots reverberated against the bricks as he forcefully reversed his retreating stance, transforming his dissipating backward momentum into a fierce advance, his 4 fingers entwined, unleashing dazzling arcs of purple lightning toward Chu Chen. With a sharp sound, the electric flash outpaced physical response, and with the tearing of fabric, Chu Chen's shoulder was pierced. As his fingers withdrew, a cascade of blood splattered forth, the acrid scent of charred flesh emanating from the wound. Humph! Chu Chen scoffed, abandoning his retreat. His hands, like blades, suddenly spread apart, blood-colored mystical energy surging at his fingertips. Here's a return blow. The crimson claws intertwined, leaving a cross-shaped scar upon Qin Shuang's body. On that day, when Chu Chen faced Qinya, he had acquired certain secret techniques from him. After practicing them, he deemed them too ruthless to frequently employ, especially since they belonged to the Sunluo Hall. Thus, he preferred to use them sparingly. After wounding Qin Shuang, he swiftly shifted his technique, harmonizing his waist, twisting his torso to deliver a punch enveloped in blood-colored mystical energy, striking heavily into Qin Shuang's abdomen and sending him flying. Chapter 73. The number 73. Boom. 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 The clash between the two escalated once more into a fervent frenzy, their mystical arts incessantly colliding, silhouettes intertwining before they engaged fiercely. Boom. On the martial platform, the sounds of battle echoed continually as the stone floor cracked under the pressure of the shock waves. The observing disciples had fallen into an eerie silence, holding their breaths in concentration. Their wide eyes followed the tumultuous duel between Chu Chen and his opponent, their necks turning in unison with the shifting battle, producing faint sounds of fabric brushing against one another. Is that truly a disciple of the 7th level of the Qi condensation realm? It's rather. Gazing upon Chu Chen below, Dao Xian, high above in the firmament, couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Chuckling softly, Lu Qianque, delighted by her little brother's valor, turned to the esteemed elders of the sect beside her, inquiring, "In your esteemed opinions, senior brothers, who shall emerge victorious from this contest?" A ratio of 7-3. Dao Xian mused, stroking his azure beard. His gaze lingered upon the two combatants below for a long moment before he deliberated. Qin Shuang is but a hair's breadth away from the pinnacle of the positive Yang realm. Though Chu, our junior nephew, possesses extraordinary talent. He is ultimately constrained by the Xian energy reserves of the 7th level of qi condensation. Among this year's disciples, only Situ Zhong could assuredly best him. As if struck by a sudden thought, his gaze drifted towards a languid figure below. Just as Dao Xian turned his attention to Situ Zhong, the clear chime of a sword echoed, and Shangguan Wuji, who had remained with his eyes closed, opened them. His pupils seemingly swirling with myriad swords. The extraordinary nature of our junior nephew has reached a transformative state. This P who had entered the Dao through the way of the sword, lightly tapped the sword at his waist, adding, moreover, have you not noticed? The manner in which his Xian energy circulates differs from that of ordinary qi condensation cultivators. This Xian energy is akin to transforming Dan Qi into a sea. As Shangguan Wuji uttered each word, the clamor of the battlefield interrupted the crowd's astonishment. Rumble. Upon the martial arts stage, Chu Chen and Qin Shuang, neither yielding to the other, stood locked in fierce combat. Celestial punishment lightning seal. Bloodlight fist. Thunderous thrust for finger pierce. Bloodlight fist. Let your mystic arts be heaven-defying. I shall shatter them with a single fist. Fight. Boom. Rumble. The sounds of explosions reverberated ceaselessly as Chu Chen and Qin Shuang once again engaged in battle. Seizing a momentary opening in Chu Chen's assault, Qin Shuang swiftly tapped the ground with the tips of his toes, his figure transforming into an afterimage as he explosively retreated, his jade belt snapping in response. With a resonant clang, the chilling blade emerged from its sheath, frost quickly creeping over its surface. Was that the Frost Heart Sword? To his astonishment, the Taoist elder had actually bestowed the sword upon him. On the observation platform, the many direct disciples displayed their surprise, with Wataizan, who was most familiar with Qin Shuang, exclaiming in astonishment, as if he foresaw the technique that Qin Shuang was about to unleash. Before his words faded, the profound energy swirling around Qin Shuang surged forth, spiraling into the sword's body, while the tips of his hair crystallized with frost. The temperature on the martial arts stage plummeted with the appearance of the Frost Heart Sword, as frost flowers blossomed upon the smooth azure stone floor. Celestial frost slash, Qin Shuang bellowed. At the moment the sword blade descended, a formidable sword aura, 3 zhang long, erupted from the Frost Heart Sword, racing toward Chu Chen, imbued with a frigid essence. In response, Chu Chen resolutely anchored his stance, bending his knees and coiling his leg muscles. He gently raised a hand, fingers poised in the air, as he grasped the distant black sword that sliced through the air with a resonant hum. Gripping the black sword firmly, its ethereal blue radiance surged, releasing a chilling aura. Boom! The terrifying sword aura collided with the black sword, producing a thunderous sound. Crack! Chu Chen's legs slightly bent. The ground beneath him shattered, and the azure stone floor was carved into 2 deep trenches by the powerful thrust of the sword aura, his arms vibrating painfully from the impact. Puffed. Blood surged within Chu Chen, and he promptly expelled a mouthful of crimson, which transformed into vivid red eyes. Such a potent secret technique. The observation platform erupted in astonishment. Had it been an ordinary disciple, they would have been gravely injured by Qin Shuang's. The chief disciple of the Law Hall was certainly not a title to be taken lightly. Previously, Qin Shuang's supporters felt a surge of pride, fervently extolling the might of Qin Shuang. He even managed to withstand the formidable Tian Shuang Ju of the Frost Heart Sword. On the observation platform, Yun Xia displayed a look of astonishment, as if she had anticipated the overwhelming power of the Tian Shuang Ju. Still not defeated? Qin Shuang gasped for breath, raising his gaze to the blood-stained Chu Chen, who stood resolutely in place, causing Qin Shuang's expression to darken. Once was not enough. He would make another attempt. Qin Shuang's words dripped with coldness as he lifted his longsword once more, a torrent of profound energy poised to surge forth. Humph! Such a technique is futile before me. Chu Chen's voice echoed in Qin Shuang's ears, even as it vanished from his sight in an instant. Buzz. Utilizing the dragon step, Chu Chen appeared beside Qin Shuang in a blur, his black sword striking out. Realizing that Chu Chen would not grant him a second opportunity to unleash his secret technique, Qin Shuang weighed his options. If interrupted during the cast, the backlash would be his own undoing. Being struck by that heavy great sword was no laughing matter. Judging the situation, he relinquished the powerful Tian Shuang Ju and retreated. Just as he did, Chu Chen's figure vanished again, reappearing behind him, delivering a punch to his back. Boom. Ah, you seek death. At that moment, Qin Shuang had lost all reason. Sheathing the Frost Heart Sword as lightning crackled between his hands once more. Thunderous strike. 3 fingers piercing kill. Qin Shuang's iron boots thundered against the brick surface. His 3 fingers converging, entwined in dazzling purple lightning, the potent energy surpassing that of 4 fingers, filling the air with a hint of charred essence. Do not put on a false front, for it will only serve to highlight your frailty. With a faint smile, Chu Chen's demeanor turned somewhat icy. Having grown up on the pristine Qinyun Peak, he had long since mastered the intricacies of movement techniques. With a step akin to a gliding dragon, he vanished from Qin Shuang's sight once more, propelled by his profound energy. Suddenly, Chu Chen's arms surged with radiant energy, his robes billowing without a breeze. As the spiritual energy within a 3-zhang radius began to surge violently, a visible vortex of spiritual essence gathered frantically around his fist, leaving white streaks etched into the blue stone ground from the force of his energy. In an instant, his fist ignited with a blinding golden glow, and a semi-transparent dragon head apparition materialized, roaring. As the vividly lifelike dragon mouth opened wide, the air was compressed with a thunderous boom, and the arena reverberated with a resonant dragon's roar. Chapter 74. The True Essence of Dragon Subjugation Impossible. That is, the true essence of dragon subjugation. On the observation platform, Chu Sun's expression shifted dramatically as he fixated on the ethereal figure above Chu Chen's fist, the dragon subjugation palm, a technique he was intimately familiar with. The disciples in the front row of the observation platform leaned back in unison, their robes rustling violently from the force of the spiritual. A circular shockwave erupted from Chu Chen's center, sending fragments of stone flying from the spiderweb like cracks in the blue stone ground. What a formidable wave of profound energy! Gasps of astonishment filled the observation platform. Such an exquisite method of close combat resembles the dragon subjugation fist from Qingmu Peak. Even Dao Xian and his companions displayed expressions of surprise, their gazes involuntarily drifting towards Taoist Qingxian. Then, with a flourish of the master of Dao Xian Peak unleashed several wisps of clear energy, which automatically formed a suppression array on the martial arts stage, dissipating the residual force of the battle. Suddenly, a crisp sound of sword ringing pierced the air. In the hands of Shangguan Wujia, the long sword unsheathed itself by 3 inches. The blade reflecting the flickering brilliance in his eyes, the 7th level of qi condensation shattered the defenses of the Zhengyang realm. This young man was indeed extraordinary. The sword's edge, a rare sound of praise from Shangguan Wujia, echoed in the air. Beside him, Lu Qianchue's gaze flitted past Shangguan Wujia and settled on Chu Chen, her eyes brimming with delight. Little brother, you truly are full of surprises. Boom. On the martial arts stage, under the overwhelming force of Chu Chen, Qin Shuang was forced to retreat repeatedly, his furious shouts resounding incessantly. Crack. At this moment, Qin Shuang's headband snapped, leaving his hair disheveled and in a state of utter disarray. He had long heard rumors of Chu Chen's inexplicable recovery of power, which had become astonishingly formidable, and how he had defeated Chu Sun through mere trickery. Arrogant as he was, he had never regarded the qi condensation realm Chu Chen as anything but a joke. Now, the chief disciple of the law hall was paying the price for his hubris. It turned out the rumors were deceiving. This lad had indeed triumphed over Chu Sun through sheer strength. Roar. At this moment, Chu Chen's veins bulged, his left arm slicing through the air, leaving a crimson afterimage. While the golden dragon-shaped illusion conjured by his right arm suddenly transformed into a dark golden hue. His body was enveloped in a layer of blood-red patterns, and simultaneously, a golden mystical shield emerged, his thoughts directing it. The golden shield, the size of a bell, floated half a foot away from him before gradually conforming to his skin, responding to his will. With each step he took, his muscles and bones collided, causing a subtle tremor throughout his body, the sound of sinews and bones resounding. Beneath the tattered robe, bulging muscles throbbed with visible veins, writhing as if animated, channeling the tempestuous energy within into a more incisive offensive. With the Chu Chen's prowess surged. Previously, he had merely studied arcane arts without a worthy opponent to hone his combat skills. Now, aided by Qin Shuang, the sharpening stone, he continuously adapted and integrated various techniques: bloodlight fist, dragon descending palm, the first layer of the 8 desolate blood nerve coagulation technique, and the first form of Vajra bodyguarding technique, the unmanifested mysterious armor. Qin Shuang coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body soaring backward like a sandbag kicked into the air. Covered in an array of fist imprints, he, a peak master of the Yang realm, found himself battered and bruised, with several ribs caved in from the relentless assault by Chu Chen. Observing this from above, The elder of the law enforcement hall paused, his grip tightening around a handful of his own beard, which he inadvertently yanked out in dismay. Qin Shuang was not only his prized disciple, but also the chief of the law enforcement hall. To see him in such a pitiful state stirred a tempest of concern within the elder. He began pacing anxiously, exclaiming, "This is dire. Retreat swiftly using the snow step technique. You can only engage in close combat, but Shuanger, you must create distance of at least 20 yards. His voice rang out like a gong, causing the disciples below to cover their ears. Indeed, spurred by his master's admonition, Qin Shuang's eyes gleamed with determination. After withstanding a few blows from Chu Chen, he hastily retreated, using the opportunity to create some space. "Now, taste my technique," Chu Chen declared, remaining stationary rather than pursuing. Instead, he channeled his entire arcane energy through the meridians of his arms, with his right fingertips aglow with mysterious light. Before he could unleash his strike, a resonant dragon's roar echoed in the air. The mighty dragon bears remorse as it collapses the mountains. With a thunder, Chu Chen infused his profound energy into his right palm, unleashing a powerful strike. A moment later, following a resounding dragon's cry, a translucent dragon-shaped apparition gradually materialized before him, emanating an overwhelming aura of dragon might as it surged forth from the peak of his fist, heading directly towards the retreating Qin Shuang. By heavens! Qin Shuang's countenance transformed dramatically, involuntarily uttering a curse. Faced with the impending force of the dragon's shadow, he recognized his inability to withstand it. Is this the dragon's subduing palm? The entire arena was in awe. On the observation platform, Chu Sun gazed at the azure-clad Taoist in the clouds and perceived astonishment and disbelief in the latter's eyes, prompting him to exclaim, "This young man has grown even stronger." The expression of the Taoist in the sky turned grim, filled with trepidation. In such a short span of time, this lad had not only mastered the dragon's subduing palm, but had also comprehended its true essence. A cold glimmer flashed in his eyes as he murmured to himself, "This individual must not be allowed to remain." Compared to the duo from Qingmu Peak, the other top-ranking disciples revealed their astonishment. They believed that, had they been in his position, they too would find it exceedingly difficult to endure such a formidable technique. Their gazes betraying a hint of admiration and respect for this young man in the condensing Qi realm. Not only the disciples on the observation platform, but even the elders in the heavens were taken aback by this strike. "Junior sister, you have stumbled upon a treasure," remarked Dao Xian, glancing at Lu Qianxue with a wistful expression. "This blow, I fear, few could withstand." "This young man's display is quite unexpected," Lu Qianxue said, watching Chu Chen unleash his formidable power with genuine joy, yet she couldn't help but worry for him. A tree that stands out in the forest is bound to be felled by the wind, while an open arrow is easily dodged. A hidden dagger is far more perilous. On the martial arts platform, the sound of Qin Shuang's bones cracking reverberated as he was forced to retreat under an overwhelming pressure, unable to lift his head. Having retreated to the point of no return, he fell heavily to the ground. "Oh dear!" Chu Chen exclaimed as he tumbled to the edge of the arena, clutching his arms and calling out. With an exaggerated expression, he bowed towards the heavens, and then, appearing feeble, he clasped his hands towards the fallen Qin, squinting as he spoke. "Senior brother, my mystical energy has been depleted, and I can no longer continue the fight. I concede this battle. If I have offended you in any way, I hope for your understanding." As the echoes of his words faded, Chu Chen swiftly shed his despondent demeanor and gracefully leaped down from the martial stage, revealing no trace of weakness. Qin Shuang, rising to his feet, gazed at Chu Chen's retreating figure, feeling a tumult of emotions. Having awakened the dual elemental roots of ice and thunder, he had always considered himself extraordinary, maintaining an air of superiority as the best in the world. Little did he realize that he had already alienated everyone around him. While Chu Chen's astute handling of affairs imparted him a valuable lesson. For outer disciples to enter the inner sect, they must pass rigorous assessments. In the previous competition, Qin Shuang had suffered a regrettable defeat at the hands of the top 10 due to his insufficient strength. A further loss could mean years of waiting for another opportunity, which was undeniably a significant blow to him. This year's competition introduced a revival match mechanism, and Chu Chen, having discerned this, graciously allowed Qin Shuang to claim victory, thus fostering a favorable relationship. Chapter 75. Unbelievable luck. As the head of the law hall, Qin Shuang was known for his pride. However, there was no deep-seated enmity between him and Chu Chen. Thus, Chu Chen extended a gesture of goodwill towards him, for in the realm of friendships, each ally opens new avenues. Above the clouds, an elder from the Dao street wiped the cold sweat from his brow, chuckling as he scolded, "This little fox." He stealthily gave a thumbs up to Chu Chen with the hand concealed in his sleeve. Beside him, Dao Xian paused in stroking his long beard, slapping his thigh. "Chu Shitzi is as slippery as an eel. He truly piques my interest." Realizing his indiscretion, he quickly reverted to an expression of celestial, as if the elderly man who had just uttered a curse was not he at all. "Brother, have you noticed?" Lu Qianxue clasped her arms across her chest, accentuating her magnificent figure, her enchanting eyes sparkling like stars as she addressed the nearby Shangguan Wujia. "Brother." Lu Qianxue sprang up like a cat that had stepped on its tail, her voice rising several octaves. Shangguan Wujia chuckled silently, choosing not to elaborate further. On the martial arts stage, Qin Shuang stood in a daze, grasping the small medicine bottle that had unexpectedly appeared in his embrace, his face alternating between crimson and pale. He vividly recalled his earlier arrogance, disparaging Chu Chen as a mere servant peak waste. Now, he found himself the recipient of a tremendous favor from Chu Chen. Ahem ahem. The presiding elder, after receiving a transmission, felt his face flush with embarrassment as he declared loudly, in light of the commendable performances from both sides, "This match is deemed a draw, and both advance." "Oh!" Cheerful voices erupted from the spectator platform as disciples of the servant peak encircled Chu Chen. "Brother, we made it through. This is truly splendid. Chu Shixiang, if you continue to fight like this, you will at least be among the top 10 or even the top 8. It's simply marvelous." "Indeed, our humble Xia Peak has finally produced a disciple among the top 10. Brother, let us indulge in a barbecue tonight. Ha ha ha." This jubilant exclamation seemed to disturb Chu Chen of Qingmu Peak, who could not help but emit a disdainful snort. "The battle is not over yet. What is there to be joyful about?" "Humph." The crowd gradually regained their composure, their voices diminishing significantly. Chu Chen's eyes flickered with a cold light as he muttered, "Chu Sun, do not let our paths cross." Suddenly, a wave of exuberance erupted from the disciples of Xia Peak. As 37 gray-robed youths surged toward the edge of the training platform like a tidal wave, the chubby boy in the front row was squeezed against the railing. Yet he continued to wave his cracked cowhide drum, shouting, "Brother Chu, our Xia Peak has finally raised its head in pride." His voice, straining with bulging veins, even drowned out the referee's announcements. "Tonight, we must treat everyone to the exquisite 10 flavors spirit chicken." From the crowd emerged a freckled, clutching a jade slip that recorded the battles. Several disciples had already pulled out their portable jars of rock salt, the clinking sounds mingling with the aroma of grilled meat, creating a celebratory atmosphere in the corner of the observation platform. The direction of Qingmu Peak echoed with the crisp sound of breaking stones. Chu Sun's hand crushed the railing into powder, fragments of stone raining down upon the pristine white robe he wore, leaving faint gray marks that went unnoticed. He swallowed hard, his gaze dark as he surveyed the jubilant throng, and a low, oppressive scoff involuntarily escaped his lips. "Humph. Ants banding together are still but ants." With the interruption of this disdainful scoff, the cacophony momentarily hung in the air, suspended in silence. With a gentle smile, Chu Chen extended his hand to steady his stumbling junior brother. As he lifted his gaze toward the spectators' stand, the lingering essence of the dragon's subduing palm seemed to crystallize into 2 golden sparks within the depths of his pupils. His intense gaze fixed, though separated by a considerable distance, the two exchanged a profound glance, as if an invisible force of profound energy surged through the air, creating an inaudible roar. With the conclusion of the duel between Chu Chen and Qin Shuang, the first round of the outer sect competition came to an end. This signified that half of the disciples would be summoned to participate in the so-called revival matches, engaging in another bout. Occurrences like that of Chu Chen and Qin Shuang both advancing are exceedingly rare. The victorious disciples would brace themselves for the next contest. A resounding and powerful chime echoed throughout the Tianyuan sect, as Dao Xian surveyed the martial arena before solemnly declaring, "The Tianyuan bell tolls. The outer sect competition's second round begins." No sooner had his words resounded than the massive stone tablet shimmered with light, the brilliance swirling as 2 streams of luminescence descended upon its surface, illuminating 2 names entirely, followed by the descent of 2 light screens. The screens cascaded downwards in opposing directions. Goodness, what luck! Instantly, a stir erupted among the crowd, accompanied by a sudden outburst of curses. The voice belonged to Hao Jian. It was hardly surprising that he was so agitated, as one of the individuals chosen by the stone tablet was none other than Chu Chen, the chosen disciple of Qingmu Peak. This is sheer madness. Hao Jian's booming voice resonated across the spectators' platform. All eyes turned to Chu Chen, their gazes filled with a mix of sympathy and schadenfreude. The onlookers were transfixed by the fierce clash between Chu Chen and Qin Shuang. Although Chu Chen narrowly triumphed, he trembled slightly as he leaned against the azure stone railing, his chest heaving violently. It was evident that he was not as composed as he appeared. This victory had exacted a considerable toll on him. In the first round of the grand competition, Chu Chen faced an opponent who was also a disciple of Qingmu Peak. Before the battle could commence, that disciple voluntarily conceded, willingly offering victory into Chu Chen's hands. As a result, Chu Chen exerted little effort. Though he could not match the top 10 ranked disciples, the disparity was not vast. He was merely slightly inferior to Qin Shuang in terms of cultivation, yet he surpassed Chu Chen by 2 significant realms. The spectators felt that the battle had not truly begun, yet the outcome was already glaringly apparent. Upon realizing that his opponent was Chu Chen, a smirk involuntarily crept across Chu Chen's lips. With a light tap of his toes, he eagerly leaped onto the martial arts stage, wearing a mocking expression as he looked down upon Chu Chen. Oh, what a coincidence it was to encounter a nemesis on this path. On the observation platform, the disciples of Qingmu Peak wore expressions of utmost satisfaction. As if Chu Chen's victory was a foregone conclusion, and defeating the battered Chu Chen would be a mere formality. Get on stage. Let the battle commence. We wish to witness how an apprentice disciple can overpower a true disciple. With Chu Chen in such a state, it seemed exceedingly difficult for him to secure a victory. While Chu Chen was nearly at peak condition, the disciples on the observation platform engaged in lively discussions, each contributing their opinions, reveling in the excitement as they encouraged Chu Chen to ascend the stage and commence the battle. Chapter 76. Endure for a while high above in the clouds. Lu Qianxue furrowed her brows, her fingers tightly clenched within her wide sleeves. She had never anticipated such an occurrence, so many disciples. And yet Chu Chen found himself in this relentless battle. Whether this was fortune or misfortune remained uncertain. Little brother, your condition is far from optimal. But there is still the resurrection match. Although Lu Qianxue wished to see Chu Chen victorious, her concern for him prompted her to transmit a message. On the observation platform, Chu Chen raised his thumb towards the sky, revealing a radiant smile with his pearly white teeth, before lightly leaping onto the martial arts stage. What? He intends to continue fighting in this state? Is he blind? There's clearly someone standing up there. The disciples in the viewing area began to murmur among themselves as Chu Chen retrieved several bottles of high-grade spiritual liquid and consumed them. Since you've taken the stage, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Opposite him, Chu Chen wore a cold smile, launching a powerful punch aimed at interrupting Chu Chen's recovery. Observing this scene, the elders on the cloud above frowned, some shaking their heads in disapproval. Dao Xian expressed his disappointment, stating, as a direct disciple of the Qingmu Peak, resorting to a sneak attack against someone in the qi condensation realm reflects a lack of bravery and confidence in a fair fight. Such a mindset will ultimately hinder one's potential for greatness. Boom. A series of thunderous sounds erupted from the martial arts stage as Chu Chen nimbly dodged. And when evasion proved impossible, he braced himself to withstand the blow, leveraging the force to retreat, thereby buying precious time. The battle between Chu Chen and Qin Shuang appeared deceptively effortless. In reality, Chu Chen was on the brink of exhaustion. His body remained in a weakened state, and his admission of defeat during the confrontation was not merely a pretense. Chu Chen's profound energy had indeed dwindled to near depletion. And though his body had regained a modicum of strength through the formidable effects of the Hongming body refinement technique, his profound energy had yet to recover. The lack of profound energy left him feeling hollow within, rendering him far from a match for the peak strength of Chu Chen. He understood that Chu Chen was not as weak as he seemed. Even if he did not rank among the top 10, he was only a step behind. If he could just hold on for a while and restore 30% of his profound energy, he could turn the tide in his favor. With this thought in mind, Chu Chen employed the dragon stepping technique, constantly evading and maneuvering to avoid direct confrontation with Chu Chen. Even with the Hongming body refinement technique, he could not rapidly replenish substantial amounts of profound energy. If his opponent had been anyone else, he would have undoubtedly conceded. However, facing Chu Chen, the very person responsible for his junior disciple's plight, he could not simply withdraw. Since his adversary was Chu Chen, he would never retreat from the fight. Failing meant he would have to endure a resurrection match. At this moment, his pride would not allow him to be defeated by Chu Chen, a vanquished foe. Alas, in a moment of distraction, Chu Chen fell prey to a lapse in vigilance, allowing Chu Chen to exploit an opening and deliver a powerful punch. Enduring the blow, Chu Chen coughed up blood. What is wrong? How could junior brother Chu not withstand such an attack? A mocking tone emanated from Chu Chen, who continued his assault without pause, seemingly intent on extinguishing Chu Chen's spirit. In silence, Chu Chen maintained his evasive footwork, striving to create distance between them. Upon witnessing the scene, Chu Chen's heart hardened, and with a vigorous sweep of his arm, his fingers danced, leaving behind ethereal afterimages as he conjured a spell. Observing the rhythm of his finger movements, Chu Chen surmised that it was likely akin to the secret technique of controlling flying swords that Qin Shuang employed. As anticipated, with each intricate symbol drawn in the air by Chu Chen's fingertips, the ambient spiritual energy stirred restlessly, swiftly converging before him. And numerous sword shadows coalesced around him, their chilling brilliance evident. Although all were sword-based techniques, their quantity and quality evidently surpassed that of Qin Shuang. With a resonant clang, the torrential rain of swords surged forth at a wave of Chu Chen's hand, the sharp clashing sounds echoing as they relentlessly charged towards Chu Chen. Faced with this onslaught, Chu Chen instinctively halted, summoning his black sword to unleash a series of afterimages without channeling his inner power. Most of the sword light was shattered by the razor-sharp black blade, yet the sheer volume of the attacks compelled Chu Chen to retreat once more. Remaining stationary would undoubtedly invite Chu Chen's relentless assault, and who could say what other secret techniques this favored disciple had yet to reveal? Recognizing Chu Chen's intentions, Chu Chen was resolute in not complying. Utilizing his proficient dragon step, he accelerated, leaving behind a trail of afterimages and evading the majority of the pursuit. However, the passive act of dodging was not a viable long-term strategy. The sheer number of rapid sword lights was overwhelming. As he maneuvered, countless crimson gashes were etched upon his body. Before long, Chu Chen's robes were entirely drenched in a vivid scarlet, the fresh streaks of blood mingling with the remnants of previous battles, transforming him into a veritable figure of blood. At the critical moment, Chu Chen unleashed a sealing technique previously unseen by Chu Chen. Beams of ethereal light flickered at the tips of his fingers as he softly intoned, wind-binding technique. Collapse wheel. A golden radiance emanated from his fingertips, and the winds howled through the air. In an instant, several chains of profound energy coalesced and bound Chu Chen's body. Break! Chu Chen exclaimed, channeling his energy to barely free himself from the yellow wind chains, retreating at an astonishing speed. However, in that fleeting moment of delay, Chu Chen had already closed the distance, recalling the words of Qin Xian that had been communicated to him earlier. Sooner, that fellow possesses peculiar strength. Do not underestimate him. While he remains restrained, seize the opportunity to severely injure him, lest he finds a chance to enter the next round. Profound light finger. The moment the words left his mouth, Chu Chen appeared before Chu Chen in the blink of an eye. His fingers shimmered with a dark hue as he punctured several acupoints in front of Chu Chen, withdrawing his fingers only to draw forth splatters of blood. Do not let me recover. I will end you. Chu Chen, clutching his wound and dragging his injured body, attempted to evade once more. Do not even think about escaping. Chu Chen coldly commanded, as torrents of profound energy gathered in his palm, striking towards Chu Chen. Damn it! Chu Chen muttered under his breath, positioning his black sword before him just in time to hear a metallic resonance. Boom! Chu Chen's palm struck the blade firmly, causing it to vibrate and forcing Chu Chen to stagger back half a step, involuntarily coughing up fresh blood, only to be struck by the flickering What the hell? Have you no shame? If you have the ability, fight me fair and square. How can you call yourself a direct disciple? It is a disgrace to be associated with you. At this moment, Wataizan burst forth from the observation platform, his voice resonating with such intensity that it left the disciples nearby reeling, their ears ringing from the sheer volume, spittle flying in every direction. What a remarkable disciple. Just wait until I encounter you in the arena. At this juncture, Chu Chen's close friend, Hao Jian, also spoke up, his long sword emitting a melodic chime. Chapter 77. The awakening of the lion. The collective scorn of the crowd did little to hinder Chu Chen's assault. Rather, it ignited his fury. His sole focus was to exploit Chu Chen's moment of weakness and defeat him, even if it meant taking advantage of his misfortune. Chu Chen had fully grasped the despicable and shameless techniques imparted by Qin Xian to his disciples, leaving no opportunity for Chu Chen to retaliate. Puff. Puff, puff. On the martial arts stage, Chu Chen continuously spat blood, leaving the spectators in a state of astonishment. Despite his weakened condition, he withstood Chu Sun's relentless onslaught, enduring for so long without conceding defeat, which earned him the admiration and recognition of many disciples. Chu Sun's eyes glinted with a fierce. He was a direct disciple of Qing Xian from Qingmu Peak. Although special circumstances had allowed Dugu Yin to ascend to the position of the foremost disciple, it was universally acknowledged that he was, in fact, the true chief disciple of Qingmu Peak. The fact that Chu Chen, a half-crippled cultivator still in the qi condensation stage, had withstood him for so long was a source of humiliation for Chu Sun. He realized that his master, Qing Xian, was exceedingly proud. With this thought in mind, the cold light in Chu Sun's eyes intensified, and a murderous intent surged forth. He extended his hand, and as his fingertips brushed a ring, a flicker of mysterious light appeared, revealing a radiant longsword that fell into his grasp. Chu Sun bit down on his tongue, a mouthful of hot blood splattering onto the blade. The ethereal energy entwined around his fingertips glided along the blade, igniting a sudden burst of blinding light as an overwhelming force surged forth. The long sword emitted a piercing clang, vibrating violently in his grasp, the cold gleam casting erratic shadows across Chu Sun's face. A terrifying electric radiance erupted from the sword's edge, the intense heat of the arcs searing the bluestone ground with a sizzling sound. Surging thunder, instant strike. With a resounding shout, Chu Sun accelerated, closing the distance with ferocity. The razor-sharp blade shimmering with ominous lightning aimed directly at Chu Chen's chest, the air splitting with a deafening crack as the blade sliced through. Upon Chu Chen's expression darkened, he recognized the technique as one of the rare lightning arts from the third floor of the library pavilion, the thunderous 9 strikes. It was rumored that when mastered, it could unleash 9 devastating blows, each imbued with the might of thunder. Unfortunately, Chu Sun's innate talent fell short, rendering the strike only a fraction of its potential. As Chu Chen narrowed his eyes, he felt the terrifying energy of the incoming blow. This technique was a lethal secret weapon against his current state. In a moment of peril, Chu Chen executed the dragon step, narrowly evading the fatal strike. However, a spray of blood erupted from him. In his weakened condition, he could not completely evade the attack, though he escaped the lethal blow aimed at his chest. The lightning-fast strike pierced through his shoulder, the electric energy surging into his veins, wreaking havoc within. A cry of agony escaped his lips, accompanied by a mouthful of blood. As Chu Chen staggered backward, struggling to regain his balance after being thrust back by the fierce blade. Humph! Still holding on. In a fit of rage, Chu Sun raised his long sword once more, delivering a fierce thrust. A spray of crimson erupted as the blade pierced flesh, halting the momentum of the sword's advance. Chu Chen, with his left hand firmly grasping the long sword, felt the warm blood trickle down his palm, splattering onto the stone floor and creating blossoms of red. Have you had your fill? Now it's my turn. As the almost icy voice reached Chu Sun's ears, he turned his gaze towards the source. There stood Chu Chen, lifting his head defiantly, a bloodied smile curling at the corners of his mouth, his blood-red eyes glinting with a fierce, chilling light. A resounding clash echoed as metal met metal, reverberating painfully in the ears of onlookers. With a sudden surge of strength, Chu Chen unleashed a powerful right fist, channeling a torrent of crimson energy that sent Chu Sun's sword flying from his grasp. The glimmering blade spun through the air, embedding itself in the dragon pillar beside the arena, sending shards of stone scattering. Bloodlight fist. With a thunderous shout, Chu Chen swung his right arm, the red silhouette of his fist tearing through the air as he hurled it towards Chu Sun. Dragon subduing fist. Enraged, Chu Sun retaliated, his fist striking out in haste. The roar of a dragon accompanying his assault. A low grunt escaped him, followed by hurried footsteps. Stomp, stomp, stomp. The crowd gasped in astonishment, but none were more surprised than Chu Sun himself, who found himself being pushed back. In the center of the martial stage, Chu Chen stood resolute, fists clenched tightly, his blood surging within him, and his profound energy flowing forth like a mighty torrent. His dark hair billowed in the wind, a striking emblem of his audacity. Not long ago, the advanced spirit liquid he ingested finally transformed into a torrent of profound energy coursing through his limbs and bones. Although these few vials of high-grade spirit liquid could not restore him to his utmost pinnacle, they sufficed to deal with the defeated adversaries before him. What? He actually sent Brother Chu's weapon flying. A disciple from the Qingmu Peak could not help but exclaim, clearly bewildered by how the previously weakened Chu Chen could unleash such formidable power. Is this person a monster? Chu Chen, after all, was a direct disciple of the Zhongong realm, yet he was so easily subdued? The astonished voices from the observation platform rose and fell like waves. But this did not affect Chu Chen in the slightest. Little brother, you have brought me an abundance of surprises. High above in the sky, Lu Qianxue's beautiful eyes glimmered with unabashed admiration, scattering like stardust. Even if you cannot enter the inner sect today, you have already proven yourself worthy of being my disciple. Let me see how far you can go. Kill! Chu Chen bellowed, his fighting spirit soaring to the heavens, showing no mercy towards his former foe. At this moment, Chu Sun's face was dark with anger, the headband at the back of his head having long since been torn apart by the force of his rage. His hair fell in disarray, resembling a defeated hound, and his robe was marred with fist marks, dotted with bright red stains that made the garment strikingly vivid. Bloodlight fist. Chu Chen whispered, a crimson glow emanating from his fist, surging with a fierce energy towards Chu Sun. Dragon descending fist. Chu Sun, unwilling to yield, summoned forth a dazzling golden light, coalescing into the phantom of a dragon's head at the tip of his fist, countering with a ferocious aura. The old grievances and new animosities between the two erupted simultaneously, igniting a clash of profound techniques. Before the words had left his lips, the two figures collided with a fierce exchange of fist winds, both retreating while spitting blood after a brutal confrontation. Just as he regained his footing, Chu Chen lunged at Chu Sun like a lion, a fierce and domineering aura enveloping Chu Sun, who stood defenseless, engaging in a direct clash. On the martial arts stage, Chu Chen delivered a powerful punch, and Chu Sun retaliated with one of his own. This arduous and thankless struggle elicited gasps from the onlookers in the spectator stands. Such was the madness of their fighting style. It was no surprise that the disciples thought this way. Even the elders high above in the clouds were astonished by this approach. Lu Qianxue furrowed her brows, her heart aching for the continuously injured Chu Chen. Chapter 78. The unyielding belief in victory on the battle stage. Chu Chen emitted a blood-curdling roar, the pain coursing through his body unable to quell his indomitable fighting spirit. At that moment, he resembled a lion awakened on the grasslands, tirelessly exuding the primal instincts of a beast within, his eyes reflecting an insatiable desire for attack. As the combat unfolded, both warriors found themselves spewing blood incessantly. Boom! The ground shook. In mere moments, the martial arts stage was stained with blood. Both Chu Chen and Chu Sun were engulfed in madness, their secret techniques clashing in the air, producing continuous thunderous sounds. Their reckless fighting style was even more spectacular than Chu Chen's previous battle against Qin Shuang. This bloody scene left many elders in the heavens astounded, whispering among themselves about the reckless determination displayed by the young combatants. Junior sister, the disciple you chose possesses a certain wildness, quite mad indeed. Dao Xian remarked with a sigh, casting a glance at Lu Qianxue, attempting to discern something from her expression. This is not madness, it is the unwavering belief in victory. It is precisely this quality that I value. Lu Qianxue followed Dao Xian's gaze. Her heart stirred as she beheld the bloodied figure on the martial platform. Even with her temperament, she could not help but marvel at Chu Chen's madness. The atmosphere on the martial stage was charged with tension, with the crowd at the viewing platform left speechless, witnessing the frenzied clash between the two combatants. Bloodlight fist. Dragon subduing fist. Once again, the two engaged in a fierce exchange of profound techniques, each being forced back 3 paces before regaining their footing. Without a moment's hesitation, they surged forward once more, launching into another tumultuous exchange of powers. Boom. Master, here is a portion of medicinal powder. Find an opportunity to introduce it into his body. He must not perish at our hands. The martial stage crackled with intensity as the two bloodied figures collided once more, causing the front row of azure stone railings at the viewing platform to shatter under the tremendous force, sending shards flying. Chu Sun's right shoulder was grotesquely dislocated, the jagged bone piercing through his robe, yet he gritted his teeth, tightening the band around his fist with determination, his body marked with the imprints of Chu. Opposite him, Chu Chen's condition could only be described as dire. His body was a tapestry of wounds, drenched in blood, his fists ground to the bone, each swing trailing a fan of crimson mist through the air. Cough! Chu Sun suddenly expelled a mouthful of blood, a fragment of a broken tooth mingling within. As he feigned a punch with his left hand, the grayish-blue powder concealed in his palm seeped into the wound beneath Chu Chen's ribs. Those minute particles, upon contact with blood, dissolved and coursed through the veins with a speed surpassing that of a centipede burrowing into the earth. Bang! Both combatants struck each other under the chin simultaneously, producing a resonant thud. Chu Chen staggered back 3 steps, his boots carving deep grooves in the pool of blood. Oblivious to the foreign substance invading his body, spreading with the rhythmic pulse of his heart. The medicinal force, akin to a hibernating venomous serpent, lay quietly dormant beneath the tumultuous flow of his vital essence. Above, in the vast expanse of the sky, Lu Qinshu suddenly pressed her hand to her heart. The jade token of identity concealed within her bosom unexpectedly radiated heat, a warning triggered by the token's master being subjected to corruption. Yet, as she attempted to rise, the binding rope of immortals, silently cascading from the sleeve of Dao Xianfeng's master, ensnared her form. Junior sister, intervening now would be inappropriate, even if our nephew prevails. He cannot enter the inner sect. Dao Xian's fingertips gently tapped the jade flute at his waist, and the ethereal light that emanated coincidentally illuminated the moment when Chu Sun's poisoned fist struck Chu Chen's collarbone once more. The martial platform fell into an eerie silence. The 2 bloodied figures remained locked in combat, frozen in their struggle. Chu Chen's knee was wedged into the hollow created by Chu Sun's fractured ribs, while Chu Sun's thumb pressed firmly against his carotid artery. They resembled marionettes bound together by blood, sustained only by the remnants of their will, maintaining a terrifying equilibrium. A mere condensation realm, what grants you the strength to endure thus far? On the observation platform, Situ Zhong, typically aloof and engrossed in his fine wine, couldn't help but murmur, his expression shifting. Damn it, if you win this time as well, I shall gladly treat you to drinks at the Wanbao Pavilion. Hua Taizhan smashed the blue stone railing of the spectators' stand with a resounding clap, his voice echoing far and wide. My senior brother cannot lose. The disciples of Qingmu Peak, one by one, cast ominous glances at the martial platform, where Chu Chen, now a bloodied remnant of himself, battled fiercely against Chu Sun, the prize disciple, already proving his prowess. Yet, these individuals were unwilling to accept the prospect of defeat. Chu Xuan's chest heaved violently as he gazed at the upright figure before him, a flicker of admiration unexpectedly surging within him. He quickly shook his head, casting aside these distracting thoughts, and spoke. Junior brother Chu Chen, I am eager to see how much of the true essence of the dragon's descent you have comprehended. Let us decide the victor with a single strike. This lad is indeed formidable. The disciples on the observation platform, ranked among the top, revealed expressions of astonishment, acutely aware that they would fare no better against Chu Chen. Dragon's descent fist. Chu Xuan roared, steadying himself as he concentrated all his mystical energy into the tip of his fist. A faint dragon's roar resonating in the air. The unyielding dragon crashes the mountain. In response, Chu Chen unleashed a fierce shout, covered in blood. He infused his mystical energy into his right palm and thrust it forward. With a resounding roar, a translucent dragon-shaped apparition gradually manifested before Chu Chen, exuding an overwhelming dragon's might that surged forth from the tip of his fist. On the battle platform, the 2 dragon figures collided with tremendous force, generating a wave of astonishing energy that compelled the spectators to shut their eyes, followed by a deafening crash. Boom! A blinding light flashed, causing even the numerous elders in the heavens above to close their eyes. A sound of blood being coughed up echoed through the swirling dust. Thud! Thud! The sound of heavy objects falling resounded from within the haze. Silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the scene. All eyes were fixated on the center of the combat stage. Not a soul dared to utter a word, holding their breath in anticipation, fearful that even the slightest blink might cause them to miss something significant. The silence was so profound that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. After a long pause, as the dust settled, 2 bloodied figures lay sprawled on the ground before the crowd. How should this be interpreted? Is it a tie? The disciples in the viewing area engaged in fervent discussions, their gazes shifting towards the presiding elder. Chapter 79. Chu Chen, victorious. This situation truly defies judgment. It is inconceivable to declare yet another draw. Observing the condition of both fighters, even breathing appears to be a laborious task. Some disciples leaned over the railing, straining to catch a clearer glimpse of the arena. I surmise that whoever can rise to their feet shall be deemed the victor, even if they merely manage to move slightly. In the observation area, murmurs transformed into collective gasps as their pupils constricted while fixating on a corner of the combat stage. At the edge of the arena, A blood-soaked figure was struggling to rise from the azure stone floor, slowly propping up their upper. Strands of disheveled hair were stained with vivid crimson, droplets of blood cascading from the tips, splattering onto the stone surface and blooming into clusters of sanguine flowers. The slender silhouette of the youth curled slightly upon the ground, with clear traces of blood visible beneath the tattered remnants of his garment. This bloodied figure, undoubtedly, was Chu Chen, who possessed a profound comprehension of the true meaning of dragon suppression. At that moment, the venue fell into a hushed silence, with the disciples at a loss for words, staring blankly at the bloodied form on the stage, which seemed on the brink of collapse. Subsequently, the majority of the disciples in the viewing area could not help but bow their heads in despondence. Most of them hailed from far more prestigious backgrounds than Chu Chen, and many surpassed him in cultivation, yet undeniably, none could rival his unwavering resolve. In another corner of the stage, the unwilling Chu Sun had already succumbed to unconsciousness. No amount of resentment could alter the fact that he had once again been bested by Chu Chen. Chu Chen emerged victorious. In the sky, the ethereal voice of the chief referee resonated throughout the martial arts arena, and the silent audience erupted in a tidal wave of applause. Just as the crowd rejoiced, Chu Chen's upright form once again collapsed backward. After a continuous battle, he was utterly exhausted, unable to utter a single word. Ah Chen, above in the heavens, Lu Qianxue, witnessing Chu Chen's fall, was about to descend when someone outpaced her. In a flash, Hao Jian transformed into a streak of light, appearing beside Chu Chen, catching his bloodied body in his embrace and soaring towards the star pavilion. At that moment, the crowd instinctively parted to create a passage, demonstrating their respect. After Chu Chen's departure, the celestial stone monument descended once more, casting two beams of light, heralding the commencement of a new round of combat. Although the subsequent duels remained fierce, with profound techniques resounding and flames of battle igniting, they paled in comparison to the two spectacular confrontations of Chu Chen. The disciples, while spectating, could not help but frequently glance towards the direction of his exit. As time quietly slipped away, dusk enveloped the world, and nightfall gradually draped the heavens and earth. When Elder Dao Xian raised his sleeve, a beam of profound light shot towards the spiritual pillars surrounding the arena, instantly erupting into a dazzling brilliance. The arena, initially shrouded in darkness, was suddenly as bright as day. According to the long-standing rules of the Tianyuan sect's grand competition, the battles would not cease until the assessment of the grounds was complete, regardless of the duration. Even in the night, one must learn to adapt, for there were countless tales of triumph snatched from the jaws of darkness. Unbeknownst to all, a figure was missing from the viewing platform. In the healing chamber of the starry pavilion, Chu Chen lay quietly upon the bed, his pallid visage reminiscent of blood, his breath faint and erratic. The wounds upon his body bled profusely, staining the sheets crimson, and flashes of pain occasionally marred his delicate features. During this time, Lu Qianxue had visited, unblocking Chu Chen's meridians and administering some healing elixirs before taking her leave. Subsequently, a gentle sound announced the entrance of a Chu Chen lifted his gaze and reached out, intercepting an object that bore little weight. As he opened his eyes, he beheld Qin Shuang, her neck craned awkwardly. As she stammered, Don't think I owe you a favor. This is the demon core from our last hunt. I have no use for it." With a light toss of the pouch, Chu Chen, observing Qin Shuang's hesitant demeanor, could not help but within the storage pouch lay 30 exquisite demon cores, neatly arranged, along with a vial of advanced healing potions. Chu Chen shook his head, secretly acknowledging Qin Shuang's prideful yet tender nature. "Just admit you're helping me. I won't mind. If you give me more, I wouldn't refuse." However, that chuckle seemed to aggravate his wounds, prompting a gasp of pain as he inhaled sharply. As silence enveloped the room with the departure of others, only Chu Chen's cries of distress remained. With no one around, he resolved to expedite his recovery in preparation for the impending battle. He swiftly poured several vials of high-grade spirit liquid into his mouth, closed his eyes, and began to circulate his energy, feeling the liquid transform into a stream of golden profound power. Buzz, buzz. A continuous hum emanated from his body as golden Xian power coursed through all 362 acupoints. His meridians were forcefully breached and subsequently repaired, with a surge of Xian power originating from his heart and permeating his entire being. Subsequently, the Xian power transformed into a vast Xian qi, converging into his dantian, where it condensed into a sea. The Xian Qi ocean churned within, and as the golden Xian power from his heart continued to convert, the reserves of Xian power swelled, propelling Chu Chen's cultivation ever closer to the peak of the 7th level of the Qi condensation realm. Abruptly, the air currents began to form vortices as Chu Chen's body voraciously absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy. Boom! A muffled cracking sound echoed within Chu Chen's meridians as the surging Xian power burst forth like a floodgate. Unbeknownst to him, his body shuddered momentarily, with a faint trace of crimson Xian power, yet to be assimilated, coursing through the golden flow. Several hours later, Chu Chen opened his eyes and exhaled a stream of stale air. Supporting his neck, Chu Chen stood up, his body emitting a series of sharp cracking sounds. Thanks to his formidable body refinement technique, the external wounds he had sustained healed almost completely in a matter of hours, though his aura had yet to reach its zenith. The turbulent aura that had enveloped him swiftly subsided as he rose, seamlessly integrating into his being. As if by natural progression, his realm ascended, and Chu Chen broke through to the 8th level of the Qi condensation realm. Stepping on the scattered, empty bottles, their tilted forms collided, producing a crisp, tinkling sound. With nowhere to place his feet amidst the disarray, Chu Chen couldn't help but smile wryly. The higher his realm advanced, the more spiritual elixirs he consumed. His previously ample collection of elixirs within his storage bag was now dwindling, and he needed to find a way to replenish his supply. Crack! With a complexion glowing with vitality, he clenched his fists, the surge of blood and energy prompting him to unleash a few punches into the air. The sound of sonic booms reverberated around him, as the gusts generated by his strikes sent the empty bottles at his feet flying, shattering upon colliding with the walls of the room. Startled, he thought, I must make my escape. Chu Chen swiftly scanned the approaching patrolling disciple of the starry sky. With a flick of his wrist, he swept the shards on the ground into his storage bag, attempting to feign innocence as he exited the room, leaving merely a few dents on the wall behind. Chapter 80. The Top 10 Disciples Observing Chu Chen's Retreating Figure. The patrolling disciple of the Starry Sky Pavilion couldn't help but sigh in astonishment. Chu, the senior brother, had recovered so swiftly, it had only been a matter of hours. Excellent. Well done. Goodness, must you strike the face? Why do you target the visage so? Are you not aware of the virtue of yielding to women? Chu Chen quietly made his way to the observation platform, where cheers erupted in waves. On the combat stage, a fierce battle was underway. One combatant was Huataizhan, the foremost disciple of the blazing sun peak, while the other was none other than the enigmatic and seldom-seen top disciple of the Qingmu peak, Duguyan. Their clash was intense, both being among the top 10 disciples of the outer sect, inciting a frenzy of excitement among the spectators. On the combat stage, mystical lights flashed as Huataizhan wielded his dark iron staff with formidable force, only to suddenly restrain his power just as it was about to strike Dugu Yan's midsection. The fiery patterns along the staff dimmed under his control. Remarkably, Dugu Yan did not flinch or evade, her longsword aimed directly at Huatiezhan's throat. Huataizhan was left with no choice but to awkwardly twist away, leaving a dark mark carved into the arena floor by his staff. Though Dugu Yan's cultivation was markedly inferior, she relentlessly attacked Huataizhan, relying on the magical artifact she possessed. With her senior brother so lenient, was the martial prowess of Liang Peak merely for show? Dugu Yan parted her crimson lips, flicking her wrist as the sword's shadow divided into 7, 3 of which rushed directly toward vital points. Huataizhan wielded his mysterious iron staff, drawing arcs in the air, as the blazing profound energy transformed the sword chi into ethereal smoke. Yet, a lock of his hair was severed. He could have unleashed the lethal move, Liang Ding, which would have shattered Dugu Yan's shoulder. The spectators erupted in a chorus of jeers. Dugu Yan's swordplay grew increasingly devious. Each time the iron staff nearly sealed her escape, she always managed to evade with some extraordinary maneuver. Behold the sword, Dugu Yan exclaimed, her sword tip suddenly glowing with azure light. Huatiezhan's heart sank. This was unmistakably an inner sect forbidden technique. The iron staff emitted a mournful cry as 2 of the 7 fire patterns inscribed upon it were obliterated. Dugu Yan scoffed. A fire stick paired with a lenient senior brother. What a perfect match. Clang. The iron staff let out its first lament. A deep gash carved into its body by the sword chi. Huataizhan gazed at the weapon he had cherished for 7 years, hearing the soft laughter of a woman. So, the esteemed leader of Liang Peak merely knows how to wield a fire stick? Upon witnessing this, Chu Chen couldn't help but furrow his brow. If Dugu Yan truly possessed the demeanor of a leader, she should have conceded. Huataizhan had spared her multiple times despite having the upper hand, and to burden him in such a manner was indeed unreasonable. When Duguyan unleashed her sword technique, Qihong Guanyue, Huataizhan suddenly thrust his staff into the ground. Everyone assumed he was conceding, only to witness the staff erupting with blinding golden light, intentionally drawing the sword Qi into the earth. I concede. Huataizhan clasped his fists, just as Duguyan's golden hairpin clattered to the ground. Duguyan, with a grim expression, watched as his spiritual sword was knocked out of his hand. Stamping his foot in frustration, he leapt off the stage and disappeared. Turning around, he lifted his black iron staff, noticing faint crimson glows in the dents left by the sword's energy. Had he exerted even a fraction more force, it wouldn't have been just his hair accessory that shattered. Huataizhan, victorious. As Dao Xian's voice echoed, following Chu Sun's defeat, Duguyan, the leading disciple of Qingmu Peak, also faced defeat, resulting in the entire Qingmu Peak being relegated to the revival matches. At the edge of the martial platform, Huataizhan was gently tracing the sword marks on his black iron staff with his rough fingertips, a mix of tenderness and pain in his touch. Suddenly, a hand on his shoulder startled him, causing his muscles to tense and his staff to hum as it was raised defensively, only to clatter to the ground upon recognizing the newcomer. You. His bell-like eyes scanned from Chu Chen's smiling eyes to his unscathed neck beneath his robe. Huataizhan suddenly grabbed Chu Chen's collar, pulling it open to reveal a faint red mark where a fierce scar should have been on his bronze chest. The towering giant staggered back 2 steps, his staff cracking the ground like a spider's web. Damn. Just a few hours ago you took so many hits from those 2 pretty boys. Your clothes were almost dyed with blood. How did such severe injuries heal in just a few hours? His pupils dilated as he scrutinized Chu Chen, unable to help but exclaim, "Kid, have you been possessed by some ancient demon? That's just too freakish, damn. Damn. Or did you eat something you shouldn't have?" Huataizhan, with a myriad of expressions, kept muttering as he observed Chu Chen's condition. "Stop. I am merely recovering from my wounds. The internal injuries have yet to heal completely." Chu Chen methodically fastened his garment, only to be abruptly seized by the iron grip of the towering warrior, who scrutinized his face with an intensity reminiscent of an old artisan inspecting delicate. The onlooking disciples stifled their laughter at the bizarre sight, a bloodied giant tenderly cradling the youthful visage. It was not until Huataizhan unexpectedly reached to lift the fabric at his lower back that Chu Chen could no longer endure, forcefully swatting away the bear-like paw. "I have already stated that it is merely the surface that is healing." "What do you mean by merely the surface?" Huataizhan retorted, extracting an oiled paper bundle from Chu Chen's embrace. He unveiled a jade grape, stained with blood, precisely the delicacy gifted by Elder Qian at the Wanbao Pavilion days prior. His robust fingers poked at the dark crimson on the grape. "Your blood has soaked through this." As he spoke, he suddenly grasped Chu Chen's wrist to check his pulse, his thick brows knitting into a furrow. "Why does it sound as if there are shards of ice within your meridians?" The disciples of the Servant's Peak could no longer contain their mirth as they observed Su Xiaofan munching on a candied hawthorn. Who could have imagined that the fierce leader of the Liang Peak, known for his ferocity in the arena, was now half kneeling, fussing over Chu Chen's garments? With a sigh, Chu Chen raised a hand to his forehead and then caught sight of the unhealed sword wound on Huatieshan's nape, which still emitted a faint trace of poisonous gas. "Do not move," he commanded, summoning a wisp of profound energy to draw the toxin into his own body for immediate refinement. As the energy coursed through him, Huataizhan instinctively recoiled, goosebumps rising on his bronze skin. "It's merely a flesh wound. I fear no pain," he insisted stubbornly, though the iron staff in his hand betrayed him, etching chaotic lines into the ground. "Once I enter the inner sect's artifact refining pavilion, I shall assist Brother Hua in reforging this." As Chu Chen uttered the words refining pavilion, he suddenly grasped the young man's wrist with such force that it seemed he might crush the iron rod held within his grip. Chapter 81. Remember to return it. Sensing Chu Chen's displeasure, the youth's voice unexpectedly softened. "This rod was crafted from volcanic fine iron by my master in years past." The blazing sun elongated their shadows, casting iron tower-like silhouettes that awkwardly gestured as to how many old marks the rod should retain. Occasionally, muttered remarks about adding red copper powder and avoiding the obliteration of patterns emerged amidst their deliberation, when Chu Chen intentionally suggested carving a peony at the rod's tip. The flustered Huataizhan truly turned crimson with urgency, clutching the rod to his chest like a startled bear, provoking laughter from the disciples nearby. Embarrassed by the laughter, The man shifted his gaze towards the martial arts stage, momentarily captivated by the ongoing duel, thus forgetting his previous muttering. A gaze descended from the heavens, unmistakably belonging to Lu Qianxue, prompting Chu Chen to discreetly blink at her before averting his sight. Meanwhile, the inebriated youth leaning nearby had awakened, his gaze hazy and silently appraising Chu Chen, creating an atmosphere of profound awkwardness, which was thankfully shattered by an enthusiastic cheer from the martial arts stage. Excellent! Clap, clap, clap. Hua Tieshan's booming voice resonated from a distance. Even before turning around, Chu Chen heard the applause, causing him to cover his ears. The volume was excruciatingly loud. Brother Hua, what are you watching? What's all this commotion? Following the guidance of Hua Taizhan, Chu Chen's gaze fell upon the training platform, where a disciple from Liang Peak relentlessly pursued a disciple from Qingmu Peak, wielding a lightweight iron rod with fervor, occasionally delivering playful strikes to the latter's backside. It was evident that this disciple was an adherent of Hua Taizhan, employing the grandiose techniques of Liang's renowned staff combat style. Liang Peak, traditionally adept in the arcane arts, had once gained notoriety for its explosive mystical confrontations. However, at some point, the focus had shifted, perhaps due to the frequent skirmishes with Qingmu Peak's disciples. Emphasis began to be placed on physical cultivation. In recent years, the disciples adopted a more robust and flamboyant approach to their training. The boisterous and bear-like chief disciple, Hua Taizhan, stood as a testament to the shift. In contrast, the disciples of Qingmu Peak, who once captivated the public with their close combat techniques, seemed to have embraced a trend of flashy, bombastic mystical arts in recent years, whether for showmanship or convenience. Each disciple now possessed at least a rudimentary mastery of explosive mystical techniques. As Chu Chen observed the contest from the viewing platform, a sudden voice interrupted his thoughts. You there, are you planning to enter the artifact refining pavilion? Stiffening momentarily, Chu Chen turned towards the source of the voice, only to find a tipsy youth staring at him intently. What is this? You, a sword practitioner, think you can vie with me for a spot in the artifact refining pavilion? Chu Chen was taken aback that his conversation with Hua Taizhan had been overheard from such a distance. No, you must be mistaken, he stammered, shaking his head vigorously in denial. The young man was caught off guard, yet he quickly feigned nonchalance. Stumbling to his feet, he approached Chu Chen and, glancing around cautiously, whispered, I heard that Elder Lu's Refiner's Pavilion is only accepting one disciple this year. I intend to apply, you know. What? This is unacceptable. Are you really trying to seize that spot for yourself? Chu Chen hurriedly pulled the young man aside. Despite his seemingly righteous demeanor, he was clearly intoxicated, revealing his untrustworthy nature. Knowing full well that Chu Chen aimed for the Refiner's Pavilion, he still dared to contend for the opportunity. Did I mishear you? Chu Chen questioned. Yes, I am genuinely going for the Refiner's Pavilion. What of it? The young man staggered slightly, leaning against a stone pillar. He clutched a wine gourd, pouring a mouthful of liquor down his throat. Yet, beneath his murky gaze lay a glimmer of sharpness, as he presented Chu Chen with a pill adorned with intricate patterns. Chu Chen raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping across the unsteady youth. He scoffed through his nose. Every disciple on the Servant Peak has once served as an apprentice in the Pill Peak. I know the fire control technique better than the tranquility technique. I've seen enough to discern capability. It's not just about having hands, is it? Can you truly refine? With a resounding thud, the wine gourd smashed against the stone pillar. Well, Chu Chen elongated his tone, unconsciously rubbing his smooth chin. Could you just be straightforward? The young man wore a look of exasperation, clearly seeing through Chu Chen's teasing. As Chu Chen's gaze lingered on the young man's face, he instantly detected the urgency reflected in his eyes. Understanding the unspoken, he no longer kept his secrets, extending his index finger and speaking in a deep voice. Firstly, whether it be alchemy or artifact forging, I lack one crucial element. That is, the extraordinary flame. As a disciple of the miscellaneous peak, I have assisted others at the Pill Peak's alchemy furnace, and thus possess some knowledge of the alchemical processes. He then raised a second finger, his demeanor composed as he continued to elaborate. Secondly, since you are interested in me, you should be aware that my current ambition is to gain admission to the Artifact Pavilion. Although the Pill Peak and the Artifact Pavilion share a lineage, there are still distinctions between them. From what I understand of the current sect, Elder Su from the Pill Peak is quite approachable. If I could find a way to connect with the disciples of the Pill Peak, perhaps I could learn a thing or two there. As his discourse progressed, Chu Chen raised a third finger, his tone tinged with regret. Thirdly, and most importantly, Even if I had the extraordinary flame and was willing to assist you in alchemy, without a recipe, all would be in vain. A hint of crimson graced his carefree visage, revealing his inebriation. As for the recipe, I do possess one. I can provide you with ample fine herbs, and you may concoct it. A recipe? You have a recipe? Upon hearing this, Chu Chen's eyes gleamed. But as they swept over the inebriated youth, skepticism crept in. Perhaps sensing Chu Chen's doubt, the youth produced 2 scrolls of parchment from his sleeve and hastily thrust the recipes into Chu Chen's embrace, fearing he might flee. Take them. Just remember to return them. Chu Chen was momentarily stunned, gazing at the scrolls in his hand before looking at the youth and exclaiming, "Wait, you're giving everything to me. What about you?" The youth, patting his wine gourd, poured a mouthful of liquor down his throat, declaring he had no time for anything but drinking. Chapter 82. A Sinister Fate. Chu Chen stood at the corner of the spectator platform, his brow furrowed, his gaze filled with perplexity. Glancing down, he noticed a piece of parchment densely covered with text. The words Gui Ling Dan prominently displayed at the top. Chu Chen was momentarily stunned. This was a recipe for a pill that nourishes the soul. Alchemic recipes were extraordinarily precious treasures. Although not an alchemist himself, he was keenly aware of their value. To have one thrust into his hands so casually seemed rather dubious. However, when he looked up and saw the tipsy youth grinning foolishly at him, exuding an unreserved and hearty demeanor, Chu Chen felt a warmth in his heart. He gently shook his head, the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifting, silently inducting the youth into the ranks of his friends. Very well, Chu Chen murmured to himself. For the sake of such magnanimity, I'll consider him a friend. He carefully stowed away the recipe, his attention then drawn to another roll of parchment. Could this be a unique flame? Chu Chen's pupils constricted, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. The flame emblem on the parchment in his palm seemed to blaze under the sunlight. Chu Chen then fell silent, glancing around before surreptitiously placing the parchment into his storage bag, lest anyone notice. Upon witnessing this, the youth smiled, closing his eyes once more to hum a ballad, those few scraps of paper being far less captivating than the fine wine in his hand. Why not let someone else handle the alchemy? A most agreeable arrangement. Above the clouds, Lu Qianxue, who had been observing Chu Chen intently, furrowed her brow, lost in thought. Qian Lei from the Wanbao pavilion raised an eyebrow at the elder beside him. Old Xiong, what is your disciple Situ Zhong whispering about with that lad Chu Chen? It seems rather mysterious. Boom. The thunderous roar of a mystical technique interrupted their conversation. On the martial stage, a female disciple from the Spirit Herb Hall wielded a spiritual whip, casting a disciple from the task hall off the platform. In the sky, the profound and enigmatic voice resonated throughout the martial arena, signaling the conclusion of the second round of the grand competition. With a resounding clang of the celestial bell, the powerful sound echoed down from the heavens. Dao Xian, stepping lightly on the breeze, made his appearance. The defeated contenders exited the stage, and the third round of the grand competition commenced. Buzz. As the words faded, the massive stone tablet shimmered with brilliance, its surface alive with flowing light. 2 streams of radiance descended upon the tablet, illuminating 2 names, followed by the emergence of 2 luminous screens. These screens, as if in jest, shot forth in the same direction, cascading down upon the area above the miscellaneous peak, simultaneously landing on Chu Chen and the inebriated youth. Goodness, Chu Shixiang's prowess is formidable, but his luck seems exceedingly poor. Observing Chu Chen, who had been chosen by the luminous screen, the forthright and outspoken Yufeng exclaimed, "Is this lad simply fortunate or woefully unfortunate?" The elders and high-ranking members, including Xiong Jinbao and Qian Lei, were taken aback by Chu Chen's fortune, expressing their astonishment. "What can I say, dear younger brother?" Lu Qianxue, with a look of exasperation, gazed at the unfortunate soul on the martial stage. She raised her hand, vigorously massaging her temples, fearful that she might inadvertently seize Chu Chen and give him a good thrashing. Indeed, luck is quite the enigma. Elder Qingxian sneered. He was the most delighted among the crowd, wishing for Chu Chen's defeat. On the viewing platform, a bewildered Chu Chen gazed at the halo surrounding him and the youth beside him. Having regained consciousness, they stared at each other, momentarily silent. Chu Chen, realizing the situation, smacked his forehead, lamenting, "What a calamity!" Indeed, a spectacle was about to unfold, as Chu Chen's adversary was none other than Situ Zhong, the most formidable disciple of the outer sect. As the foremost true disciple of the outer sect, Situ Zhong of Shaozhou Peak was undoubtedly at the pinnacle of the Xinjiang realm. Chu Chen stood little chance against him. Good heavens, you are Situ Zhong. The foremost disciple of the outer sect? Why didn't you mention it earlier? Amidst the murmurs of the disciples, Chu Chen turned his gaze towards the intoxicated youth beside him. With a belch, the youth smacked his lips and retorted, "You didn't inquire, did you? Am I obligated to be known by you?" Under the gazes of the crowd, Chu Chen unleashed a torrent of invective. Some listened with relish, others frowned, while some lauded it as a classic. Chu Chen was incensed. Qin Shuang and Chu Sun had already inflicted injuries upon him, and now Situ Zhong, the strongest of the outer sect, had emerged. Among the thousands of participants in this grand competition, why was he the sole target? Could he perpetually emerge victorious? How do you perceive this? With our eyes, of course. What other means are there? Situ Zhong is the foremost disciple of the outer sect, a veritable cultivator at the peak of the Xinjiang realm. It's preposterous. The disciples observing the battle platform were abuzz with discussions, their curiosity piqued by the outcome of Chu Chen's contest, with some even engaging in wagers. Listening to the murmurs surrounding him, Chu Chen couldn't help but curse under his breath, lamenting the absurdity of fate. After an unbroken string of the matchmaking system had chosen the strongest outer sect disciple to challenge him. As he beheld Situ Zhong rising, a fierce battle intent erupted in his eyes, igniting a surge of pressure within Chu Chen as he assessed the disparity in strength between them. He recognized that even at his pinnacle, emerging victorious against his opponent would be a daunting task. Moreover, there was Lin Yu lurking nearby, eyeing him with predatory intent, and he was currently unable to muster even half of his combat prowess. Faced with such circumstances, he resolved to adopt a more carefree approach, seeking alternative strategies. However, before proceeding, Chu Chen directed his gaze toward the distant Qingmu Peak, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. He then approached a disciple from the miscellaneous peak, whispering a few words into his ear. The disciple nodded slightly, gathering a few companions as they departed toward the Qingmu Peak area. With measured steps, Chu Chen made his way to the arena, lightly tapping his fingers on the black sword's blade, subtly raising an eyebrow in Situ Zhong's direction. Suddenly, he bellowed, "Is heaven conspiring against me? Let us see who shall be vanquished on this martial stage today." No sooner had he spoken than he staggered towards the edge of the arena, feigning the demeanor of a seriously injured fighter, and proclaimed with feigned rage, "I, a battered body, shall confront Zheng Yang in battle." With a resonant clang, the ever-watchful Shangwan Wuji, who had kept his eyes closed until now, opened them to gaze upon the martial platform. He observed Situ Zhong gradually rising to his feet, lightly stepping up onto the arena, where the crisp sound of a sword's resonance echoed as the Wuxin sword unsheathed itself silently from his back. Chapter 83. If you wish to battle, I shall engage in the vicinity of the Qingmu Peak disciples. Do you accept bets on elixirs? The 7-pattern purple gold pill is quite valuable. I worry you might be hesitant to take it. A disciple clad in a brocade robe spoke with a hint of provocation. The overseeing disciple turned at the sound and noticed several unfamiliar disciples lurking nearby, weighing a bulging storage pouch that presumably contained numerous precious resources. Accept, accept, accept. The more you wager, the greater the loss. The less you wager, the smaller the loss. As long as you dare to bet, we shall accept anything. He took the storage pouch from the other disciple, then tucked the betting slip received in return into his robe, vanishing into the throng. The errand disciple Zhang Xiaoi crouched by the edge of the arena, the pouch in his sleeve jingling with a clattering sound. As you instructed, the Qingmu Peak group has opened the odds at 15-1. The brothers have placed the elixirs and spirit stones in batches, all betting heavily on your victory. Upon hearing this, Chu Chen could not help but pat Zhang Xiaoi on the shoulder, showering them with praise. Well done. Once we earn the spirit stones, I will treat you all to a grand feast. His gaze drifted toward the direction of Qingmu Peak, a flicker of cold light flashing in his eyes as he murmured, "Daring to open a betting match, I shall seize the opportunity to profit, ensuring your precious resources are lost. Have you lost your senses? You think you can win against Situ Zhong?" Hua Taizhan, seeing Chu Chen's intent to confront the strongest outer sect disciple, could not help but feel a chill of apprehension. Stepping closer and landing a firm slap on his shoulder. Suddenly, Chu Chen felt a heavy weight on his shoulder, only to see a large, dark hand patting him, producing a dull thud. Clearly, this clumsy bear had been reprimanded by Situ Zhong. Otherwise, with his audacious and reckless personality, he would never concede in front of others. A crisp sound of a sword echoed as Situ Zhong confidently strode to the center of the martial arts stage, his 3-foot azure blade pointed directly at Chu Chen. The sharp aura sliced through the air, aimed straight at him. Chu Chen's pupils contracted. This was not what he had anticipated. This fellow was serious. He immediately bent down and awkwardly rolled to the side, narrowly evading the lethal sword energy. Raising his head, he cast a puzzled glance at the inebriated figure across from him. Confusion etched across his face. Wasn't it agreed that it would just be a casual spar? Yet, this fellow seemed intent on a real fight. Observing Chu Chen's flustered state, Situ Zhong couldn't help but smirk, amusement flickering in his heart. The sky was rent asunder by the sword energy, and the young man in plain attire lightly touched the coiling dragonstone pillar, his garments billowing without a breeze, exuding an air of nonchalance. Below, Chu Chen's vitality surged uncontrollably, blood-red energy seeping forth. His dantian's qi roiled violently, golden light forming spirals of energy around him. At that moment, a golden incantation swiftly enveloped his body, coalescing into 9 concentric spirals that stacked around him, taking the shape of a semi-transparent golden bell. Sword technique. Situ Zhong's renowned sword, winching, resonated with surging energy. The released aura rapidly coalescing into a dark force enveloping the blade's surface before it burst forth. The sword is coming, with a resounding shout from Chu Chen. The black sword, which had been embedded in the ground of the observation platform, began to tremble violently. Suddenly, it leapt into the air, heeding Chu Chen's summons and soaring into his palm. Instantly, gasps of astonishment filled the air. What? He is wielding the sword with his qi. He has commenced the art of qi manipulation at the condensation realm. It is widely understood that the condensation realm merely signifies the initial gathering of qi within the dantian, forming the foundational energy that envelopes the body. In contrast, practitioners of the Zhengyang realm possess a sufficiently robust energy within their bodies, enabling them to command spiritual artifacts, particularly flying swords, to soar through the skies. Only those who have reached this level can be deemed true practitioners of the path. For many lower-tier cultivators, the aspiration to fly upon a sword and traverse the martial world remains a cherished dream. At this moment, Chu Chen had transformed his dantian energy into a vast ocean, his physical prowess nearly rivaling that of a Zhengyang realm master. With both his corporeal and spiritual strength enhanced, he was on par with Situ Zhong, and in his prime, he could even contend with him. The 4 essential components of the cultivation realm are powerful techniques, dual cultivation partners, rare materials, and formidable artifacts. The distinction between Chu Chen and Situ Zhong lies in their experiences and the profundity of their techniques. Chu Chen, having trained for a relatively brief period and lacking a distinguished mentor prior to Long Zichen's appearance, found himself at a disadvantage, especially since he was situated in the resource-scarce Servant Peak. Consequently, he could not measure up to the pinnacle of Zhengyang realm that Situ Zhong represented. Reflecting upon this, Chu Chen acknowledged his shortcomings. His rapid advancements had altered his mindset. He gazed at Situ Zhong with a smile, fully comprehending his intentions. If you wish to fight, then I shall fight. Rising against the current reveals the true essence of a cultivator. Fight. Brother Situ, prepare to receive my challenge. Chu Chen's energy sank into his dantian. His legs slightly bent, the profound force coursing through the meridians of his arms. The ethereal light at his fingertips shimmered, and before he could unleash his strike, a resonant dragon's roar echoed through the air. Roar. The mighty dragon, with regrets, shatters mountains. With a thunderous shout, Chu Chen channeled his energy into his right palm and propelled it forward. Roar. In an instant, after the dragon's roar, a transparent dragon-shaped phantom gradually materialized before Chu Chen, exuding boundless dragon might as it surged forth from his fist, hurtling towards the incoming sword aura. Boom. The collision of dragon and sword unleashed a tremendous sound. Excellent. The formidable power of Chu Chen's strike seemed to awaken all of Situ Zhong's intoxication, causing him to stand upright, a surge of overwhelming sword intent erupting from him. TSK, do you think you can escape death this time? Observing the increasingly exhilarated Situ Zhong, Lin Yu, standing on the spectator platform, couldn't help but reveal a chilling smile, a fleeting flash of red glimmering in his eyes before vanishing. Chu, my junior, you possess remarkable skill. Situ Zhong's fingers glided over the radiant, sheathed sword, the spine illuminating with star-like patterns. Alas, your flaws are too many. Brace yourself for another strike. Chu Chen activated his blood condensation technique and unleashed another punch, summoning a dark golden dragon shadow. As the bloodthirsty aura enveloping the dragon surged toward him, he suddenly leaped from the coiled dragonstone pillar, his figure flickering into a mere afterimage. The trajectory of the sword he drew harmonized with the shifting stars of the cosmos, its tip accurately striking the vortex of profound energy at the reverse scale of the dragon phantom. This was indeed the fatal weakness of Chu Chen's dragon-shaped apparition, a technique to break the formation. The long sword emitted a crisp, resonant sound. Its blade's aura surged not with the luster of gold or jade, but with pure, crackling sword shadows. The first strike penetrated the dragon's shadow, the second shattered the dragon-shaped mystical energy cycle, and as the third thrust was executed, the dark, golden dragon shadow on the martial stage suddenly solidified, then exploded into a mist of spiritual energy, dissipating into nothingness. Chapter 84. Brother Situ, I seek your guidance. He gazed in disbelief at the scene before him, inwardly astonished. Situ Zhong, indeed the top disciple of the outer sect, lived up to his reputation, effortlessly dismantling his formidable killing technique. A flash of black light, and Situ Zhong closed the distance, his right hand, shaped like a sword, pressed precisely 3 inches from Chu Chen's wrist pulse. The mystical energy Chu Chen had infused with his blood coagulation technique melted away like snow under the sun at Situ Zhong's fingertips. His move slowed slightly. A lazy voice rang out as Situ Zhong stepped back, his robes swirling with a vortex of air, perfectly causing Chu Chen to stagger half a step. Situ Zhong continued his assault without pause, his fingers forming a sword, unleashing waves of sword energy directly at Chu Chen. A dryness rose in Chu Chen's throat as he noticed the fine blood marks on his knuckles reflecting Situ Zhong's residual sword energy. The pride from recently defeating 2 true disciples turned into cold sweat soaking his back. Clearly, Situ Zhong could have shattered his meridians with a single move. Yet he deliberately slowed all his actions as if instructing a disciple. Watch closely. Situ Zhong suddenly spun and slashed with his palm, his dark combat attire billowing with fierce winds. The dragon's subduing fist does not rely on brute force, but on harnessing the power of heaven and earth. The mystical energy surging from his palm was of the same origin as Chu Chen's, yet it resonated with the surrounding spiritual energy, transforming into 9 sharp dragon-shaped energy forces. Chu Chen's pupils contracted sharply as he narrowly evaded the dragon-shaped energy with his agile dragon step. Boom! Following a deafening roar, the energy blasted craters of varying sizes into the arena, showcasing its formidable power. As the crimson glow, accompanied by a dragon's roar, surged forth once more, the entire arena's green bricks were lifted half a zhong into the air. Roar! Brother Situ, I seek your guidance. The regret of the soaring dragon splits the earth. Before the words faded, Chu Chen shouted, transforming a surge of dark red energy into a vortex that enhanced the power of his dragon subduing fist. Well met. Finally, a glimmer of approval flashed in Situ Zhong's eyes as he thrust his sword into the ground and struck out with a palm. Bang! After 100 exchanges, Chu Chen's bloodied fist halted half an inch from Situ Zhong's throat. Gazing at the cold gleam of the sword tip poised at his, Chu Chen suddenly understood the meaningful smile. This battle. Situ Zhong was the first to withdraw, his sword tip grazing the ground and splattering blood droplets. Younger brother Chu has won. The battle, which had started fiercely but ended abruptly, concluded under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Situ Zhong waved his hand gracefully towards the sky, conceding the match, which meant he would have to fight his way through the revival round. However, given his strength, none could withstand his prowess. Brother Situ, I am indebted to you. Chu Chen clenched his fist and bowed deeply to Situ Zhong, a bow of genuine gratitude and respect for the other's meticulous guidance. Phew, I'm exhausted. Finally, I can have a drink. The sharpness in Situ Zhong's gaze faded as he sheathed his sword behind him. From seemingly nowhere, he produced a wine gourd that Chu Chen had gifted him. With a decisive motion, he uncorked it. An exquisite wine flowed generously into his mouth. Kid, I have high hopes for you. Remember to refine that elixir soon, he remarked, giving Chu Chen a hearty pat on the shoulder before gracefully leaping onto the martial arts platform. Absolutely. Chu Chen nodded vigorously. He felt compelled to agree, primarily out of trepidation. If this fellow held a grudge, he could easily turn the tables on him. Is this it? Chu Chen pondered. You asked me. Who should I ask? The fierce battles on the martial arts platform continued, each round more thrilling than the last. The disciples entering the third round were exceptional, each wielding unique secret techniques, leaving the spectators in awe. The elders, including Dao Xian, were heartened to see that during the third round of the sect competition, no elite disciple was simultaneously chosen among the top 10. Kid, I have gathered the materials. Make sure to seek me out when it's time to refine the elixir. Came the familiar sound of liquid being poured, accompanied by the smacking of lips, signaling that Situ Zhong had approached Chu Chen. Ahem. Well, this is not to be disclosed, Situ Zhong said, brushing his finger across his nose and instinctively touching the gourd at his waist, awkwardly clearing his throat. Observing this, Chu Chen's lips curled into a subtle smile, as if he had uncovered an amusing secret. Heh, it seems Brother Situ has not been shy about offending the elders. Do not speak foolishly. I am a person of integrity, merely passing by Danfeng to procure a few delicacies to accompany my drink. Chu Chen cast a sidelong glance at Situ Zhong before redirecting his gaze towards the martial arts platform. On the stage, a riveting duel was unfolding between Yun Shuang, the foremost disciple of Danfeng, and an elite disciple from Liang Peak. This was a magnificent contest, as the chief disciple of Danfeng. Yun Shuang's prowess was not to be underestimated. Mastering the fire control technique to an extraordinary degree, she had reached a level of transformation. Among the remaining competitors, few could rival her strength. Even Liang Peak, renowned for its fire manipulation, had suffered a dismal defeat at her hands. Once Yun Shuang descended from the stage, Chu Chen's eyes fell upon his friend, Hao Jian, who donned white garments, emanating an air reminiscent of a chivalrous swordsman. On the martial arts platform, with his garments billowing, he wielded his sword with the ferocity of thunder, overpowering the swordsman from the opposite side. Although Hao Jian's cultivation was several minor realms inferior to that of his opponent, the battle raged with intensity, culminating in a triumphant reversal where he employed a sword technique akin to that of Situ Zhong, casting his adversary from the stage. Perhaps sensing Chu Chen's gaze, Hao Jian, with an air of arrogance, flicked his long sword, executing a splendid flourish and raising an eyebrow in Chu Chen's direction. Chu Chen could not help but inwardly muse, what a show-off. From a distance, a few chuckles wafted from the observation platform of Qingmu Peak, suggesting that they had profited handsomely from betting on the matches. Chu Chen rolled his tongue over his blood-stained lips, expelling a mouthful of still fresh blood foam as he cast a sidelong glance at the crowd from Qingmu Peak, subtly exchanging glances with his fellow disciples. A glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. The sound of the wine gourd being uncorked resonated, and in an instant, an intoxicating aroma wafted through the stands of the servant. Situ Zhong seemed to catch a glimpse of the cold glimmer in Chu Chen's eyes and raised his elegant brows. His dark robe swept across the dusty ground as he approached quickly, the long sword at his back jingling with each step. With a smooth sip of the exquisite wine, he arrived beside Chu Chen and exclaimed, "What a delightful wine." This esteemed figure among the outer sect casually let his fingers dangle, resting a hand on Chu Chen's shoulder. His eyes filled with approval. "You truly understand my taste. The art of wine tasting is profound. The peach blossom brew from Qixian town is as smooth as silk and captivates my heart." Chu Chen felt a pang of annoyance. This wine could not silence your chatter, and it seemed I must endure your lecture. The peach blossom brew from Qixian town must be crafted from the morning dew of the 7th day after the awakening of insects. Situ Zhong tilted his head back, swallowing a mouthful of wine, his Adam's apple bobbing as the liquid flowed down his throat. He smacked his lips and continued. "One must select an old peach tree that thrives in the shade yet basks in the sun, with petals imbued with the essence of the moonlight from the third watch of the night. Only then can such fine wine be produced." As the exquisite wine graced his palate, Situ Zhong wiped the wine stains from the corner of his mouth, and with a flick of his finger, a glint of sword light flashed as he seemingly casually glanced towards the viewing platform of Qingmu. "I have heard that Qingmu Peak has recently acquired several jars of top-tier ice spirit." Observing Situ Zhong's gentle licking of his lips, Chu Chen felt a warmth in his heart, instantly grasping his intention. This was a gesture of support disguised as a compliment for the fine wine. As an interned disciple often overlooked by others, it was rare for anyone to express such overt kindness. With just a few jars of peach blossom brew, Chu Chen had managed to win over the foremost figure of the outer sect. It was evident that he had gained the upper hand. "Having you as an acquaintance, my drunken compatriot, is a bond one shall undoubtedly cherish." With the foremost disciple of the outer sect as an ally, Chu Chen's confidence burgeoned, his gaze radiating an icy resolve as he led a throng of disciples toward the wagering platform nearby. "A payout of 15-1 for the Azurewood Peak? I'm here to seize the opportunity." At the Azurewood Peak's wagering stand, a score of menial disciples were jostling, lugging sacks as they pressed forward, causing the Azurewood Peak disciples guarding the area to stagger. The arrival of an audacious figure cast a shadow over the wagering stand. And with a resounding slap upon the counter, a chilling voice echoed in the ears of the Azurewood Peak disciples. The wagering stand disciple furrowed his brow, squinting against the sunlight as his gaze followed the attire of the menial peak, gradually ascending to the hand gripping the wagering slip, then along the arm, ultimately settling upon the face of the hand's owner, none other than Chu Chen. Zhang Xiaoyi, clutching an abacus, approached obsequiously. As you instructed, senior brother. The brethren have placed wagers in 10 increments, even staking that 7-veined purple gold pill. It's you. The wagering stand disciple's eyes widened in recognition of Zhang Xiaoyi. With his furtive demeanor and tender age, it was evident that he was the lavishly dressed disciple from before. The disciple had wondered about the unfamiliar face, only to realize that this fellow was a disciple from the menial peak. An Azurewood Peak disciple behind the stone counter overturned a teacup, scoffing. A mere menial dares to demand payment? Who knows if you stole those elixirs? Indeed, what of it? A menial disciple daring to cause trouble? The other Azurewood Peak disciples echoed in unison, surrounding the menial peak disciples. Witnessing this, Chu Chen betrayed no astonishment. How could a virtuous individual emerge from the tutelage of one like Qing Xindaoren? It was now manifestly evident that they intended to embezzle the entirety of his wagered earnings. With eyes narrowed and Xuanqi subtly circulating, Chu Chen inquired with a hint of menace. Oh? Do you intend to abscond with my winnings? W.H. What? Are you attempting to intimidate me? Let me inform you. Do not presume that defeating senior brother Chu entitles you to bully me. Such a precious 7-vein purple gold pill, could you even afford it? With your meager monthly allowance of a few spirit stones. Who could possibly vouch for your ownership of this 7-vein purple gold pill? The Qingmu Peak disciple, perhaps having stumbled upon an irrefutable argument, ceased his advance in the face of Chu Chen's burgeoning pressure. Casting a disdainful gaze upon the assembled menial disciples, he derided them with newfound arrogance. Junior brother speaks thus. Chu Chen retorted, tightening the blood-stained bandage around his tiger's mouth, a hint of triumph gracing his countenance. This was specially procured from the Myriad Treasures Pavilion as collateral for the wager. To question its authenticity is to invite verification from Elder Qian himself. Abruptly, Chu Chen bowed respectfully towards the eastern sky, his voice resonating through the firmament. This disciple humbly beseeches Elder Qian to grace us with his presence. From the clouds emerged the crisp clatter of a golden abacus as Qian lay descended astride a gilded ledger, his countenance radiating a flamboyant air as he surveyed the betting platform below. 300 jade scrolls materialized from Qian Lei's sleeve, coalescing into a dense array of accounting phantasms above the betting platform. Based on the wagering outcomes, Qingmu Peak is indebted to the tune of 487,600 spirit stones. By my authority, I shall round it down and seize the 9-aperture azure lotus from your peak as recompense. Elder Yu. The disciple's face turned ashen as he took a step back, suddenly noticing Situ Zhong standing amidst the crowd, idly toying with a shadow stone etched with enigmatic patterns. Chu Chen approached the trembling disciple, his fingertips igniting with a trace of profound energy, signaling a palpable threat. Several days ago, my fellow brothers from the Servants' Peak were ambushed by your Qingmu Peak, leaving us in disarray. Today, the interest is just right. He lowered his voice, a sly smile gracing his lips. By the way, Brother Situ, that reward should be exchanged for those exquisite jugs of fine wine. Deliver them to me at once. Otherwise, this shadow stone may very well end up on the desk of the law enforcement elder. As Qian Lei tossed the resource-filled storage ring to Chu Chen, the ring's surface reflected the distant figure of Chu Chen nodding slightly. Kid, remember to invite me next time you set a trap. It was all thanks to old Qian's timely scheming that they had profited handsomely this time. I need those items prepared as swiftly as possible. Chu Chen bowed slightly to accept the ring, raising an eyebrow at Qian Lei. Would it be any less for you? Qian Lei stroked his little mustache, his rotund figure waddling off towards the Wanbao Pavilion. Cradling the newly acquired storage ring, he grinned widely. With Chu Chen's rapidly advancing cultivation, perhaps he could indeed keep his little wife safe. He eagerly anticipated the young man's reaction upon discovering the truth. Casting a glance at the departing old Qian, a faint smile played upon Chu Chen's lips. Chapter 86. An unspoken past. On the martial arts platform, numerous familiar disciples of Chu Chen began to appear, and even with his typically somber demeanor, he found himself captivated. The Grand Sect competition was indeed a crucible of hidden talent, with disciples who typically kept a low profile now emerging en masse to display their abilities in the arena. This spectacle prompted Chu Chen to marvel at the abundance of talent within the outer sect. Throughout the proceedings, Chu Chen couldn't help but glance skyward, where he observed Qin Xian's aged countenance contorted in a manner that brought him considerable satisfaction. Little rascal, you certainly know how to stir things up. At this rate, you'll amass a multitude of adversaries. I'd rather not inherit a host of geriatric grudges simply for taking you on as a disciple. A crisp, somewhat roguish female voice echoed in Chu Chen's ears as he was engrossed in the spectacle. Upon receiving the telepathic message, Chu Chen subtly raised his eyebrows towards the heavens. He caught sight of her pouting, regarding him with a touch of exasperation, her fist brandished in a gesture that was more endearing than menacing. It's hardly my fault. I'm simply too handsome. It's inevitable that I'll attract jealousy. Chu Chen responded, palms upturned, conveying an air of helplessness. Keep a low profile for my sake. Yes, master. The telepathic transmission hinted at Lu Qianxue's barely suppressed urge to resort to physical correction. Chu Chen recoiled slightly, his nonchalant demeanor instantly replaced by one of decorum. He sat up straight, resembling a child under the watchful eye of a stern tutor. Amidst this newfound atmosphere of quietude, the fiery battles continued unabated, with the third round of the outer sect competition drawing to a close. The resounding chime of the Tianyuan bell heralded the commencement of the fourth round of the grand sect competition. With this resonant peal, Chu Chen shook off his languid state, his gaze now intently focused on the sky above. A resonant hum echoed from the sky, as the vast stone tablet shimmered with a gentle glow. Amidst the swirling radiance, two beams of light descended upon its surface, illuminating two names in their entirety, followed by the emergence of two cascading curtains of light. These curtains unfurled in opposite directions, showering the surroundings, as two ethereal glimmers landed upon two viewing platforms situated not far apart. Pray tell, what sort of battle shall unfold next? The multitude of disciples surrounding seemed frozen in time, collectively directing their gaze towards Chu Chen, momentarily rendered speechless. Lo and behold, one is Chu Chen, and the opponent is Lin Yu from Qingyan Peak, is it not? Why must each encounter be so arduous? Indeed, every time. Senior brother Chu invariably faces formidable adversaries. It is said that there exists an undeniable past between senior brother Lin and senior brother Chu. Oh, do elaborate. This calls for a recounting of events from that fateful night, when Lin Yu stealthily approached the small peak of Qingyun, where senior brother Chu resided. A knowledgeable disciple, akin to a storyteller, began to narrate the enmity between Chu Chen and Lin Yu. As a gentle breeze stirred, Lin Yu made his entrance at one corner of the viewing platform, clad in garments as white as snow, his attire billowing gracefully, exuding the distinguished bearing of a young master from a noble family. Setting aside Lin Yu's ruthless demeanor, his handsome visage resembled that of a refined gentleman. Around the viewing platform, disciples whispered among themselves, their expressions tinged with curiosity. Why, senior brother Lin appears quite dignified, not at all as unworthy as you described, remarked a female disciple, her eyes shimmering with admiration as she turned to the knowledgeable disciple beside her. You have only recently begun your journey. Lin Yu has committed numerous unspeakable deeds, relying on the power of the Lin family behind him. Upon hearing this, the admiration and affection in the eyes of the female disciple diminished considerably. She then inquired, what about senior brother Chu Chen? I've heard he was on the verge of becoming the chief disciple. Chu Chen? Bah, what is he? Does he even deserve to be the chief? A disciple, evidently affiliated with the Lin family, scoffed disdainfully. Among the contemporary disciples of Qingyun Peak, Lin Yu was regarded as the most prestigious. And although his strength did not quite match that of the chief disciples from the other two main peaks, it was certainly not lacking by much. However, the other disciples remained unaware that the formidable chief they admired had forcibly elevated his cultivation to the Zhenyang realm through demonic pills, heavily influenced and brainwashed by Lin Yu. In their eyes, Chu Chen was merely an unremarkable waste of talent, fortunate by mere chance. Why should he be entitled to occupy that chief position? It is one thing to be a waste oneself, but to audaciously challenge senior brother Lin, he is utterly disgraceful. Another disciple spoke with contempt for Chu Chen, his voice laced with indignation. Amidst their words, a mocking laugh echoed from a distance, causing the crowd to furrow their brows and turn to see a young man in a flowing white robe approaching gracefully. As they recognized the newcomer, it was none other than Lin Yu, the very individual they had been discussing. At that moment, a figure lightly touched the railing of the viewing platform and floated into the arena. Boom! The massive black sword struck the ground with a thud as Chu Chen pointed towards the platform, his cold voice resonating throughout the arena. Lin Yu, come down and face your death. A clamor erupted from the stands as spectators expressed their astonishment at Chu Chen's uncharacteristic outburst. A lackey of Lin Yu, witnessing the scene, began to berate Chu Chen. "You jinx! How dare you challenge senior brother? Quickly remove yourself from the stage." As the disciple attempted to continue his tirade, he was interrupted by a hand. Following the hand upwards, he saw that it was Lin Yu who had stopped him. "Chu Chen is challenging me. Allow me to meet him and defeat him as easily as crushing earthenware." With a light step, Lin Yu leaped gracefully onto the dueling platform. With a flourish, he unfurled his folding fan with a snap, a display that elicited squeals of delight from the female disciples below. Lin Yu's eyes gleamed as he fixed a cold gaze upon Chu Chen, and he said, "Why must you act in such a manner, junior brother Chu? Rest assured, your elation will be short-lived. After this battle, the seat of the first disciple will be mine for the taking." The two figures on the stage narrowed their eyes, their gazes clashing with the intensity of a brewing storm. Dong! The bell of Tianyuan tolled, signaling the commencement of the battle. "You," Lin Yu began, flicking his folding fan, but he was cut short by a powerful gust of wind. Smack! Lost in his ostentatious display, Lin Yu failed to notice Chu Chen's swift approach. A forceful gust of wind struck him, sending him flying with a slap. He spun in the air before barely managing to land on his feet. Chu Chen shook his slightly stinging hand and jested, "So effeminate, with so much useless talk. I must say, your skin is quite thick. It has made my hand ache. You seek death." After receiving a slap, Lin Yu, who was attempting to maintain his facade, was thoroughly stripped of his pretense. His face contorted in rage as a surge of profound energy erupted from within him. Chapter 87. You are leagues behind Qin Shuang. Upon the martial arts platform, Chu Chen's dismissive gesture elicited a burst of laughter from the observing disciples. Suddenly, Lin Yu, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with his right hand, summoned an icy blue glow of profound energy. With a flick of his folding fan, 36 bone spikes protruded from its ribs, shimmering with a ghostly blue toxic light under the sun. "Heart-devouring crows," Lin Yu shouted, his figure swiftly darting forward, and as the fan swept through the air, it conjured sharp ice spikes. Seeing this, Chu Chen took a half step back, channeling his blood technique, which radiated a crimson profound energy around him. Clang! The black heavy sword sliced through the air, creating a crimson arc before him, the scorching wave vaporizing the ice spikes entirely. The sound of clashing metal resonating through the mist. Suddenly, a disciple in plain robes stood up from the observation area, exclaiming, "Senior brother Chu, be careful." Before the words could fully escape his lips, Lin Yu's fan, imbued with ghostly blue poison, pierced through the fog, aiming directly for his throat. Chu Chen's robe was instantly corroded, riddled with countless holes, and his exposed skin began to show a terrifying bluish-purple hue. He stepped back half a pace, then activated the primordial body refinement technique, causing the bluish-purple discoloration to rapidly recede. In a swift motion, Chu Chen reversed the grip on his sword, its broad blade meeting the oncoming attack head-on, the rebound force fracturing the stone ground beneath them into a spiderweb of cracks. Boom! Stomp! 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 The resounding clash of metal echoed once more, and amidst the chaotic exchange, the immense recoil forced both combatants to retreat 3 steps. Poisoning. Is this the extent of your abilities? Having just regained his balance, Chu Chen issued a furious reprimand, abruptly withdrawing his strength to whirl around, and with a resonant hum, the heavy sword cleaved the air, unleashing a crescent-shaped arc of sword energy. Swoosh! As the sword energy hurtled towards him, Lin Yu hastily leaned backward, the jade fan in his grasp sent flying by the immense force. The sword energy severed his hair clasp, revealing a scar on his forehead amidst the scattering black strands, the very mark he had sustained when he trespassed into the cave dwelling and was wounded by Chu Chen. A clamor immediately erupted from below the platform. The female disciples who had been cheering for Lin Yu covered their mouths in astonishment. That scar. So the rumors were true. A knowledgeable disciple seized the opportunity to elaborate. Back then, Lin Yu attempted to pilfer the Qingyun Sutra, a unique cultivation technique bestowed by Elder Su and exclusive to Qingyun Peak. He was apprehended on the spot by senior brother Chu, who injured him in the ensuing confrontation. From that moment onward, senior brother Chu recognized Lin Yu's true nature, and the two became bitter adversaries. This matter was widely circulated at the time. Silence. Upon hearing the discussions from the viewing platform, Lin Yu's eyes turned crimson. He glared at the knowledgeable disciple on the platform, and immediately, the Xian energy around his body surged by 30%, evidently invoking some kind of secret technique. Above, witnessing this spectacle, Lu Qinshua's delicate hand clenched tightly, her knuckles cracking. The old Lin family fiend actually imparted the blood ignition art to a junior. Elder Qin Xian, however, stroked his beard and sneered. The rules of the competition do not forbid this. Boom. Lin Yu leaped with tremendous force, abruptly appearing before Chu Chen. The instant his feet landed, the powerful impact caused the arena floor to tremble. Lin Yu fixed his gaze upon Chu Chen, a look of savage ferocity contorting his features. My path to the seat of leadership begins with you. Boom. Before his words had even faded, Lin Yu unleashed a lightning-fast punch, his fist enveloped in crimson blood energy. Come. Let us settle both old scores and new grievances together. A surge of icy resolve coursed through Chu Chen's eyes as he advanced to meet the attack. Arrogant fool. The chi-gathering realm dares to challenge my righteous might. Upon encountering Chu Chen's frigid gaze, Lin Yu's fury ignited. Stamping his foot, he fractured the bricks beneath him, and without further ado, unleashed his arcane arts. The initial manifestation of the Cloud Dragon, with a thunderous roar from Lin Yu. Several rays of light surged forth amidst the tempest, a powerful gale sweeping across the horizon, seemingly resonating with a dragon's roar as it hurtled towards Chu Chen. A faint, sardonic smile graced Chu Chen's lips. His inner energy surged forth, and gripping the black sword in hand, he executed a crescent-shaped sword aura, cleaving through the oncoming winds in an instant. Lin Yu, witnessing this, felt no particular surprise. He had long observed the formidable combat prowess Chu Chen displayed against the true disciples. After a brief moment of accumulation, the dispersed winds converged once more, enveloping the storm in a semi-transparent dragon shadow, embodying the might of shattered stones and severed wood, forging a tornado assault directed at Chu Chen. With no time for further contemplation, Chu Chen immediately activated the diamond body protection technique, bellowing, Wuxiang Xuanjia. His inner energy surged tumultuously, radiating golden light around him. As his 362 vital points trembled simultaneously, unleashing spirals of golden energy. At that moment, golden runes danced upon Chu Chen's skin, coalescing into 9 layers of circular spirals, which subsequently stacked into a semi-transparent dark golden bell. Boom. The dragon form collided with the golden bell, producing a resonant chime that reverberated like thunder, sending Lin Yu reeling backward. Bloodlight fist. As Lin Yu retreated in silence, Chu Chen seized the opportunity, channeling his crimson energy to gather at the fist's edge. The blood god technique of the 8 desolations combined with the bloodlight fist unleashed an overwhelming strike, tearing through the very air before him. Witnessing this, Lin Yu emitted a disdainful snort, instantaneously channeling his profound Xian cultivation of the positive sun realm into his palms. And with a swift gesture, he conjured a Xian light shield. Bang! Shatter! Crack! Crack! The Xian light shield, scarcely formed, proved as fragile as paper. Instantly pulverized by Chu Chen's fist, the crisp sounds of fragmentation echoing incessantly. Barely managing to stabilize his stance, he was once more bombarded by the force of the fist, resulting in a muffled retreat. Heh, Chief Seat, you are far inferior to Qin Shuang. Chu Chen jeered, pressing forward to engage him at close quarters. Impossible. How could I possibly lose to you? Lin Yu exclaimed, his eyes wide with visible blood vessels. With a turn of his hand, a jet-black spear manifested, its shaft adorned with fiery. As he retreated explosively, he grounded the spears but to halt his momentum, converting the receding force into a forward surge. The spear enveloped in dazzling fiery luminescence. Initiating with a familiar maneuver, the starting stance of the prairie fire spear technique, fire cloud canopy. Lin Yu infused a substantial amount of Xian power into the spear, the crimson tassel following its movements. 7 scarlet spear phantoms instantly piercing, dispersing all of Chu Chen's offensives, momentarily affording himself a respite. Halting his advance, Chu Chen nodded in measured approval, employing a defensive maneuver to thwart the enemy. It seemed the Lin family scion was not entirely inept, though only to this extent. Lin Yu seized the opportunity, relentlessly pressing his attack with the prairie fire. His biceps bulged with muscle, the spear shaft spinning in his palm, creating a scarlet vortex. The spearhead's red tassel abruptly ignited with a dark flame. 7 fire crow-shaped bursts of energy tearing through the air. Fire crow incinerates the sky. Seeing this, Chu Chen was quick to react, raising a surge of profound energy coursed into the blade, gathering into a formidable crescent-shaped sword aura. Although Chu Chen was not well versed in powerful sword techniques or mystical arts, his robust energy reservoir, coupled with the sharp characteristics of the Zishu's spirit blade, enabled him to achieve commendable results. With a thunderous roar, the crimson and black energies intertwined, and the crescent sword aura pierced through 3 fiery raven energy blasts before dissipating. Chu Chen then raised his sword to block, successfully intercepting the remaining fiery ravens. Just as he managed to fend off the fiery ravens, a series of sharp sonic booms erupted. Chapter 88. Dragon Blood Powder Swish. 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 The sharp whirring resonated suddenly, as beams of sword light shot forth from one side of the martial stage, heading directly for Chu Chen. Bang. 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 Indeed, I underestimated you. Chu Chen was pushed back half a step by the sword light, his arm tingling slightly from the impact. He wielded the black sword up and down to dissipate the numbness. After a series of metallic clashes, he was somewhat surprised to discover that Lin Yu, his opponent, was also adept at sword control. Within the Tianyuan sect, there exists an unspoken understanding. The 3 main peaks of the outer sect, Qingyun Peak, Qingmu Peak, and Liang Peak, each possess distinctive traits. Qingyun Peak's techniques are ethereal, with most disciples excelling in light-footedness and concealed weapons. Disciples of Qingmu Peak predominantly focus on physical cultivation, with their mystical arts mainly revolving around close-quarters combat techniques. Liang Peak specializes in various mystical arts, favoring fiery attributes and techniques that emphasize intense fire-based confrontations. However, the current sect competition has overturned this understanding. Disciples from Liang Peak, led by Huatai's Han, now primarily focus on close combat techniques while also incorporating fire-based enhancements to bolster their combat prowess, developing impressive physiques. Meanwhile, disciples from Qingmu Peak have gradually moved beyond close combat, beginning to explore long-range mystical arts. The esteemed Qingyun Peak, renowned for its mastery of lengthy weaponry and agile techniques, has, much like Lin Yu, subtly embraced the art of sword control. This development is indeed a commendable phenomenon within the Tianyuan sect. The rigid adherence to the forms of sorcery has given way to a flourishing array of diverse talent, a sight that has elicited admiration from the venerable elders such as Daoxian, who reside above the clouds, as they stroke their beards in approval. All assaults were thwarted by Chu Chen's sword, his gaze fixed intently upon Lin Yu in the distance. There, Lin Yu was forming intricate gestures with his hands, the profound energy surging forth once more. Dragons roar in the 9 heavens. The tempest and radiant hues intertwined, the sound of the dragon's roar resonating across the martial platform. The force of the energy generated a wave of sound, manifesting as a circular vortex that howled towards Chu Chen. The reverberation momentarily stunned him, plunging him into a brief state of disorientation. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Subsequently, the sharp buzzing on the martial platform intensified as the spiritual energy in the air coalesced, and beams of sword light shot forth from Lin Yu's presence, heading straight for Chu Chen. Cloud Dragon Sword Technique. The tempest and radiant light merged, revealing a dazzling display of violet lightning that erupted forth in a torrential onslaught. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the sword radiance flickered, the air was cleaved with a continuous sound. The energy-laden sword light entwined with the vibrant lightning, truly a sight to behold. Chu Chen's expression darkened. He swiftly activated the blood technique, and a crimson current surged throughout his form, manifesting as a faint blood-colored shield around him. As the oncoming sword lights made contact with this crimson energy, they collided violently, producing a series of crisp chimes, akin to striking an invisible wall of air, and were forcefully repelled, sending plumes of dust into the air. Thud, thud, thud. After a sharp and resonant buzz, although Chu Chen managed to deflect the radiant sword light unleashed by the Cloud Dragon sword technique, he was still forced back 3 steps. Had it not been for his robust, profound energy and a physical resilience rivaling that of a profound artifact, he would undoubtedly have sustained injuries from that sword light. Despite only superficial wounds adorning his body, which gave him an appearance of ease, the sword light had inflicted internal damage, causing a trickle of crimson to escape from the corner of his mouth. It seemed that the outcome of their battle was too close to call. However, this was not necessarily the case. Chu Chen, worn from the fierce engagement, was nearing his limits, while Lin Yu, poised and fresh, awaited the opportune moment to strike. Regardless of the battle's result, Chu Chen had already earned the respect of the elders. A disciple who spoke up cast a glance toward the clouds, observing the expressions of the elders, and reached this conclusion. Amidst the murmurs from the observing platform, the duel on the martial stage escalated into a fervent clash. Although Lin Yu did not possess the profound cultivation of other top disciples, as a scion of the Lin family, he wielded an array of secret techniques and profound methods. In contrast, Chu Chen found himself increasingly beleaguered, his body marked with wounds, and on several occasions, nearly losing grip of his dark sword. While Lin Yu seemed to hold the advantage, his frequent use of secret techniques was depleting his profound energy, compelling him to rely on medicinal pills to sustain his fighting prowess. The two combatants engaged in an intense struggle, with neither able to gain the upper hand. After more than 100 exchanges, Chu Chen's brow furrowed in concentration. Despite his capability to fight above his rank, he found himself at a disadvantage against the deeply rooted Lin Yu. This was untenable. A swift resolution was imperative. No more games, one decisive move would determine the victor. Chu Chen's energy surged, unleashing a torrent of profound power that flowed into the black sword in his grasp, the sharp resonance of the blade echoing with each tremor. What a formidable wave of energy. One could only wonder if Lin Yu could withstand it. As Chu Chen appeared to be preparing a grand move, Lin Yu, naturally, would not remain idle. He summoned his true energy from the dantian, channeling it into the spear he wielded. Intuition urged him that without exerting his utmost strength, he might not be able to fend off the impending strike from Chu Chen. Blood burning. Activate. In an instant, a powerful stream of profound energy surged towards his heart, causing it to race wildly, while blood coursed through his veins with increasing velocity, elevating his body temperature dramatically. A formidable force of profound energy erupted from his heart, spreading throughout his limbs, sharpening his senses and enhancing his physical prowess in that fleeting moment. The blood flowed rapidly through his veins, as if molten lava were surging forth. The rising temperature evaporated most of the moisture within Chu Chen's body, and the profound energy burst forth through his pores, forming a swirling vortex of a bizarre crimson hue. Bloodlight Fist. He struck with a punch that created a sonic boom. However, just as the Bloodlight Fist approached Lin Yu's spear, the crimson brilliance dissipated with a thunderous sound, and several jets of blood erupted from Chu Chen's acupoints. Gritting his teeth, Chu Chen resolutely suppressed any sound, acutely aware of the ferocious energy and surging vitality rampaging through his meridians. At that moment, the tumultuous energy was spiraling out of control. With an uncontrollable surge, Chu Chen spat a mouthful of blood onto the ground, leaving the spectators in shock, even the elders in the clouds furrowing their brows. What on earth is happening? How could it be that he is engulfed in a mist of blood? Behold, the aura of Brother Chu is in disarray. Why is his energy so unstable? Could it be that his old injuries have resurfaced? With a sudden cough, Chu Chen, still unsteady on his feet, spewed forth another mouthful of blood. The turbulent energy coursing through him had already damaged several meridians, and even his bones creaked ominously, on the verge of breaking. The situation worsened as Chu Chen, besieged by the chaos within his energy channels, found it impossible to gather his profound strength in such a short time. It appeared he had resorted to the dragon blood powder. High above in the heavens, Elder Su Changsheng of the Pill Peak furrowed his brow, seemingly recognizing the reason behind Chu Chen's rampage. What is this fool doing? Is he courting death? Elder Qian Lei of the Wanbao Pavilion cursed under his breath, his tone betraying a hint of concern. Truly, a country bumpkin, daring to utilize dragon blood powder while recklessly attempting to harness his profound energy. Such folly. Elder Qing Xian of the Qingmu Peak could not help but scoff. Inwardly, he mused, this dragon blood powder is indeed a high-tier spirit medicine, its potency manifesting so swiftly. You, young man, better perish on that stage. Chapter 89. The young brat's underhanded tactics. Junior sister, Yu. Dao Xian furrowed his brow, casting a concerned glance at Lu Qianxue. At this moment, Lu Qianxue's delicate brow was deeply furrowed, her face a portrait of worry, confusion evident in her beautiful features. It seemed she understood the gravity of Chu Chen's predicament, muttering to herself, "It's impossible. How could I have given him dragon blood powder? It is merely an ordinary healing elixir. If I find out who is responsible for this, I shall ensure their demise." Above the distant crowd, amidst the throng of elders, one individual subtly revealed an enigmatic smile. He was the Q-ing Su in Taoist. It seemed he had foreseen the troubles that would befall Sage Chen. On the martial stage, LNY appeared to have discerned Sage N's predicament as well. However, he had no intention of holding back. He prepared to unleash a devastating strike upon Chen, his primordial energy surging as he let out a ferocious roar. Die. Though he understood the cause of Chen's plight, he could not let this opportunity to thrash him slip away. He yearned for CHCHN's immediate demise. As he observed CHCHN struggling to endure, a cold smile crept across LNY's face. He concentrated his vital, amplifying the potency of his technique to its zenith before unleashing a formidable advanced spell. In an instant, the martial stage was engulfed in tumultuous winds and flashes of lightning. LNY's spear tip was aimed directly at CHCHN, channeling heavenly thunder into the gale, materializing a phantom of a thunder dragon entwined in violet lightning. Cloud Dragon 9 appearances, Thunder Strike, Dragon Fury. Roar. With a ferocious thrust, the dragon's silhouette split into 9. Each of the violet bolts, accompanied, surged toward CHCHN from various directions, instantly propelling him backward, blood splattering across the martial stage. CHCHN bore the brunt of this profound technique. His body battered and bloodied, and as he crashed into a corner of the arena, the blood pooling beneath him formed a small crimson basin. How could this be? Why has my vital energy spiraled out of control? Bloodied and scarred, CHCHN trembled as he rose, his hands propping himself against his knees. Due to the tumult of his vital energy, his eyes were now laced with crimson veins, with faint traces of red visible in the whites of his eyes, evidence of ruptured blood vessels. This situation was not a consequence of his cultivation technique. After assessing the peculiarities within his body, CHCHN dismissed the notion that it was a flaw in his practice. Could it be that the most intense battle was with Chu Chen? At that time, Chu Chen noticed that when Chu Chen threw a punch, a bluish-gray powder hidden in his palm seeped into the wound under his ribs. Those tiny particles dissolved upon contact with blood, coursing through his meridians faster than a centipede burrowing through soil. Initially, Chu Chen thought it was due to the unique nature of Chu Chen's profound energy, which moved too swiftly through his body, causing slight discomfort in his meridians. But now, upon reflection, the current abnormal state must be caused by some kind of potion that triggers a loss of control over his vital energy. Damn it, that little bastard Chu Chen ambushed me. Instantly, Chu Chen grasped the crux of the matter. He could clearly feel a rampant, violent energy within his body gradually destroying his meridians, not only disrupting the flow of his profound energy, but also expanding bit by bit. If he didn't find a solution soon, he would inevitably be overwhelmed by this wild energy. Clang. The tip of the spear rang out, its cold glint arriving first, followed by Lin Yu with his white jade spear. Chu Chen, employing the exquisite dragon step, managed to dodge at the last moment as the spear thrust towards him. With a sweep of his black sword, he sent a heavy shadow of the blade flying, deflecting the incoming spear. However, immediately after executing this move, Chu Chen frowned. His physical condition worsened with the fight, and flaws appeared in his perfected dragon step, causing his speed to drop sharply. As his movement slowed, the barrage of spear shadows pierced through the afterimages behind him, putting him at constant risk of sudden death. This perilous battle was comparable to his duel with Qin Shuang. Splash! Splash! On the martial platform, Chu Chen's blood nearly dyed the entire arena red. Retreating incessantly, Chu Chen presented a harrowing figure, his body marred by deep gashes from which blood flowed ceaselessly. Scarcely had the crimson tide begun to congeal before fresh wounds supplanted the old, and on several occasions he narrowly avoided being impaled by Lin Yu's spear. Chu Chen, why such frailty? Fate decrees your demise. The firmament was filled with a tempest of spear shadows, interspersed with Lin Yu's derision, which served only to exacerbate Chu Chen's predicament. It seems you are beset by considerable adversity. An ethereal voice resonated within Chu Chen's mind, one he recognized as belonging to the mistress of the sable blade he wielded, the erstwhile Violet Dawn Sword Sovereign, Long Zichen. Henceforth, relinquish control to me, compose your spirit, and I shall take charge. Hearing this reassuring voice, Chu Chen hastily invoked his mind-calming incantation to quell the tempestuous emotions within. He murmured, "May I seal eternity, and all things retain their essence. May the heart find tranquility, and my spirit stand alone. May heart and mind unite, and breath follow in harmony." Chu Chen's movements grew increasingly agile, his form as lithe as a swallow in its evasive maneuvers. Abruptly, his pupils constricted, transforming into bizarre vertical slits. His gaze now imbued with the subtle essence of a dragon. It was evident that Long Zichen had imperceptibly assumed control of his corporeal form, directing its every action. With a sweep of her divine sense, Long Zichen's voice betrayed a hint of astonishment. Such potent medicinal efficacy, seemingly imbued with a modicum of true dragon's blood. Truly, fortune smiles upon you. This trace of true dragon's blood suffices to transmute your physique and propel your primordial body tempering technique into the second stratum. However, you must endure. Long Xia Ming mused inwardly. This is a trial. Surmount it, and you shall ascend to the next realm. Endure, I implore you. In the midst of the chaotic dance of evasion, Chu Chen swiftly retrieved a spirit stone, biting down upon it with fervor. Without the luxury of savoring its essence, he swallowed it whole, allowing the innate energies of the Hongmeng refinement technique to commence their sacred operation within him. The fiery essence of heart and blood surged forth. Under the intervention of Long Xia Ming, the spirit stone rapidly transformed into streams of golden mystical energy, flooding into the vicinity of Chu Chen's heart, subsequently branching into numerous torrents of golden power that coursed through his veins. Buzzing resonances filled the air. Every cell within his bloodstream began to roar as the golden energy traversed his entire meridian system. The medicinal potency of the dragon's blood began to dissolve alongside the mystical energy, gradually being refined into pure energy that merged into his sinews, accompanied by the vibrant sounds of his veins trembling. Amidst the overwhelming hum, Long Xia Ming's intention summoned a protective shield of golden energy around the heart meridian. The blood of the true dragon, during its dissolution, grew increasingly heated, akin to molten magma, causing wisps of azure smoke to rise from his skin. His entire form transforming into a bizarre crimson hue reminiscent of a cooked shrimp. Instantly, the energy from the dantian surged forth, circulating through his meridians, enveloping his bones with a gentle yet potent force, incessantly hammering, refining, and reconstructing them. During this refining process, a portion of the wandering mystical energy gravitated toward the raging force, entwining it and drawing it into the bones, meridians, and even the internal organs. Ultimately, while the heart meridian remained safeguarded, his skeletal structure, meridians, and viscera were consistently reinforced throughout the refining process. The formidable Hongmeng refinement technique fervently consumed the true dragon's blood within the dragon blood powder, gradually infusing its essence into every organ of his body. At this moment, astonishing transformations were also unfolding on the surface surrounding Chu Chen. Chapter 90. The peril of exploding body. A heart-wrenching roar erupted from Chu Chen's lips. In an instant, his body underwent an astonishing transformation. A torrent of crimson energy surged forth, intertwined with golden mystical power, enveloping him in a radiant shroud. Beneath this mystical veil, glimmering scales flickered into view, reminiscent of those of the legendary dragon kin. At his forehead, a spiraling formation akin to dragon horns emerged. However, this metamorphosis was fleeting, vanishing as abruptly as it had appeared, as if it had never existed at all. It seemed that the injuries to his body had thwarted the dragon transformation. What a pity! Long Xia Ming, sensing the changes within Chu Chen, felt a twinge of disappointment as he witnessed the failure of the transformation. Chu Chen's body had been continuously battered in battle, further ravaged by the effects of the dragon blood powder, leading to extensive damage to his meridians and bones. His physical condition was deteriorating, rendering him incapable of unleashing even a third of his potential combat power. At that moment, Lin Yu appeared to sense an ominous aura emanating from Chu Chen, prompting him to launch a frenzied assault. His white jade spear was tainted with the crimson hue of Chu Chen's blood. Despite his disdainful words towards Chu Chen, he harbored a persistent fear of the threat posed by him. He was determined not to afford Chu Chen any opportunity to retaliate. Wary of a fate similar to that of Qin Shuang and Chu Sun, should Chu Chen seize the chance to respond, it could very well lead to his own downfall. What caused the sudden surge of blood? Tian Shan scratched his head, glancing at the group of individuals not far away. Upon hearing this, Situ Zhong, who had been silently drinking, turned to observe the alchemy disciples standing amongst the crowd of miscellaneous servants on the peak. Cloud Mist, what ails him? At this, all eyes turned to the comely maiden among the Dan Peak disciples. Judging by his current state, suppressed chi and hemorrhaging, it appears he has ingested a supplement to boost chi and blood. It seems akin to dragon blood powder. After a moment's contemplation, Cloud Mist mused, indeed, it is dragon blood powder. As a disciple of Dan Peak, she possessed an acute sensitivity to the properties of all elixirs. From Chu Chen's physical manifestations, she had surmised the cause of his anomalies with near certainty. Dragon blood powder? Huataizan inquired, tilting his head in bewilderment. What manner of elixir is that? I've never heard of it. Dragon blood powder is an advanced elixir for replenishing blood and healing injuries. Rumored to be crafted with the blood of various dragon clans, and it is rarely seen on the market. Cloud mist elucidated. This high-grade elixir is the pinnacle of healing remedies, capable of swiftly mending wounds. The speed at which Chu Chen's external injuries are healing can likely be attributed to the efficacy of this dragon blood powder. However, this elixir possesses a significant drawback, one that could even be considered fatal. Fatal? Due to the exceedingly potent medicinal force contained within. Anyone who has ingested dragon blood powder must never readily mobilize their Xian power. Otherwise, the savage energy carried by the dragon blood power will disrupt the circulation of Xian power, rupturing meridians and bones, posing an imminent threat of bodily explosion. Heavens! How terrifying! Upon hearing Cloud Mist's explanation, Huataizhan exclaimed with a wave of his bear-like hand, then turned his gaze towards the martial arena. Is that lad courting death? This elixir, once consumed, should have been sufficient. Yet, such audacity in wielding one's mystical energy suggests a profound ignorance of mortality. I suspect foul play. Among the crowd, Hao Jian, standing resolutely with his sword, narrowed his eyes and pondered aloud, directing the attention of the onlookers to the martial stage. Chen's expression did not reflect the awareness of the lethal effects of the potion. Can it be posited that he is utterly oblivious to the fact that he has ingested the dragon blood powder? At this juncture, Situ Zhong voiced a conjecture, postulating that this individual may indeed be unaware of his consumption of the dragon blood powder. Qin Shuang, having stealthily blended into the crowd, articulated her speculation regarding the martial stage, prompting a slight narrowing of the spectators' eyes as they descended into contemplation. Her words bore significant implications. Most present were among the top 10 disciples or elite students, capable of discerning the underlying meaning. Her insinuation pointed towards Chu Chen being a victim of treachery, thus bringing to light the fact that he was indeed a combatant. By her reasoning, it offered a plausible explanation for in a conventional duel. One would not readily resort to such a perilous elixir as dragon blood powder. Despite its commendable efficacy, it remains exceedingly hazardous. Miss Yun, may I inquire if my brother Chen is in peril? Hao Jian asked, bowing respectfully towards Yun Shuang, drawing the collective gaze of the crowd upon her. After a brief contemplation, Yun Shuang gently shook her head. I cannot ascertain. The grade of the dragon blood powder used by Brother Chu is indiscernible. Although he has not succumbed to explosive demise whilst channeling his mystical energy, observing the geyser of blood erupting from him, his vital essence is already precarious. And the situation is dire, with the risk of catastrophic rupture looming at any moment. Why bother with empty words? We must urgently bring him down. What use is victory when a life is at stake? Huataizhan exclaimed, his face etched with anxiety, yet he found himself at a loss. Xiong Hanzai, unable to contain his agitation, began to pace restlessly. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He leapt down to the arena's edge and bowed respectfully to Dao Xian and the elders above. Esteemed elders, it is evident that Chu Chen's condition is alarming. He may have been schemed against. I fervently propose that this battle be postponed, as saving a life takes precedence. His words resonated with the disciples, including Hao Jian and Situ Zhong, who promptly expressed their agreement, nodding in unison. However, before they could elaborate, a mocking voice interrupted the elders. Ah, a scheme? What a farce. It was a disciple from Qingmu Peak who challenged the elders directly. Who possesses such skill to strike from the shadows? Are you implying that our esteemed seniors are blind to such matters? Indeed, another disciple from Qingyun Peak echoed with indignation. This is clearly a case of Chu Chen's own inadequacy, resorting to drugs and then blaming others. This sect's grand tournament is no child's play. Such baseless accusations cannot be tolerated. Feigning inability and demanding a delay? This is hardly acceptable, Chu Chen interjected with a cold smirk. If he simply admitted defeat, wouldn't he that resolve everything? Enough with your bravado, you pretentious fool. With his strength, he could easily overpower you. You, a mere nobody, think he requires potions? Who knows what has possessed him? I suspect it is your doing. Isn't it? Now you obstruct our efforts to rescue him. Could it be that you are feeling guilty? Hao Jian's expression turned icy as he quietly rebuked. Hao Jian, what do you mean? On what grounds do you accuse us of plotting against him? Those with guilty consciences are all too aware of their own misdeeds. If you have objections, let us settle this in battle. You are utterly unreasonable. Seeing that he could not refute the crowd, Chu soon found himself at a loss for words, his heart betraying his unease. Silence. Chapter 91. Suspension of the competition as the disciples were on the verge of erupting into a brawl like a market squabble. A cold rebuke echoed from the heavens above. The powerful aura of Dao Xian surged forth, enveloping the observation platform and causing the disciples to tremble. Words caught in their throats. Is this not disgraceful enough? How can the elite of Tianyuan's sect behave like rabble? If you wish to fight, do so on the Fengyan platform, not here where you are an eyesore. With a huff, Dao Xian's gaze swept across the arena, his long beard flowing gently in the wind. Though he had merely listened to the analyses of Qin Shuang and the others, a flicker of emotion stirred within him. The situation appeared to be more complex than it seemed. Who would be so frivolous as to target a disciple with dragon blood powder? As the master of the first peak of Tianyuan's sect, he possessed discernment. Although he had not previously studied Chu Chen, after several bouts, he had formed a distinct impression of this resilient young warrior. Combat is the most revealing of truths. How could a steadfast disciple resort to using dragon blood powder? Moreover, given his formidable strength, he would have no need for such aids to recuperate from minor injuries. What are your thoughts on this matter? Dao Xian directed his gaze towards Lu Qianxue and Shangguan Wuji. I too sense that something is amiss. I propose we first escort Master Chu to the Starry Pavilion and deliberate further afterward, Shangguan Wuji stated, his voice calm. The sheath of his sword occasionally emitted a faint, resonant sound, indicating his favorable impression of Chu Chen. Should there indeed be foul play, he might not hesitate to deliver a fatal blow. I suggest we prioritize pausing the competition and escorting him to the Starry Pavilion, Lu Qianxue added, her delicate brows furrowed as she lightly bit her crimson lip. This young woman was influenced by her personal feelings. Regardless of whether Chu Chen had consumed the potion himself, she would shield her favored younger brother from scrutiny. The sight of his bloodied state filled her with concern, as she dreaded the thought of him facing peril in such a fierce contest. Given the circumstances, it would be prudent to, hey, master brother, do you not think your approach is rather biased? Such actions will surely fail to garner support, an acerbic voice interjected, interrupting Dao Xian's discourse. The speaker was the enigmatic Qingxian Daoist from Qingmu Peak, his aged visage betraying a hint of amusement mixed with reluctance. What do you mean by that, Qingxian? Dao Xian's expression darkened, his eyes narrowing at the irksome old face before him. I harbor no ulterior motives, Qingxian replied. However, it is indeed true that pausing the competition based solely on one individual's unsubstantiated claims seems rather unjust. Beside him, Xiong Jinbao chimed in at an opportune moment. With so many disciples observing, halting the competition without concrete evidence is undeniably unfair. His intentions were not malicious. He merely believed that such a suspension would not be equitable to the other participants. As Elder Xiong Jinbao's words fell, Qing Xin cast a glance at Dao Xian, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Pausing the match? Huh? Well, that's not entirely out of the question, as long as that brat concedes. Clearly, Qing Xian held Dao Xian in contempt, his face contorted in a mocking grin that deepened the frown on Dao Xian's face. Although Dao Xian was the master of the inner sect's first peak and held the authority to oversee the outer sect competition, he understood that the Elder Hall was not a realm governed solely by his whims. A mere conjecture could not justify an arbitrary decision, should word of it spread. It would be a troublesome affair to explain. Before the crowd could deliberate on the outcome, Lu Qianxue descended from the clouds, her gaze intensely fixed on the bloodied figure on the stage. Chu Chen, concede. You have already performed admirably. Even if you lose today, you are still worthy of being my disciple. Concede? Absolutely not. Chu Chen pondered silently. He could bow to Situ Zhong and Huatai Han, for they were opponents he deeply respected, but to yield to Lin Yu was utterly out of the question. The stubbornness embedded deep within his soul forged an intrinsic pride. Bowing to friends bore no shame, but submitting to foes would brand him with lifelong disgrace. With a splatter, he coughed up blood as Lin, imbued with profound energy, struck Chu Chen mercilessly, leaving him battered and bloodied. Yet, Lin Yu showed no signs of relenting. His intent was clear. He aimed to annihilate Chu Chen on the martial stage. In that moment, Chu Chen's form had twisted beyond recognition, stripped of all semblance of humanity. Numerous wounds twisted and bled, revealing stark white bones in ghastly display. The once handsome visage was now marred by splatters of crimson. Disheveled strands of hair danced wildly, presenting a sight so chilling that anyone who beheld it could not help but feel a shiver run down their spine. In that moment, it seemed as though the figure standing there was not a mere mortal of flesh and blood, but rather a malevolent specter that had escaped from the depths of the underworld. On the observation platform, many female disciples could no longer bear to witness the gruesome scene and instinctively covered their eyes. At this moment, she appeared to be enveloped in a halo of divine radiance. embodying both the ethereal grace of an otherworldly being and the unique majesty inherent to a formidable warrior. Although his tone remained calm and composed, the blood seeping from the corner of his mouth and the grin he wore were indelibly etched into Lu Qianxua's memory, haunting her thoughts. Merely a single phrase struck her heart like a heavy hammer, causing her delicate form to shudder as she stood frozen in place, momentarily at a loss for words. After a century of cultivation, Lu Qianxue believed herself to be as tranquil as still water, impervious to the tumult of the world stirring any ripples within her soul. Yet, at that instant, a flash of electric light ignited in her eyes. Her pupils constricted sharply, and she involuntarily exclaimed, "Stop!" With a sudden crackle, the lightning surged into her body, splattering blood everywhere. In the blink of an eye, the elongated bolt of lightning forcefully slammed Chu Chen against the coiling dragon pillar, prompting him to spit forth a mouthful of fresh blood. Chapter 92. The substitute emerges. Boom. As Chu Chen's back collided forcefully with the coiling dragon stone pillar, a resounding crash echoed, sending up a cloud of dust. Fragments of stone, fractured by the lightning's force, scattered and struck the stone wall beneath the spectator stands. How utterly uninteresting. A mocking voice emanated from Lin Yu. To think you were so feeble. I had hoped for a more prolonged amusement. Thereupon, the white-robed figure of Lin Yu materialized near the dissipating dust cloud, his garment fluttering gently in the intense sunlight. With a scornful turn, Lin Yu abruptly sensed an icy, savage aura encroaching from behind. Intuitively detecting the anomaly, his eyes widened with perplexity as he whirled around, his gaze fixed intently on the lingering haze. Swiftly, Lin Yu brandished his sleeve, conjuring a series of radiant sword lights before him, deftly altering his hand seals. He commanded the suspended sword phantoms, which instantly emitted a sharp, profound light. Accompanied by a whistling wind, they relentlessly bombarded the depths of the swirling dust, only to be immediately consumed by it. Lin Yu's brow furrowed instinctively, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Upon closer inspection, the sounds of impact emanating from within the dust cloud lacked the expected muffled thud of piercing flesh, instead ringing with an unsettling crispness. This anomaly caused him to frown, realizing that Chu Chen's condition might have deviated from his expectations. At this moment, Chu Chen's head hung low, his once intact robes now tattered, the upper half clinging to his frame in shreds. The gusts generated by the ceaseless sword shadows gradually dispersed the dust, revealing Chu Chen slumped against the stone pillar. Upon his skin, myriad bloodstains crisscrossed in a chaotic tapestry, yet fortunately, the wounds were not lethally severe. A closer inspection revealed that these injuries were healing at an imperceptibly slow pace, as if a mysterious force within him was quietly mending his damaged physique. The surrounding spiritual energy, wisps of white mist, continuously converged towards the black sword clutched in Chu Chen's hand, subsequently merging with the blade, emanating an ethereal blue glow. I cannot be defeated. A crimson stream erupted from his mouth as he leaned against the wall, trembling yet resolute, his gaze fixated fiercely on Lin Yu. I must not succumb to him. There is a time to lose, but this battle cannot be one of them. Suddenly, a nearly frenzied notion flashed through his mind like a bolt of lightning, akin to catching a faint glimmer within an endless abyss of darkness. The primordial body refinement technique. He recalled the formidable secret art bestowed by the Celestial Emperor. This technique was not merely for the tempering of one's body, it was a sacred method of healing. During the process of refining the body, it could mend wounds and reconnect fractured bones and meridians. Reflecting on the fierce battles he had endured, he understood that the marvel of the primordial body refinement technique extended far beyond physical enhancement. Its healing prowess was extraordinarily formidable. Each time he had sustained grave injuries, he had miraculously recovered, all thanks to the efficacy of this technique. It must be acknowledged that this was indeed an audacious thought, one that even instilled dissuading him from dwelling on it lightly. After all, the excruciating pain accompanying the application of this technique was a sensation he knew all too well. Filing the skin and forging the bones, constructing sinews and opening the meridians, refining the heart and tempering the blood. In just 12 simple characters, the essence of body refinement is encapsulated, a pain that rivals the torment of slow slicing. Now, Chu Chen must simultaneously endure the agony of body refinement and confront Lin Yu's relentless assault. To experience endless suffering is to embrace madness. Having endured such insanity, he can no longer fathom the consequences. His bloodied visage betrays only a calm demeanor, while his gaze flickers with a hint of madness. He cannot afford the luxury of failure. Cornered, The only recourse that comes to mind is his primordial body refinement technique. Burn the heart and temper the blood. Grant me the strength to face my foe. Chu Chen murmurs softly. With a single thought, the primordial body refinement technique activates with fervor, despite his battered form. Staggering forward, he raises the black sword in his grasp against Lin Yu. If you refuse to kneel, then prepare to meet your demise. Lin Yu, filled with both astonishment and fury, is taken aback by Chu Chen's audacity in his near-destroyed state, enraged that he could be intimidated by such a sight. Regaining his composure, he unleashes a flurry of punches without restraint. Bang, bang, bang. Chu Chen withstands Lin Yu's onslaught, blood gushing forth as he swings the black sword, releasing a crescent of sword energy that forces Lin Yu to retreat. Crack, crack. Once the cycle of pain begins, it does not cease easily. Endure the suffering, and one can revel in superhuman strength, a hallmark of body refinement. Ugh! With gritted teeth, Chu Chen let out a low growl, forcing the sound through the gaps of his clenched jaw. Veins protruded on his forehead, and his originally pitch-black eyes were now marred with bloodshot streaks. The residual power of dragon blood coursed through his veins, igniting a tumultuous surge of vitality. Every acupoint in his body was besieged by a piercing pain akin to needles, as if his skin was being scraped and his bones forged anew, each sinew and every inch of flesh enduring the agony of rending. Amidst the torment of body refinement, a formidable and domineering healing effect surged forth. Suddenly, in a moment of vulnerability, Chu Chen's aberrant reaction was exploited by Lin Yu, who seized the opportunity to strike. A powerful blow landed squarely on Chu Chen's back, creating the illusion that his skin might shatter under the force. Chu Chen's consciousness was momentarily pushed back, his pupils constricting into eerie slits, revealing a hint of dragon-like essence swirling in his gaze. A laugh, seemingly echoing from the depths of the abyss, resonated through the air as Chu Chen, slumped on the ground, gradually raised his head. His dark hair, inch by inch, was tinged with frost, and the corners of his lips curled into a cryptic smile that was perilously close. I nearly fell into your trap. From the depths of his consciousness, golden light flashed like celestial script. With a soft murmur, the silver-haired Chu Chen gathered his mystical energy, launching a beam of arcane light from his fingertips. The wind howled around him, and in an instant, the ethereal light shot into the void. Several chains of mystical energy coalesced, hurtling toward Lin Yu with a fierce intensity, poised to ensnare him. However, Lin Yu seemed to sense the impending danger well in advance. He swiftly pivoted, his toes lightly tapping the ground as he leaped back a half-step, narrowly evading the chains that whizzed past. Once he regained his footing and turned to face Chu Chen, a smirk graced his lips as he taunted, "Do you truly believe such childish trinkets could bind me?" The silver-haired Chu Chen extended his arm, his fingers suddenly converging, his eyes narrowing slightly as a disdainful smile appeared on his lips. Upon witnessing this, Lin Yu's pupils involuntarily constricted with alarm. Chapter 93. The Secret Technique Unleashed. Let the battle commence. In an instant, like a sinuous serpent, a series of bindings coiled around Lin Yu's body, rendering him immobile. What the hell, pretty boy, isn't that your technique? How did that fellow come to master it? On the observation platform, Hua Taizhan pointed at the martial arts stage with one hand and playfully patted Qin Shuang's shoulder with the other, only for the latter to easily evade the gesture. Ignoring Hua Tieshan's teasing, Qin Shuang turned her gaze towards the martial arts stage, her eyes filled with astonishment. It was not only Qin Shuang. The other elite disciples and the top 10 competitors on the observation platform wore expressions of, could it be that Chu Chen possessed a wind spirit root? Otherwise, how could one explain his rapid acquisition of Qin Shuang's techniques? Although the technique was merely a basic binding spell, it was not something that novice disciples could easily master. Amidst the crowd's astonishment, the situation on the martial arts stage began to shift, with the scales of victory gradually tilting in favor of Chu Chen. With a light, Chu Chen's figure vanished from Lin Yu's sight. Lin Yu's pupils constricted again, and he thought, such speed. It rivals the pinnacle of the gathering essence realm. He quickly scanned his surroundings, but found no trace of Chu Chen, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Are you searching? A chilling voice echoed behind him, and he felt a wave of icy dread surge from his feet to the crown of his head. A gust of wind swept towards him, leaving him no time to evade. The dragon rises with regret. With sheer physical prowess, Chu Chen unleashed a formidable force, swiftly striking Lin Yu's shoulder with a powerful fist that sent him staggering back, the tremendous impact shattering the stone pillar behind him. Thud, thud, thud. Lin Yu stumbled several steps backward before barely regaining his balance. Impossible. I refuse to believe it. Gritting his teeth, Lin Yu steadied himself, slightly leaping with renewed determination, channeling all his mystical energy into the white jade spear in his grasp. The spear had transformed into dozens of crimson beams, cascading down like a torrential downpour. The essence of the Liao Yuan spear technique, Liao Yuan by Zhan. The red spear shadows surged forth like a tempest, each one as solid as iron, imbued with a fierce energy. As the piercing spear light sliced through the air, it seemed to ignite the atmosphere, filling it with a pungent, burnt aroma. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The spear tips darted forward, piercing the figure of the white-haired Chu Chen. However, just as Lin Yu reveled in his apparent victory, the pierced Chu Chen dissipated into nothingness, revealing him to be merely an illusion. In the blink of an eye, he executed the dragon step, transforming into 7 corporeal phantoms that charged toward Lin Yu from various angles. The white-haired Chu Chen's gaze turned icy as he swung his black sword horizontally, repelling Lin Yu. He then delivered a powerful vertical slash that struck the spear with tremendous force. Boom. A resounding clash echoed as the confrontation between Chu Chen and Lin Yu remained stalemated. Amidst the struggle, blood mist erupted from Chu Chen's arm, his body quickly drenched in crimson. His severely injured form suffered further as bones fractured anew. His meridians cried out in anguish due to the intense combat, teetering on the brink of collapse. Break. Clang. The black sword sliced through the air, leaving a fleeting shadow as it struck Lin Yu, sending him flying. Immediately thereafter, Chu Chen grasped the hilt of his sword with both hands, beginning to gather strength while spinning. After completing several rotations, he harnessed the momentum from his body S-whirl, delivering a powerful blow that sent Lin Yu's spear flying. This formidable strike seemed to deplete a significant portion of his energy. Chu Chen's pupils abruptly constricted, the frost-white hue rapidly fading, leaving only a glimmer of vitality in his gaze. Young one, from here on, you must rely on yourself. That last strike drained most of my energy, and I shall need to enter a state of slumber for a while. I can assist you no further. Slowly, Chu Chen lifted his hand, casually wiping the blood from his face. Against the backdrop of the crimson stains, he tilted his head slightly, revealing a fierce countenance that appeared even more menacing than the vicious Lin Yu before him. It matters not, since we are to battle. Let it be a complete and unrestrained conflict. Bloodburn, blood condensation technique, primordial body refinement technique, at full power, refined for me. With a fierce roar, an endless vortex of energy erupted from Chu Chen's body, the air surrounding him beginning to stagnate, shimmering with arcs of lightning. His muscles rippled with intensity, his entire form seemingly swollen, and the blood-red scars upon his body began to emit wisps of smoke. As the smoke rose, the wounds visibly began to heal before the naked eye. The ordeal was far from over, within Chu Chen's body. His bones and meridians were simultaneously undergoing a profound refinement. Fractured bones reconnected, and shattered meridians were meticulously reformed and fused anew. The wounds adorning his body healed incessantly, giving rise to fresh flesh and blood, as his ebony hair gradually stood on end, enveloped by a radiant golden aura. This remarkable scene did not escape the notice of Dao Xian, who observed from above. His eyes narrowed slightly, and the motion of his hand stroking his beard momentarily halted, fixating intently on Chu Chen's fearsome visage. Even he, known for his composure, could not help but break into a cold sweat. Was this child truly so reckless, so willing to gamble with his life? Dao Xian's voice trembled lightly as he remained transfixed, oblivious to his own loss of composure. On the cloud, the elders were too engrossed to notice Dao Xian's uncharacteristic display. Their gazes were riveted upon the blood-soaked figure on the martial arts platform, filled with astonishment. They were witnessing an unprecedented body-refining secret technique. The usually reticent Shangguan Wuji finally spoke, acknowledging the audacity of the young warrior. What a daring little fellow. To endure such excruciating pain while maintaining his fighting spirit is truly commendable, if this child so desires. His gaze shifted from Chu Chen's gripping hands to Lu Qianxue beside him, then fell silent. What reckless abandon is this boy exhibiting? If he does not make a name for himself in the world someday, it would be a travesty, Qian Lei from the Wanbao Pavilion remarked, flicking away a tear from the corner of his eye with a sigh. I have witnessed many who are merciless to others, but it is rare to find one so unyielding to himself. This lad is indeed formidable. Xiong Jinbao seized the moment to interject. Clearly moved by Chu Chen's tenacity in battle, Lu Qianxue seemed oblivious to the surrounding words, her gaze fixated on the figure on the stage. Beneath her wide sleeves, her delicate hands clenched tightly, and she bit her crimson lips, fearing that in the next moment, she would soar onto the arena to halt the match. You insufferable brother. I can distinctly feel your suffering. Your unwavering dedication astounds me. In contrast to the elders high in the clouds, the disciples on the observation platform were filled with astonishment. The indomitable presence of Chu Chen left them all in awe. Even Chu Sun, now an adversary, trembled as he gazed at the arena, unable to utter a sound. From the blood-red depths of Chu Chen's eyes, everyone perceived a resolute madness, a fervent yearning for victory. With a splatter, fresh red blood drenched the arena in a crimson veil. Enduring the agony of body refinement and the double torment of Lin Yu's attacks, valiantly evading and resisting despite his myriad wounds. Chapter 94, Enlightenment, Ultimate Freedom, Returning to the True. With another splatter, fresh red blood soaked the stage. Despite enduring the excruciating pain, Chu Chen continued to evade and resist with unyielding determination. Lin Yu's eyes were filled with a savage glare, an unnatural bloodlust swelling within them. It seemed that Chu Chen's relentless defiance had stirred something primal within him, leading to an expression of pure ferocity as he began to spiral into madness. Why won't you just die? With a face twisted in rage, Lin Yu roared as he thrust his spear toward the unsteady Chu Chen. With a sickening sound, Lin Yu's spear plunged into Chu Chen's chest, but failed to penetrate completely, the shaft becoming lodged within the bones of his ribcage. With a swift kick, Chu Chen sent Lin Yu sprawling backward, causing Lin Yu's spear to fly from his grasp. Are you still not dead? Lin Yu's eyes blazed with fury as he roared, raising his hand once more to strike, bloodlight gradually emanating from his fingertips. A faint aura of darkness enveloped him as he delivered a powerful blow to Chu Chen's chest, forcing another mouthful of blood from him. Despite sustaining severe injuries, unbeknownst to those around them, the greater his wounds became. The more potent the golden vortex swirling around him grew. Cough, cough, are you merely tickling me? Chu Chen suddenly lifted his head, seizing Lin Yu's advancing hand, blood streaming from his mouth as he coughed violently. You shall perish. Lin Yu's face twisted with rage, bloodlight flashing in his hand as he unleashed consecutive strikes upon Chu Chen, an aura of crimson gradually emanating from him. At this moment, Dao Xian, observing from the clouds, discerned a troubling sign. Is this the result of consuming demonic elixirs? He turned to his junior sister. We must conclude this match promptly, or it may indeed result in a tragic loss of life. Unable to bear witness to the potential downfall of such a promising talent as Chu Chen, he approached Lu Qianxue. Her gaze flickered uncertainly, her heart torn. She was well aware of the animosity between Chu Chen and Lin Yu, and she understood that to forcefully intervene would undoubtedly lead Chu Chen to concede, a fate more cruel than death itself. Yet, if he were to persist, the younger brother she had come to care for would surely perish in battle. Oh, dear brother, you truly put me in a difficult position. The dilemma of whether to thwart Chu Chen left the typically carefree and composed Lu Qianxue feeling utterly perplexed. This young individual was resolute and stubborn. I discerned a profound conviction within him. For the sake of battle, he would even gamble with his own life, unwavering in his principles. And none among us could deter him. At an opportune moment, the usually reticent Shangwan Wuji spoke up. Upon hearing his words, Lu Qianxue fell silent, her footsteps faltering under the weight of contemplation. On the platform, the unsteady Chu Chen experienced a flicker of golden light within his consciousness, and the Heavenly Emperor's tome emitted a slight tremor. Astonishingly, in the midst of impending peril, Chu Chen closed his eyes. In an instant, silvery particles of light seeped from his skin's pores, enveloping both the air around him and his hair in an ethereal silver hue. As he entered a state of profound transcendence, is he closing his eyes? Is he conceding defeat? Then let him perish, gathering all his mystical energy into a single palm. Lin Yu surged forward towards Chu Chen. However, an extraordinary scene unfolded. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, his wrist was seized by a hand. With eyes still shut, Chu Chen had deftly grasped Lin Yu's hand, his entire being entwined in silver flames, and his wounds were healing at a visibly rapid pace. At that moment, Chu Chen abruptly opened his eyes, his pupils transformed into two chilling silver moons. What power is this? For the first time, a look of astonishment crossed the usually frenzied Lin Yu's face as he broke free from his grasp and retreated 3 steps. The ensuing battle defied all human comprehension. Lin Yu's formidable punch, infused with the full might of the Zhengyang realm, was effortlessly deflected by Chu Chen's silver flames. Every movement he made seemed to anticipate the future. Impossible. How could I be defeated by you? Accompanied by Lin Yu's thunderous roar, the martial arts platform suddenly erupted with spiderweb-like cracks. The mystical energy surrounding Lin Yu transformed into a crimson gale. The disciples seated in the front row of the observation platform were swept away by the sudden surge of force, while the elder referee hastily flicked his long sleeves, releasing several luminous orbs that enveloped the arena, supported by the dragon statues surrounding it, forming a protective barrier. Chu Chen, caught in a moment of tilted his head to gaze at Lin Yu, only to witness the nails on Lin Yu's right hand darken to an inky black at the blood fiend shattered jade technique. Above the clouds, the furious voice of Dao Yin, the usually composed elder of the law hall, echoed, unable to suppress his exclamation. The heart must be clear to attain freedom. Unconsciously, Chu Chen murmured, as his previously racing heart gradually calmed. Lin Yu's violent trajectory of attack was laid bare before Chu Chen's eyes, the black claws advancing towards him appearing to crawl as slowly as a snail, attaining the utmost freedom, shattering illusions to return to truth. Chu Chen unleashed a punch that created a golden vortex. The claws that should have pierced his throat deviated oddly under the influence of the vortex. With two fingers coming together, he lightly tapped Lin Yu's lower abdomen, sealing the energy point. In an instant, Lin Yu's energy channels were obstructed, causing him to fall to the ground. Clang! Suspended in midair. Lu Qianshue's jade-green longsword emitted a hurried buzzing sound as her delicate brows furrowed. Lin Yu, seemingly oblivious to the sword's resonance, stood up with a sinister grin, tearing open his outer robe to reveal 9 blood-red talismans glowing upon his chest. As the third talisman illuminated, the ground of the martial arts platform unexpectedly sank half a foot, and the boiling mystical power surged around Lin Yu, exuding an unusual aura that reached for the heavens. Red eyes? Black mist? Has he consumed the heart corrosion pill? How dare he privately cultivate the Sin Luo blood classic? Dao Yin, the Law Hall's enforcement elder, has always maintained a neutral stance towards the sect's disciples and others. However, now he cast a glance filled with murderous intent towards the elder of the Lin family. This sight terrified the Lin elder. Countless years ago, during the Great War between the righteous and the demonic, the powerful beings of the righteous sect vanquished several malevolent cultivators from the Sin Luo Palace, concealing their formidable demonic techniques within the sect's library. After being stored away for countless years, these techniques had faded from memory, yet today they have unexpectedly resurfaced. Once, the Tianyuan sect was replete with mighty figures, and such techniques were easily hidden, but now, the Sun Luo Palace's might has allowed these demonic arts to emerge, in utter disgrace. Perhaps it was the prolonged stalemate that ignited Lin Yu's fury. The blood-red talisman on his chest began to rotate counterclockwise, each revolution devouring a portion of his essence. His previously handsome visage was now marred by crimson veins, and amidst his roars, bestial howls echoed. Chu Chen, die. Just as the power of the heart-eating pill reached its zenith, the techniques of the Sun Luo blood cannon reached their peak, and a sudden explosion of blood mist engulfed the observation platform, as 3 disciples of the Lin family were transformed into nourishment, drawn away by the demonic arts. Chu Chen charged forward, and as the silver flames of his palm entwined and struck towards Lin Yu, the two were abruptly drawn into a blood-soaked illusion. In the sky of this illusion, an eye opened, a black light sweeping towards Chu Chen, accompanied by a hoarse, piercing voice. The heir of the Heavenly Emperor? Finally revealed. Instantly, the illusion shattered. Chapter 95. The scent of ashes disperses. The disciples on the observation platform remained oblivious to, and the elders in the sky were equally unaware of the disturbance. Only one person discerned a hint of anomaly from Chu Chen's expression, and that was Elder Zhang of the Task Pavilion, who had previously been injured by a demonic cultivator. Although he was unaware of the specifics, it seemed as though time for everyone on the martial arts stage had been briefly suspended. Having encountered similar situations before, Elder Zhang had kept a heart-questioning stone within his bosom, which would emit a searing sensation under such circumstances. At this moment, the stone was radiating warmth, and his gaze shifted to the stage, where he observed the bewildered Chu Chen. A sudden intuition gripped him. Something significant must have transpired within Chu Chen. He felt an innate certainty that this boy, whom he had watched grow, was destined to become a resplendent star in the future. On the martial arts stage, Chu Chen appeared to have an epiphany. He lightly flicked his toes, seizing the jade fan that lay beside Lin Yu. "Here you go," Chu Chen exclaimed, his voice firm. With a powerful motion of his arm, He propelled the jade fan like a hidden weapon, cutting through the air with a sharp whoosh. Crack! In the next moment, Lin Yu's razor-sharp claws cleaved the jade fan in two, shattering it and revealing the grotesque visage that lurked behind. An inexplicable sense of danger enveloped Lin Yu as he glanced at his hands, where blackened claws were stained with a dark liquid that exuded a faint fragrance. The dark substance swiftly spread, enveloping Lin Yu's entire body in an instant, accompanied by a hissing, acrid scent, as if an energy were voraciously devouring his demonic. What is this? He stammered, his crimson eyes betraying a flicker of awareness as he inquired. Heavenly calamities may be endured, but self-inflicted misdeeds are inescapable. The fragrant essence, known as Fanggu Jinxiang San, serves as a benign perfume for righteous cultivators, cherished particularly by female practitioners for its lingering scent that clings to the skin. However, the inclusion of a substance derived from the Fanggu herb, which flourishes near the Tianyuan sect's Tianyuan pavilion and is nourished by the sacred radiance of the sect's divine artifact, the Tianyuan bell, renders it a deadly poison for demonic cultivators. In a moment of utter exhaustion, Chu Chen could no longer withstand the effects and collapsed, his vision fading to darkness. Shortly thereafter, the severely injured Lin Yu succumbed to the potency of the poison, his body crackling with distress as he fell backwards, his crimson eyes filled with resentment. The disciples of Qingyun Peak remained relatively composed, for Chu Chen had grown up among them and was, in a sense, one of their own. Aside from a few, there was little animosity directed towards him. On the martial stage, however, the disciples of Qingmu Peak unleashed their scorn without restraint. If you have the ability, stand back up. Dying without surrendering, what a farce. They jeered. Such lofty words, yet you fell first. It seems Lin Yu has the victory now. The disciples of Qingmu Peak were unrelenting, viewing Chu Chen's defiance against Lin Yu as sheer folly, and thus they unleashed a torrent of mockery. In that moment, a cacophony of derogatory remarks echoed around, painting Chu Chen as a pariah, despised by many, reduced to a mere speck. It seemed that even the rivers of blood spilled could not cleanse the profound taint they ascribed to him. Above the heavens, Dao Xian gazed upon this group of distasteful faces, his expression darkening as his eyes swept over Qing Xian. Qing Xian, is this truly the disciple you have nurtured? A remarkable student indeed. Ah, Dao Xian, you exaggerate. They merely speak from their hearts, Qing Xian replied, his face devoid of any remorse, only a hint of amusement visible. A misguidance of the youth, muttered the reticent Shengguan Wuji, who, without concern for appearances, pierced through Qing Xian's amusement with a single remark. Humph. My disciple shall lose with dignity. Should I hear another whisper of slander, I shall take decisive action, Lu Qianxue declared, preparing to glide gracefully towards the stage. Unwilling to allow her pupil to endure such unfounded disparagement, he was no sinner, and thus did not deserve such indignity. However, as she prepared to descend from the clouds, her foot suspended in midair, a bloodied figure trembled below, rising unsteadily. Chu Chen, bloodied fingers trailing 5 crimson streaks on the coiling, gasped as he tilted his head, the Adam's apple bobbing with labored breaths. Master, I have not brought you shame. His blood-stained teeth glimmered ominously in the sunlight, his ragged servant's attire torn asunder by sword energy, revealing 3 deep gunshot wounds on his chest, still oozing blood. Fool. As the pristine garments of Lu Qianxue billowed with a chill fragrance, her toes barely touching the broken stone pillar, the azure phoenix hairpin in her hair emitted a resonant sound. She caught Chu Chen's limp body, her wide sleeves fluttering as 3 golden needles sealed his vital points. Dao Xian's voice resonated across the martial stage. Chu Chen. Victory. As the sunlight swept across the delicate brows of Lu Qianxue, it accentuated the crimson veins that appeared in her normally frost-kissed phoenix eyes. How dare he, at such a tender age, challenge a direct disciple? Is he courting death? She tore off the sash around her waist and pressed it against his wound. Her fingertips stained with blood before she realized that she was trembling. Suddenly, Chu Chen grasped her wrist, his feverish palm resting against the scar he had left during their previous encounter in peril. I have long made my decision to win this competition as a tribute to my sister. At that moment, her hand, which had shed its sleeve, was equally cool, gliding over the bloodied remnants of his back. Silence. Focus your energy. Lu Qianxue abruptly formed a seal, her fingers pressing against his lips, the sword energy causing debris to tumble from the stone pillars behind them. As she leaned down to channel her mystical power, her cascading hair brushed against the blood-stained collarbone of Chu Chen, where remnants of bite marks lingered, left from the time he had stealthily kissed her in the dilapidated temple. When she had pinned him against the azure stone table, with a muffled groan of agony, Chu Chen managed a grin. Blood staining the corner of his mouth, the rouge from my master's sister has smudged. His fingertips grazed the damp strands of hair at the nape of Lu Qianxue's neck, which should have been adorned with a hairpin but was now devoid of any ornament. Months ago, during the siege of the Sanluo Palace on that fateful night, it was he who had shattered the chains of dignity with his own hands. Move again, and I will cast you into the cold abyss. As Chu Chen swallowed the blood pooling in his throat, she caught sight of the fading scratch on his neck, remnants from that night in the ruined temple when she, under the influence of the He Huan powder, had mistaken him for an assailant and had fiercely clawed at him. The mountain breeze swept across the stone platform as Lu Qianxue suddenly lifted him entirely into her arms. The bloodstained tips of Chu Chen's hair draped over her dark robes, creating flecks of vivid crimson. Esteemed brothers and sisters, allow me to take my leave first. Chapter 96. The inappropriateness of male and female interaction. Let it be buried beneath this dragon pillar to spare my refinement pavilion from being soiled. In the Tianyuan sect, within the refinement pavilion, a woman was engrossed in her cultivation within her cave dwelling. Suddenly, the azure phoenix hairpin atop her head began to tremble incessantly as a stream of information flooded into her mind. Clad in a simple white robe, with 3,000 strands of azure hair cascading down her back, she resembled a celestial being descended from the heavens. The woman, with her ruby-red lips, spoke in a melodious tone, Xia. It seems we are to receive guests at the refinement peak. Please assist me in preparing to welcome my new disciple. I had once made a promise with my sister. Should she take on a disciple, I shall treat them with the utmost respect, regardless of who my sister brings. They shall undoubtedly become a disciple of our refinement pavilion. A girl with a bun hairstyle, clutching a sword, stood before the woman, clasping her hands in salutation and said, "Yes, master, your disciple will comply." Subsequently, the bun-haired girl, with a slender sword in hand, skipped out of the cave dwelling, her fingers weaving through incantations. The sword she held flew forth, landing at her feet. Observing this, the girl stepped onto the flying sword, skillfully maneuvering it as she ascended. However, her lack of experience was evident as the sword wobbled occasionally, instilling a sense of anxiety in onlookers, who feared she might tumble off at any moment. At that moment, another girl with a similar bun hairstyle emerged from the cave, her features resembling those of the girl on the flying sword. She approached the woman in the simple white robe and, with a respectful gesture, inquired, "Master, where has my sister gone?" Upon hearing this, the woman in white watched the sword-wielding girl depart on her flying sword. Her gaze then settled on the dumpling-haired maiden beside her, her expression gentle as she smiled. "Mingwei, our refinement pavilion is about to welcome new junior brothers and sisters. I'll have Xia help me prepare some welcoming gifts." "Really? Hooray, that's wonderful," the dumpling-haired maiden exclaimed, leaping up with joy, her face alight with surprise as she looked at the woman in white. The latter nodded slightly, her eyes also filled with delight. The refinement pavilion hasn't had any new blood for years, and it's indeed become somewhat lacking in vitality. "Master, then I shall take my leave." What would the new junior brothers like? Perhaps I shall venture to the mines to gather some materials." With a flash of thought, the light of her sword gleamed beneath her feet, transforming into a streak of spiritual light that vanished. The skillfulness of this feat was worlds apart from that of the other dumpling-haired girl. A hint of cunning flickered in the eyes of the woman in white, as if she were greatly anticipating the upcoming meeting. As a gentle breeze caressed him, Chu Chen's eyelashes fluttered open. A soft, pliant sensation accompanied by a sweet fragrance roused him. He opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was a delicate face, slightly flushed. He would certainly not forget this face, for it was that of his master, Lu Qianxue. In his dazed state, Chu Chen's eyes widened in astonishment as he realized he was being carried in his master's arms, princess style, soaring towards some unknown destination. Lu Qianxue's white gauze dress was plastered against her body by the wind, and his palm was pressed against her lower back. The sensation softer than freshly steamed glutinous rice cake. "A master," he recoiled as if electrified, only to be jostled downwards by Lu Qianxue's cold expression. Chu Chen clutched desperately at her collar, the tip of his nose brushing against her collarbone, where he detected a faint scent of The warm sensation of her palm compelled him to squeeze it gently, and in that moment, a voice filled with indignation and embarrassment echoed, "If you continue to fidget and touch, I shall toss you down to feed the spirit cranes." Lu Qianxue's ears flushed crimson as she hastened her flight through the air. Upon landing at the entrance of the refining peak, Chu Chen felt his legs weaken, leaning against the doorframe, panting heavily. Wait here. Lu Qianxue flicked her sleeve and departed, leaving behind a fragrant silhouette. Chu Chen found himself entranced, staring blankly at his hand, which had just brushed against his master's waist. Suddenly, he heard footsteps approaching from behind. Turning around, he saw Lu Qianxue approaching with a plate of peach blossom pastries, a small red dot adorning her forehead today. You secured first place in the outer sect competition, she exclaimed, her smile softer than usual, as she playfully brought a crumb-laden fingertip to his lips. Master, may I reward you? Chu Chen, startled, took 3 steps back. Master sister, did you not say that men and women should keep their distance? But there is no one around now, Lu Sueki teased, mimicking her sister's tone, poking him playfully in the chest. When you were unconscious, you clung to me, calling out, Master sister, do not go. Chu Chen's face turned a deep shade of red, completely oblivious to the fact that her hairpin had slipped awry. Though Lu Qianxue possessed a hint of the martial world-esque spirit, her attire was always impeccably arranged. By the way, I have a dual cultivation technique here. Lu Sueki's playful spirit ignited, and with a gentle lick of her red lips, she seductively imitated Lu Qianxue's voice. Do you not have the desire to try? To try means you are no longer a child. Absolutely not. Definitely not. Chu Chen exclaimed, leaping 3 feet into the air, inadvertently knocking over the alchemy furnace. As the lid of the furnace flew upwards, Lu Sueki feigned a sprained ankle and plunged into his embrace. Be careful, Chu Chen exclaimed in a fluster, his lips grazing her forehead. Just as he was about to apologize, he was unexpectedly yanked down by his collar. With her eyes closed and lips puckered, Lu Sueki murmured, If you wish to kiss, then do so here. What are you two doing? The true Lu Qianxue stood at the doorway, clutching a spirit herb, her eyes widening in disbelief as she witnessed her disciple in a compromising position. Upon sighting her, Chu Chen's pupils dilated in terror, and he was instantly rendered speechless. Suddenly, the figure in his arms transformed into ethereal smoke, leaving behind only a pristine white outer robe on the floor. What had just transpired? Chu Chen's gaze fell upon the by Xia Phoenix hairpin that had fallen from the garment, identical to the one worn by his master that very day. Lu Qianxue's face turned a shade of iron as she clutched the communication talisman tightly, bellowing, Lu Sueki, who allowed you to create chaos with the illusion symbol again? Just wait until I deal with you. Turning her attention to Chu Chen, still sniffing the outer robe, she furiously unleashed a binding spell, suspending him from the beam of the room. Master, I am wronged, Chu Chen protested, swinging in midair when he suddenly noticed the faint blood-red hue adorning Lu Qianxue's earlobe. As the night breeze fluttered her collar, a shallow bite mark was revealed on her collarbone, precisely matching the spot he had marked in his dreams. At that moment, a melodic female voice echoed through the air, and soon after, a girl with a bun hairstyle clad in azure garments descended upon them, soaring on her sword. Junior brother, I have arrived. However, the enchanting image Chu Chen had envisioned of his graceful senior sister landing elegantly was abruptly shattered by a thunderous crash. The girl, propelled by her swift sword, collided with a nearby mountain peak, gradually sliding down the rocky surface. Ouch, that hurts. The young girl in a green attire gently rubbed her slightly pained face and rear, picking up the fallen flying sword as she approached Chu Chen. Observing her comical demeanor, Chu Chen couldn't help but chuckle. His senior sister before him was rather endearing. Her entrance, so uniquely unconventional. The girl with a bun approached Lu Qianxue, bowing respectfully as she spoke. Master uncle, my master has sent me to bring a gift for junior brother. Lu Qianxue nodded slightly, gesturing towards Chu Chen with her chin. Chapter 97. My name is Kai Xia. Hello, junior brother. I am Kai Xia, your senior sister. From now on, I shall look after you. Hehe. Here. This is a gift for you. The bun-headed little Kai Xia produced a platter of fruits from seemingly nowhere, waving it enticingly before Chu Chen. It certainly appeared delightful. Yet he lamented internally, but I can't eat any of it. Suspended in midair from the beams of the room, he had yet to be set down. As though sensing his thoughts, Lu Qianxue waved her delicate hand, and the binding celestial rope was promptly undone. She instructed Kai Xia to take Chu Chen to register, before transforming into a streak of light and speeding away in a certain direction. Based on his understanding of her, he surmised that she was likely off to confront the recently mentioned Lu Sueki. In Chu Chen's mind, he had envisioned the inner sect disciples to be aloof and formidable, akin to Chu Sun and the former Qin Shuang. However, the bun-headed girl before him imparted an entirely different impression. She exuded neither the ethereal grace nor the intimidating presence he had anticipated. Her entrance was so remarkably distinctive that it sparked a sense of anticipation for the life that lay ahead. Sensing the gaze of Chu Chen upon her, Xia offered an awkward smile and remarked, "Please forgive me, junior brother. I have only recently acquired the art of sword control, and my mastery of the flying sword is still rather lacking. Our senior brothers and sisters, however, are truly formidable." Chu Chen cast a glance at the young woman before him, feeling that there was a measure of truth in her words. She appeared to be of a similar age to him, and though he could not discern her cultivation level, there was an absence of the overwhelming pressure often associated with higher realms. He surmised that she was likely akin to Tang Wanner of years past, someone with certain exceptional talents who had been directly admitted into the inner sect. The notion of being granted the sword control technique upon entering the inner sect sparked a flurry of imagination. Xia then commenced an introduction to the expansive realm of the refining peak. The refining peak is vast, or rather, the entire inner sect of Tianyuan sect is quite extensive. Unlike the outer sect, which is dominated by 3 principal peaks, the inner sect boasts a myriad of smaller peaks, including the refining pavilion, pill peak, sword peak, and many others. Yet, aside from the main refining peak, countless mountains, both large and small, belong to the refining pavilion. "Senior sister Xia, where shall we proceed next?" Chu Chen inquired. "Do not be so formal. You may call me senior sister, or even just Xia." She replied warmly, "We are currently at the entrance of the refining peak. I will now take you to the main peak, where both master and uncle master await us." With that, Xia positioned her sword upright before her, slowly forming a hand seal while murmuring a few incantations. The long sword in her grasp gradually unsheathed and expanded, eventually hovering in the air before the two of them. Chu Chen watched with keen interest as the sword seemed to perform a magical transformation, igniting a spark of excitement within him. Xia stood atop the flying sword, guiding it gracefully into the boundless clouds with Chu Chen by her side. Excitement coursed through Chu Chen as he leaned forward, reveling in the howling winds of the lofty heights. Yet, a sudden recollection of the awkward incident when he had collided with the mountain lingered ominously in his mind, sending a shiver down his spine. The thought of plummeting from such heights was enough to give anyone pause. Sensing his slight tremor, Xia flashed him a reassuring thumbs up, her pearly whites gleaming as she declared, "Fear not, junior brother. I am quite adept at this. Just hold on tightly, and I shall ensure you do not fall." All right, senior sister," he replied. Indeed, as Xia maneuvered the sword through the skies, their pace was astonishingly slow, reminiscent of an antiquated vehicle dawdling along a highway, with the ever-present risk of a tumble. At the back mountain of the refining peak, a lively girl with a bun hairstyle and a slightly scarred woman clad in white gazed skyward, seemingly awaiting something. These two were Mingwei and Lu Sueki. The youthful Mingwei pouted in dissatisfaction, exclaiming, "Master, you truly are something else. How can you still act like a child at this age? You know very well that my sister struggles with sword control, yet you still send her off to lead others. It's been nearly half an hour, and we haven't seen a trace of them. What if she accidentally lets our new junior brother fall from the mountain? Lu Sueki, it's all your fault. Now I can't even face him. Just wait until I get my hands on you." A clear, melodic voice echoed from behind, accompanied by a gust of wind aimed at Lu Sueki. Smack! Lu Sueki yelped, clutching her backside as she turned to shout furiously, "Lu Qianxue, that's enough. Do not think that just because you are my elder sister, you can strike me. It has been years of this torment, and should you strike me again, I shall retaliate against your disciple, As these words left my lips, a melodious voice akin to that of a youthful moon maiden echoed in our ears. Hearing this, Lu Qianxue and her companions ceased their playful antics and quickly adjusted their attire, turning their gazes skyward. What met their eyes was a girl with a bun atop her head, gracefully maneuvering a flying sword, while the newcomer, Chu Chen, clung tightly to the sword with both hands, suspended in midair like a winter sausage swaying alongside the blade. Witnessing this spectacle, the previously stern and pouting Lu Qianxue could not help but burst into laughter, their joy blooming like a myriad of flowers, casting a shadow on all else surrounding them. Observing this scene, a hint of remorse washed over Xia's face, and she could not suppress her voice, saying, "Junior brother, I truly did not mean to put you through such discomfort on this journey." Chu Chen, wearing an expression of bewilderment, glanced at Xia, shaking his head to indicate that he bore no ill will towards her. Yet, his legs trembled uncontrollably, swaying incessantly. He endeavored to calm himself, murmuring, "The coldness of the ages, all things are exquisite. With a tranquil heart and spirit, I shall gaze upon the divine. Unity of heart and spirit, let the breath follow." After a while, Chu Chen finally sensed the presence of his legs. He surveyed the refining tool's peak, then clasped his hands in greeting to the two similarly styled bun-headed sisters before him, saying, "Greetings, esteemed senior sisters. I apologize for the earlier spectacle. My name is Chu Chen, and I humbly seek your guidance henceforth." Chu Chen could not help but murmur to himself, "This refining peak is quite delightful." Filled with youthful and charming young ladies, his heart swelling with quiet satisfaction, the vivacious girl with a bun, Xia, chimed in, "Come, junior brother. Allow me to introduce you. This is my sister, Ming. Is the new disciple you mentioned really him?" Chapter 98. No regrets in this life. Chu Chen's gaze narrowed as he recognized the woman before him, who bore an uncanny resemblance. His expression grew complex as he offered a slight fist salute. Lu Sueki surveyed Chu Chen for a moment before speaking. "Your dantian has been destroyed, and you have endured significant hardships on your path to cultivation." Feeling somewhat uncomfortable under Lu Sueki's scrutinizing gaze, Chu Chen scratched his head and managed, "I was harmed by treacherous individuals, yet fortune smiled upon me, granting me the chance to walk the path of immortality once more. Am I still fit for cultivation?" Lu Qianxue fell silent, her heart aching for her little lover, recognizing the trials he had faced, the loss of his parents, the departure of his childhood companion, the destruction of his dantian. Thankfully, he had encountered a method to begin his cultivation anew. A sly smile played on Lu Sueki's lips as she remarked, "The road of cultivation seeks longevity, fraught with numerous challenges. Are you truly prepared?" Chu Chen clasped his hands earnestly and replied, "Indeed, I have no regrets in this life. Then, I happen to possess a dual cultivation technique." "Lu Sueki, if you jest again, I shall silence you," Lu Qianxue exclaimed. Resembling a cat whose fur had been ruffled, her voice filled with indignation. "Cough, cough, you didn't hear anything, did you?" Lu Sueki smiled as she gazed at Chu Chen, her eyes filled with a subtle threat. The disciple has heard nothing. A promising student indeed. Before you can join my tutelage, let us first assess your aptitude." With that, Lu Sueki gently raised her delicate hand. Her fingers aligned as they pressed against Chu Chen's forehead. In an instant, a verdant glow illuminated his brow. As the mystical light permeated his being, Chu Chen felt a refreshing coolness envelop him. The meridians, previously damaged in battle, gradually began to mend. In that fleeting moment, his entire network of energy channels felt remarkably unblocked. Chu Chen inhaled deeply, sensing a newfound ease in drawing in the air. As he exhaled a breath of turbid energy, he felt as though something had manifested within his dantian. Swiftly, he extended his spiritual awareness, and to his astonishment, he discovered a small grass-like entity radiating white light at the center of his dantian. "This must be the spiritual root," he mused. Abruptly, he opened his eyes and found Lu Sueki regarding him with an unusual expression, her lips curling into a cryptic smile. He couldn't help but glance at the two young ladies beside him and Lu Qianxue. Their faces were indifferent as they tilted their heads and spread their hands, subtly pointing at Lu Sueki. "This spiritual root." A flicker of hope ignited within Chu Chen, causing his voice to